Awakening as a weak, mocked little white rabbit, facing rock bottom after being dumped? Not a chance. After 35 million years, the chosen one has been found, starting with the heaven-defying cheat, the 9527 system, randomly awakening a new skill every day. When bizarre skills like sowing the world and breeding master meet SSS-TIER, skill enhancement, can Lin Chen's beast form little white rabbit evolve? Watch as he, armed with increasingly absurd skill combinations, rises from academic mediocrity to conquer both the urban jungle and the apocalypse. Lin Chen was hit by a car running a red light. He woke up back on the roadside, the light still red. A system voice, calling itself 9527, echoed in his mind, stating it had found a suitable host. Lin Chen, 17 years old, beast form little white rabbit, after 35 million years. To save him, it had used 99 million years of its power for time reversal. The two pretty girls nearby were startled by Lin Chen's muttering. The light turned green, and Lin Chen was about to cross. 9527 warned him he just died 2 minutes ago. Lin Chen, alarmed, quickly stopped and pulled back the two girls in front of him, accidentally grabbing a bra strap. The girls glared, accusing him of harassment. Just then, a BMW sped past, running the red light. The wind from its passage lifted the girls' skirts, revealing Winnie the Pooh and Hello Kitty underwear. The BMW crashed into a utility pole, killing the driver instantly. The two girls, shaken, thanked Lin Chen for saving their lives, leaving contact information for Wang Bing and Wei Shui from Peace City High School before leaving. Lin Chen conversed with 9527, learning the system could let him awaken a new skill daily. However, due to the immense energy consumed saving him, he couldn't choose skills, they would be random. Lin Chen, who had hoped for X-ray vision, was greatly disappointed. Awaken skill now? Awaken! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the skill, sewing the world. Lin Chen fantasized about traveling the world and sewing beautiful women, but 9527 explained it meant mastering all seed sewing techniques, allowing even the hardest to grow species to take root and sprout. Lin Chen was speechless. Was he destined to be a farmer? Back at his rental, Auntie Li, his landlady, was fretting over how to plant new varieties in her vegetable garden. Lin Chen offered some pointers, and Auntie Li, delighted, promised to reduce his rent by half a month if it worked. Lin Chen realized the skill wasn't useless after all. Sunday, with no classes, Lin Chen was bored watching TV and flipping channels. A news flash interrupted. A car accident at the intersection of Sunan Road and Nanjing Road in the city. A BMW ran a red light, hit a utility pole, and the driver died instantly, while the female passenger in the front seat sustained minor injuries. It was the exact incident Lin Chen had experienced. Reporter Jiang Chuan interviewed the surviving woman, who was heavily made up, disheveled, and had a slight head injury. Jiang Chuan asked why she ran the red light. The woman retorted, "How did you know I'm a call girl?" This instantly spiked viewership. The woman hesitated whether to reveal the reason. Jiang Chuan reassured her to speak freely. The woman then whispered something to Jiang Chuan, content to be imagined, and Jiang Chuan was so shocked he almost caused a live broadcast accident, quickly cutting the feed. The TV station seamlessly switched to other news, leaving Lin Chen feeling down. Li Shui, the landlady's daughter, returned home to shower. Lin Chen tossed and turned, unable to sleep, listening to the running water. He chatted with 9527, learning that skill levels ranged from E, lowest, to SSS, highest. His, sewing the world, was E-tier, and he had the highest chance of drawing E-tier skills in the future. Lin Chen was disheartened but still hoped for a lucky SSS draw tomorrow. The next morning, Lin Chen eagerly called for 9527 to awaken a skill. 9527 grumbled about being on the big one, and after some commotion, began the random draw. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the E-tier skill, breeding. Lin Chen was speechless. 9527 explained that the host would instantly master all non-human breeding techniques, including spirit beasts. Lin Chen imagined himself driving a tricar, pulling breeding pigs, with breeding pigs playing on a loop. Lin Chen had awakened his beast form at 15, but his beast soul was a little white rabbit. Aside from jumping high and looking cute, it had no advantages, earning him constant ridicule. He entered the classroom just as the bell rang. Class monitor Zhao Zhang mistakenly thought the teacher had arrived and shouted, "Stand up." Lin Chen went along with it, replying, "Hello, classmates, please sit down," which sent the whole class into an uproar. Li Nan, who always had it in for Lin Chen, mocked him, little white rabbit pretending to be a big bad wolf, only to be caught red-handed by the homeroom teacher who had just walked in, resulting in a public scolding. The homeroom teacher reminded them about next Wednesday's exam and singled out Lin Chen and the others in the back row, hoping they wouldn't drag the class down. She also mentioned a special exam for awakened ability users, which was crucial for admission to Spirit Marshall University, and directly told Lin Chen not to bother participating. Lin Chen secretly gritted his teeth, determined to awaken powerful skills in the future and show everyone up. During chemistry class, his best friend Lu Rui, a fire element awakened, one of the few who didn't mock Lin Chen, was asked, "What is sodium?" Lin Chen whispered a hint, but Lu Rui answered, "That's a magical road to heaven," and was also made to stand. Lin Chen listened intently in class for the tri-exam. After school, he rushed out of the classroom to his part-time job at Mailima Delivery. The manager, Wang Debiao, greeted him briefly and told him to start. Lin Chen hopped on his electric scooter, furiously accepting orders. At a pancake stall, the owner was too busy and told him to make it himself. He quickly made and packed the order. A milk tea order noted bring a bag of cement, and he endured it. Another order noted bring people to an internet cafe for emergency, 300 per person. Lin Chen posted a message in the work group, and over 20 delivery riders gathered at the entrance of Jianhai Internet Cafe. Lin Chen led the formidable group into the internet cafe, where 5 yellow-haired punks were surrounding a chubby guy wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The punks were threatening the chubby guy. Seeing his rescuers, the chubby guy shouted, "Broken throat." Lin Chen signaled him to shout, "Help." Lin Chen ordered the delivery riders to all shout, "Boss." The punks immediately knelt and begged for mercy. The chubby guy told them to scram. Lin Chen settled the bill with the chubby guy, 28 people, 8,400, discounted to 8,500. The chubby guy generously gave him 9,000. Adding him on WeChat and saying he'd find him again if anything happened. Lin Chen told him to give a 5-star review. The chubby guy introduced himself as Zhang San from City High School. Lin Chen sighed, "City High School again? My dad really knows how to name people." After delivering all the food, he passed by a building materials market and bought a bag of cement, struggling to carry it up 6 flights of stairs, no elevator. A woman in a bathrobe opened the door, told him to leave it at the entrance, and then closed the door. Lin Chen knocked, asking for the 25 for the cement. The woman gave him 100 and told him to keep the change, then closed the door again. Lin Chen grumbled about young people nowadays. He earned over 1,200 today, mainly from Zhang San's 900, enough for a month's rent, plus daily breakfast with a tea egg. He was very pleased. Waking up the next day, Lin Chen found 9527 still sleeping. He quickly washed up and ate breakfast, soy milk, fried dough sticks, tea egg, then jumped over the wall to get to school, once again arriving just in time for class. His best friend Lu Rui greeted him. Lin Chen said he'd treat him to an extra chicken leg at lunch. Lu Rui asked about his tri-exam preparations. Lin Chen said that with 9527, his future was promising. Around 8 o'clock, Lin Chen called for 9527 to awaken a skill. 9527 complained about being disturbed from its big one, and after the sound of a toilet flushing, began the random draw. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained the SSS-TIER skill enhancement." Lin Chen was ecstatic. 9527 sneered, saying the skill wasn't very useful to him, and asked what skills he had to enhance. Lin Chen was speechless. Sowing the world? Breeding? Beast form little white rabbit? He wanted to save the skill, but 9527 said that any skill drawn that day had to be used that day, otherwise, it would be forcibly reclaimed after 1 minute. Lin Chen reluctantly chose to enhance his beast form. Enhancement begins. Host skill beast form is being enhanced. Little white rabbit evolution, evolving into big white rabbit. Lin Chen despaired. Is that all? After class, he went to the restroom to transform. His body size remained unchanged, but he gained rabbit kicks and claw attacks. He asked 9527 about his beast form level, and the answer was D tier. Lin Chen questioned how this skill could be rated SSS. 9527 retorted, asking if he had an SS skill that could be enhanced to SSS. Having SSS gave a higher chance. Wasn't it rated SSS precisely because he himself was trash? Lin Chen was speechless. 9527 then added that body enhancement and spiritual energy enhancement also counted as skills. Seeing that someone was already heading towards the restroom, Lin Chen hurriedly deactivated his transformation. The little white rabbit had evolved into a big white rabbit, and Lin Chen was quite satisfied. After all, he had gained an attack skill. It was no longer just a purely ornamental ability. After that, Lin Chen returned to the classroom feeling much happier. He even found that he didn't dislike Li Nan as much anymore. The day of studying came to an end. Next was the grueling life of moving bricks. Today's takeout was quite bland. There were no bizarre notes, nor did he receive any desperate pleas from lawless rogues. Life was just that plain. He went home to continue sleeping, waiting for the next day's skill awakening. On Wednesday, Lin Chen awakened a new skill, E-level life skill fertilization. His mindset was a bit shaky. On Thursday, Lin Chen awakened a new skill, E-level life skill gathering. I bought a watch last year. Lin Chen was no longer as eager for new skills every day as he had been at the beginning. After all, he felt like a farmer who had toiled for a lifetime, and his knowledge of agriculture was about to be ruthlessly crushed by himself. On Friday morning, Lin Chen woke up unusually early. He wanted to wake up 9527 but hesitated. He arrived at school early and boredly flipped through a magazine brought by Lu Rue. After a long wait until 8 o'clock, he finally called 9527 to awaken today's new skill. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a new skill, B-level practical skill, photographic memory. Huh, isn't today supposed to be E-level? Photographic memory means the host can deeply imprint everything seen into their mind. It's an essential skill for the imperial examination, and you deserve it. Sounds pretty impressive. He picked up a magazine on the table and started flipping through it. TSK, I could play with this chest for a year. I could play with these legs for a lifetime. He read through the magazine at lightning speed. Then he closed his eyes and found an entire magazine appearing directly in his mind, with images, text, and even punctuation clearly imprinted. This skill can only be described in 2 words. Impressive. On this day, Lin Chen began to study hard. He flipped through the thick materials and textbooks on the table one by one. His speed amazed the surrounding classmates. Lin Rabbit, what are you doing? Counting how many pages each book has? Yeah, are you planning to perform well in this upcoming exam? It's not that I look down on you, your grades aren't bad, but you're only above average in class. Some things can't just be achieved through hard work, it depends on talent. Why do you guys say that about our rabbit? Exactly, Rabbit is so cute, why say such things? The class's attitude towards Lin Chen was extremely polarized. Those who disliked him were mostly boys. The girls in the class really liked Lin Chen. One reason was that Lin Chen was quite good looking, but the main reason was that his beastly form was just too adorable, something no girl could resist. This was also the main reason the boys looked down on Lin Chen. Otherwise, who would pay attention to a little transparent figure? At this moment, Lu Rue had one hand on his forehead and the other on Lin Chen's forehead. No fever, huh? Brother Cho, what kind of stimulation did you receive to start acting crazy? Don't disturb me, can't you see I'm busy? Others might not know, but I understand you. This isn't studying, 2 seconds a page? Even looking at adult content isn't that fast. Lin Chen. Nonsense, you look at adult content for only 2 seconds? When have you not been eager to just dive in and lick it? Lu Rue, life is hard. Ignoring Lu Rue, Lin Chen continued to bury himself in his studies. In one morning, he memorized the entire senior year curriculum. With the remaining time, he also recited 2 essay collections. During lunch, he even borrowed the books from the first and second year of high school, which left Lu Rue completely stunned. Could it be that Xiao has really changed? This is not scientific. Did he get dumped? But it seems he wasn't even in a relationship. Did he suffer a blow? Xiao thick skin is like a city wall, that can't be it. Lin Chen didn't care what Lu Rue was thinking, he was swimming in the ocean of knowledge. Finally, with only one class left, Lin Chen finished reading all the books. After carefully reflecting, he found that all the knowledge was clearly etched in his mind. With a satisfied smile, he thought that the last class was just right to test his results. The last class was physics, and at that moment the physics teacher walked into the classroom. Physics had never been Lin Chen's strong suit, it always dragged his scores down in exams. But today was different. Lin Chen discovered that no matter what the physics teacher taught, formulas and knowledge points would automatically appear in his mind. Everything became incredibly simple. What was it? Vt equals vo plus at. Vt/2 equals v equals vt plus vo/2 ha. Mom no longer has to worry about my studies. Photographic memory. Wherever I don't understand, I just focus on it. So easy. Lin Chen had never thought that studying could be this simple. Soon, a day of study came to an end. Just as he was about to get up and leave, Li Nan's annoying voice rang out. Lin Bunny, I heard you're delivering takeout after school. Do you want me to introduce you to a job? If you're lucky, you could make tens of thousands a day. Although he knew Li Nan was up to no good, he was still curious and asked, what job? Tell me about it. I know a club that's hiring waiters. I heard there are often rich women there. If you go, it'll definitely be fine. You can turn into a little bunny right there, and I believe your card will be flipped to pieces. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Finding a rich woman to support him wouldn't be bad. After all, I've known since I was young that soft rice is good, and I really want to find a rich woman. Lin Chen, don't listen to Li Nan's nonsense. I know that place, and it's not just rich women there are also muscle men. The one speaking was Zhang Fei, the class beauty. I don't know if her parents have a grudge against her giving a girl such a fierce name. Hearing Zhang Fei's words, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a tightness in his chest, gratefully glancing at her while also feeling a hint of curiosity. Why does the class beauty know about that place? He also sensed the full malice coming from Li Nan. Young Master Li, that place must have high expenses, right? Of course, otherwise why would I let you go? The commission is very high. Looks like young Master Li often goes there to spend money. Of course, no, how could I have ever been to such a place? Oh, I understand. Lin Chen's words caused the whole class to burst into laughter. Even those who usually got along well with Li Nan couldn't hold back their flushed faces. Li Nan felt a mix of shame and anger, wondering how he had accidentally let that slip. Young Master Li, have you eaten? Li Nan. It's just after school. What the hell would I have eaten? Do you even eat wool? Is it good? I eat your grandpa. I don't have a grandpa. Li Nan felt like he was going crazy. Why hadn't he noticed before how annoying this guy was? So, in the club, are you the top or the bottom? Of course, I'm the top. Ha 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 ha. The whole class erupted. This time even those who were close to Li Nan couldn't hold back. This was explosive news. Li Nan realized he had fallen into Lin Chen's trap, and in a fit of anger, he was about to take action against Lin Chen, but Zhao Zhang pulled him down. Are you trying to get punished for fighting at school? Li Nan also reacted, glaring fiercely at Lin Chen before leaving in a huff, because he had already earned enough for this month's rent. The extra money was enough for this month's expenses. Lin Chen was somewhat reluctant to go to work, so he took a leave from Is It Beautiful and went home early to catch up on sleep. After all, he had only slept through one class today. It was the time for growth, and he couldn't neglect himself. Studying was really exhausting. If he didn't catch up on 12 hours of sleep, he wouldn't be able to recover at all. That day, Lin Chen went to bed early and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Today is a good day, everything I wish for can come true. Amid the soothing music, Lin Chen answered his phone. Hello, sir, are you interested in a 160 square meter 3-bedroom apartment near Durun FA? Lin Chen, oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to oh, thank you, miss, for working hard so early in the morning. I'm quite interested in the apartment you mentioned. Alright, sir, but it's getting late. It's almost noon now. When are you free? I can take you to see the apartment. I'm free right now, but I only have 2,000 yuan. Which one can I buy? Beep, beep. Wow, are salespeople really this realistic nowadays? He looked at his phone. It was already 11 o'clock. He had slept for a full 15 hours. Indeed, studying was the most exhausting. 9527. Come out and awaken your skills. Skill extraction in progress. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the SSS skill enhancement. Lin Chen? When he saw SSS, Lin Chen was excited. But why did this skill seem a bit familiar? All enhancement. Skills can be drawn repeatedly. I don't know if it's good luck or bad luck, but you actually drew this skill again. I can enhance photographic memory. What's the use of enhancing photographic memory? Isn't it still photographic memory after enhancement? Lin Chen was in tears. He found himself completely unable to refute that. The skill he drew himself. He had to use it up even with tears in his eyes. Enhance Big White Rabbit. Big White Rabbit. Enhancement in progress. Enhancement successful. Big White Rabbit evolves into Rogue Rabbit. Rogue Rabbit? What the hell is this? Skill description. Don't mess with the rabbit, especially since it's a rogue rabbit. Lin Chen. Lin Chen felt like he was struck by lightning, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Dark God, transform. Still the familiar formula. Still the same appearance. But what the hell is this extra layer of fat? It looked very much like the rabbit from the same named anime from the Korean peninsula. The skill had undergone some changes and a new skill had appeared. The enhanced jump had no changes, but Lin Chen could feel himself jumping higher. Rabbit foot kick became enhanced rabbit foot kick. Claw attack turned into enhanced claw attack. The newly appeared skill A rabbit will bite when it gets angry. Lin Chen, do you really have to do this to me? This skill is so embarrassing, okay? I swear I will never use this skill in my life. No way a man would use this skill. The skill enhancement was successful and Lin Chen's beast transformation had upgraded from E level to C level. C level already had a certain combat power, and he could say he had preliminarily escaped the ranks of trash. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly had a bold idea. In the future, all skills drawn for enhancement would be used for beast transformation. Would he evolve into a Super Saiyan rabbit? Just thinking about it was so nice. Since it was Saturday, there were no classes, and Monday was the day of the 3 inspections. Lin Chen decided he wanted to make a stunning impression in this exam, so he didn't go to work. Instead, he took out his treasured 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulation papers along with the Huangdong secret papers. No matter what, he would first memorize all possible question types in his mind. Study time always passes so quickly. After Lin Chen finished reading all the materials, the sun had already set in the west. I never expected that I, Lin Chen, would have a day of diligent study. Feeling a bit hungry, he opened the Is It Beautiful delivery app and ordered a serving of Huangmen chicken rice. He had the delivery person deliver the food to himself. Quite nice. That night, Lin Chen slept exceptionally soundly. The first thing he did upon waking was to awaken today's skill. Congratulations, host, you have obtained S-level skill, Body Enhancement. Body Enhancement can elevate the host's physical abilities by 1 level. Would you like to enhance? Enhance. Enhancement starting. Lin Chen felt his strength begin to surge wildly. Even his height increased by 2 centimeters. His previously somewhat bulky body gradually became well-proportioned, and he even developed an 8-pack. Goodness. Oh my goodness. He flexed his biceps in front of the mirror. looking at the dumbbells he had impulsively bought in the past, which had been sitting in the corner for so long. It was just the right time to test his strength. The 10 kilograms dumbbells felt weightless in Lin Chen's hands. 95-27. This skill is pretty good. Help me assess my current physical strength. Your current physical condition is equivalent to a bronze 3-star warrior awakened with strength attributes. Oh, I see. This skill is great. Please give me a dozen. However, 95-27 was too lazy to respond. After spending the whole day at home yesterday and finishing all the studying he needed to do, he couldn't just stay home on a Sunday. But he didn't want to do manual labor either. He decided to go out for a stroll. Beep beep. At that moment, Lin Chen's phone rang. When he opened it, he found a message from someone named Handsome Fatty. Who is this guy? When did I add such a friend? Big brother, it's me again at Zhanghai Internet Cafe. I've been cornered again. Come save me. This time, we don't need too many people. 3 to 5 will be enough. Upon reading the message, Lin Chen immediately remembered. It turned out to be the outlaw. Alright, I'm on my way. Seriously, Zhang San is quite a character, getting cornered so early in the morning. I wonder what kind of outrageous thing he did this time. He quickly got out of bed, washed up, and headed downstairs to catch a taxi to Zhanghai Internet Cafe. Thinking about what Zhang San said, 3 to 5 people would be enough. He figured the opposing side shouldn't be too many. Since his physical abilities had improved, it was just the right time to test his skills. He didn't bother to call anyone in the group. Upon arriving at the internet cafe, he pushed the door open and saw 2 young men with grass-green hair beating up the chubby guy. Stop it. My people are on their way. When they see you like this, they'll definitely teach you a lesson. Who do you think you're scaring, chubby? You think we grew up scared? As they spoke, one of them swung a fist toward Zhang San's eye. Just as the fist was about to land on Zhang San's face, a sudden hand grabbed the green-haired guy's wrist. The green-haired guy tried to pull his hand back but found it stuck like a vice. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't free himself. Seeing Lin Chen, the chubby guy immediately gained confidence. You think you're so tough? I told you my people are coming. How dare you hit my handsome face? Just wait and see how I teach you a lesson, he said, preparing to hit the other green-haired guy. But unexpectedly, the green-haired guy was quite agile, dodging to the side and kicking Zhang San to the ground. What the hell? You dare to fight back? Boys, beat him up. Lin Chen held onto the green-haired guy with one hand, while picking his nose with the other, quietly watching the show. At this moment, Zhang San also realized something was off. Wait a minute, it seems like Lin Chen is the only one here. Did I overdo it with my bravado? Big boss, help. Why are you just watching the show? Lin Chen looked at the green-haired guy who was trying to break free and couldn't help but chuckle. Kid, stop resisting. The more you resist, the more excited I get. Green hair instantly broke into a cold sweat as he looked at the muscular Lin Chen. Knowing he couldn't escape the clutches of fate, he could only whisper, Big brother, I have no experience. Please go easy on me. Lin Chen, I'll go easy on your grandpa. Where are you thinking of going? Zhang San saw that Lin Chen completely ignored him and started interacting with green hair. Meanwhile, green hair was entirely focused on Lin Chen, disregarding his companion. He was dumbfounded. Big brother, I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Save me. Lin Chen's eyes immediately lit up with dollar signs. I'm telling you, brother, I'm not saving you for money. I'm doing it because I consider you a brother. Lin Chen swiftly subdued green hair beside him and then cheerfully walked towards another green hair. Green hair number 2 saw how decisively green hair number 1 was dealt with and realized he was up against a tough opponent, but since they were all from the same world, he couldn't back down. He actually charged at Lin Chen. Unexpectedly, this kid had some guts. Just as he raised his hand to confront him, green hair number 2 fell straight to the ground. Wow, what a powerful palm technique, and then he passed out. Zhang San? Lin Chen, smiley face, it's a shame you're not an actor. That would be a waste of talent. However, Lin Chen didn't point it out. Solving the problem like this was just fine. Zhang San looked at Lin Chen with admiration. Could this be the legendary true energy? So you're a hidden master, brother. I really can't believe you. You can't even see through such poor acting, but since you believe it, it doesn't stop me from showing off. It's nothing, just regular practice. Regular practice can cultivate true energy? Are you kidding me? Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment but quickly reacted. What the hell is regular practice? I meant standard operations. Okay, you play games every day and don't know what standard operations are. You can try it when you go back. It might work. I'll definitely give it a try. Green hair number 2, lying on the ground, trembled slightly, but the actor's code told him to hold it in, unless he really couldn't take it anymore. Alright, stop pretending, hurry up and get lost. Okay. Green hair number 2 quickly got up, helped green hair number 1, and dashed out of the internet cafe at lightning speed. Lin Chen watched, feeling a bit emotional. He was a good candidate for a runner. How did he end up on the wrong path? Fatty, what happened this time? How did you offend these two? Don't mention it, I was playing a fantasy game, created a female character, got married in the game, and when he asked me to send a voice message, I used a voice changer to say something, only to find out the other party was sitting right across from me. Lin Chen, divides degree. I didn't expect you to be this kind of fatty. And your luck is a bit outrageous. Last time, you got killed by someone in the same internet cafe for cheating in a battle royale game. This time it's even more ridiculous. Thanks a lot this time. I'll give you this fee first, and then I'll treat you to a meal. Lin Chen rubbed his hands together. That's too much trouble. Zhang San took out his phone, clicked on Lin Chen's profile, and started a transfer. Entered the amount of 10,000. Initiated the transfer, using pocket money to pay. Remaining pocket money, 7,564,538. Lin Chen counted again. It was indeed a 7-digit number. He felt a bit guilty for receiving Zhang San's 10,000, but what's there to feel guilty about? I'm the one who's losing out. Big time. Next time, I have to add at least 500. The phone vibrated and he decisively clicked to accept the payment. 10,000 received. Oh, nice. Let's go, brother. I'll take you for breakfast. After saying that, he led Lin Chen out of the internet cafe. At that moment, a Pagani Zonda stopped next to Zhang San, and a burly man in a suit got out of the car, bowed to Zhang San, and then handed the car keys to him. Looking at the burly man who was clearly much bigger than him, Lin Chen weakly asked, who is this? Zhang San replied nonchalantly, my bodyguard. Lin Chen, are all you rich people this willful? You bring a bodyguard with you, yet when you get beaten up in an internet cafe, the bodyguard doesn't do anything. You even have to pay for outside help yourself. But that's not the main point. If you're so rich, why are you surfing the internet in such a place? Can't you just buy the internet cafe by changing a tire? Are you out of your mind? Seeing Lin Chen's bewildered expression, Zhang San was a bit confused. Did he say something wrong? What are you still dawdling for? Let's go have breakfast. Lin Chen was still in a daze when he got into the passenger seat of the Pagani. Then Zhang San started to rev the engine. Lin Chen felt a strong push against his back as the Pagani roared out, causing passers-by to gasp in surprise. Darling, can we buy a flashy car like this in the future? That's no problem. I'll help you buy one on Pinduoduo tonight. Can you really buy such a flashy car on Pinduoduo? Of course, and it's only 9.99. Scumbag, let's break up. Soon, Zhang San brought Lin Chen to a hotel. Lin Chen looked at the towering building that seemed to touch the sky, feeling as if he was attending an international conference just by having a meal there, and couldn't help but sigh. Being rich is really nice. As the Pagani arrived, a waiter was already there to greet them. Zhang San tossed the keys to him and led Lin Chen into the restaurant. Lin Chen didn't dare to say a word, afraid of making a fool of himself. Zhang San was clearly a regular here, and the waiter skillfully led them to a private room. Third young master, the usual? Do you have any sense? Can't you see I brought a friend today? Third young master, please don't be angry, it was my oversight. What? Would this gentleman like to eat? Lin Chen was taken aback. Was this asking him to order? Let's start with a cup of soy milk. Waiter, smiley face, Zhang San, sir, we don't have that. Then 2 fried dough sticks. We don't have that either. Surely you have tea eggs? We really don't have that. What kind of big restaurant is this that has nothing? What's the point of being open? Waiter, O Zhang San could see where this was going. He continued to let Lin Chen order, not knowing what would happen next. Alright, the usual, 2 servings. The waiter looked relieved and quickly went to prepare. Lin Chen looked at Zhang San, filled with curiosity about his identity. So, what exactly is your background? Dingsheng Group is run by my dad. The Dingsheng Group that ranks in the top 3 in national comprehensive strength? What else could it be? Is there another? If you're so rich, why would you go to an internet cafe? The atmosphere in internet cafes is better. Then why didn't your bodyguard step in when you got beaten up in the cafe? That's my dad's way of training me. As long as my life isn't in danger, my bodyguard won't intervene. Are you sure you're your dad's biological child? Soon, the dishes began to arrive one after another. The table was filled with a mix of Chinese and Western cuisine, and Lin Chen recognized steak and Buddha jumps over the wall. Not bothering to be polite with Zhang San, he started eating right away. This silver fungus porridge is pretty good. That's rock sugar blood bird's nest. What's this black round thing? Did they pick the mulberries one by one? That's caviar. Is this pig liver? The color seems off. Has it been sitting too long? That's French foie gras. Shut up, eating will keep your mouth busy. Sigh, whatever, let's eat, it tastes pretty good. After eating and drinking to his fill, Lin Chen comfortably sat back in his chair, picking his teeth. Be my little brother, and I'll guarantee you'll eat well and drink well. Lin Chen looked at Zhang San and couldn't help but smile slightly. I can be your kept man, let me be your little brother. Impossible. I ask you, Zhang San, who was it that brought over 20 people to save the day when you were in danger at the internet cafe? Was it your old man? Or your bodyguard? Neither, it was you. Who was it that risked everything and charged into the enemy camp just when you were about to get beaten up, saving you once again? It was you, But didn't you get paid for it? Don't mind those details, so shouldn't you acknowledge me as your big brother? Sounds reasonable, then you are my big brother from now on. Lin Chen. This little brother seems a bit slow. Since you've become my little brother, we need to get to know each other again. My name is Lin Chen. I'm the class flower of Class 8 in the 3rd year at City Number 18 High School, a part-time Make 1 delivery guy, and also an awakened with a beast transformation type bronze 1 star. Shiogu, I didn't expect you to be an awakened too. My name is Zhang San, I'm the school hunk. At City Number 1 High School, also in the 3rd year, a part-time internet cafe customer with a healing type bronze 9 stars. Lin Chen. You, the school hunk of City Number 1 High School? Then I must be the most handsome person in the universe. But this fat guy is actually a rare healer. Healers can do more than just heal, they can also boost attack and defense later on, and they can be quite powerful. And this is only the 3rd year, and he's already at bronze 9 stars. I wonder how many resources his family has poured into him. Since Zhang San acknowledged Lin Chen as his big brother, he spent the whole day taking Lin Chen out to spend money. Lin Chen roughly calculated that Zhang San had spent at least 20 today. This made Lin Chen deeply understand one thing. Being rich is really great. In the end, he drove Lin Chen home in a Pagani. This gave Lin Chen a reason to strive. I must become rich. A night passed without a word. The next morning, Lin Chen unusually woke up early. After all, today was the day of the 3rd exam, and he couldn't lose his qualification to take the exam just because he overslept. Exams are assigned to different venues, and the school's exam venues are randomly assigned. Coincidentally, this time Lin Chen was assigned to the same exam venue as his best friend Lu Rui. Lin Chen quickly found his seat and sat down, starting to daydream. Meanwhile, the other students in the exam room were busy flipping through their books. Zhao Ming, remember this ancient poem? I have a feeling it will definitely be on the exam. Really? Which one? The spring silkworm dies only when the silk is exhausted. The wax torch turns to ash only when the tears have dried. Then I really need to remember that. And this line, I feel like it could all be on the exam. Then why don't you memorize them all? Lin Chen, that makes too much sense. Look at me, I've memorized them all. And I can recite them backwards, just ask if you're annoyed. At that moment, Lin Chen's best friend Lu Rui walked in. Seeing Lin Chen already sitting there, he hurried over, and upon checking his seat number, he found he was sitting right next to Lin Chen. Xiaogu, what a coincidence, by the way, you came quite early today. Xiao Rui, do you believe me? Of course, Xiaogu, what's up? During the exam, copy from me. Lu Rui. Oh, our scores have always been about the same, okay? Although I admit you score 200 points more than me every time. But since you asked, I can't just refuse you. Oh, no problem at all. By the way, Xiaogu seems very confident about this exam. Soon, the exam time arrived, and 2 teachers came in with the test papers. After distributing the papers, the 2 teachers began to patrol the room. The first subject was Chinese, and how could something that was purely rote memorization be difficult for Lin Chen? While the other students were still reading the questions, Lin Chen had already started answering them swiftly. The surrounding classmates were astonished and turned their attention to Lin Chen. Classmate, are you transcribing the memorial on the expedition on the exam paper? No, even if you were transcribing the memorial on the expedition, it couldn't be done this quickly, right? Lu Rui looked at Lin Chen with some suspicion. What is Xiaogu doing? Practicing calligraphy on the exam paper? But Lin Chen didn't care about that, he was focused on writing furiously. Oh, it really is like the silkworm spinning until death, and the candle burns to ash before the tears dry. That kid really guessed it right. After 20 minutes, Lin Chen had only the essay left to write. He glanced at the essay topic. Ha! It was the essay topic from the FJ Province College entrance exam 2 years ago. After sifting through it in his mind for a moment, he picked one and made some casual modifications before writing it down. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen finished answering the questions. He cleared his throat, catching the attention of the invigilator and Lu Rui. The invigilator took a glance, saw nothing unusual, and lost interest. Lu Rui, however, looked at Lin Chen's exam paper in disbelief. I haven't even finished one side, and you've already completed your essay? Ah, whatever, most of it I won't know anyway, I'll just copy. Fortunately, Lu Rui had good eyesight, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to copy at all. Lin Chen pretended to be sleeping on the desk. It was past 8, 9527 should be awake now. It was time to awaken a skill. Without a doubt, he awakened the E-level skill of husbandry. He added a necessary skill for his farming life. Lu Rui was still busy copying, and Lin Chen kept flipping through the exam paper. When Lu Rui got to the essay, Lin Chen stopped caring. He pressed down the exam paper, closed his eyes, and went to chat with the King of Dreams. Lu Rui looked at his own exam paper in shock. Although he didn't know most of it, there were still a few questions he could answer. Lin Chen's exam paper surprisingly didn't look like it was filled out randomly. The few questions he knew were actually correct. At that moment, he could only shout in his heart, Xiaogu is amazing. Soon, the first exam ended. People in the exam room were constantly complaining. This exam was so difficult. Yeah, and there were those damn homophones. Why do the ancient people's typos get called homophones, but my typos get points deducted? But there are also homophones in modern times, and everyone agrees. Really? Which ones? I didn't know. Come on, tell me. Like, and aren't those all homophones? I agree. Lin Chen X ____ X. What they said makes so much sense, I can't refute it at all. Indeed, students have always produced talents. In the next 2 days, Lin Chen easily completed all the exam papers. He also awakened 2 E-level life skills. Everything was quite normal. Until the last day when he had the English exam. The listening test is about to begin. Please look at the first section of the listening part. In this section, listen to the following 5 dialogues. After each dialogue, there is a small question. Choose the best option from the ABC given in the question. After listening to each dialogue, you have 10 seconds to answer the small question and read the next small question. Each dialogue is read only once. Lin Chen's expression began to change slowly. Shit, how did I forget about this? Why is there listening in English? Excuse me, lulu goo goo. Yes, the front wheel doesn't turn, but the back wheel does. Lin Chen, confused face? Indeed, having a photographic memory is not everything. He was completely confused when it came to listening. English had always been Lin Chen's major headache. He never understood why, now that the country is so strong, he still had to learn English. He could manage the questions, but listening and speaking had always been his pain. He felt he really couldn't understand anything at all. Forget it, I'll activate Plan B. If there are 3 long and 1 short, choose short. If there are 3 short and 1 long, choose long. If there are 2 long and 2 short, choose B. If they are uneven, choose C. Invincible. What? Listening only has 3 options? Then we can only execute Plan C, pointing out the soldiers. Similarly, everyone looked at Lin Chen with a confused expression. My eyes couldn't help but feel a bit sore. My familiar Chiu goes back. After the listening test ended, Lu Rui was also dazed. Lin Chen finished the English exam in just 10 minutes. Lu Rui, oh, this is not the Chiu I know. After the exam, Lin Chen did not leave the school but returned to the classroom. This was a prior notice from the homeroom teacher that all awakened individuals must return to the class to discuss some important points regarding the ability test. Lu Rui, also an awakened one, returned to the classroom with Lin Chen. There were more than 40 people in the class, but there were not many true awakened ones. Only 7 in Lin Chen's class had awakened abilities. Of course, this was also related to the relatively poor quality of students at City No. 18 High School. It was said that the awakening rate among students at No. 1 High School could reach an astonishing 50%. When Lin Chen and Lu Rui returned to the classroom, everyone else was already there. 3 boys and 2 girls. One of the boys was the class monitor, Zhao Zhang. Zhao Zhang was an Earth-type awakened one. Li Nan, who looked down on Lin Chen the most, was a Wind-type awakened one. The last one was a tall man over 1.9 meters, who was the class's sports committee member, Wang Dabiao, a fitness enthusiast who had awakened a strength ability. The 2 girls were one gentle and one charming. The gentle one was Zhang Fei, the class flower and study committee member who had awakened a water-type ability. The charming one was Ding Han, who had also awakened a beast transformation ability, specifically a fox. Yo, Lin Bunny, did you forget what the homeroom teacher said? Some people better not participate in this ability test. As soon as Lin Chen walked into the classroom, Li Nan's voice rang out at the right moment. Exactly, Lin Chen, it's fine if you embarrass yourself, but you're also embarrassing our class, and on a larger scale, you're embarrassing our school. Zhao Zhang chimed in. Ru Rui, did you hear 2 dogs barking? Lu Rui pretended to listen. It seems so, maybe it's their mating season. Hearing the 2 of them banter, Li Nan instantly got angry. Who the hell are you calling a dog? Do you believe I'll beat you up right now even if it means getting punished? Whoever is called a dog. Li Nan couldn't hold back any longer and directly threw a punch at Lin Chen. Just as the fist was about to hit Lin Chen's face, he lightly dodged to the side. Li Nan never expected that his full-force punch would be evaded by Lin Chen. After all, he was a Wind-type awakened one and was quite confident in his speed. Inertia caused Li Nan to lunge forward, and he was about to crash into the podium. He hurriedly used the spiritual energy within him, utilizing the wind's resistance to stabilize himself, and while he was secretly relieved, he suddenly felt a kick on his backside. Instantly, his spiritual energy faltered, and he crashed into the podium with a loud bang. Wang Dabiao's gaze towards Lin Chen changed in an instant. As a strength-type awakened one, he paid special attention to his physical fitness, learning some combat skills while working out. What seemed like a light dodge from Lin Chen was not so simple in his eyes. If one's physical fitness was poor, it would be impossible to evade. Lin Chen didn't seem so simple after all. Humiliated, Li Nan was about to strike again, when a voice from behind interrupted him. Li Nan, what do you want to do? Ah, teacher, I'm just exercising. Alright, hurry back to your seat. Li Nan reluctantly returned to his seat, already determined to teach this kid a lesson later. The homeroom teacher frowned upon seeing Lin Chen present. I called everyone here to inform you that 3 days from now, at 7 in the morning, everyone will gather on the playground and then head to the number 1 high school gymnasium together. All the awakened superpowered students from the 3rd year will gather at number 1 high school that day. This is your special examination. Representatives from major spiritual martial universities will be present, and your performance will determine whether they will consider you for early admission. There will also be television and online live broadcasts. Even if you are a non-combat type, you must engage in combat. Those who lack confidence can withdraw at any time. At this point, he kept staring at Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked back at the homeroom teacher. At that moment, Lin Chen really wanted to say to his homeroom teacher, "What are you staring at?" Seeing that Lin Chen was completely oblivious, the homeroom teacher said no more. Reality would show him the harshness of society. Knowing everyone had just finished their exams, the homeroom teacher didn't waste any more words and turned to leave. Once the homeroom teacher was gone, Li Nan couldn't wait to stand up. "Lin Chen, I must teach you a good lesson today." "Li Nan, you can't bully Tutu." Zhang Fei couldn't stand it any longer and started to defend Lin Chen. Lin Chen felt speechless. "My name is Lin Chen, I have a name, please don't call me Tutu. It makes me shy." "Exactly, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you." Ding Han also began to speak up for Lin Chen. Then she turned to Lin Chen and smiled. "Can you turn around and let me hug you later?" Lin Chen, #O, of course, I can, since I won't lose anything. Sigh, my charm has nowhere to go. The support from the two girls didn't make Li Nan back down. Instead, he became even angrier. "Lin Chen, hiding behind women is no skill. Do you dare to face me one-on-one? Haha, if you wanna hide behind women, you need someone to hide behind you, you dead gay." Lin Chen's words completely infuriated him. "If you're a man, don't be cowardly. If you're scared, kneel down and bow to me and I'll let you go." Lin Chen was also a bit angry. Li Nan was going too far. "Xiaoge, let me handle this. I must teach this guy a lesson today." Lu Rui, as Lin Chen's close friend, couldn't tolerate seeing Lin Chen insulted like this. "It's fine, Rui, don't worry, I can handle this kid without your help." Li Nan was overjoyed to see that Lin Chen actually agreed. This was self-inflicted. This time, Li Nan didn't dare to be careless. After all, he had just suffered a loss. While he was thinking about how to attack, he saw Lin Chen charging straight at him. A punch came flying toward him. Li Nan sneered. "He actually dared to attack. Didn't he know I'm a wind-type awakened one? Dodging your attack is like child's play. What the hell?" Li Nan's previously mocking expression turned to one of pain. Lin Chen's punch landed squarely on his stomach. Li Nan felt his stomach churn. Put the breakfast he had eaten that morning sprayed all over Zhao Zhang's face, who was watching from the side. "Zhao Zhang, am I wrong for eating melon seeds?" In an instant, an indescribable smell filled the entire classroom. Ugh, ugh. Zhao Zhang also vomited. "What the hell is that smell? Why is it so strong?" Zhao Zhang felt like he had been attacked by a biochemical weapon, assaulted by some fertilizer beneficial for crop growth, pure and pollution-free. Looking at the vomit splattered on him by Li Nan, a piece of undigested stinky tofu was glaringly visible. "Ugh, Li Nan, do you have such a heavy taste? Eating stinky tofu this early in the morning?" The others around them also began to gag and quickly ran out of the classroom. Breathing in the fresh air outside felt so good for the first time. Lin Chen, who originally wanted to punch Li Nan again, hurriedly escaped the classroom. The smell of stinky tofu treated with gastric acid was just too overwhelming. Seeing Lin Chen come out, Wang Dabiao immediately approached him. "Lin Chen, I didn't expect your physical fitness to be so strong. Want to spar sometime?" Lin Chen was about to respond when he saw Zhao Zhang also exiting the classroom. Zhao Zhang's face and body were still covered in those indescribable substances. "Let's talk about it next time. I feel like escaping is more urgent right now." The others glanced at Zhao Zhang and couldn't help but shiver. They ran away as if flying. In the classroom, Li Nan saw Lin Chen trying to escape and couldn't help but shout, "Help me up. I can still fight." Ugh. However, Lin Chen showed no reaction and fled like the wind. It was a joke. The smell emanating from Li Nan was enough to knock someone out, so how could Lin Chen possibly fight him? With the presence of 9527, Lin Chen was no longer the same as before. He used to only think about working hard to get into a better university. If that didn't work, he would just graduate from high school and find a job. Now, Lin Chen looked down on those ordinary schools. His goal was the renowned spiritual martial arts universities in the country. So now the problem arose. Lin Chen was short on money. He had to earn his own tuition and living expenses for college. Although he received 10,000 yuan from Zhang San, it was nowhere near enough. So, after leaving school, Lin Chen prepared to deliver takeout. Sigh, life is tough. "Xiaoge, I'll take you out to have some fun this afternoon. It's on me." Forget it, Rue, I still need to make money. There are girls, you know. I don't trust you. You said the same thing last time, and it turned out that girl weighed as much as two of me. Lu Rue couldn't help but smile awkwardly. He waved goodbye to Lu Rue and began his day of hard work. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, and today was the day to check the results of the third exam. During these 2 days, Lin Chen attended classes during the day and went to work after school, making his days very fulfilling. In those 2 days, he also awakened 2 new skills. One was the S-level skill, spiritual energy enhancement. Through this enhancement, Lin Chen successfully advanced from bronze 2 stars to bronze 3 stars. This allowed him to catch up with some of his classmates. Lin Chen was excited for a long time. He had finally escaped the dreaded bronze 2 stars. Most high school awakeners remained around bronze 4 stars. It was in college that their cultivation would make significant progress. The other was the E-level life skill, taming. Lin Chen felt no disappointment. Just get used to it. At this moment, Lin Chen was sitting bored in his seat, while Lu Rue beside him was somewhat anxious. Xiaogu, how do you think we did on this exam? It should be good. I feel like my score should at least place me in the top 10 of the school. What did I just hear? You, who might not even be in the top 10 of the class, dare to say you can be in the top 10 of the grade. That's hilarious. Linan, why are you everywhere? Did you eat stinky tofu again this morning? Put. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Zhang Fei and Ding Han couldn't help but laugh. Li Nan's face instantly darkened. Can you not bring that up? Ugh. Zhao Zhang beside them seemed to recall some unpleasant memory and started gagging. Zhao, the class monitor, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling nauseous? It's been months. Lin Chen's words made Zhao Zhang's face darken even more. Just as he was about to retort, he saw the homeroom teacher walking over with a beaming face. Students, quiet down, I have good news to share. The results of the third exam are out, and our class performed exceptionally well. Someone even scored first in the entire city. You really made me proud. The homeroom teacher's words caused an uproar among the students. What the hell? No way, first in the city, and it came from our class? Seriously, does number 1 high school have no pride? Is it Zhao Zhang or Zhang Fei? Although their scores are decent, they shouldn't be able to score first in the city, right? Exactly, their scores have always been around the 500th in the city. At this moment, Zhao Zhang was beaming with excitement. He felt very good about this exam. Could it be that he had performed exceptionally well and secured the top spot in the city? Lin Chen's heart sank. Could it be that he had gone overboard, directly claiming the first place in the city? Alright, now I will announce the results. Li Gooden, total score 250, as stable as ever. Li Gooden shyly waved to everyone with a bashful smile. The classmates looked at each other in disbelief. Can't you tell if it's good or bad? Moreover, the teacher always announced the results starting from the lowest. This time, the last place was not Lu Rue. This is somewhat unscientific. Zhang Matzi, total score 260, keep it up. Cheng Taiju, total score 290, still need to work harder. Linan, total score 380, you are the only one I need to criticize in our class. How come you have fallen so much? Linan, what's going on lately? Why does it feel like the whole world is against me? Wang Dabiao, total score 480, great improvement. Ding Han, total score 499, not bad. Zhao Zhang, total score 518, keep it up. Actually, this score is already quite good, but Zhao Zhang couldn't feel happy about it. He had thought he had performed exceptionally well. Unexpectedly, he only scored this much. How could this score possibly be the top in the city? It seems Zhang Fei had performed exceptionally well. Of course, most of the classmates thought the same way. I wonder if anyone has noticed that we still haven't read Lin Chen and Lu Rue's scores. Li Gooden, a strong contender for the last 2 spots in the class alongside Lu Rue, felt that something was off. It must be too low. The teacher is saving them for last to give them a good scolding. It must be that way. Right, no doubt about it. Lin Chen, wait until the scores come out and stun your titanium alloy dog eyes. Zhang Fei, total score 599. Very impressive. The classmates erupted in exclamations. This was indeed a very high score. However, some people also realized that while this score was good, it seemed insufficient to claim the top spot in the city. Next, we need to give special praise to 2 students in our class. First is Lu Rue, let's give him a round of applause. The classmates were shocked by the homeroom teacher's words. Gooden, pinch me, am I dreaming? The teacher is actually praising Lu Rue. Isn't this the teacher's way of mocking? Isn't this a common tactic of the homeroom teacher? Don't think too much, just applaud. Lu Rue had actually sensed something was off long ago. When the homeroom teacher hadn't announced his score among the top 3, he started to panic. What the hell is going on? I copied directly from Cho Ji's exam paper. Why has my score not been read yet? The study committee's scores have been announced, and it's still not my turn? I'm really anxious. Really anxious. Once the applause subsided, the homeroom teacher set down his cup of goji berry tea and cleared his throat. Ahem, Lu Rui, total score 666, fifth in the city. Let's give Lu Rui a wild round of 666. In an instant, the class fell into a deathly silence. Lin Chen. Be homeroom teacher, you're being mischievous. What the hell is a wild round of 666? I don't believe it, I must be dreaming. I looked around the class and only Lin Chen's score hasn't been announced, plus the homeroom teacher mentioned the top score in the city. I don't believe it. Motzi, tell me, is today April 1st? The homeroom teacher didn't interrupt everyone, too. Be honest, he himself was still having a hard time accepting it. Once the discussions finally quieted down, the homeroom teacher continued. Next is the grand finale. Lin Chen, total score 710, first in the city. Indeed, at this moment, I felt absolutely no waves in my heart. Today is indeed April Fool's Day. Li Nan also looked at Lin Chen in shock, having just mocked him for bragging, only to be slapped in the face so quickly. Not only was he the top of the class, but he was also the top in the entire school. And he was, damn it, the top in the whole city. Lin Chen coldly looked at those classmates who still refused to accept reality and couldn't help but sneer. Next, let's invite Lin Chen to share his study experience with everyone. Please welcome him. Amidst the sparse applause, Lin Chen stood up. Thank you for your applause. Here, I want to thank a few people. First, I want to thank our dear homeroom teacher. My grades are inseparable from the teacher's diligent guidance. The homeroom teacher smiled and nodded, thinking the kid was quite on point. Secondly, I want to thank all the subject teachers. The citywide first place is also closely related to them. And I must also thank my classmates for their encouragement. If there's anything to share, he continued, it's to pay attention in class and study hard at home. I study until 2 in the morning every day. That's all I have to say. Thank you, everyone. The homeroom teacher was stunned. So this is the real Lin Chen. It seems the teacher has misunderstood you all along. The classmates were shocked. It turned out Lin Chen worked so hard they just hadn't seen it. Only Lu Rui looked at Lin Chen in confusion, thinking, weren't you delivering takeout right after school? I've never seen you study when I came to hang out with you. The girls in the class had hearts in their eyes. Ah, Rabbit is so handsome, transforming so cutely, and studying so well, I'm going to faint. Rabbit, I want to have little rabbits with you. Lin Chen, if you call me Rabbit again, I'm going to get mad. Don't I have any pride? At this moment, Li Nan was still unwilling to accept it and couldn't help but raise his hand. The homeroom teacher saw Li Nan raise his hand, and although he didn't know what he was going to do, he still let Li Nan stand up. Teacher, I suspect Lin Chen cheated. Li Nan's words made the classmates react. Right, Lin Chen must have cheated. But the homeroom teacher just smiled coldly. Li Nan, how do you think Lin Chen cheated? Did he copy someone else's paper? Tell me, whose paper could he copy? To get first in the city? Li Nan was also stunned. Yeah, whose did he copy? Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. He copied Lu Rui's. Lu Rui was in the same exam room as him this time. Lu Rui looked bewildered, thinking, I'm just lying here and getting shot. The homeroom teacher pondered for a moment. Now that you mention it, Lu Rui, did you copy Lin Chen's? Li Nan? Teacher, is that what I meant? Lu Rui, teacher. Absolutely not. I studied with Chiu Gu at night. Even though you're right, I would never admit it. Luckily, I'm clever. Clever as can be. Teacher. Alright, Li Nan, I know you're jealous, sit down. Li Nan wanted to say something, but he knew it was futile and could only sit down reluctantly. Okay, Lin Chen performed almost perfectly in this exam. Aside from losing a few points in Chinese and English, he scored full marks in all other subjects. The homeroom teacher's words caused the classmates to exclaim in surprise. Lin Chen is simply not human. How did he do it? Some of the lost points were within Lin Chen's expectations. Getting full marks in Chinese was too difficult. As for English, how could he get full marks when he couldn't understand the listening section at all? After that, the homeroom teacher began to explain the 3 mock exam papers while Lin Chen lay on the desk feeling a bit bored. Why wasn't Lin Chen paying attention in class? After all, he had scored full marks, so he must know everything. The teacher had never bothered Lin Chen before. Lin Chen was quite obedient, especially now, as he was the teacher's prized student. His performance was directly linked to the teacher's bonus. If it weren't for the fear of other students complaining, the homeroom teacher would have wanted to give Lin Chen a bed directly. Lin Chen was in a good mood today. No matter what class it was, the teacher would praise him profusely. There were no objections to him sleeping in class. What? You have an opinion. If you can score over 700 on your exams, you can sleep too. The teacher would definitely have no objections. Until the arrival of the English class. The English teacher, Wang Wenfan, was a beautiful woman in her early 30s. She was the object of many male classmates' fantasies. Therefore, English class was the favorite class for most of the boys. Lin Chen was no exception. However, Lin Chen only appreciated her. At this moment, Wang Wenfan was walking into the classroom with a captivating little stride, making the students below feel their blood boiling. Wang Wenfan was not in a good mood today. She had been called in by the principal and scolded. Do you know why? Because someone scored only 120 in English, dragging down his overall score. An English score of 120 out of 150 isn't too low, but the overall score was 710, just 40 points short of the perfect 750. English alone accounted for 30 points, which indeed was a setback. You could say your English is poor, but this is just too bizarre. Except for listening, he scored full marks on all other questions. He didn't score a single point in listening. Dude, there were many multiple choice questions. Even if you chose all A's, you could get a few right by guessing. I suspect you knew the answers and deliberately avoided the correct ones. Otherwise, how could you score 0? As soon as Wang Wenfang entered the classroom, she shot Lin Chen a fierce glare. Lin Chen, who was about to sleep, felt a bit confused. Did I provoke you? Seeing that Lin Chen was already preparing to sleep, Wang Wenfang became even angrier. Lin Chen, the old lady who tears tickets. Lin Chen, did the old lady provoke you? Seeing Lin Chen's complete lack of reaction and his puzzled look, Wang Wenfang was even more furious. Oil. The old lady who tears tickets. Lin Chen was bewildered. What are you talking about? He couldn't possibly embarrass the teacher. Can you speak Chinese? Wang Wenfang, angry face. Yes, I can. Then let's speak Chinese. I don't understand what you're saying. Wang Wenfang was in tears. Looking at this kid, he didn't seem to be pretending. Could it be that he really only knows how to talk big? His spoken English and listening skills were completely 0. I didn't pay much attention to this kid in previous exams. Could I have misunderstood him? This made Wang Wenfang's resentment ease a little. Lin Chen, let me ask you, how did you manage to get every listening question wrong? There were so many multiple choice questions. You could have guessed and gotten at least 2 right, right? Lin Chen finally understood where the English teacher's resentment was coming from. Kids choose, so I chose all. Lu Rui, angry face, I remember you were supposed to pick and choose, right? How did you end up choosing all? Zhang Fei, so cool, why can Lin Chen answer so confidently? Is it true that good grades allow you to do whatever you want? Ding Han, yes, he can. Wang Wenfang also looked speechless. It seemed she needed to re-evaluate. Lin Chen, stay after school, I'll give you individual tutoring. Lin Chen immediately felt dozens of eyes staring at him, filled with envy, jealousy, and even more hatred. Looking at those gazes, Lin Chen understood instantly. What kind of eyes are these? This is just simple English tutoring, okay? Nothing else will happen. You must have watched too many Japanese films. Why are your minds filled with such lewd thoughts? However, if something were to happen, it wouldn't be too bad. He. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but show a lewd smile. This turned the originally envious and jealous gazes into hatred. Accompanied by Wang Wenfang's wonderful English pronunciation, Lin Chen slowly fell asleep. By the time Lin Chen woke up, it was already the last class. This damn biological clock is really accurate. Just 30 seconds after Lin Chen woke up, the school bell rang. Sigh. Poor me still has to go work. Beautiful, isn't it? Your delivery service is at your service. Ha, did I forget something? After thinking hard for 2 seconds, I couldn't recall what I forgot. That can only mean that what I forgot is not important. Making money is what matters. Lin Chen quickly ran out of school to go to work. Wang Wenfang sat in the office, still pondering how to improve Lin Chen's listening skills. It's been half an hour since school ended. Why hasn't that kid come yet? He must be out eating. Kids are growing. It's normal for them to get hungry quickly. It's been an hour now. He should have returned from eating, right? 2,000 years later. Am I being stood up by my own student? Lin Chen, you better wait for me. While delivering food, Lin Chen suddenly sneezed. Which beauty is missing me? Unknown beauty, I miss you. 2 passers-by looked at Lin Chen as if he were an idiot. Lin Chen awkwardly touched his nose. How did I accidentally shout out my true thoughts? Forget it, no one knows me anyway. As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's others who should be. Ride my beloved little motorcycle, it will never get stuck in traffic. Hello, is this the boss? Your delivery has arrived. Please come pick it up. The delivery person isn't allowed in your community. Why do I feel like someone is taking advantage of me? Today is the day when all awakened seniors go to take the ability exam. Lin Chen arrived at school as usual. Today the school is on break, only the awakened ones need to come. Lin Chen didn't go to the classroom because he had already received notice that all awakened students should gather directly on the playground. When Lin Chen arrived at the playground, hundreds of students had already gathered. These are all the awakened students from the entire number 18 high school. In the center of the playground, Principal Zhang Qichao was organizing his speech. Seeing that all the students had arrived, the teachers gathered the students and began to invite the principal to speak. Students, today is your big day. As the future flowers of our country, this ability exam is an excellent opportunity for you to soar. This determines whether you can only attend an ordinary university or go to the best Lingwu University. I hope you all work hard and bring glory to the school. Lin Chen and Lu Rui are your role models. In this third assessment, one ranked first in the city and the other fifth, bringing great honor to our school. I hope You all strive to learn from them. Moreover, they are both awakened ones. If they perform excellently in this ability exam, they will have the chance to be directly admitted to several top universities. The principal's words stirred a group of students, each one dreaming of performing excellently in this exam. Lin Chen was also a bit excited. If he could be admitted early, he wouldn't have to come to school every day. He would just need to focus on making money. However, the principal's words also made many people start to pay attention to Lin Chen and Lu Rui. Who are these two? They were previously inconspicuous, but this time they made a stunning debut in the third assessment. Those who knew Lin Chen couldn't help but snicker. Everyone acknowledges that you study well, but your beast transformation type is a decorative little rabbit. You're probably going to embarrass yourself in this ability exam. The principal was still passionately delivering his speech. Everyone's thoughts had long since flown away. Lin Chen glanced at the cartoon watch on his wrist. It was already 9 o'clock. It was time to awaken today's skill. 9527, come out and get to work. Skill extraction in progress. 9527, I've noticed you've been getting lazier lately. You don't even talk to me anymore. Because I'm too lazy to deal with you. Extraction successful. Obtained S-level skill, body enhancement. Would you like to enhance immediately? Enhancing. Enhancement successful. Lin Chen, times_times, although getting an S-level skill again made Lin Chen a bit excited. 9527, you've gone a bit too far. I haven't even responded and you've already made the decision for me. 9527, you're being naughty again. Can you let me have a little bit of involvement? Would you refuse body enhancement? Of course not. Then why? Waste that time? Then why did you ask? Isn't it more time efficient to enhance directly? I will accept the host's opinion and correct it next time. Good boy. By the way, 9527, what level is my physical fitness at now? Evaluating. The host's physical fitness has approximately increased by 5 times, which is equivalent to a bronze 9-star strength attribute. Awakener. Is it really that impressive? Then I must be invincible in this exam. And this is just strength. The improvement in physical fitness includes multiple aspects such as strength, speed, endurance, and agility. It seems I can show off again. This S-level body enhancement is much more practical than SSS-level skill enhancement. New skill acquired. Very nice. The principal's lengthy speech finally came to an end. The students felt as if they had been granted amnesty. Under the teacher's guidance, they boarded the bus to number 1 high school. Since the distance wasn't very far, they arrived at number 1 high school in no time. The parking lot at number 1 high school was already filled with many buses from other schools. The students from number 18 quickly gathered and entered number 1 high school under the principal's lead. Principal Wang Ming spotted Zhang Qichao from a distance. Zhang Qichao walked over with a mischievous smile. Old Wang, sorry about the third inspection this time. I made you lose face, breaking your record of being first in the city for 25 consecutive years. Upon hearing Zhang Qichao's words, Wang Ming's expression darkened. This was simply blatant boasting. I wonder if that student Lin has arrived. Come, Lin Chen, come over and greet Principal Wang. Lin Chen felt speechless. You guys can fight among yourselves. Please don't drag me into it. But since the principal had spoken, he could only helplessly walk over. Hello, Principal Wang. Lin Chen, I wonder if you would be interested in coming to our number 1 high school. I'll give you a full year's scholarship. Wow. Old Wang, that's not fair. Number 1 high school can offer me what number 18 high school can give me double. Zhang Qichao directly let out a stream of expletives. It was hard to come by a top student from number 18, and you still have the nerve to compete with me? Lin Chen's eyes widened in surprise. There's such a good deal. Principal Wang, raise the offer. Wang Ming didn't let Lin Chen down and generously said, then I'll offer 3 times. I'll offer 4 times. Alright, old Zhang, how could I compete with you for students? I was just joking with you. By the way, don't forget to give Lin Chen the 4 times scholarship when you go back. Our school's scholarship is 8,000. While saying this, he winked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen felt like he was falling in love with this old man. He really wanted to give him a kiss on that Mediterranean hairstyle. With one sentence from Principal Wang, that's a direct deposit of 32,000, which made Lin Chen admire him immensely. Zhang Qichao also realized he had been outsmarted by Wang Ming, but it also made him a bit more cautious. This money still had to be given to Lin Chen, otherwise, if he really jumped ship, who would he go to for help? After bidding farewell to Wang Ming, Zhang Qichao led everyone to the gymnasium of number 1 high school. Looking at the gym that could accommodate tens of thousands of people, the students from number 18 couldn't help but marvel at the stark difference between schools. At this moment, the stadium was already packed, filled with spectators here to watch the ability examination. Upon seeing the arrival of the number 18 students, 2 beautiful women responsible for hosting at number 1 approached them. Lin Chen looked at the 2 women in astonishment. Weren't they the 2 beauties he had pulled aside at the car accident scene that day? Right, they seemed to have introduced themselves as being from number 1. They even left him a note with their phone numbers. The two women led the students from number 18 to the designated area and noticed Lin Chen. Hey, kid, why didn't you call us? Seeing the beauties take the initiative to greet Lin Chen, Lu Rui beside him was dumbfounded. Good, not bad. I want an introduction. Lin Chen rolled his eyes at Lu Rui and then spoke to the two beauties. Sorry, that note got lost. Lin Chen would never admit that he had used it to wrap his fried dough sticks the next day to avoid getting his hands dirty. Oh, in that case, let's add each other on WeChat now, and I'll treat you to a meal another day. The surrounding classmates looked at Lin Chen with admiration. Gu is awesome. The real deal doesn't show off. Originally wanting to do a good deed anonymously, upon hearing someone offer to treat her to a meal, Lin Chen decisively took out his phone. Beauty, do you want to scan me or should I scan you? We'll scan you. By the way, I'm Wang Bing, and this is Wei Shui. We introduced ourselves before, but I forgot to ask for your name last time. I'm Lin Chen. Wang Bing, degree, Wei Shui, _/ the Lin Chen who ranked first in the city? Am I that famous now? You bet. But you should be careful, many people in our school have their eyes on you. Alright, I won't talk to you for long, we have work to do, let's chat on WeChat. At this moment, Lin Chen began to carefully observe the gymnasium. In the center of the gym, there were 20 arenas, which seemed to be the place where everyone would battle shortly. The venue was surprisingly filled with cameras, it looked like it would be a live broadcast. Just then, the homeroom teacher walked over. Lin Chen, a reporter from the TV station wants to interview you. This is a great opportunity for fame. Remember to give a shout out for number 18. Lin Chen was also puzzled, not understanding why the TV station wanted to interview him. Was it because he ranked first in the city? But now it was the ability examination. It didn't seem like a good time to celebrate his ranking. However, Lin Chen didn't refuse and followed the homeroom teacher over. After Lin Chen arrived, he realized that the person interviewing him was someone he actually knew. Wasn't this Jiang Chuan, the reporter from the banana accident? Jiang Chuan smiled and welcomed Lin Chen as he approached. Lin, I will conduct a brief interview with you shortly. I hope you perform well. Remember to say what you should and definitely don't say what you shouldn't. I can't talk about the accident scene, right? I understand. Jiang Chuan's face darkened. Was this joke not going to pass? Did everyone in the city know about it? Alright, that's all. In the past. The interview is about to start. Instantly, the camera focused on Jiang Chuan. Hello everyone, I am Jiang Chuan. This is the scene of the ability examination. As you can see, the gymnasium of number 1 high school, which can hold tens of thousands of people, is completely full. Below, we are fortunate to invite the student who ranked first in the city's third examination, and he is also an awakened ability user. Hello, Lin Chen, say hi to everyone. Hello everyone, I am Lin Chen from class 8, senior year, number 18 high school. The words of the class teacher cannot be forgotten. We still need to promote the 18th high school. Those watching the live broadcast in front of the television were stunned. Wait, this year's third exam top score in the city isn't from the first high school? It seems 18th high school is not bad either. If my grandson can't get into the first high school this year, I'll send him to 18th high school. Lin Chen's remarks caused a surge in enrollment at 18th high school, slowly making it the second best school in the city, after the first high school. Of course, that's a story for later. Mom, look at Lin Chen. He actually got the top score in the city. Schwer, you must be mistaken. He's been living with me for so long, and I haven't seen him study at all. No, Mom, just come and see for yourself. Oh, it really is true. Do good students really disdain studying after school? First of all, congratulations on achieving good results in this third exam. Do you have a university in mind? I'll see when the time comes. I haven't thought that far ahead. I heard your awakening type is beast transformation, and it's a little rabbit. What kind of performance do you hope to show in this ability exam? Of course, it's to be first. It seems Lin is quite accurate in his self-assessment. What? You said first? Yes, why not? Jiang Chuan felt utterly exhausted. He thought Lin Chen was just going through the motions, able to position himself well, but he didn't expect Lin Chen to be so shockingly bold with his words. Lin, having aspirations is certainly good, but you must act within your means. Don't worry, uncle, I will definitely get first place. Hey, did you misunderstand my meaning? Lin Chen's interview was being broadcast on the big screen at the venue. Instantly, the hall erupted with harsh boos. Lin Chen, however, remained unfazed and even waved at the camera. Then, the boos grew even louder. Zhang San, in the first high school's group, stared blankly at Lin Chen on the screen. No doubt about it, he's my big brother. You're the most dazzling one here. Meanwhile, the others beside Zhang San were gritting their teeth in anger. They were all absolute elites from the first high school. Whether in academics or abilities, they were the top tier in the city. They never expected that this time, a nobody would overshadow them. That would be fine. After all, his score was indeed high, we concede. But who does he think he is? A little rabbit with a decorative ability actually thinks he can take first place at the Ability Awakening Conference. It's simply a dream. Among them, the one with the coldest expression was a beautiful girl. The first in the city for the first and second exams, the renowned ice beauty of the first high school, Shinjinjin. Shinjinjin had always been outstanding in every aspect since childhood. She had never placed second. Now, she had been surpassed. Her score in the third exam was 709, just 1 point less than Lin Chen. How could she accept that? Now this kid was actually vying for the top ability spot in front of everyone. I hope you can hold on until the end. That way, I can personally take care of you. In the prime viewing spots of the gymnasium, a few people were also watching the screen with great interest. These individuals were spectators from various spirit martial universities. I like this kid. He better not be all show and no substance. Anyway, I don't think he'll do well. How could a beast transformation little rabbit possibly take first? I don't think so. His confidence in saying that proves he has some ability. Do you think someone who can take first in the third exam would be a fool? Old Lu makes a good point. Let's wait and see. Meanwhile, the interview continued. Jiang Chuan was somewhat stunned by Lin Chen. For a moment, he didn't know how to question him. The atmosphere became a bit awkward. Lin Chen, do you have anything you'd like to say to everyone present? As Lin Chen was about to speak, a still wet bottle of mineral water smashed against his head, and all of this was broadcast live. The scene was clearly displayed on the screen at the venue. Laughter erupted in the audience. However, Lin Chen's expression showed no change. He waved at the camera again, speaking into the microphone. I don't have much to say to everyone, just one thing, and that is. Then, he gave the camera the middle finger. #pray for the contestants you support. Hope they don't run into me. After saying this, Lin Chen stopped talking and went back. At this moment, Jiang Chuan was extremely excited. This was big news. But Lin Chen, what did that middle finger mean? Damn, I was careless. I only reminded him what to say and what not to say. I forgot to remind him what to do and what not to do. Dear audience, Lin Chen has actually declared war on all the contestants, making this ability test even more interesting. We will continue to bring you the latest updates from the scene, so please stay tuned. Meanwhile, the ability test was also being live-streamed online. The number of viewers began to surge. The bullet comments started flooding the screen. Who is this? So arrogant? Gotta Shinjin, kill him. Brother Cho is mighty. You'll be my idol from now on. Brother Cho is tough, speaks little. Lin Chen returned to his seat, and all his classmates looked at him with strange expressions. Except for Lu Rui and Wang Dabiao, the others looked at Lin Chen as if he were a fool. The female classmates, however, were filled with admiration. Finally, we can see Lin Tutu transform again. Yeah, I haven't seen Tutu transform since the awakening. I really miss it. I want to hold him in my arms. Lin Chen, however, didn't care about others' thoughts. He was quietly waiting for the competition to start. At this moment, a beautiful host had already walked onto one of the stages. Hello everyone, I am today's host, Joan. The ability test is about to begin, and I wish everyone good results. Now, I would like to invite the mayor to announce the opening of this ability test. Good morning everyone, it's that time of the year again for the ability test. I hope everyone performs excellently and gets admitted to their desired Lingwu University. I declare the ability test officially begins. The mayor's crisp announcement immediately brought thunderous applause from the audience. Alright, next, let's invite Principal Wang Ming from No. 1 High School to give a speech for this ability test. Hello everyone, I am Wang Ming. On this occasion of the ability test, I'd like to share a few words with you. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. I hope students won't be nervous when they get on the stage, just perform well. Our system is a stage competition. Although it's nominally an elimination system, to ensure fairness, we will still look at your performance. As long as your performance is excellent, you will also be admitted to a good Lingwu University. The great rock rises with the wind, soaring up to 90,000 miles. I hope the students. The above text omits 14,250 words. I wish everyone good results. As Wang Ming finished his speech, the loudest applause since the beginning erupted in the venue, startling a few contestants who had been hypnotized by Principal Wang. Alright, thank you, Principal Wang, for your speech. Now, let me explain the competition rules. The competition is a stage battle, the winner advances, and the loser is eliminated. A total of 2,049 students are participating in this exam. Now, each contestant can check their seat. There is a number on your seat, and that number is your identifier. The contestants hurriedly looked at their numbers. Why the hell am I number 250? Who arranged this? Bro, I'm 38. I know you're 38, but you don't have to say it so loudly. Lin Chen also looked down at his number. 1025. The match order for the first round is contestant 1 against contestant 2049, contestant 2 against contestant 2048, and so on. I believe some of you have noticed that the total number of participants is odd, which means one person will have a buy-in. The first round. Let's see who this lucky person is. Contestant 1025, please stand up and greet everyone. Lin Chen was in a daze. What luck was this? However, since the beautiful host Jong was speaking, he had to give her some face. So, Lin Chen stood up and waved at Zhongxi. The camera quickly captured Lin Chen's figure and projected it onto the big screen. Damn, how is it this guy again? Didn't that reporter just say? He's a beast transformation ability user, just a little bunny. Probably wants to give the top scorer some face. Isn't that right? If he gets eliminated in the first round, how embarrassing would that be? Zhongxi looked at Lin Chen with a speechless expression. She had seen Zhang Chuan's interview just now. She felt that Lin Chen was a bit too arrogant, and she didn't expect the bye in the first round to fall on him again. However, as a seasoned host, she knew what she had to do. Congratulations to Lin Chen for obtaining the bye in the first round. Please proceed to the advancement area. Under the guidance of the staff, Lin Chen entered the advancement area. Looking at the empty seats beside him, Lin Chen casually chose a spot to sit down. The contestants who had planned to teach Lin Chen a lesson on the stage were greatly disappointed. It seemed that punishing Lin Chen would have to wait until the next round. As you can see, there are a total of 20 stages on site, which means there will be 20 matches happening simultaneously. You can watch according to your preferences. First, let's invite contestants 1 to 20 and 2030 to 2049 to the stage. As the contestants took the stage, the audience suddenly erupted into enthusiastic applause. Jinjin, Jinjin, I love you. Jinjin, I want to have your babies. The entire venue was in an uproar, with almost everyone cheering for Qin Jinjin. Qin Jinjin was the top seed in this competition, and with her stunning beauty, she naturally had countless fans. It was unclear whether it was a deliberate arrangement by the school or just Qin Jinjin's luck, but her number was indeed one. Qin Jinjin had already stepped onto the stage, and her opponent was a soil ability user from the 9th middle school. The student from the 9th middle school was now looking at Qin Jinjin with a worried expression. What the hell? What kind of luck is this? To face a big shot in the first round, what's the point of even fighting? But he couldn't just admit defeat, he still wanted to get into Lingwu University. Qin Jinjin, however, didn't care what her opponent was thinking. Qin Jinjin from 1st middle school, please give me guidance. Zhang Depeo from 9th middle school, please go easy on me, Sister Jinjin. With the referee's command, the match officially began. Zhang Depeo knew he was definitely not Qin Jinjin's opponent, so as soon as the match started, he kept throwing soil-based defensive skills at himself. He had no intention of attacking at all. Qin Jinjin looked at Zhang Depeo, who had wrapped himself up like a dumpling with soil skills, and her expression didn't change at all. Spirit skill Ice. Seal. Suddenly, the entire stage was covered by Qin Jinjin's ice ability, with a thick layer of frost forming on the stage. Zhang Depeo was even worse off, as both he and his shell were frozen in place. Seeing Qin Jinjin instantly defeat her opponent, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Among them were also some experts. Qin Jinjin is already a silver-level powerhouse. The people in the observation seats from various spirit martial universities were all wide-eyed. This girl is incredible. She's already broken through to silver before even graduating high school. No one can compete with me for her. I'm claiming her. Hee hee, old Lu, do you think too highly of yourself? Sorry, but I want her too. Old Jiang, your school probably isn't as attractive as ours. You're talking nonsense, it's obvious our school is more famous. Just wait and see. This was just the first match, and several old men were already arguing fiercely over Qin Jinjin. Lin Chen, sitting in his seat, was also at a loss for words. What's up with this girl? Is everyone from the first high school this abnormal? Knowing a Zhang San who was a bronze 9-star was already surprising enough. I didn't expect there to be a silver-level powerhouse in the first high school. Can I take back what I said earlier? I heard from 9527 that my strength is equivalent to bronze 9-star. I really got a bit carried away. Who would have thought that I would see a silver competitor right at the start? Indeed, one shouldn't set flags so casually. Zhang Depeo had already been frozen into an ice sculpture and was carried off by the staff to thaw. Qin Jinjin waved at the audience and expressionlessly walked down from the stage. The cheers and whistles from the crowd were incessant. Since Qin Jinjin had defeated her opponent, she naturally advanced to the next round. Seeing Lin Chen, who had been waiting there for a while, Qin Jinjin thought, damn it, this guy stole first place from me again. With that thought, she couldn't help but glare at Lin Chen a few times. Lin Chen also felt Qin Jinjin's gaze. Seeing her still looking at him, he naturally said, what are you staring at? Qin Jinjin. Although she really wanted to retort, what's it to you, it would be unbecoming of a lady, so she could only resentfully look away. Lin Chen glanced at Qin Jinjin sitting beside him, feeling somewhat baffled. I don't even know you. Why are you looking at me like that? It made him feel uneasy, his heart racing. Could it be that I'd become more handsome recently? Yes, it must be that. Once he saw that Qin Jinjin was no longer paying attention to him, Lin Chen pulled his thoughts back and redirected his focus to the stage. Since they were all seniors, most of these students were not at very high levels. Most were between bronze 2-star and bronze 5-star. Those who exceeded bronze 5-star were the school's geniuses. Lin Chen also discovered many noteworthy opponents among them. The first high school had the most experts besides the newly silver-ranked genius Qinjinjin. There were actually 2 who had reached bronze 9-star, Xin Gui of the beast transformation system and Zhuang Cheng of the fire system. There were also Chu Ling from the second high school, Ouyang Tao from the 4th, Jia Nan from the 7th, and Yu Hui from the 12th. All of them had reached bronze 9-star. Of course, Zhang San was also among them, but since he was a support type, Lin Chen directly overlooked him. Zhang San? This is a fact, but could you not single me out? I have my pride too. Although there were many participants, matches at this level wouldn't drag on for too long. The first round was completed in just one morning. Most of the people Lin Chen was familiar with had passed the first round, and at that moment, Lu Rui was sitting next to him, his face full of excitement. Lu Rui had just broken through to bronze 5-star recently. Among these people, he could be considered a minor expert. His opponent in this round was a bronze 6-star, and Lu Rui thought he was going to lose. Unexpectedly, the opponent was a wood type, which was completely countered by Lu Rui's fire type. He easily defeated his opponent without much effort. At this point, the list of advancing participants had been confirmed, totaling 1,025 people. So the question arose, someone still had to be left out. Hello everyone, I'm the host, Zhong Shi. The first round of the elimination match has concluded. Congratulations to the 1,025 contestants who have made it through. At noon, there will be an hour of break time. Before that, we will draw the next round's bye. To ensure fairness, this time the bye will not be determined by numbers but will be randomly selected by a machine. Everyone, please look at the big screen. The crowd turned to look, and all the contestants appeared on the large screen in the center. A button appeared in Zhongshi's hand. As soon as I press this button, a light spot will appear on the screen. I hope everyone will shout stop with me. Whoever the light spot stops on will be the bye for the second round. Now, let's begin. Zhongshi lightly tapped the button. A light spot appeared on the big screen, randomly flashing among the contestants. The atmosphere on site was extremely high. Everyone, should we press the button now? Press. More and more people began to call out, hoping Zhongshi would press the button immediately. Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, Zhongshi decisively pressed the button. The light spot began to slow down, eventually coming to a stop on one person. Zoom in with the camera. Let's see who the lucky one for the next round is. The camera on the screen slowly zoomed in. What the heck? What the heck? A huge uproar suddenly erupted on site. Zhongshi looked on curiously. Upon seeing the figure on the screen, Zhongshi almost blurted out what the heck. Fortunately, her training as an excellent host kept her from doing so. Why does this guy look so familiar? Isn't that Lin Chen, who had a bye in the first round? Black curtain. Black curtain. For the first time, so many people on site shouted a single phrase together. Meanwhile, the viewers watching the live stream were also flooding the comments with black curtain. Zhongshi was somewhat at a loss. She knew this was completely random. Who would have thought Lin Chen's luck would be so outrageous? Everyone, please be quiet. I want to prove here that there is absolutely no black curtain in this conference. It only shows that Lin Chen's luck is indeed quite good. As per tradition, let's invite Lin Chen to share his thoughts on having a bye. Lin Chen himself was a bit surprised, not expecting to have another bye. Looking at the microphone handed to him by the staff, Lin Chen thought for a moment and spoke to the camera. So boring, my big knife has been itching for action. Lin Chen wasn't trying to show off, he genuinely wanted to get on stage. As long as he didn't face Qinjinjin, he was confident he could defeat his opponent. He wouldn't easily pass up this opportunity to appear on camera. Hearing Lin Chen's provocation, the surrounding contestants were all eager to take action. Lin Chen, don't get too cocky, you won't keep getting byes. Exactly, the opponents will only get stronger as we go on. Don't think that getting byes is a good thing. What a pity, we still won't see Rabbit transform in the next round. Yeah, Rabbit's transformation is the cutest. Next is the break time, everyone can grab a quick bite. All contestants, please head to the cafeteria at number 1 middle school where a sumptuous lunch has been prepared for you. Upon hearing about the free lunch, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Ancient people deceive me. Who said there's no such thing as a free lunch? Isn't this it? These contestants were escorted out in an orderly manner by dedicated staff. Just as they stepped out of the stadium, Lin Chen felt his foot slip. Fortunately, his physical condition had greatly improved recently. Otherwise, he might have really fallen flat on his face. Looking down. What the heck? Whose dog is so unsanitary? It actually pooped everywhere. He almost ended up eating dog poop for real. I said, how come you're so lucky today? Turns out you really stepped in dog poop. Li Nan couldn't help but laugh when he saw Lin Chen had stepped in dog poop. Li Nan, why are you everywhere? Go stand somewhere else. I say, brothers from class 1, your management isn't that great, is it? How come there are still pets in the school? The student from class 1 leading the way was trying hard to suppress his laughter. Sorry, there weren't any before. Maybe you're just lucky today, perhaps even dog poop is lining up to find you. What you said leaves me at a loss for words, Lin Chen replied, while rubbing his foot against a beautiful pine tree in class 1. Once he felt it was enough, he slowly caught up with the group. Soon, they arrived at the cafeteria. To be honest, the food in class 1 was indeed quite good, much better than the dark cuisine of class 18. All the contestants were dining for free today at class 1. Lin Chen, not one to be polite, basically ordered everything on the menu. Lu Rui was supposed to eat with Lin Chen, but Lin Chen stopped him. He claimed it was because he was now the target of everyone. Be careful eating with me, you might get targeted in the afternoon's competition. Lu Rui thought about it and agreed. Lin Chen was indeed the public enemy right now. For his own safety, he decisively sat at a table opposite Lin Chen. Lin Chen seemed like he hadn't eaten in days, devouring the food on the table like a whirlwind. At that moment, a delicate hand placed a pink lunchbox in front of him. Is this seat taken? Can I sit here? It's broken, Lin Chen replied without even looking up, continuing to demolish the food in front of him. Qin Jinjin looked at the man in front of her in surprise. He was completely indifferent to her arrival. Seeing that Lin Chen ignored her, Qin Jinjin opened her own lunchbox, ready to eat her lunch. Just as she was about to pick up the steak from her box, a pair of chopsticks swiftly snatched it away. You. Forget it, just eat. She thought and prepared to grab the broccoli from her lunchbox, only to have it snatched away again. Qin Jinjin, try grabbing another one? Lin Chen chuckled. He had never seen such a bizarre request. Try it, then. Lin Chen mumbled something unintelligible and directly took Qin Jinjin's lunchbox. He quickly finished all the dishes inside and returned the box to her, now only containing plain rice. Qin Jinjin, never seen someone so shameless. If it weren't for the fact that I have something to say to you, I would really want you to try and just drop dead. 15 minutes later, Lin Chen finally felt full. He then raised his head to look at the girl sitting across from him. Whoa, Qin Jinjin, what is she doing here? You, how come you're sitting across from me? Qin Jinjin had a black line on her face. So you just noticed me now, yet you were so happy snatching my food earlier. I came to find you because I want to tell you something. Oh, go ahead. I want to challenge you, whether it's the upcoming college entrance exam or this ability test. I hope the one competing with me for the championship in the end is you. Fighting sounds so troublesome. Can I just admit defeat? No way. You said in front of so many people and on camera that you want to take first place. Why did you come to me? Because you're the first person to defeat me in a certain aspect since I was born. Lin Chen? Sister, do we know each other? Who are you calling sister? I'm the second in the city for this third test, previously the first in the city. Oh, I see. Then next time, I'll let you take first place. In my dictionary, there's no such thing as letting someone win. I will defeat you with my own abilities. Lin Chen picked at his teeth with his fingernail, looking helplessly at Qin Jinjin. Do whatever you want, I don't care. Lin Chen's attitude made Qin Jinjin very unhappy. In the upcoming ability test, if I encounter you, I won't hold back. I'm so scared. Have you finished talking? If you're done, don't disturb my rest. Qin Jinjin was quite confident in her appearance, but she didn't expect Lin Chen to directly issue her an eviction order. Whether you accept it or not, you are already my opponent. Oh, that's it? What else do you want? You ate all my lunch. Are you not going to compensate me? Did I eat her lunch? I didn't even notice. But it seems someone did ask me to eat her food earlier. I'll compensate you. You can eat whatever you want in the cafeteria today, it's on me. Qin Jinjin was somewhat stunned by Lin Chen's audacity. The cafeteria was already open for free to the contestants today, okay? Do I really need you to treat me? For some reason, being around you makes me smell dog poop. Be more confident, just remove the seams. As she spoke, she propped her legs up. It turned out there were still some remnants of dog poop on her shoes. Lin Chen, I will not rest until I take you down. Watching Qin Jinjin flee in embarrassment, a smug expression appeared on Lin Chen's face. Little one, you're too green to challenge me. The people around had been paying attention to the scene, and Qin Jinjin and Lin Chen's conversation was not intentionally quiet. They all heard their exchange. Initially, they were quite surprised that Qin Jinjin considered Lin Chen an opponent. But by the end, the atmosphere became increasingly uncomfortable, especially when Lin Chen propped her legs up, showing the golden stains on her shoes. Then they looked at the curry rice they were eating, and the millet porridge in the bowl, roasted sweet potatoes, mashed potatoes. Suddenly, they lost their appetite. I'm full too. Let's hurry and leave. Instantly, everyone within a 5-meter radius of Lin Chen stood up to leave. Hey, classmates, remember that every grain of rice and every bowl of porridge is hard-earned, and there's still so much curry rice left, along with roasted sweet potatoes and mashed potatoes. Why aren't you eating? But those people completely ignored Lin Chen. Sigma_angle EW. I will never eat curry rice again. I hate sweet potatoes, EW. A group of people were disgusted and left, leaving only Lu Rui still sitting there. Lin Chen gave Lu Rui a thumbs up and also left the cafeteria. After all, she still needed to go watch the afternoon competition. When entering the gym, Lin Chen conveniently bought a bucket of popcorn and a bottle of soda. The afternoon competition proceeded as scheduled, and Lin Chen was the first to enter the advancement area. This feeling was quite nice. Although she also wanted to show off on stage, why carry when she could just lie down? There would always be opportunities later, no need to rush. Welcome everyone to continue watching this extraordinary exam. I am the host Zhongxi, and I now announce the start of the second round of this extraordinary exam. In the second round, there are no numbers, all contestants will be randomly paired by the computer. Let's see who the first 20 pairs of contestants are. First up is Qin Jinjin from Class 1 against Li Nan from Class 18. Li Nan, sitting in the contestant seat, was about to cry. What kind of luck is this, running into the big boss of this extraordinary exam? The students from Class 18 all looked at Li Nan with sympathy. Li Nan, go with peace of mind, I will visit you during the holidays. Do you have any last wishes? We will try our best to fulfill them. By the way, Li Nan, during Qingming Festival, do you want gold ingots or cash? I can help you burn 1 billion in cash. Li Nan. She just came to participate in a competition, even though she was bound to lose. But did it have to feel like a memorial service? Xin Gue from Class 1 against Yang Tao from Class 7. Soon, the first group of contestants was all selected. Li Nan nervously walked onto the stage. Looking at the expressionless Qin Jinjin across from him, he couldn't help but feel like crying. He had originally hoped to get into a better Lingwu university. He didn't expect to encounter a boss in the second round. Wasn't it supposed to be about developing quietly and not being reckless? However, at this moment, Qin Jinjin was filled with rage. That damn Lin Chen actually ate my lunch. He even dared to ignore me. He even dared to show me garbage. Go die. If Li Nan knew he would become Lin Chen's punching bag, he would probably resent Lin Chen even more. Since it was about whether he could enter a better Lingwu university, Li Nan had no choice but to fight on. Thus, Li Nan was destined for tragedy. The referee had just called for the start when Qin Jinjin charged directly at Li Nan. Li Nan, seeing Qin Jinjin rushing towards him, was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't she supposed to throw an ice-type skill at him? Why was she charging straight at him? The ice-type had terrifying control abilities, and seeing Qin Jinjin give up her advantage made Li Nan a bit excited. Could it be that he had become more handsome recently? Did it make Qin Jinjin hesitate to strike? While Li Nan was lost in thought, Qin Jinjin had already quickly closed the distance and executed a spinning kick in midair. Li Nan didn't have time to react before he was kicked away. Qin Jinjin had no intention of letting Li Nan off. She followed up with a front kick, side kick, push kick, swing kick, spinning kick, and double flying kick. After being controlled by Qin Jinjin, Li Nan never had a chance to land. After a combo of 99 hits, Li Nan finally landed gracefully. By the time he hit the ground, he was completely unrecognizable. Even his mother wouldn't recognize him as her child. Finally on the ground, Li Nan's mind was filled with just one thought. The feeling of being grounded is so good. And then he promptly fainted. Having vented her frustrations, Qin Jinjin felt a bit better. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Did I walk into the wrong set? Isn't this an ability exam? Why does it feel like watching a taekwondo performance? Can a human really pull off such a magnificent 99-hit combo? Lin Chen also looked shocked. His greatest asset was his physical fitness, and judging by Qin Jinjin's performance, her physical fitness was ridiculously strong. Headache. At this point, medical personnel had already carried Li Nan away. Meanwhile, the other arenas had also determined their winners. The victors happily walked towards the advancement area. But when they saw Lin Chen, who had been waiting there, munching on popcorn and sipping cola, their joy instantly vanished. They still had to fight tooth and nail for advancement spots, while this guy was leisurely enjoying his snacks. The second round didn't feature any strong matchups. All the bronze 9-star contestants advanced. Even Zhang San, a support type, defeated his opponent. Thanks to his deep spiritual energy, Lin Chen's classmates had good luck as they didn't encounter any formidable opponents. Except for Li Nan, everyone advanced. Li Nan, can you please ignore me at this moment? After the second round, only 513 people were left. So, the question arose, what to do about the odd number? Someone would have to sit out. The organizers were in a bit of a bind. What if it was Lin Chen who had to sit out again? Wouldn't that just confirm the conspiracy? Dear audience friends, the top 500 of this ability exam has emerged. Since there are a total of 513 people advancing, one person will still have to sit out. To ensure fairness in the competition, the method for determining who sits out will be decided by the audience present. Everyone is welcome to share their suggestions. In an instant, the audience responded enthusiastically. Some suggested using a selection method, while others proposed a lottery. There were even suggestions for Zhongxi to throw the bouquet. After a lengthy discussion lasting half an hour, it was finally decided to go with the lottery. The rules were simple. A box contained 513 slips of paper. 512 were marked with an X and one with an O. Whoever drew the O would be exempt. To prevent any staff from cheating, each slip was placed into the box under the camera's watchful eye. Alright, let's invite the contestants to the stage to draw lots. By popular demand, let's have Lin Chen come up first to draw. Lin Chen felt that the world was filled with malice towards him. He slowly walked towards the box. He reached in and stirred the slips randomly. Then he casually drew one out. Slowly opening it, a large O was revealed to the audience through the camera. Contestants, Sigma, degree, audience, Zhongxi, Omicron Lin Chen. Now I can prove my innocence, right? I really didn't cheat. It was just pure luck. Meanwhile, the online comments exploded. Wow, this is truly the luck of the koi. I've decided, I'm changing my phone wallpaper to Lin Chen's photo. Upstairs, let's do it together. Trust Brother Chiu, you'll pass every exam. Trust Brother Chiu, you'll win the lottery. Of course, these were not what Lin Chen needed to focus on right now. At this moment, he was helplessly shrugging at the camera, a 1 in 513 chance. It was a direct hit. How amazing is that? The audience on site looked as if they had eaten something they shouldn't have. Each one felt miserable. They wanted to shout about unfairness, but the lottery method was chosen by them. Every slip was placed in the box right under their noses. In the end, they could only helplessly accept this fact. Then Lin Chen once again found himself in the advancement zone. Lin Chen gently brushed his hair. This damned, unplaceable charm of mine. Dear audience friends, we are now at the final round of today's competition, and once again, the system will randomly select opponents. First, the system will select the first group of contestants to take the stage. The competition continued, but the enthusiasm in the venue had noticeably diminished. It seemed that everyone had yet to recover from the shock of Lin Chen's exemption. As the rounds progressed, the remaining contestants grew stronger, and the battles naturally became more exciting. However, no one could muster the enthusiasm to applaud. Soon, the 257 contestants who advanced were confirmed. Many people Lin Chen knew were eliminated. This time, Zhang Fei and Wang Dabiao unfortunately got eliminated in this round. Lu Rui had decent luck facing opponents of similar skill, but he ultimately came out slightly ahead. Zhang San was eliminated in this round. Although Zhang San had a level advantage over most contestants, his attack power was too low. His opponent, on the other hand, was an attack-type contestant at the bronze 8-star level. Thus, Zhang San's defeat was understandable. However, no one dared to underestimate Zhang San. A support player making it this far was already impressive. Today's competition ends here. As usual, one person will be exempt in the next round, a spot that was originally to be decided tomorrow. However, after discussion among the judges, it was decided to select this spot today. And this time, the method for exemption will be decided by everyone. Instantly, the audience, who had been somewhat downcast, became excited, discussing among themselves. The most discussed topic was how to ensure Lin Chen would not be exempt again. The final method chosen left Zhongxi in shock, because it was the same method as the last round. 256 X's and 1 O. It was just that Lin Chen's turn order had changed, and he was the last to draw. The viewers online were going wild. This was truly filled with malice towards Lin Chen. How much luck would it take to draw that O at the very end? If Lin Chen can draw a bye this time, I'll drink water upside down. Drinking water upside down is weak. If Lin Chen gets a bye, I'll eat shit upside down. Instantly, the comment about eating shit upside down received 250,000 likes. I suddenly want Lin Chen to get a bye. I want to see him eat shit upside down. +1, +10,086. Meanwhile, on stage, the contestants had begun to draw lots one after another. The first X was expected. The second X, it was still early. The 100th X, there was still a chance. The 180th X, a bit anxious. The 200th X, feeling quite flustered. The 230th X, damn, my mindset is about to break. The 250th X, my mindset has already broken. The 255th X, my mindset is gradually calming down. At this point, there were only 2 slips of paper left in the box, and the one drawing on stage was Qin Jinjin. Qin Jinjin casually drew one. She opened it, and unsurprisingly, it was still an X. I find myself completely unfazed by this result. What a coincidence, me too. If Qin Jinjin had drawn a bye, I might have been surprised. The online comments were first flooded with 666. Then they started to frantically at the person who made the bet. The one who said he'd eat shit upside down? It's time to fulfill your promise. I want to see him eat shit upside down. That guy had long since disappeared. A few audience members on site were still not giving up. They believed there was still some foul play in this draw. The last slip of paper in the box must also be an X. Until Lin Chen took out that slip of paper and casually opened it. A big O deeply stimulated. Those people. What the hell kind of luck is this? I really can't believe it. This luck is just insane. Did he use up all his luck for the rest of his life today? Lin Chen undoubtedly became the focus of the entire venue once again. He waved to the audience, and that smug Look attracted a wave of hatred. With that, today's competition came to an end. Although Lin Chen hadn't participated all day, there was no doubt that his brilliance overshadowed everyone. For consecutive buys, what kind of divine luck is that? Even those watching from the podium were somewhat speechless. Old Xiang, this kid's luck is simply out of this world, but that might not necessarily be a good thing. You have to know that the competitors will only get stronger. If Lin Chen's strength isn't up to par, he might get defeated by the first opponent he faces. Lu Jin from Magic City Lingwu University said to Jiangwen from Kyoto Lingwu University. Yeah, but I'm also shocked by this kid's luck. It seems this kid is also the first in this round of the 3 checks. If his abilities are decent, he could be a good prospect. I don't think so. He awakened as a beastified little rabbit. How strong can he really be? Old Jiang, don't underestimate people. How about we make a bet? Oh, are you interested in this kid? How do you want to bet? If this kid excels in abilities as well, I hope your Kyoto Lingwu won't compete with us. Alright, I'm betting with you. I really don't believe a little rabbit that awakened can be that strong. It's a deal, old Jiang, don't regret it. After saying that, Lu Jin left first. Jiangwen, did I overlook something? Oh no, old Lu. Don't go, you haven't said what you'll do if Lin Chen doesn't make it. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was feeling a bit annoyed. The first high school actually didn't care about dinner. How stingy. Looking at Lin Chen's displeased face, Lu Rui couldn't help but feel speechless. We fought tooth and nail to get here, and you, on the other hand, did nothing and made it into the top 257, especially those who have already been eliminated. Lin Chen's gaze was filled with resentment. Why? Why wasn't Lin Baitu eliminated? Why did we get knocked out first? But the one who suffered the most was Li Nan. He was still in the infirmary of the first high school receiving treatment. This time, the competitive nature of the exam wasn't strong, and injuries were rare. Some who knew they couldn't win would concede after putting on a show. It was just that Li Nan's luck was too bad. He directly faced Qin Jinjin, who was in a bad mood. Before he even had a chance to perform, he was taken out by a series of combos. He didn't even get a chance to concede. Although Zhang Fei was also eliminated, her mindset was very calm. Water element awakeners generally didn't have strong combat abilities in the early stages. Lin Chen, you're really amazing. Should we buy a lottery ticket later? Zhang Fei's words caught Lin Chen off guard. Right, with such incredible luck today, not buying a lottery ticket would be a shame. Let's buy one. If we win, I'll treat you to ice cream. Sure, sure. Ding Han looked at Zhang Fei with a speechless expression. Is a single ice cream enough to win you over? Wang Dabiao was also eliminated. As a strength-type awakener, Wang Dabiao shouldn't have been eliminated so early. Unfortunately, he ran into Xin Gue from the first high school. Xin Gue, who transformed into a werewolf, had high attack, power and speed. Throughout the match, Wang Dabiao never even touched him. This left Wang Dabiao quite frustrated. Under Zhang Qichao's leadership, everyone boarded the bus back to the 18th high school. Zhang Qichao was very satisfied with the performance of the 18th high school. Over 100 people came, and now only 50 remained uneliminated. This was already far beyond his expectations. They quickly returned to the 18th high school, and the principal let the students go back to rest. After all, everyone had participated in 3 matches, and the consumption of spiritual energy must have been significant. However, Lin Chen was kept behind. Lin Chen was a bit puzzled, not knowing why the principal had retained him. Lin Chen, your performance in this 3-check exam was indeed outstanding. I thought about it, and it's time to award you some scholarship. Lin Chen, greedy face, principal, please don't be so polite. As a student of the 18th high school, it's my duty to bring glory to the school. I might transfer to the first high school. Lin Chen emphasized first high school with a special tone. How could Zhang Qichao not understand what this kid meant? He was starting to threaten me. Don't worry, I won't shortchange you. I'll help you apply for a scholarship of 32,000. Principal, you are mighty. Alright, hurry up and get lost. Just looking at you gives me a headache. Understood. Lin Chen quickly bid farewell to the principal. It was still early, so he found a place to have dinner. During the meal, he not only added an egg but also a sausage. With the 32,000 scholarship in hand, he had to treat himself a bit. This money was like a timely rain for Lin Chen. Now he had funds for both college tuition and living expenses. After dinner, Lin Chen went straight back to his place. During such an important time for the exam, he didn't want to deliver takeout. Once home, he went straight to rest. He suddenly woke up in the middle of the night. Did I forget to buy the lottery ticket? My 5 million. Forget it, I'll just sleep. The lottery shop is closed anyway. The next day, it was still an early gathering on the playground. Then they boarded the bus to the first high school. The familiar gym, familiar audience, familiar host. However, since a large portion of participants had been eliminated from the exam, the number of arenas was reduced from 20 to 8 for better viewing. Hello everyone, I am the host Zhongxi. I will be hosting this exam for you. Next is the match from 257 to 128. Please get ready. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Chen was the first to step into the promotion zone. This feeling was quite nice. Having gotten to know most of the competitors, Lin Chen didn't pay much attention to the match. His skills hadn't awakened yet today. 9527, awaken today's skill. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the B-level skill, Mastery of Firearms. Today it's Mastery of Firearms. I like this skill. No young man has ever been without a soldier's dream, wielding a steel gun to protect the homeland. How majestic that is. Although he hadn't had the chance to practice yet, he really liked this skill. Mastery of Firearms means the host can skillfully master all types of firearms, whether it's a spear, wooden gun, white rod gun, or double hook gun, single hook gun, or wild goose feather gun. All can be wielded with extraordinary skill. Lin Chen, so it's this kind of gun, with 8 arenas simultaneously. In action, the number of participants was not as high as yesterday. Soon, the first round of matches came to an end. The top 129 competitors of this match were born. At this point, only skilled players remained. The results from Class 18 were not good. Take Class 8 for example, aside from Lin Chen, only Zhao Zheng managed to advance with difficulty. Lu Rui had bad luck this time, directly facing Yu Hui from Class 12. The overwhelming level suppression left Lu Rui with no chance to fight back. Among these 129 people, half came from Class 1, which shows just how deep the foundation of Class 1 is. So, the question arises, what if there's an odd number of competitors? The competition has reached a heated stage, and there will still be some buys in this round. I wonder if Lin Chen's miracle will continue. Next, we will. Just as Zhongxi was about to announce the buy rules, a loud shout interrupted her. Wait a minute. Zhongxi looked puzzled at a male competitor in the promotion zone. Does this student have something to say? The staff quickly handed the microphone to that student. Hello, everyone, I am Zhang Boyan from Class 1. I am already satisfied to have reached this position in this extraordinary exam. We have worked hard fighting through several matches to get to this point. But I am not satisfied. I am not satisfied that some people have yet to compete and are sitting with us. So, for this round, I have decided to withdraw. So Lin Chen will no longer have a buy. I will withdraw. As soon as Zhang Boyan's words came out, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. Zhang Boyan's withdrawal meant the number of competitors became even. From this round onward, there would be no more buys. The crowd was quite excited, but people online were not buying Zhang Boyan's reasoning. Who is this young punk? I still want to see Lin Chen get a buy into the finals. Exactly, I just changed my screensaver to Lin Chen's photo and confessed to my goddess yesterday, and it worked. I will never change my screensaver again in this lifetime. The one who succeeded in confessing, is that true? I want to change my screensaver too. Screensaver changed, live confession. To my crush of 5 years at 8 tonight. However, Lin Chen did not show any emotional change due to Zhang Boyan's withdrawal. To be honest, your withdrawal is your loss. Moreover, Lin Chen didn't believe that buys would always fall on him. Everything still depended on his own strength. Lin Chen was quite confident in himself. As long as he didn't encounter Qin Jinjin, he was absolutely sure. Even against Qin Jinjin, he still had a chance of victory. This round was still randomly paired. Soon, the list of matchups was released. Lin Chen's opponent was a student from Class 1 named Dian Lei. Dian Lei, as his name suggests, was a rare lightning-type awakener, a powerful bronze 8-star. Although he was only 8 stars, his attack power was even stronger than that of some bronze 9 stars of other types. Upon seeing the matchup list, a wave of discussion erupted in the venue. It seems that Lin Chen's luck has run out. His first opponent is Dian Lei. Yeah, I've watched a few of Dian Lei's matches, and he easily dealt with his opponents. Meanwhile, in the observation area, Zhang Wen smiled as he looked at Lu Zhen. Old Lu, will soon see whether Lin Chen is a dragon or a worm. Dian Lei is a good lad. We've been keeping an eye on him for a long time in Jingdu Lingwu. Dian Lei is indeed quite good, but for some reason, I feel that Lin Chen will ultimately be the victor? That must be a misconception. I've never misjudged anyone. Let's wait and see. Although the match list had been released, the battle between Lin Chen and Dian Lei would take place in the final round. At this moment, the first tier of competitors had already begun to enter the arena. Lin Chen noticed a handsome young man with blue hair staring at him. When Lin Chen looked over, the young man made a throat-cutting gesture. Lin Chen immediately realized that this person must be his opponent for this round. Dian Lei, ha? I hope you can still be this arrogant later. The first round of matches had already begun. Watching the competitors fiercely battling on the stage, Lin Chen felt a twinge of doubt. There must be some underhanded dealings in this competition. Otherwise, why hadn't there been any strong matchups so far? The matches continued round after round, and those favored competitors advanced one by one. Finally, it was time for the last group. Lin Chen's entrance was met with thunderous boos from the audience. Lin Chen rubbed his nose. It's not my fault if I'm lucky. Why do they have to treat me like this? I'm just a kid who won't even turn 18 for another month. Wait, it seems I provoked all of them during the pre-match interviews. Do they have to target me like this? Do you all have such good memories? I can barely remember it myself. Dianlei's entrance was different. As soon as Dianlei stepped onto the stage, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Dianlei, you must teach that despicable kid a lesson. Exactly, I've never seen someone so arrogant. Go, Dianlei. This round, due to Lin Chen's appearance, almost all attention was drawn to him. There were 8 live streaming rooms for the 8 arenas online. At this moment, the other 7 streaming rooms had very few viewers. However, the viewership in Lin Chen and Dianlei's streaming room instantly surpassed 1 million, and the numbers continued to grow. Lin Chen took a deep breath, looking at Dianlei, who was cracking his knuckles, and couldn't help but smirk. Lin Chen, your luck has run out. Meeting me in the first round is your misfortune. Once the match starts, you won't have a chance to show off. I'll defeat you in an instant. Oh, Dianlei, == just here to throw down some pre-match banter. Can you show me a little respect? I've suddenly changed my mind. I'll slowly torment you, making you lose this match without any dignity. Oh, can't you say something else? Sure, Dianlei. Phi, winky face Phi, seeing Dianlei about to lose his temper, the referee timely called for the match to begin. You better be Astify, otherwise, you won't have a chance. No need. You're really stingy with your words. Dianlei didn't care anymore and directly summoned his internal spiritual energy, causing a violent surge of lightning energy to erupt from his body. Lin Chen, I want you to understand just how big the gap between us is. Die, Thunderstrike. With Dianlei's roar, the lightning ability began to gather above Lin Chen's head. A lightning bolt, as thick as a thumb, struck down towards Lin Chen. However, seeing the lightning ability descending from the sky, Lin Chen had already sidestepped to the side. The lightning struck fiercely at the spot where Lin Chen had been standing, creating a hole in the arena, clearly demonstrating the formidable power of the lightning strike. You've taken too long to charge. Were your previous opponents just targets? How could you possibly hit them otherwise? Dianlei did not expect his attack to be so easily neutralized by Lin Chen. The audience, who had been ready to cheer for Dianlei, seemed to have their throats choked, feeling utterly uncomfortable. How is that possible? How could you dodge my attack? Lightning strike. Lin Chen easily evaded. Lightning strike. Lin Song dodged again, even yawning at Dianlei. Dianlei realized that the lightning strike could not hit Lin Chen. I didn't expect you to be so evasive. You're forcing my hand. Spirit technique, Sea of Thunder. In an instant, Dianlei's spiritual energy began to drain rapidly, clearly preparing a big move. Lin Chen also became serious. It seemed this was a ranged attack ability. He absolutely could not let it be unleashed. Otherwise, he might not be able to withstand it. It looked like it was time to counterattack. With a powerful push off the ground, he shot towards Dianlei like an arrow released from a bow. Dianlei, seeing Lin Chen charging at him, couldn't help but feel anxious. Aren't you a beast transformation type fighter? At least transform before charging at me. My big move still needs 2 seconds to be released. It's hard for me to deal with you just rushing in like this. Lin Chen, of course, had no way of knowing Dianlei's thoughts, but he understood that such a ranged ability would definitely require preparation time for Dianlei. The solution was simple: interrupt him before he was ready. Although Lin Chen did not transform, he could still use the enhanced jump from beast transformation. Moreover, the arena wasn't very large. In just 0.5 seconds, Lin Chen was already in front of Dianlei. He swung his fist, as large as a cooking pot, towards Dianlei's face. Dianlei found himself in a dilemma. If he gave up now, he wouldn't be able to release his skill, but his spiritual energy had already been consumed. If he didn't give up, he was bound to take that punch. Dianlei was also a tough character. He gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll just take your punch head on. And then, there was nothing. After that, Lin Chen's punch landed squarely on Dianlei's face. Oh, straight face, degree. Dianlei felt an immense force hit his face. Are you kidding? Lin Chen's strength was at the bronze 9-star level. How could Dianlei possibly withstand it? Thus, the unfortunate Dianlei flew into the air. He flew straight out of the arena, crashing heavily onto a nearby platform. Dianlei promptly lost consciousness. However, before he passed out, he managed to release the spirit technique he had finally gathered. Lin Chen stared blankly at the adjacent platform, which had turned into a sea of thunder. He hadn't expected that his punch wouldn't interrupt Dianlei's spirit technique. But, big brother, it seems you aimed in the wrong direction. The scene was eerily silent. No one had anticipated such an outcome. The lightning-type Dianlei had actually been knocked out by a single punch. The adjacent platform showed no signs of trouble. To be honest, the two fighters currently engaged in battle were quite flustered. They were evenly matched when suddenly something fell from the sky. They thought it was the opponent's trump card. After finally seeing clearly that it was a person, just as they were about to breathe a sigh of relief, they witnessed that the newcomer had unleashed an AoE before fainting. The raging sea of thunder nearly brought the two fighters to their knees. Fortunately, the referee intervened, using spiritual energy to block the sea of thunder. Hiss. After a minute of silence, the venue suddenly erupted with gasps. Then the entire gymnasium exploded with noise. Holy crap! Is Lin Chen really that strong? He defeated the bronze 8-star Dian Lei with a single punch. Saitama-sensei, is that you? Why are you wearing a wig? Impossible, how could Dian Lei lose? The audience had mixed reactions, and those who advanced were all looking at Lin Chen with serious expressions. Lin Chen, I really didn't misjudge you. The man who can take my first place is definitely not a loser. This lucky guy is a bit tricky. It seems that his previous bye wasn't such a bad thing after all. Meanwhile, the observers from various spirit martial universities in the observation seats were also stunned. Old Jiang, did you misread this? Remember our bet, this kid is definitely going to be part of our Magic City Spirit Marshal. Old Lu, there's something I forgot to tell you. Although I won't compete with you, it still depends on this kid's own decision. Old Jiang, are you backing out? Hee hee, what can you do if I back out? You're getting more shameless as you age. If I had any shame, I would have been buried under 3 feet of grass by now. Two seniors, please stop arguing. Have you noticed a problem? At this moment, a middle-aged man sitting next to them interrupted their quarrel. He was Wei Yu, an observer from Ingtian Spirit Martial University. Little Wei, what did you discover? I wonder if the two seniors can see Lin Chen's true cultivation level. Of course we can, this kid's cultivation is really trash, only bronze 3 stars. Something seems off. Wait, he knocked out a bronze 8-star lightning awakener with 1 punch? Also, seniors, I carefully observed this kid's match. He didn't use any spiritual power. Jiang Wan and Lu Jin were both stunned. Upon reflection, Lin Chen indeed hadn't used any spiritual power. So, he relied entirely on his physical fitness? How is that possible? That punch's strength is at least equivalent to a bronze 8-star strength awakener. This kid is interesting. I want him. Even if you want him, he might not want you. Wei Yu watched the two old men start arguing again and couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. Those watching online could only spam 666 in the comments. A few minutes later, the matches for the final round of contestants were gradually decided. Thus, the top 64 of this extraordinary examination was born. There would be another round in the morning to determine the top 32 of this extraordinary examination. Soon, the match list was generated by the machine, and it seemed Lin Chen's luck had really run out yesterday. His opponent was still from the first high school, capable of transforming into a werewolf, bronze 9-star Xinguei. Xingui's expression wasn't too good when he saw the match list. He and Dian Lei were both from the first high school, so he naturally knew Dian Lei and had sparred with him many times. Although he had more wins than losses, he believed he couldn't easily defeat Dian Lei. It seemed this match would require him to fight desperately. Besides this match, no other contestants above 9 stars had encountered each other. This meant that in this round, the most watched was still Lin Chen. I am the host, Zhongxi. Next is the last round of this morning. I believe everyone is quite concerned about Lin Chen's match, so to allow everyone to watch better, the observers have temporarily decided that Lin Chen's match will be held separately, no longer competing simultaneously with the other 7 groups. Now, let's welcome the 2 contestants to the stage. First up is Xinguei. It seems he is slightly nervous, which is understandable. After all, his opponent is the man who defeated Dian Lei with 1 punch. Next up is Lin Chen. Everyone used to think his luck was extraordinary, but now I doubt anyone thinks that anymore. Lin Chen's strength is also ridiculously strong. Lin Chen appears very calm, showing no signs of nervousness. He seems to be leisurely picking his nose. Lin Chen, we're live streaming here, okay? Please pay a little attention to your image. Hearing Zhongxi's words, Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He had only scratched his nose because it was itchy, and he had just touched it. How could that be considered picking his nose? He even deliberately flicked the booger off his hand. Zhongxi, degree, the audience in front of the TV, those watching the livestream were even more shocked by Lin Chen's actions. The comments flew across the screen rapidly. My Chogu is truly a man with a spotlight. Chogu is the most dazzling one in this extraordinary exam. Lin Chen, I love you, just like a mouse loves rice. Online, the support for Lin Chen was overwhelming. There was no way around it. Although Lin Chen might not be the strongest in this extraordinary exam, he was definitely the most eye-catching. Alright, I now declare that this match officially begins. As soon as Zhongxi's voice fell, Xinguei quickly transformed. In his werewolf form, Xinguei circled around Lin Chen but did not rashly attack. Lin Chen beckoned to Xinguei with his finger. Xinguei couldn't take this provocation. Woo! With a wolf howl, he lunged directly at Lin Chen. Everyone, please look. Xinguei has initiated the attack first. The werewolf's attack power and speed are astonishing. I wonder how Lin Chen will respond. Lin Chen retaliated, throwing a punch at Xinguei, and their fists collided. It seems Xinguei can't withstand Lin Chen's punch. After being hit, he keeps retreating. He can't retreat any further. He's about to fall off the stage. Xinguei seems to realize this too. You can see his beastly wolf claws deeply embedded in the stage, but even so, he continues to retreat. Oh my! Xinguei has fallen off the stage. Winner, Lin Xiu. The venue erupted with thunderous applause. The audience was already captivated by Lin Chen. His fighting style was simply too domineering. Lin Chen was still on the stage, posing as if he were about to throw another punch. Oh, he didn't expect Shin Gue to be so fragile, getting knocked off the stage by his punch. Hearing the audience cheer for him, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. This feeling was really nice. Meanwhile, Shin Gue, who had retreated off the stage, was uninjured and stared blankly at Lin Chen. What kind of divine strength is this? I transformed into a beast, and my strength is supposed to be 3 times that of my normal self. Yet even so, I was still knocked off the stage by Lin Chen's punch. At this moment, Shin Gue even felt a bit fortunate. He had taken Lin Chen's punch but hadn't been hit in the face like Dian Lei. Although his palm was still trembling slightly, it was much more dignified than Dian Lei being knocked out cold by a single punch. Shin Gue knew that in this extraordinary exam, aside from Qin Jinjin, probably no one could withstand Lin Chen's punch. Shin Gue's swift defeat sent the venue into an uproar. Lu Zhen looked at Lin Chen with increasing admiration. Meanwhile, Jiang Wen had already started trying to steal people from Lu Zhen. The competition continued. As aside from Lin Chen, there were no other strong matchups in this round. Although each had their favored contestants, it was clear that their opponents posed no threat to them. Therefore, the audience's enthusiasm was not very high. The subsequent matches indeed lacked excitement. Qin Jinjin's opponent was a fire-type awakener, and as soon as the referee called for the start, he unleashed a full set of skills all onto the ground, only stopping when his spiritual energy was completely exhausted. He then jumped off the stage to concede defeat, leaving Qin Jinjin on stage somewhat at a loss. As a seasoned reporter for the television station, Zhang Chuan could see that everyone was somewhat disinterested. It was all Lin Chan's fault for setting the tone of this extraordinary exam too high. He quickly called over an assistant nearby and asked him to invite Lin Chen. He wanted to conduct an interview with Lin Chen. Before long, Lin Chen arrived with the assistant. Zhang de reporter, it's nice to see you again so soon. Lin Chen, your performance in this extraordinary exam was truly outstanding. So we plan to conduct another interview with you during this break. What do you think? Of course, that's fine. Lin Chen didn't mind this kind of interview. It was like advertising for himself, allowing more people from Lingwu University to pay attention to him. Shall we do a rehearsal first? Lin Chen glanced at the time. It was almost his favorite time to sneak a meal. The battle on the arena was also nearing its end. There was no time for useless chit-chat. Don't worry, we don't need to do anything unnecessary. I know what to say and what not to say. And no more giving the middle finger to the camera. Okay, hurry up. I'm in a rush for lunch. Jiang Chuan looked at Lin Chen with a skeptical eye. He decided to trust him one more time. He gestured to the staff. Hello everyone, I'm reporter Jiang Chuan. Here we have Lin Chen with us again. I believe, like me, you all have many questions for him. Now, let's ask the top 3 questions trending online. Then everyone saw the staff hand Jiang Chuan a card. These are the top 3 questions trending online as of just now. Lin Chen first. Of all, congratulations on making it to the final 32. Your performance has amazed everyone. Now, I will ask you some questions that everyone is quite concerned about. Let's take a look at the first question. We've heard that you are an animal transformation type awakener, specifically a cute little rabbit, but so far you have been crushing your opponents with absolute strength. Is it possible that our information is incorrect and you are actually a strength type awakener? Regarding this question, I can clearly tell everyone that my ability is indeed animal transformation. Then why is your strength so powerful? Is that the second question? Jiang Chuan. Of course not, just an extension of the first question. Lin Chen didn't expect Jiang Chuan to ask this question. He couldn't just say it was because of 9527, right? Suddenly, he thought of an anime he had watched before, and an idea struck him. Actually, this is because I used Saitama-sensei's method. I do 100 sit-ups, 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and run 10 kilometers every day. Gradually, I found my strength increasing, and that's how I ended up in my current state. In summary, I haven't gone bald, but I have gotten stronger. Lin Chen's words left the audience with a lot of question marks. Is it true? The legendary Saitama training method actually works? Discussions erupted all around. Really? Then starting today, I will also start training. Count me in. Is anyone in P City up for a run in this 39-degree weather? Ladies first. As someone who's been through it, I can tell you that training also depends on talent. Yes, I've been training according to Saitama-sensei's method for 5 years, and I have indeed gained some strength, but it's definitely not as exaggerated as Lin Chen. Impressive perseverance from the person above. +1. Although Jiang Chuan was somewhat non-committal about Lin Chen's answer, he certainly couldn't refute it at this moment. Alright, next question. Will you use animal transformation in the future? Everyone is very curious about your animal transformation. That depends on my opponent. If they can't even take my punch, why would I transform? To look cute? Jiang Chuan was momentarily stumped by Lin Chen's response, but then again, if someone couldn't even withstand a punch, how could they possibly transform? Okay, now let's look at the third question trending online, which is also the last question. Jiang Chuan flipped the cue card in his hand. The last question is, do you have a girlfriend? Jiang Chuan? Underscore? Who sent this manuscript? Didn't anyone look at the content in advance? Lin Chen didn't expect the third question to be this. But he still answered, as of now, I am still single. I'm still a kid and I don't encourage everyone to date before they reach adulthood. However, in a month I will be of age. Interested parties can follow my Weibo account is my name. No matter how far apart, there's always affection. Can you give me a follow? Jiang Chuan was once again defeated by Lin Chen. This has turned into a matchmaking show, it seems. That interviewing Lin Chen requires pre-approved words. Alright, that concludes our exclusive interview with Lin Chen. We hope everyone continues to pay attention to this unusual exam. After the cut, Jiang Chuan looked at Lin Chen with a hint of resentment. Why are you looking at me? I didn't say anything inappropriate, just gave myself a little advertisement. Before Jiang Chuan could respond, Lin Chen had already vanished. Jiang Chuan realized that the morning competition had ended, and it was lunchtime. At this moment, the benefits of Lin Chen's improved physical fitness became evident. He distanced himself from everyone and raced towards the cafeteria. What could Jiang Chuan say? He could only silently lament how great it is to be young. Lin Chen was the first to arrive at the cafeteria, quickly ordering all his favorite dishes. He then filled the dining table with them. There weren't many competitors today, so there weren't as many people as yesterday. Lin Chen had no one within a 5-meter radius. He enjoyed the peace and indulged himself in eating and drinking, until he felt someone sitting across from him. He looked up and saw it was Qin Jinjin again. Why is it this girl again? By the way, it seems she brought her own lunch, and her food looks tastier than the cafeteria's. Huh, why didn't she bring a lunchbox? Stop staring, I didn't bring lunch. I just came over to say a few words. Go ahead. This summer, a few friends and I are planning to explore a bronze spirit ruins. I wonder if you're interested. Bronze spirit ruins? That sounds intriguing. Sure, but I wonder why you came to me. Because you're very strong. I like that reason. Let's add each other on WeChat and I'll notify you when the time comes. Lin Chen gave his QR code to Qin Jinjin, and soon a verification message came through. Princess Aisha. It really suits her icy beauty. After Qin Jinjin finished speaking, she left to sit with her friends. Lin Chen saw that delicate pink lunchbox again. Stingy. Bronze spirit ruins, huh? It would be nice to check it out. Spirit ruins naturally appeared in this world after the revival of spiritual energy. No one knows how spirit ruins came to be. They are filled with various spirit beasts, and the level of the spirit ruins is determined by the level of the spirit beasts. Bronze spirit ruins are the most common on Earth, mostly inhabited by bronze-level spirit beasts. But a small number of silver-level ones can also be found. Spirit beasts are treasures in themselves. The prices of their fur and meat have always been high, mainly because some spirit beasts can produce spirit pearls. Spirit pearls have a wide range of uses, the most important being that they can help awakeners quickly restore spiritual energy and level up rapidly. Some special spirit pearls even come with skills. Even bronze-level spirit pearls can sell for a high price. The country doesn't place much importance on bronze and silver-level spirit ruins, so adventure teams often go treasure hunting in them. Golden level and above spirit ruins are different. These are controlled by the state and are only open to the public at specific times. I wonder what kind of spirit ruins it is that Qin Jinjin, with her silver level, wants to involve me. I hope there will be good rewards. When the time comes. There are only 2 matches in the afternoon, and today's competition will determine the final 8. The final champion will be decided tomorrow. A well-fed Lin Chen strolled back to the gym. By the time he arrived, it was almost time. The venue was in the process of randomly generating the matchups for the next round. Soon, the list was out. Lin Chen's opponent was Zhuang Chang, a bronze 9-star fire element awakener from class 1. Wang Ning's face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. What kind of luck is this? Aside from Qin Jinjin, class 1's bronze 9 stars kept running into Lin Chen. Of course, Zhang San, the support, doesn't count. Even the strongest among the bronze 8 stars, Dian Lei, faced Lin Chen. Initially, it seemed class 1 should occupy half of the top 8 spots. It looks like that's not going to happen. Now, by the end, will there be only Qin Jinjin left standing from class 1? Damn Zhang Boyan, who the hell told you to drop out? Wouldn't it be better to let this kid continue to have buys? Among the current top 32, half still came from class 1, but aside from Qin Jinjin and Zhuang Chang, the others were only bronze 8 stars at best, with a few bronze 6 and 7 stars. And the bronze 9 stars from other schools weren't eliminated, which is not good news at all. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Zhang Qichao was quite happy. Although everyone from the 18th middle school was out except for Lin Chen, one Lin Chen was enough. No matter how many from class 1 there were, they couldn't gang up on him. They had to come up one by one obediently. At first, Zhang Qichao was a bit worried when Lin Chen kept facing strong opponents from class 1. But after these 2 rounds of matches, what was there to worry about? Better to worry about Lin Chen's opponents. This time, Lin Chen didn't receive any special treatment. He was set to compete with the other 7 groups. There was no way around it. Lin Chen was just too fast. It would be a waste to give him a solo performance opportunity. Lin Chen, **** winky face, who the hell are you calling fast? When Lin Chen stepped onto the stage, the audience gave him a warm cheer and applause. This further satisfied Lin Chen's vanity. However, Zhuang Cheng trembled a bit when he took the stage. He initially thought that in this competition, aside from Qin Jinjin, he had nothing to fear. Who would have thought that a freak like Lin Chen would appear? As a fire element awakener, all his attack methods required preparation time. In front of Lin Chen, wasn't that just a live target? He wasn't like Xinggue, a beast transformation awakener. His body was quite fragile. So before the match even started, Zhuang Cheng was already intimidated. Hey, Shogu, take it easy later and please don't hit my face. Got it, I understand. At the referee's command, the match began. Ha! Oh, straight face equals degree. Zhuang Cheng let out a miserable scream and was swiftly knocked off the stage. You said you wouldn't hit my face? Sorry, I just couldn't resist. Seeing your handsome face. Looks like being handsome is indeed a sin. Amidst the audience's cheers, Lin Chen bowed to them and was the first to enter the advancement zone. The second group of competitors, who hadn't yet taken the stage, looked at Lin Chen with fear on their faces. This guy seems even more terrifying than Qin Jinjin. He completely didn't give anyone a chance to showcase their skills. Qin Jinjin was the second to advance. Watching Lin Chen, who was already seated in the advancement zone, he actually got ahead of her again. My little universe is about to explode. This round passed quickly and the matchup list for the next round was also released. Lin Chen's opponent was Hu Yu from the 12th middle school. Upon seeing this name, Lin Chen furrowed his brows deeply. Who the hell is this? Why haven't I heard anyone mention him? After casually asking around, he found out that he was a bronze 5-star nobody. How dare you call someone a nobody when you're only a bronze 3-star? How did a bronze 5-star make it into the top 16? A whole bunch of 7 and 8 stars got eliminated, okay? Could it be that his awakening is particularly special? After further inquiry, it turned out he was just lucky, having faced weaklings throughout the competition. The last round was a duel between 2 lucky weaklings, and Hu Yu barely emerged victorious. What kind of luck is this? Compared to you, I'm the real weakling, okay? Although I had a bye for 4 rounds, I faced an 8-star and 2 9-stars in actual combat, even if they weren't my match with a single punch. But if you encounter me, it means your good luck has run out. Striding confidently onto the stage, I faced a boy who looked a bit shy. Upon seeing Lin Chen, he became particularly excited. Brother Chiu, I'm your fan. Can you give me an autograph? We're in the middle of a match, isn't that inappropriate? What if I don't have a pen? I brought one. Hu Yu quickly handed Lin Chen a black fountain pen. Oh, it's rare to see young people still using fountain pens these days. Where should I sign? Can you sign on my shirt? No problem. Lin Chen then signed his name on Hu Yu's shirt. The strokes were fluid and dynamic. If he didn't say anything, even Lin Chen might not recognize what he had signed. A big shot's signature is meant to be unrecognizable. Hu Yu, however, treasured it like a treasure. He waved at the referee. I concede. Brother Chiu, I'm leaving. I need to find a master to frame this shirt. And then he turned and ran off. Lin Chen, oh, __. Well, this kid Hu Yu is not bad. I take back my previous assessment of you. You're not a loser and definitely not a weakling. Without fighting, Lin Chen was the first to sit in the promotion zone. This made Qin Jinjin, who was preparing to take out her opponent in one move next door, grind her teeth in frustration. Her eyes were practically shooting fire. Her opponent was so scared that they directly conceded. Unfortunately, conceding wasn't as fast as Hu Yu. The other matches also ended quickly. The final 8 were born. Qin Jinjin from Class 1, Chuling from Class 2, Ouyang Tao from Class 4, Jia Nan from Class 7, Holing from Class 8, Yu Hui from Class 12, Han Wei from Class 16, Lin Chen from Class 18. Wang Ming really hated Lin Chen. Class 1 actually only had Qin Jinjin left as the sole survivor. Besides Ho Ling and Han Wei, who were bronze 8 stars, the others were all bronze 9 stars. There were only 2 exceptions, Lin Chen, a bronze 3 star, and Qin Jinjin, a silver 1 star. Today's matches ended here, and tomorrow the final champion will be decided. If nothing unexpected happens, the champion will be between Qin Jinjin and Lin Chen. Today's matches are all over. Lin Chen originally wanted to return to school with the people from Class 18. However, he was stopped by Qin Jinjin, who told him to have dinner together that night and meet her team members. Lin Chen immediately agreed. He simply wanted to get to know them. It was definitely not to mooch off a meal. After greeting Zhang Qichao and hearing Lin Chen's reason for taking leave, Zhang Qichao was taken aback. What's going on? Wang Ming, you old geezer. Is this because the strong-arm tactic didn't work and now you're resorting to beauty traps? Zhang Qichao initially disagreed, but under Lin Chen's heavy assurances, he finally relented. However, Zhang Qichao also kept an eye on things. It seemed Lin Chen's scholarship should be finalized soon. The audience, mostly students, gradually exited. Lin Chen stayed with Qin Jinjin. This shattered the hearts of many who secretly admired Qin Jinjin. What's going on? It's only been a few days, and you've already hooked up with our Class 1 school beauty. Is it really necessary to be this shameless? Are you leaving anyone else a chance? Lin Chen didn't care what those people thought. His mind was filled with what to eat tonight, where to eat. Will it be enough? At that moment, Lin Chen noticed Zhang San slowly walking over. Ah, Brother Chiu, you're here too. The big sister said the newcomer wouldn't be you, right? Big sister? You don't know? Sister Jinjin, she's the one with the highest cultivation in our team, so naturally, she's our big sister. Are you also a member of the team? Yeah, I'm a healer, very sought after, you know? Right, I almost forgot about that. Where are we going to eat later? Shogo, why don't you pick a place? It's on me. Sana is really getting the hang of it. Alright, I'll treat you all to barbecue tonight. I'll pay, you cover the bill. Got it, then I'll go tell the big sister. Before long, Zhang San returned, telling Lin Chen that Qin Jinjin agreed and had already added him to the group, asking him to send a location in the group so that all the team members could find their way there. He quickly opened his phone and indeed found that Qin Jinjin had added him to a group named Frozen. Including the newly added Lin Chen, there were a total of 7 people in the group. Your big sister is quite into Disney. Haha, who isn't? Lin Chen casually sent the barbecue location in the group. After that, Lin Chen went to the barbecue restaurant with Qin Jinjin and Zhang San. This time, Zhang San changed cars again because Qin Jinjin and Lin Chen were hitching a ride with him, and the Pagani definitely couldn't fit that many people. So Zhang San switched to a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. It was probably the most low-key among his many luxury cars. This time, Zhang San didn't drive. He took the passenger seat while his bodyguard was behind the wheel. Lin Chen and Qin Jinjin naturally sat in the back seat. The location Lin Chen sent was quite remote. Even with the performance of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, the ride was very bumpy. Lin Chen was inhaling the fragrance from Qin Jinjin while also admiring the undulating curves that bounced with the bumps of the G-Class. He couldn't help but drool a little along the way. This made Qin Jinjin, sitting next to Lin Chen, feel quite uncomfortable. She didn't resemble the rumored ice-cold beauty at all. As for Lin Chen's attitude, Qin Jinjin didn't feel disgusted. Instead, she found it somewhat novel. As a school beauty, the number of people pursuing her was truly countless. Those suitors either tried hard to show off their gentlemanly demeanor in front of her or attempted to shower her with money. She had never encountered someone like Lin Chen, who was neither wealthy nor concealed his pig-like behavior. For some reason, this version of Lin Chen seemed particularly adorable in Qin Jinjin's eyes. If Lin Chen knew what Qin Jinjin was thinking, he would surely lament how complicated women's thoughts are. The navigation showed a distance of only 5 kilometers, but it took them a full hour to arrive. This was still thanks to Lin Chen directing the driver a few times to take shortcuts. Finally, they reached the barbecue restaurant Lin Chen had specified. At this time, it was still early and the nightlife hadn't started yet. However, the barbecue restaurant was already filled with quite a few customers. Lin Chen requested a private room. Zhang San instructed his bodyguard to wait there and let the others go directly to the room when they arrived. It wasn't long before 3 men and 1 woman arrived together. Before they even entered, they heard Dian Lei's loud voice shouting, "Who picked this place? Is this somewhere for people like us to come? Wouldn't a 5-star hotel be better?" Upon entering the private room and seeing Lin Chen, he was momentarily stunned. "Jinjin Jia, the newcomer you mentioned can't be this guy, right?" Qin Jinjin didn't respond, just slightly nodded. "What's wrong, you unwilling?" Lin Chen looked at Dian Lei, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. Dian Lei knew that what the big sister decided was something he couldn't change. The main thing was that he couldn't beat Lin Chen. "Of course not. You're so strong. We welcome you with open arms. By the way, who chose this place? It fits our status too well. Do you have an opinion?" "I chose it." "Aha, this place is nice. Shogo has good taste." "Lin Chen? At least you're smart enough." Looking at the people, the only girl Lin Chen didn't recognize. The others were all familiar faces, Dian Lei, Xin Gue, and Zhuang Chang. This time, Lin Chen's 3 great foes in the unusual exam. Lin Chen doesn't need me to introduce him to everyone again. Although he is a beast transformation type, his strength is more than enough to help us complete this expedition. The others nodded in agreement. They absolutely recognized Lin Chen's power. "Lin Chen, let me introduce you to our team members next. Xingue, you fought before, bronze 9 stars, beast transformation type, Xingyun Wolf, mainly responsible for our team's reconnaissance. Zhuang Chang, 9 stars fire type, Dian Lei, 8 stars lightning type, is our team's strong attacker. Zhang San, 9 stars healing type, our healer. This person you might be less familiar with, Chengmin, she is also considered a support type, 8 stars sound type awakener. In the spirit ruins, our safety relies entirely on her, nothing within 1,000 meters escapes her ears. As for me, I am the main controller in secondary. Strong attacker. Lin Chen looked at the others with some surprise. The lowest cultivation among them was bronze 8 stars, and he, a bronze 3 stars little nobody, felt a bit embarrassed to speak up. It seemed these people were definitely either rich or noble, otherwise there wouldn't be so many resources in high school to elevate their levels to such heights. It was clear that Qin Jinjin had put a lot of thought into forming this team. Each person's role in the team was very clear. However, these were not the issues Lin Chen should be considering right now. The most important thing at this moment was, of course, to fill his stomach. After asking everyone if they had any dietary restrictions and whether they could handle spicy food, Lin Chen took the initiative to start ordering. Since someone was treating, Lin Chen was quite unreserved in his ordering spree. In the end, he even ordered some items specifically for the bodyguards at the door. Before long, the waiter began to bring the barbecue in one after another. At first, the few of them were a bit reserved, but once they bravely took their first bite, they couldn't stop. Brother Chiu is really wise. This flavor is simply amazing. What 5-star hotel? Compared to this barbecue, it's simply weak. Indeed, barbecue is so fragrant that it doesn't fear being in a deep alley. We must come here often in the future. Even Qin Jinjin and Changmin were eating with grease all over their mouths. Eating barbecue, of course, couldn't do without beer. Zhuang Chang and the others had lost to Lin Chen in the inter-exam arena, so how could they admit defeat at the dining table? One by one, they crazily challenged Lin Chen to drink. How could Lin Chen back down? After downing Zhuang Chang and Xin Gue, he also got drunk. Dian Lei had an excited expression. Ha, finally I've turned the tables at the dining table. Zhang San didn't drink. He couldn't just leave a bunch of drunken men with 2 girls, right? What if someone got into trouble? While they were having a great time eating, Zhang San's bodyguards downstairs were also enjoying themselves. They were eating while wiping their noses. The young master has grown up, knows how to care for others, woo woo woo, but this crazy spicy food is a bit too much to handle. The next day, Lin Chen was awakened by Zhang San, still feeling a bit dazed. It seemed to be the aftereffects of drinking too much. Yesterday, he took a careful look at himself. His wallet and virtue were still intact. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He should have been arranged by Zhang San in a hotel. Glancing at the time, it was already 7:40 in the morning. Thinking about the inter-exam today, he hurriedly got up and took a quick shower. Then he hopped into Zhang San's big G and headed to the first high school. Den Lei and the others had already been eliminated and were still sleeping soundly in the hotel. As for Qin Jinjin and Changmin, since they hadn't drunk, they went home after finishing their meal, and they must have already arrived at school by now. When Lin Chen arrived at the school gate, he found Zhang Qichao anxiously waiting at the entrance. He breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Lin Chen get out of the car. Principal, why are you standing here so early? Planning to retire and become a security guard at the first high school? Zhang Qichao? I was just worried you might get abducted by the first high school. Haha, I'm here to inform you that your scholarship has been approved. You can come to my office to collect it after the competition. Lin Chen, $. Oh, my dear principal, I really love you. I will definitely bring you back a championship. After thinking for a moment, Qin Jinjin seemed to have settled for silver. Well, I will definitely bring you back a top 3. The young man has ambition. The principal has high hopes for you. Keep it up. The competition is about to start. Hurry and get in. Lin Chen's mind was filled with thoughts of finishing the competition quickly and then going back to collect the money. When they arrived at the first high school stadium, they found that the audience had already gathered. Upon seeing Lin Chen enter, they continuously shouted his name in rhythm. Lin Chen waved to the audience, which drove them even crazier. Zhongxi looked at Lin Chen and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. She still remembered when Lin Chen was the enemy of the entire audience. In just a few short days, Lin Chen's performance had won over most of the spectators. The arena now had only one stage left, and it was already the final 8. Each match was worthy of individual commentary. Lin Chen slowly made his way to the contestant seats and found that Qin Jinjin was already sitting there. Upon seeing Lin Chen arrive, she smiled and nodded at him. Lin Chen looked at Qin Jinjin with a hint of resentment. I don't drink. Where would you get the chance? You actually gave up such a good opportunity yesterday. It really broke my heart. Qin Jinjin was somewhat baffled by Lin Chen's gaze. Hello everyone, I am the host Zhongxi. Today is the day we determine the final champion. I hope all contestants can perform well. First, please have the contestants come up to draw their numbers. The rules are simple. Numbers 1 to 8. Contestant 1 will face contestant 2. The winner will then face the winner of contestant 3 and 4, and the final winner will compete against the last 4 winners to determine the ultimate champion. The rules were indeed simple and easy to understand. A few people went up to draw their numbers. Qin Jinjin drew number 1, which made her a bit proud, while Lin Chen drew number 8. 888. Good luck. Today's luck is pretty good. He wouldn't face Qin Jinjin until the finals. At least he could secure a runner-up position. Nice. The main thing was that the scholarship was about to be in place. Awesome. Alright, the contestants' numbers have been confirmed. Let's take a look at their matchups. First match is Qin Jinjin vs Ho Ling. Second match is Chu Ling vs Jianan. Third match is Han Wei vs Ouyang Tao. Fourth match is Yu Hui vs Lin Chen. First, let's invite the contestants for the first round. The other contestants please wait in the contestant seats. After Lin Chen returned to his seat, he didn't watch the match. He knew Qin Jinjin was sure to win this round. If a silver-level powerhouse lost to a bronze 8-star, Qin Jinjin could just buy a block of tofu to crash into. He didn't pay attention to the match because he remembered that his new skill hadn't awakened yet today. 9527. Skill extraction in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining E-level life skill, language proficiency. Language proficiency means the host can master all human languages on Earth. Lin Chen, ***, 9527 is becoming more considerate. I haven't even spoken yet and it has already taken care of everything for me. But unfortunately, it was just an awakening of an E-level life skill. After experiencing it a bit, he realized he had mastered nearly 6,000 foreign languages. That was quite impressive. The most important thing was that he would no longer have to worry about English listening comprehension. Although he didn't obtain a powerful skill like body enhancement again, Lin Chen was still quite content. Meanwhile, the battle on the stage had already begun. Qin Jinjin defeated Ho Ling with a single move. Ho Ling was quite helpless. Her awakening type was charm-based. Even when facing some male competitors at the bronze 9 stars level, she felt somewhat confident. Who would have thought that in the first round she would encounter the silver level Qin Jinjin? Her skills had no place to shine. The second match was between Chu Ling and Jianan. The two fought fiercely, making it the most intense match of this round. Both were at bronze 9 stars. In the end, Chu Ling narrowly triumphed, securing a hard-fought victory. The third match, Han Wei against Ouyang Tao, had little suspense. Both Ouyang Tao and Han Wei had awakened their beast forms. Ouyang Tao was a tiger, while Han Wei was a cat. They say cats are the masters of tigers. However, there were no trees for Han Wei to climb in the arena. Coupled with the pressure of their levels, Han Wei was decisively defeated. Next up was Lin Chen. His opponent was Yu Hui from the 12th middle school, a bronze 9 stars fire-type awakener. Lin Chen had some impression of Yu Hui because his good friend Lu Rui had been eliminated by her. Rui, watch how I avenge you. With the referee's call to start, Lin Chen struck a pose. Ultimate move, serious punch. Oh, straight face, equals, degree. Yu Hui had previously executed a difficult move, a straight body front flip with a 720-degree twist with a difficulty rating of 10.0, but ended up falling off the stage. Everything before that was perfect, but unfortunately, she landed face first. Seeing Yu Hui's unfortunate state, Ouyang Tao couldn't help but shiver. Next round, I have to face this freak. Should I also think of a high-difficulty landing move? The competition had to continue. Qin Jinjin against Chu Ling, having exhausted herself in the battle against Jianan, hadn't recovered at all, so she simply conceded. Qin Jinjin won without a fight. Lin Chen against Ouyang Tao. Lin Chen had just assumed a punching stance when Ouyang Tao, frightened, jumped off the stage himself. Better to jump down safely than to risk a landing move. This was an exam, and there was no ranking competition, so there was no contest for third place. Thus, only one match remained in this extraordinary exam. The top seed, Silver 1. Star Ice-type ability user Qin Jinjin faced off against the biggest dark horse of this extraordinary exam. Up until now, Lin Chen, a bronze 3-star beast-type ability user, had not used any spiritual power and had fought his way to the finals solely with his fists. As the extraordinary exam reached its climax, Jiang Chuan quickly signaled the camera to focus on him. Dear viewers in front of the television, what follows is the real highlight of this extraordinary exam. The champion will be decided between Qin Jinjin and Lin Chen. Who will emerge as the ultimate winner of this extraordinary exam? Let's wait and see. Let's take a break and be right back. Hui Yuan kidney treasure, he's good, I'm good. We don't produce water, we're just the transporters of nature. Viewers in front of the television, Jiang Chuan, come out and we promise not to kill you. The match hadn't even started and Qin Jinjin was already getting excited. Although you've now joined my team, that doesn't give you the right to take my first place. This time, I will not let the first place slip from my hands. Again. Lin Chen, on the other hand, was completely indifferent. Anyway, he would try his best, and if he really couldn't win, he would just concede. He didn't have to insist on taking first place. However, because he had made a promise during a previous interview, he still had to put in some effort. Otherwise, he might just concede outright. But that was a silver-level opponent, and he was just a bronze 3-star little nobody. If those bronze 9-star competitors he had defeated knew Lin Chen's current thoughts, they would probably die of indignation. What was meant to come would eventually arrive. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the finals of this extraordinary exam had just begun. Qin Jinjin walked onto the stage with cheerful little steps. She had been looking forward to this day for a long time. At first, she was genuinely worried that Lin Chen would be defeated by someone else, until Lin Chen truly revealed his strength. Qin Jinjin understood that the two of them would definitely encounter each other in this unusual exam. Lin Chen also stepped onto the stage, looking at Qin Jinjin, who was full of fighting spirit and couldn't help but smile wryly. Wasn't it just that the exam took your first place? Was it necessary to be like this? As the two of them took to the stage, the venue immediately erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The number of viewers online was rapidly increasing. Both of them had quite a few supporters, and before the match even began, they started exchanging verbal jabs. Those from various major spiritual martial universities in the observation seats were closely watching the stage. They wanted to see just how far these two had come. The previous matches hadn't put much pressure on them at all. Both of them had completely crushed their previous opponents. In this match, they should showcase some real skills. With the referee's command, the match officially began. Jinjin, I guess you'll have to admit defeat. I can't control my strength well, and if I accidentally hurt you, that would be quite embarrassing. Qin Jinjin was infuriated and amused to see Lin Chen still daring to persuade her to give up. Lin Chen, I didn't just reach silver in my abilities, I was a black belt in Taekwondo years ago. In terms of physical fitness, I might not be worse than you. Lin Chen then recalled the match where Qin Jinjin had completely dominated Li Nan. Indeed, Qin Jinjin's physical fitness was certainly not lacking. That stunning 99-hit combo against Li Nan was not something that could be easily achieved. At least Lin Chen didn't think he could pull it off. Even in gaming, he might not be able to execute it. In that case, be careful. Lin Chen stopped talking and charged at Qin Jinjin in a swift motion. However, his previously unstoppable punch ended up hitting nothing. Qin Jinjin had already anticipated Lin Chen's attack pattern, easily dodging his strike and taking advantage of his moment of weakness to deliver a sidekick to Lin Chen's back. Lin Chen grimaced in pain. This girl really wasn't lying. That kick was definitely not light. Fortunately, his physical fitness had improved significantly, otherwise he would have lost from that kick. The audience erupted in gasps. I didn't expect Qin Jinjin's martial arts to be this impressive. Is Lin Chen going to lose? I feel like he's about to be crushed. Lin Chen, you're no longer One Punch Man. The audience's discussions were incessant. However, Lin Chen didn't lose heart. The match had just begun. He quickly adjusted his breathing and charged at Qin Jinjin again, but the result remained unchanged. Qin Jinjin was able to easily dodge his attacks each time and would land a punch or a kick on him in return. This left Lin Chen feeling extremely frustrated. It was as if all his strength had nowhere to go. Every strike hit nothing but air, making it all the more unbearable. Qin Jinjin was also quite surprised by Lin Chen's performance. She had attacked Lin Chen many times and every punch and kick had been serious, yet Lin Chen was still full of energy. Just give up. Although your physical fitness is quite abnormal, your skills are simply too poor. You can't possibly hit me, and I haven't even used my ice-type abilities yet. Lin Chen knew that Qin Jinjin was speaking the truth. If this continued, he would definitely lose badly. Was he really going to admit defeat? Like this? That would be a bit too humiliating. Although he was prepared to lose, a man's dignity wouldn't allow him to lose so miserably. Suddenly, Lin Chen thought of something. He quickly made a pause gesture to the referee. Referee, at Qin Jinjin, audience, sigma, degree winky face. There's this operation? Can we really pause? The live stream's comments exploded. I'll be damned, Brother Chiu is indeed impressive. It turns out you can pause during the competition. Indeed, the farthest road in the world is Lin Chen's tricks. I'm really curious about what Lin Chen wants to do with the pause. Curiosity +1. Although the referee at the scene felt a bit helpless, he still temporarily halted the match. Qin Jinjin also wanted to see what Lin Chen was up to, so she didn't object. Lin Chen, this match isn't paused. What do you want to do? I want to ask if weapons can be used in this competition? Referee, is identical to. There are no regulations regarding this aspect in the competition, but this is an unusual exam. Why do you need a weapon? However, Lin Chen didn't care much about that. He scanned the area, wondering where to find a long spear. There wasn't even a stick around. Suddenly, he noticed a cleaning lady in the venue was tidying up. An idea struck him. He quickly ran off the stage, snatched the mop from the cleaning lady's hands and hurried back to the stage. Cleaning lady, sigma, degree, Qin Jinjin, are you planning to fight me with a mop? The referee wanted to say something but was stopped by Qin Jinjin. Can we start now? Qin Jinjin's voice turned a bit cold. At that moment, she felt Lin Chen's actions were an insult to her. Lin Chen didn't think too much about it. He swiftly kicked the mop head off. Mop head? He skillfully twirled the mop handle a few times. Come on, this weapon is called the mop gun, forged from the mop in the cleaning lady's hands, weighing 1 pound and 2 ounces. Lin Chen picked up the mop handle and struck a pose he thought was cool. Qin Jinjin looked at Lin Chen speechlessly. This is just a stick, okay? Brother, it's a stick. Put. Lu Jin in the observation area sprayed the Longjing tea he had just drunk all over Jiang Wen's face. Lu Jin hurriedly grabbed a tissue from the side and wiped Jiang Wen's face. Cough, cough. I find this kid really talented. All the spectators were stunned by Lin Chen's bizarre actions. They realized Lin Chen was truly showing off. The show of the show. Qin Jinjin looked at Lin Chen holding the mop gun. Ugh, Looking at Lin Chen holding the wooden stick, her expression surprisingly turned serious. For some reason, Lin Chen holding the wooden stick gave her a peculiar sense of pressure. For a moment, she didn't dare to launch an attack. Seeing that Qin Jinjin didn't come at him, Lin Chen directly jabbed the mop gun towards her. Qin Jinjin used the same trick again, dodging to the side, but this time the result was very different. Lin Chen swept the mop, landing a hit on Qin Jinjin's perky backside. Qin Jinjin felt a fiery pain on her buttocks, her face turning beet red with embarrassment. He must have done it on purpose. But Lin Chen looked innocent. To be honest, he was just acting on instinct, and his marksmanship was so ingrained in his mind that by the time he realized it, he had already swept Qin Jinjin. You shameless! Qin Jinjin, like a mad cat, began to attack Lin Chen frantically. Lin Chen, holding the mop gun, seemed like a different person. He wielded the mop gun with such precision that he completely blocked Qin Jinjin's attacks. Occasionally, he would counterattack, landing blows on Qin Jinjin's perky backside. Damn! Is Lin Chen's stick technique really that impressive? He turned the situation around in an instant. Evil Lin Chen, let go of Goddess Jinjin. If you have the guts, come at me. Lin Chen is so lewd, every hit lands on her, but I like it. He. Lin Chen, you are so shameless, actually using a weapon against a girl who can't even fight back. Bro, can't fight back? Are you serious? After a round of fierce attacks, Qin Jinjin gained no advantage and was instead struck on the backside by Lin Chen a few more times. At this point, Qin Jinjin had calmed down. I admit I'm not as physically capable as you, but this is a different exam. I'm going to get serious. Lin Chen felt the temperature around him begin to drop sharply, causing him to shiver involuntarily. It seemed Qin Jinjin was about to use her ice-type abilities. Spirit technique Ice Seal. Lin Chen hurriedly dodged, narrowly avoiding Qin Jinjin's spirit technique. As a silver-level powerhouse, Qin Jinjin's casting speed was incomparable to those of bronze-level fighters. This basic spirit technique could almost be considered instantaneous. A barrage of ice-type beginner skills came crashing down on Lin Chen as if they were free. Although Lin Chen managed to evade each time, he soon realized the problem. The temperature on the arena was dropping lower and lower, and Lin Chen felt as if he were about to freeze solid, which naturally affected his speed. At this moment, Lin Chen finally understood why Qin Jinjin had introduced herself as the control in their team yesterday. Freezing, slowing down. You're like Wang Xiaojun. Don't tell me you're going to hit me with winter is coming. As if sensing Lin Chen's thoughts, Qin Jinjin began counting down in place. Oh no, is she really going to amplify it? I can't take it anymore. If this continues, I'm really going to lose. Should I just admit defeat? But having come this far, it feels a bit unsatisfying to give up. Did I forget something? Right, I can still be Astify. Silently chanting in my heart, Ultraman, Digga Ultraman, lend me your power of light. Beast transformation. Rogue Rabbit. The power of beastification surged. Lin Chen's eyes turned bright red, his ears began to elongate, his mouth transformed into a rabbit snout, and snow-white fur started to sprout all over him, although this rabbit appeared somewhat plump. However, this did not detract from the rabbit's cuteness. Instead, it made it look even more adorably silly. At this moment, the girls who had seen Lin Chen transform began to scream loudly. It's here! It's here! The rabbit has transformed. Strange, why does the rabbit look fatter, but still so cute? I love you, rabbit. After transforming, Lin Chen's new appearance quickly spread through television and the internet. At this time, all the women from 2-year-old cute kids to 80-year-old mothers were wide-eyed. Is it really this cute? And Qin Jinjin on stage was also stunned. She completely forgot to continue her countdown. The major skill she had almost completed was forcibly interrupted, yet she remained oblivious, staring blankly at Lin Chen. What should I do? I really want to hug him. I wonder if he would refuse. If you let me hug you, I won't hit you anymore. The reactions of the male spectators were quite different. They were nearly rolling on the floor with laughter. Puwa, Epsilon Shillel. They finally understood why Lin Chen had chosen not to transform before. This was just too embarrassing, okay? Although they all thought this, when they turned to look at their wives, daughters, and mothers beside them, all with starry-eyed expressions, they couldn't help but let out a roar. Lin Chen, I will never forgive you. Of course, Lin Chen was completely unaware of the commotion outside. At this moment he only felt one thing. So warm, it turns out beastification also has a warming effect. This is really nice. Looking back at Qin Jinjin, she was still frozen in place, her skill interrupted. Lin Chen? Can transforming really interrupt a countdown? As a gentleman, Lin Chen certainly wouldn't take advantage of Qin Jinjin's days. He quickly used his rabbit paw to pick up the mop gun and struck Qin Jinjin's perky backside again. Qin Jinjin, I was just thinking about whether to let you go, but I didn't expect you to dare touch the tigers, but it seems it's time to put an end to this competition. Then another round of skills rained down on Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen was able to withstand the cold with his fur, and as long as these skills didn't hit him directly, they wouldn't affect him much anymore. He also began to launch his attacks. The mop gun was wielded by him with great vigor, and as Lin Chen slowly approached, Qin Jinjin started to feel anxious. Lin Chen's approach left her no time to prepare her ultimate move. How could she have been deceived by this kid's appearance just now? A direct ultimate move would have ended it. But now, it was definitely too late to regret. Watching Lin Chen stick about to hit her backside again, Qin Jinjin gritted her silver teeth, raised her hand to shield her rear, and grabbed the mop handle. Then she channeled the ice attribute spiritual energy within her. Lin Chen only felt his mop gun turn icy cold, the wooden mop handle freezing solid like a popsicle. Just as the ice attribute spiritual energy was about to flow into his body through the mop gun, he hurriedly let go. The mop gun fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. It ended its brief and sinful life. Of course, Qin Jinjin didn't fare any better, taking a hit from Lin Chen directly with her hand. That was certainly not as cushioned as her backside. Qin Jinjin felt her left hand go numb. Seeing that he had lost his weapon, Lin Chen knew he couldn't let Qin Jinjin create distance between them. A mage had to fight up close. He couldn't think too much about it. Enhancing his jump, he pushed off the ground with both feet and charged at Qin Jinjin. Qin Jinjin hurriedly prepared to counter, but with her left hand still uncoordinated, how could she block Lin Chen with just one hand? Enhanced claw attack. Lin Chen's originally cute rabbit paws suddenly extended by 10 centimeters, becoming incredibly sharp. This was also the first time he used a skill after transforming. Wasn't this like being possessed by Wolverine? With the help of the claws, Qin Jinjin found herself in an even more awkward position. Was she really going to lose to this kid again? She was truly unwilling. At this moment, a strong sense of unwillingness filled Qin Jinjin's heart. How could I lose to someone twice? Absolutely not. As if sensing Qin Jinjin's unwillingness, the spiritual energy around her surged wildly towards her. Qin Jinjin's spiritual power began to recover rapidly and then slowly grew stronger. Finally, she broke through to silver 2 stars. Lin Chen, %N% Yuan and Yuan, is it really that impressive? She broke through just like that? In fact, at this moment, Lin Chen had the chance to interrupt Qin Jinjin's breakthrough. If he really attacked her, she would definitely be forced to halt her advancement. But stopping someone from advancing is like killing their parents. For just this exam, he wouldn't go that far. Of course, the main reason was that Qin Jinjin was not an enemy. But doing nothing was not Lin Chen's style. He made a pause gesture again, then waved at the referee. Referee, equals? You again? What kind of trick are you trying to pull this time? Do you want to get another weapon? However, at this moment, Qin Jinjin was in the middle of her breakthrough and clearly needed some time. Lin Chen also showed no intention of attacking. Could it be that this kid had changed his mind? Was he planning to wait until Qin Jinjin completed her breakthrough before fighting her? After thinking for 5 seconds, the referee decided to see what Lin Chen was up to. Referee, I report, someone is cheating. She just broke through. How is that cheating? Isn't breaking through on the spot considered cheating? The biggest cheat in this exam is you, okay? Stop talking nonsense. Meanwhile, Qin Jinjin had completed her breakthrough. She was a bit surprised. After all, she had just recently broken through to silver, and she didn't expect to break through again so quickly. Seeing the rabbit still bickering with the referee, Qin Jinjin rarely showed a hint of a smile. Lin Chen did not take advantage of his breakthrough to sneak attack himself, which shows his character. Although this person is somewhat unreliable, he is still quite trustworthy at critical moments. The main thing is that his beast transformation is just too cute. It really makes it impossible to harbor any hatred. Seeing that Qin Jinjin had successfully broken through, Lin Chen stopped chatting with the referee. He didn't really want to pick a fight. It was just that Qin Jinjin was breaking through, and standing on the stage felt a bit awkward, so he thought it would be a good idea to pull the referee over to chat and pass the time. I didn't expect you to be quite the gentleman, not taking advantage of my breakthrough to sneak attack me. Ah, I didn't know I could sneak attack during a breakthrough. How could I be so foolish and waste such a good opportunity? Although she knew Lin Chen was just being slick with his words, Qin Jinjin still shot him a glare. Since you didn't take advantage of my vulnerability, I'll allow you to find another weapon. I want to, but never mind, it's not suitable to use long weapons in beast form. Then you better not regret it. I'm much stronger now than I was before. Bring it on. If things go south, I'll admit defeat immediately. The two stopped talking and resumed their standoff. Qin Jinjin began to throw a barrage of instant cast ice abilities to harass Lin Chen. Lin Chen was also trying to get closer to Qin Jinjin. For a moment, they were evenly matched. However, Lin Chen gradually realized that even in beast form, he was starting to be affected by Qin Jinjin's ice abilities. Meanwhile, the referee surprisingly produced a down jacket from somewhere. Lin Chen, do you really have to steal the show like this? Why not get me one too? At this moment, Lin Chen understood Qin Jinjin's intention. She was trying to wear him out. Even if she couldn't exhaust him completely, by the time his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, a big move from her would still take him down. Although Lin Chen had the physical quality of a bronze 9 star, his spiritual energy level was only bronze 3. While maintaining beast form didn't consume much spiritual energy, it was still a drain. Qin Jinjin had been continuously using skills, and her consumption was clearly greater than Lin Chen's. But she had a higher level, the spiritual energy of A silver 2 was not something he could compare to as a mere rookie. No, this couldn't go on. It seemed he had to fight with his back against the wall. With this thought, Lin Chen suddenly stomped his feet on the arena, activating his enhanced jump and quickly charged towards Qin Jinjin. In the process, he was hit by several of her skills and an intense chill filled his body, especially his left arm, which took a direct hit from one of Qin Jinjin's freezing attacks, leaving his entire left hand numb. Damn, this is karma at its finest. Just a moment ago, he had nearly incapacitated Qin Jinjin's left arm with a single shot, and now it was his turn. But Lin Chen didn't care. Relying on his resilience, he endured several of Qin Jinjin's skills and finally got close to her as he wished. Qin Jinjin was happily throwing skills when she suddenly found Lin Chen right next to her, catching her off guard for a moment. Lin Chen couldn't let this opportunity slip by. He quickly activated his spiritual technique, the enhanced rabbit kick. Lin Chen suddenly turned, using his right hand to support himself on the ground, and his feet swiftly kicked towards Qin Jinjin. Lin Chen didn't expect the rabbit kick to be executed like this. It was quite embarrassing. However, these movements were very pleasing to the audience, as Lin Chen's beast form made the action appear incredibly cute. In a panic, Qin Jinjin could only use her arms to block, and while she managed to stop Lin Chen's attack, her arms couldn't match the strength of his legs. The powerful force lifted Qin Jinjin off the ground entirely. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This was the moment he quickly followed up. A reinforced jump followed, and with one hand and both feet, Lin Chen completely wrapped around Qin Jinjin from behind. The sensation from his right arm made Lin Chen's heart flutter. Indeed, it was a tumultuous wave. With such a sensitive area being touched, how could Qin Jinjin not feel it? In an instant, she was filled with a mix of sorrow and anger, beginning to struggle violently in the air. Due to Qin Jinjin's struggles, Lin Chen could no longer maintain his balance, and the two began to fall towards the arena. At that moment, Qin Jinjin was below, while Lin Chen was entangled around her like an octopus. Just as Qin Jinjin was about to crash into the arena like a ball, how could Lin Chen, as a man, allow that? With a sudden force from his waist, he flipped himself and Qin Jinjin over. Bang! Lin Chen's back slammed hard against the arena. Yet, even after such a heavy impact, Lin Chen still tightly wrapped around Qin Jinjin. The audience was stunned. They hadn't expected the situation to change so quickly. Up until now, Lin Chen had been dodging Qin Jinjin's skills, but unexpectedly, a twist occurred, and Lin Chen managed to lock Qin Jinjin down at the cost of his left arm. After a moment of eerie silence, the venue erupted with thunderous cheers. Lin Chen's counterattack was truly spectacular. However, not everyone's attention was focused here. Lin Chen, where are you? Putting your hands? I swear I'll chop them off. My goddess, are you really being conquered like this? High reward for Lin Chen's right hand. Lin Chen is so manly, I love that last turn. Nice waist, young man. As the audience's voices rose, Qin Jinjin's expression grew even darker. Lin Chen, let go. I won't let go even if it kills me, unless you admit defeat. With Qin Jinjin's temperament, how could she easily admit defeat? For her, admitting defeat was harder than killing her. Although she had rich combat skills, being completely locked by Lin Chen rendered those skills useless. To break free, she could only rely on her own strength, but in terms of strength, Lin Chen was indeed superior. After struggling for a while, Qin Jinjin stopped resisting. She realized that her struggles only made it easier for Lin Chen to take advantage of her. If you let go, I'll admit defeat. If you admit defeat, I'll let go. Don't push me. You don't push me. I'll tell you, I still have a big move left. You know? A cornered rabbit will bite. If you don't admit defeat, I'll really bite. Qin Jinjin was genuinely scared. This was an extraordinary exam. Did she think it was just kids fighting? Biting? However, she really didn't dare to try. She believed Lin Chen could actually do it. She could only helplessly say to the referee, I admit defeat. With Qin Jinjin's admission of defeat, this extraordinary exam came to an end. Since it only concerned whether they could be admitted to the renowned Lingwu University, even if Lin Chen ultimately won the championship, there were no substantial rewards. Lin Chen was not disappointed, as he would be content as long as he could be admitted to a good Lingwu University. Of course, it would be even better if he could get a tuition waiver and some scholarships. This was also the main reason Lin Chen worked hard to perform well. After the match, Lin Chen felt a bit guilty under Qin Jinjin's gaze, which seemed like it could skewer him alive. Looking at his right hand, he fell into deep thought. Should he not wash his hands for a week? Originally, as the champion, Lin Chen should have had a special interview after the match. However, for some reason, it was ultimately cancelled, and the interviewee became Qin Jinjin. But Lin Chen didn't care about that. The healing instructor quickly treated his left arm. After that, he was surrounded by a group of people. These were observers from various Lingwu universities, and they all expressed interest in Lin Chen. The conditions were very favorable, with tuition waivers and scholarships being common offers. What Lin Chen truly valued were those additional conditions. The most important of these additional conditions was the cultivation resources. Lin Chen was not like Zhang San and the others, who had plenty of cultivation resources even before entering university. Lin Chen was also aware of his own cultivation talent. Without 9527, he would still be a mere bronze 2-star nobody. Among the offers made to Lin Chen, the best ones came from Jingdu Lingwu and Modo Lingwu. Lin Chen did not rush to agree, he still needed to think it over. Lu Jin and Jianwen were not in a hurry either. They promised Lin Chen that they would send the notification letter to his school as soon as possible, and how to choose would depend on Lin Chen himself. Lin Chen certainly would not object, this was the best situation for him. With Lin Chen settled, a group of observers hurried off to find other candidates. After all, one couldn't hang all their hopes on a single tree. There were other potential candidates besides Lin Chen. With the matter of Lingwu University resolved, Lin Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. Not wanting to linger at Dijon, Lin Chen directly sought out Zhang Qichao. Upon seeing Lin Chen arrive, Zhang Qichao let out a long sigh of relief. He had witnessed the frenzy of observers scrambling for Lin Chen after his victory. This was no longer a matter of Lingwu University selecting Lin Chen, it was about which university Lin Chen would choose. Zhang Qichao also knew why Lin Chen had come to find him. It was for the scholarship, of course. Why would a student like this not receive a scholarship? Zhang Qichao was more than willing to provide the funds. Lin Chen was now the pride of the 18th High School. Without further ado, he took Lin Chen back to 18th High. Upon arriving at the office, he handed Lin Chen a thick envelope. Lin Chen, not being polite, opened the envelope right in front of Zhang Qichao. Seeing the stacks of red bills inside, Lin Chen's heart soared with joy. He spat on his fingers and began counting right in front of Zhang Qichao. Zhang Qichao, who do you think you're looking down on? Do you think I would cheat you out of your money? Before long, Lin Chen finished counting. 32,000, neither more nor less. The feeling of counting money was truly delightful. He noticed Zhang Qichao staring at him with a fierce expression. Unable to help himself, he chuckled and said, "Principal, don't get me wrong, I'm not worried you'd give me less, I'm just afraid you'd give me too much, and then I'd have to return it to you." Zhang Qichao, I believe you, not a chance. You little sly one, you're quite the rascal. Due to the special exam, there were no classes at school, so Lin Chen planned to deposit the money first and then treat himself well. After bidding farewell to Zhang Qichao, Lin Chen stealthily walked down the street. He felt uneasy, as if all the passers-by were eyeing his little stash of cash. After a long wait, he finally arrived at the bank and deposited all his money into his bank card. Finally feeling that the money was truly his, he took out his phone to check the time and realized that his phone had been with him for many years. It was time to say goodbye. Otherwise, even watching a downloaded video would result in buffering. Remembering that Li Shui was selling phones at a nearby mall, he decided to find her. After all, it was better to keep the business in the family. Before long, he arrived at Li Shui's workplace. At that moment, Li Shui was sweating profusely, trying to communicate with a foreign customer. "Can you introduce this mobile phone to me?" The foreigner kept asking Li Shui questions, but she opened her mouth several times, unsure of what to say. Lin Chen hurried over and smiled at Li Shui. "Can I help you?" Upon seeing Lin Chen, Li Shui looked as if she had found a savior. "Xiao Qiu, how's your English? Quickly help me translate. He wants you to introduce that mobile phone to him. Then I'll speak and you help me translate. This mobile phone." Li Shui's business skills were impressive as she quickly listed the phone's features. Lin Chen was no longer the naive person he used to be. Mastering nearly 6,000 foreign languages was no small feat. As Li Shui spoke, he translated. "This mobile phone. Made in China. Niability. Okay. I want it. Alright, wrap it up for him." Lin Shui looked at Lin Chen with admiration, surprised by his excellent English. She swiftly packaged the phone and handed it to the foreigner, who promptly paid. Everything went smoothly. What Lin Chen didn't know was that not far away, a pair of eyes was glaring at him. It was his English teacher, Wang Wenfeng. Today was a holiday, and she rarely had the chance to go shopping. When she arrived here, she saw Li Shui struggling to converse with a foreign friend. She intended to help but was unexpectedly outpaced by Lin Chen. "Aren't you the one who struggles with listening? You can converse fluently with foreigners now. Ha! With this level, you got a 0 in listening, right? No wonder I had to keep you for extra tutoring while you left me hanging." Lin Chen finally sensed something was off. He felt a killing intent. Moreover, the intensity of the killing intent was gradually increasing. Weakly turning around, he finally found the source of the killing intent. "Ah, Teacher Wang, what a coincidence. When did you arrive?" "I came when you were talking to the foreign friend." "Teacher Wang, I said I suddenly opened my meridians today, and my English just clicked. Do you believe it? Do you think I believe it?" "I think you do. I believe you, my foot." After saying that, Wang Wenfeng could no longer hold back and directly grabbed Lin Chen's ear. "Tell me, why didn't you take the exam seriously? You made me get a harsh scolding from the principal." Lin Chen dared not say anything. He still understood the importance of respecting teachers. "Well, I just wanted to keep a low profile. I was afraid that if I scored around 740 or 750, it would scare others." "Then why did you lose points in my English? Can't you distribute your scores evenly?" "I'll pay more attention. Next time? There's going to be a next time. I won't dare again." After humbly accepting an hour of criticism from Wang Wenfeng, she finally left satisfied. Humph. I told you not to leave me hanging. After finally sending off his English teacher, Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. Li Shui watched with great interest as Lin Chen was scolded. Once Wang Wenfang left, Li Shui dared to approach Lin Chen. There was no way, Wang Wenfang's aura was too strong, reminding Li Shui of the fear of being reprimanded by teachers back in school. Lin Chen, thank you so much just now. What brings you here today? I almost forgot, I came to buy a phone. Oh, here to support your sister's business. Ha? What phone are you looking to buy? A fruit with a bite taken out of it? I support domestic products. Then this one is good, it's economical, practical, and durable. Then I'll take it. Okay, I'll give you the lowest price. And deduct my commission. Thank you, Sister Shui. When do you get off work? I'll treat you to dinner? Lin Chen didn't stand on ceremony with Li Shui. He just needed to remember this. Forget it, I still have a while to go. I'll treat you when I have time. Lin Chen no longer insisted and took the new phone Li Shui handed him, inserting his SIM card. The smoothness was indeed incomparable to his counterfeit phone. He decisively paid the bill, spending 2,000 yuan, and bid farewell to Li Shui. He casually found a place to comfort his stomach. Looking at the time, it was still early and he suddenly didn't know what to do. He had no intention of delivering takeout anymore, it was merely a necessity before. Now, with a small savings and a scholarship for school, he thought for a long time and ultimately decided to go home and sleep. Upon returning to his place, Aunt Li greeted him warmly, congratulating him on winning the championship in the city's alternative exam. However, she earnestly told Lin Chen, I actually think getting second place is quite good. Why push yourself so hard in the last match? Losing the game but winning at life is even better, isn't it? After that, she went on to chat with Lin Chen about many things. Lin Chen expressed his gratitude and quickly slipped into his room. Why are so many people lecturing me today? Although he was back at his place, Lin Chen felt no sleepiness. Bored, he opened his newly bought phone and started downloading some commonly used apps. Habitually, he opened Weibo and was surprised to find he had over 300,000 followers. Didn't I only have Lu Rui as a follower before? How did it suddenly increase so much? Many people were also crazily at ing him. He casually clicked on a few and found they were either looking for a partner or asking for hugs. Rabbit, I'm a young lady of 28, looking as lovely as a flower. I heard you're still single, how about we spark some chemistry? A photo of her was attached below. Lin Chen hurriedly clicked on it. Wow, sister, you don't look 28 at all. Even the phone's beauty filter can't hide those deep wrinkles on your face. He quickly continued to scroll and found most were of this type. Of course, there were a few who looked decent from their photos. Lin Chen silently followed them back. He casually flipped through and was surprised to see Princess Elsa had also followed him. And the profile picture was indeed Xinjin's. He didn't expect this girl to follow him too, so he decisively followed her back and set her as a special follow. Bored, he scrolled through Weibo for a while and watched some videos. Before he knew it, it was evening. When Li Shui returned from work and learned Lin Chen was home, she specifically called him to have dinner together. It was an ordinary meal, yet Lin Chen felt particularly warm. After dinner, he even took the initiative to wash the dishes. Aunt Li nodded continuously, muttering that if Lin Chen were a bit older, she would marry Li Shui off to him, making Li Shui blush deeply. After lunch, Lin Chen went straight to rest. The next day, he still went to school. Although he had secured a place in university, Lin Chen thought it through and realized he still had to attend classes. When Lin Chen arrived at the classroom, the whole class erupted with excitement. Classmates greeted him enthusiastically, even those who usually looked down on him were smiling. If anyone felt the worst at that moment, it was undoubtedly Li Nan. He was the first to be eliminated from the class. The very person he looked down upon, Lin Chen, had actually won the championship. How could he accept that? Zhao Zhang also wore a gloomy expression. His performance in this alternative exam was decent, but compared to Lin Chen, it was nothing at all. As the class bell rang, the day's learning activities fell into a routine. Checking the time, it was time to acquire a new skill. Again, Lin Chen was about to call 9527 when 9527 had already started. Skill extraction in progress, please wait. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the SSS skill, Space System Awakening. Detected that the host already possesses Beast Transformation skill, do you wish to merge? Merge successful, congratulations host, Rogue Rabbit has successfully evolved into Doraemon. Lin Chen, I actually awakened a space system? Am I about to take off? You should know that there are only a handful of known space systems in the world. But what is this merging? And what the heck is Doraemon? Most importantly, 9527. Did you even ask for my opinion? You've gone and made decisions for me. Again. 9527. Why did you take it upon yourself to decide for me again? The space system is so powerful, why do we need to merge? My decisions are all calculated by the system to be most beneficial for the host's development. Then, what the heck is this Dorabee dream? Dora Dream, an evolved version of the Rogue Rabbit merging with space abilities, possessing the combined advantages of both space and beast transformation systems. Only Dora Dream can help you realize your dreams. Sounds pretty impressive. So what level is my beast transformation now? If I merged with an SSS skill, it should at least be SSSS, right? Hee. Hey, explain that hee to me. Dora Dream is currently at level A, which means your beast transformation has lowered the awakening level of the space system. Lin Chen, is there such a thing? But a level seems pretty good. A-level abilities are already considered rare. Normal attribute awakenings, like wind, fire, water, and earth, are all classified as B-level in this world. However, Lin Chen's biggest advantage is that he can still level up. There will be plenty of opportunities to upgrade in the future, although it does depend somewhat on luck. But for now, it seems Lin Chen's luck is quite good. 9527 is also puzzled as to why Lin Chen's luck is so favorable. In just a few days, he has drawn 3 SSS skills and hit the S level. Body enhancement twice. It's a bit unscientific. Lin Chen is particularly eager to see what kind of changes his current beast transformation will bring him, but he holds back. He decides to wait until he gets home to experience it in detail. At school, Lin Chen finds he's not really gaining anything anymore. He knows everything the teacher is saying, but without school, he feels incredibly bored. At least at school, he has Lu Rue to chat with. Soon, the day's classes come to an end, and Lin Chen hurriedly eats dinner before heading straight home. His mind is filled with anticipation for Dora Dream. Please don't let me down. Once back at his place, Lin Chen heads straight to his room. He stands in front of the mirror and silently chants, Domo Kasado, shine, you, light messenger. Lin Chen quickly succeeds in his beast transformation. It seems like he's still a rogue rabbit with no changes at all. 9527, why am I still a rogue rabbit? Look at your belly. Lin Chen immediately looks down at his belly and discovers a pocket has appeared on it. Lin Chen, equals? I think I know why it's called Dora Dream now. He reaches into the pocket. There's nothing inside. 9527, what's the use of this thing? This is a storage pocket. It contains an alternate space, and right now it's empty. You need to put things inside it. Lin Chen becomes curious. He picks up his backpack and tries to put it in the pocket. Something magical happens. Although the backpack is much larger than the pocket, as it approaches the pocket's opening, it rapidly shrinks and is then stored inside. Is it really this magical? Lin Chen thinks, and the backpack flies back out of the pocket, quickly returning to its original size. Lin Chen finds it particularly fun and quickly stuffs everything in his room into his pocket. In the end, he even manages to fit his bed inside. Isn't this just like the storage bags from the cultivation world? It seems he can carry a lot of things with him now, and the best part is that it doesn't add to his weight limit. How delightful. After feeling around again, he realizes that his original beast transformation skills are still intact. Besides the alternate space, there's a new skill. The Anywhere Door. Can it really allow me to freely travel between the past and the future like Doraemon? This skill is incredibly awesome. He takes a closer look at the skill description. You can open a random door beside you and then teleport to any place within 5 meters. Lin Chen? Isn't this just teleportation? Why call it a random door? Is it to fit with the name Doraemon? But teleportation is still pretty awesome. He opened the random door, thought about the living room, and the next second Lin Chen appeared directly in the living room. This skill is great. I'll never have to worry about forgetting my keys again. Lin Chen tried a few more times and felt that his spiritual power was somewhat lacking. It seems he needs to work hard to level up. Bronze 3 stars is indeed a bit weak. He quickly deactivated his beast transformation. Lin Chen was surprised to find that a pocket had appeared on his clothes. Can the storage pocket be used even without beast transformation? He quickly picked up his backpack again, and sure enough, it was put inside. Being able to use spatial skills without transforming is just too awesome. I wonder if the random door can be used. He hurriedly tried it, and indeed it could be used as well. In an instant, he felt like a badass. Unfortunately, his spatial skills didn't have any attack abilities, but he's still at bronze level. He believes that as his level increases, his skills will become more powerful. As a wave of dizziness hit him, Lin Chen knew it was due to his excessive consumption of spiritual power. It seems that his random door is quite draining on spiritual power. Unless absolutely necessary, it's better to use it sparingly. Lin Chen didn't rest immediately. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the bed, working hard to recover his spiritual power. Spiritual power can be cultivated with spiritual beads, but mainly it relies on self-cultivation. In the past, Lin Chen didn't focus on cultivation because his beast transformation talent was just too poor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have awakened to bronze 2 stars after more than 2 years. Today is different. Lin Chen should really focus on cultivation. The spiritual energy within him began to slowly recover, and when Lin Chen fully recovered, he found that his spiritual energy had slightly increased. For a while, Lin Chen still went to school every day, but since all the knowledge was stored in his mind, he practiced in the classroom, absorbing the spiritual energy from the world. Perhaps his previous luck had truly run out. For over 10 consecutive days, Lin Chen didn't draw any good skills. All he got were E-level life skills. Moreover, the types were varied, including planting, breeding, auto repair, and welding, all kinds of things. During this time, Zhang Qichao also came to find Lin Chen. At first, Lin Chen was curious about what the principal wanted with him. As soon as he entered the principal's office, Lin Chen understood. There was a stack of notification letters on the principal's desk. Judging by the thickness, there must be around 20 of them. Lin Chen, although various spiritual martial arts schools have extended olive branches to you, the principal still has a request. Lin Chen immediately became interested. Principal, what do you need? Well, I want you to participate in this year's college entrance examination. Lin Chen, haven't I already been admitted? Although Lin Chen did plan to take the college entrance examination, he wouldn't tell the principal that. This was clearly an opportunity to gain benefits. I hope for the first place in the city this year, or even the first in the province. Can you do that? Principal, I wasn't planning to participate, but since you've asked, it's not impossible, it's just. While speaking, he raised his hand and rubbed his thumb and index finger together frantically. Zhang Qichou understood immediately. The first in the city is 50,000, the first in the province is 100,000, and the first in the country is 200,000. How does that sound? Deal, don't worry, principal, I'll at least get you the first in the province. Zhang Qichou nodded with satisfaction. If I can really get first place, the school will reward the students anyway. It's not that Lin Chen wouldn't get it if he didn't ask. He tossed a stack of admission letters to Lin Chen. These are all yours. Think carefully about which university you want to attend. Okay, thank you, principal. I will choose wisely. In fact, Lin Chen had already made plans for university. To receive the best training, he would simply choose between Kyoto Lingwu University and Magic City Lingwu University. And these are the admission letters for the other students in your class. Please help me pass them to them. After saying that, he tossed a few more admission letters to Lin Chen. Lin Chen glanced casually at them. Several people in the class had received university admissions. He didn't care about the others, he was just more concerned about Lu Rui. Lu Rui had performed quite well in the alternative exam, receiving admission letters from 2 universities. Moreover, these 2 universities were also ranked in Huaxia. Unfortunately, they weren't in Kyoto or Magic City. Although Lin Chen felt a bit regretful, he also knew that this kind of thing couldn't be forced. When Lin Chen returned to the classroom with a stack of admission letters, most of his classmates looked at him with envy. In this society, it was indeed more advantageous to be a Lingwu practitioner. While others had 2 to 3 admission letters, Li Nan only had 1. There was no way around it. He had encountered Qingjinjin early in the alternative exam, so having 1 was already quite good. At this moment, Lin Chen's stack undoubtedly became the focus of everyone's attention. Sigh, comparing people really makes one feel frustrated. No wonder he's first in this alternative exam. I wonder which school Lin Chen will choose in the end. That's not something we should be concerned about. Let's focus on studying. The college entrance exam is just a few days away. Yeah, I hope we can achieve good results in this college entrance exam. After school, Lin Chen was just about to go home when he felt his phone vibrate. He took out his phone from the storage space. Don't ask why there's a signal in the alternate dimension. It's just that magical. To his surprise, it was a voice call from Princess Aisha. Hello, who is this? Qingjinjin, ***, you have 3 seconds to reorganize your words. Jinjin, it's been a long time, I've missed you. Have you missed me too? Hee, I give you 30 minutes to appear in front of me, or you'll face the consequences. Then the voice call was hung up. Lin Chen, why don't you tell me where you are? Forget it, I'll ignore her and go home to sleep. Just being so willful. Half an hour later. Buzz. He looked at his phone, it was still a call from Qingjinjin. After thinking it over, he decided to answer. Before Qingjinjin could speak, he said, Don't ask, I've loved, and I have no regrets. Love you, big-headed ghost. Didn't I tell you to come find me within half an hour? Sister, I want to find you, but you need to tell me where. Didn't I say it? Did you say it? If I didn't say it, wouldn't you ask? Did you give me time to ask? Xinyuan Cafe, I'll wait for you for another half hour. If you don't come, you're dead. Then she hung up again. My temper. You want me to go, and I just go? Thinking there's nothing else to do, I might as well go. Didn't the ancients say that only petty people and women are hard to deal with? He took a taxi and arrived at the cafe 10 minutes later. The cafe was quite upscale. Anyway, Lin Chen had never been to such a place. Zhang San was already waiting at the door. When he saw Lin Chen arrive, he immediately gave him a thumbs up. Brother Chiu, you're amazing. You're the first person I've seen who doesn't give the big sister face. She's your big sister, not mine. Why should I give her face? I'm still your big brother. Ah, big brother, you're right. Let's go, everyone is waiting for you. Oh, everyone is here? I thought Xinjin called me out for a date. It seems I was overthinking it. Walking into the cafe, sure enough, a few people were already there. With the arrival of Zhang San and Lin Chen, the entire team was finally gathered. Seeing this setup, Lin Chen understood that this meeting was definitely related to the bronze spirit ruins. Lin Chen's presence made Qin Jinjin frown. No one had ever ignored her like Lin Chen did. However, this was certainly not the time to discuss that. After Lin Chen sat down, the waiter brought the menu. Lin Chen was not polite and directly ordered the most expensive drink, Civet Cat Coffee. He wondered why it had such a peculiar name. Seeing that everyone was present, Qin Jinjin finally spoke up. The main reason for gathering everyone today is to discuss the trip to the Bronze Ruins during the summer vacation. Before that, I want to tell Lin Chen two things. Lin Chen, I believe you have received the admission letters from various spirit martial universities, right? Yes, I received a stack. Which school are you planning to attend? I'm still considering that. Why do you ask? Are you reluctant to part with me and want to attend the same university? Qin Jinjin, oh, greater than over equal to v less than over equal to, oh. Never seen someone so shameless. You guessed it right, I do want to attend the same university as you. After losing to you twice in a row, I'm not satisfied. I want to defeat you. Openly in college. Suit yourself, I'm leaning towards Magic City Spirit Martial University. Great, then our entire team will apply to Magic City Spirit Martial University. Did they receive their letters too? But thinking about it, it made sense. These few people were already among the best in the city, and with such high levels and special systems, it would be strange if the two prestigious schools didn't send them admission letters. Lin Chen wasn't lying, he indeed preferred Magic City Spirit Martial University mainly because they offered more resources. There's one more thing. I hope you participate in this college entrance examination. I want to compete with you one more time. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen realized there was profit to be made. I don't want to. Since I've already received the admission letter, why participate in the entrance exam? I know the entrance exam is no longer significant for you, but I still want to compete. How about this? I found out that you are an orphan and your financial situation isn't very good. So, I'll give you 500,000 to compete with me in this exam. How about that? Lin Chen's heart leaped with joy. He didn't expect such an unexpected gain. Besides, he was already planning to take the entrance exam. It seemed he had been thinking too small, easily swayed by the principal's petty benefits. The real big prize was right here. Skillfully pulling out his phone, he opened the payment code. I'm not doing this for the money, I just want to experience the feeling of taking the entrance exam. Qin Jinjin looked at Lin Chen speechlessly, not wasting any more words, and directly transferred the money to him. Lin Chen once again felt the power of money. This 500,000 was sent over without a frown. How long would it take him to earn that much delivering food? He couldn't compare. Alright, now let's get down to business. The main reason I called you here is to discuss the upcoming trip to the Spirit Ruins. Although we are going to explore a Bronze Spirit Ruins, our target is the Silver Spirit Beasts inside. Lin Chen also realized, no wonder Qin Jinjin was already a Silver 2-star, she was going to explore the Bronze Ruins clearly for the Silver Spirit Beasts. We are looking for a type of spirit beast called the Ice Fox. Ice foxes prefer to live in groups. If it were just a single silver level ice fox, I could handle it myself. However, according to the intelligence I gathered beforehand, there are at least 2 silver level ice foxes in the group, along with a bunch of others at different levels, which is why we need everyone's help. Your family should find it easy to deal with spirit beasts of this level. Why do you still want to do it yourselves? Lin Chen was also a bit curious. These people were clearly not ordinary, otherwise they wouldn't have reached such cultivation at this age. Several people looked at Lin Chen with disdain. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled. What was going on? Did he ask a rather foolish question? Zhang San noticed Lin Chen's confusion and smiled as he explained, Brother Chiu, the thing is, don't think that we, the children of wealthy families, just sit back and enjoy the good life. We also have our own experiences. As long as our lives are not in danger, our families won't intervene. Have you forgotten how we met? Lin Chen suddenly understood, so that's how it is. It seems these rich kids aren't as unbearable as he thought. Moreover, this is just a bronze ruin, and the family's assessment is something we can handle independently, so they let us be. Search for Disney. At that moment, the waiter brought Lin Chen's coffee. He picked it up and took a sip, only to spit it out immediately. What is this? Why is it so bitter? I don't understand why you rich people like this stuff. Seeing Lin Chen's rustic demeanor and recalling how he had teased Lin Chen at school last time, Qin Jinjin couldn't help but feel a desire to tease him. Again, do you know what kind of coffee you ordered? It's civet coffee. What's wrong with that? This coffee is commonly known as cat poop coffee. It's made from coffee beans that cats excrete. After saying that, she eagerly prepared to watch Lin Chen's reaction. However, she clearly underestimated him. Oh, I see. Poor little kitty. Qin Jinjin? This is completely different from what I imagined. At this moment, Lin Chen was looking at that cup of coffee with a conflicted expression. Drink it? It's so bitter. Don't drink it? I already ordered it. It cost several $100. Forget it, I can't waste it. Then, under the astonished gazes of Qin Jinjin and the others, he downed the cup of coffee in one go. I finished it, you guys do as you please. The others looked at Lin Chen in speechless disbelief. Is this something a normal person would do? After downing it, Lin Chen regretted it. It was really too bitter. Zhang San slowly pointed to a cup on the table. Brother Chiu, if you find it bitter, you can add sugar. You little brat, why didn't you say so earlier? I had to wait for my chance to speak. Who knew you would down it in one go? Oh, that's true, I was hasty. Saying that, he took out a bottle of cola from his pocket, opened it, and gulped down half the bottle, feeling a bit better. Meanwhile, Dian Lei and Zhang San beside him were stunned. What kind of operation is this? Drinking coffee while bringing cola? With you? I didn't notice you had anything in your pocket. Seeing Dian Lei and Zhang San staring at him, he asked, What? Do you guys want some too? You also think this coffee is terrible, right? You should have said so earlier. Then, as if performing a magic trick, he pulled out 2 more bottles of cola from his pocket. Dian Lei? Zhang San? This is not scientific. We clearly saw you pull it out of an empty pocket. Can you really do magic? Qin Jinjin and the others also sensed something unusual. No matter how inattentive you are, how could we not notice you? Bringing in 3 bottles of cola? What, do you want some too? I don't have much left. Considering I just made a deal, I'm really splurging today. Then he pulled out 4 more bottles of cola from his pocket. Zhang San was about to go crazy. This time he was watching Lin Chen closely. How did 4 bottles of cola come out of that deflated pocket? The others were also very curious. Are you the legendary Doraemon? I'm really curious about how much stuff you have in your pocket. Let me feel it. Zhang San directly reached into Lin Chen's pocket but found nothing. Lin Chen chuckled and pulled out a bag of chips from his pocket. Ignoring the astonished looks from everyone, he tore it open and started eating. Qin Jinjin seemed to have thought of something. Space system? Aren't you a beast transformation system? I am indeed a beast transformation system. Didn't you see me during the exam? So you were born with dual systems? Have you ever seen anyone born with dual systems in this world? Then explain to me what this situation is. I was careless. How should I explain this? Actually, after I fought with you that day, my beast transformation evolved and then the space system still appeared. Qin Jinjin shot Lin Chen a glance. Do you think I would believe such a clumsy excuse? There are hardly any space system users in this world and you just awakened it after a beating? You're kidding. However, Qin Jinjin didn't ask further. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Zhang San was indeed unusually excited. Xiaogu, how much can your pocket hold? I don't know, it seems quite large. Do you have any other space system skills besides this pocket? It seems I also have a teleportation skill. Teleportation? Everyone's mouths dropped open. Do you really need to show off so obviously? Especially Xingue, he felt like he was losing it. Why is his beast transformation so ordinary compared to Lin Chen's? Lin Chen had also considered whether to keep his space system abilities a secret, but after some thought he decided to tell everyone. Since they had joined the team, they should be honest with each other. Understanding one another would help avoid unnecessary harm during their adventures. Qin Jinjin was very surprised that Lin Chen had a space system. Having a space system Lin Chen was much more helpful than just his strength, not to mention, just this storage ability could significantly lighten the burden on the team members. Not to mention the teleportation skill, which was a godsend. Qin Jinjin also knew that since Lin Chen had revealed his trump card to them, it meant he didn't consider them outsiders anymore, so they could discuss some issues regarding this exploration of the spirit ruins. Alright, let's talk about the purpose of this exploration and how to distribute the gains. I know everyone is going to the spirit ruins for the trial. There isn't really anything you need inside. You can go mainly to help me, and I want to thank you all in advance. Big sister, what are you talking about? This is also a kind of training for us. Exactly, big sister, don't be so polite with us. For this training, I only want the spirit pearl of the spirit fox in the end. The other gains can be distributed equally among everyone. How does that sound? No one had any objections, and Lin Chen was no exception. This trip to the spirit ruins was mainly to broaden their horizons. He wasn't too concerned about the gains. He was no longer the person he used to be. After all, he was now a man with assets worth hundreds of thousands. Seeing that everyone had no objections, Qin Jinjin didn't say more. After finishing their coffee, they agreed to head directly to the spirit ruins after the college entrance examination. Once everyone left, Zhang San insisted on dragging Lin Chen to go shopping. Lin Chen didn't understand why Zhang San wanted to take him shopping, but thinking he had nothing else to do, he went to the mall with Zhang San. Upon arriving at the mall, Lin Chen realized how small-minded he had been. This wasn't just shopping, Zhang San was here to stock up. They bought snacks and drinks from the supermarket shelf by shelf. Tents, beds, barbecue grills, and seasonings were all included. They nearly cleared out the store of fruits and vegetables. After buying everything, they left an address for the sellers to deliver the goods. Lin Chen's space system abilities weren't something too many people should know about. Otherwise, Zhang San would have wanted Lin Chen to demonstrate it on the spot. They took Zhang San's car to one of his bases, which was actually a villa covering over 1,000 square meters. It wasn't long before the things Zhang San bought started arriving one after another. Zhang San waved his hand, signaling all the servants to retreat, then looked at Lin Chen with an expectant face. "Why are you staring at me like that? Do I have flowers on my face? And why did you buy so many things?" "These are all preparations I've made for this trip to the spirit ruins. Take a look and see if anything is missing. I can send someone to buy more." "Lin Chen, Sigma, degree. Are you sure we're going to explore the spirit ruins and not on vacation? Do we really need to bring so many snacks?" "Ha, it was originally impossible to reach this level, but look, Big Brother has pockets. Hurry up and try to see if it can fit." Lin Chen shook his head but immediately started stuffing the items into his pockets. Zhang San watched Lin Chen curiously. Seeing one item after another being packed into Lin Chen's storage pocket, he was envious beyond measure. Especially when he saw Lin Chen directly stuff a sofa set and several mattresses into his pocket, he nearly drooled on the ground. "This skill, I really want it." After cramming so many items, Lin Chen felt that his storage pocket was almost full. He quickly stopped Zhang San from continuing his crazy shopping spree. "Sanner, don't buy any more. I feel like my current level can only hold these items. If my level increases in the future, the space should get bigger." "Okay, boss, these items should be enough." "Enough?" These items could sustain several people on a deserted island for a year. After packing everything into his storage pocket, Lin Chen declined Zhang San's invitation to stay over and returned to his small house. Zhang San had arranged for his bodyguard to drive him back. Lin Chen certainly wouldn't refuse. Taking a taxi back would cost him $20. The days leading up to the college entrance examination were getting closer. The atmosphere at school had become somewhat tense. Aside from those who had successfully awakened, everyone else was focused on studying. Perhaps it was because he bought a barbecue grill and a bunch of seasonings yesterday. Lin Chen had directly awakened his culinary skills. This was relatively practical. As the saying goes, to win a woman's heart, you must first win her stomach. This was a godly skill for flirting. After school, unable to resist the urge, he helped Aunt Lee prepare a feast. Aunt Lee was astonished. So this kid was so capable. The mother and daughter were so happy eating that if Lin Chen weren't there, they probably would have wanted to lick the plates clean. In the blink of an eye, the day of the college entrance examination arrived. Although he already had Jinjinjin's 500,000, the principal's money still depended on the results of this exam. Who would ever complain about having too much money? As soon as he entered the examination room, Lin Chen was stunned. He didn't expect to be in the same exam room as Jinjinjin. Jinjinjin was equally surprised by the coincidence. Upon seeing Lin Chen, her fighting spirit intensified. Soon, the exam began. The first subject was still Chinese. He quickly finished the test paper, and with the essay, it only took him a little over half an hour. Looking at the time, he began to awaken today's new skill. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired E-level life skill, Mastery of Land Driving." Mastery of land driving refers to the ability to skillfully operate all land-based vehicles. Friendly reminder, tanks and armored vehicles are included. Without a doubt, he obtained today's skill. Although it was E-level, it seemed quite impressive. Just imagining one day driving a tank across the battlefield was exhilarating. But that was just a dream. After all, he didn't know if he would ever have the chance to touch such things in this lifetime. However, it was definitely better than those messy auto repair and welding skills. Seeing that there was still time, Lin Chen simply lay down on the desk and went to sleep. The two proctors couldn't help but shake their heads. Are today's young people really so unambitious? Half an hour later, Jinjinjin also finished her exam paper. She glanced at Lin Chen and was momentarily taken aback. Lin Chen had already played several rounds of chess with Zhou Gong. "Jinjinjin, why am I losing to someone like him?" In the following 2 days, Jinjinjin witnessed Lin Chen's answering speed. Every time the exam paper was handed out, he would immediately start answering at lightning speed. This ignited Jinjinjin's competitive spirit. However, after struggling for a while, she realized she simply couldn't keep up with Lin Chen and gave up. Moreover, when she checked her answers later, she found that she had made several mistakes because she rushed through them. Fortunately, she had enough time to catch those errors. This must be Lin Chen's psychological warfare. She couldn't let him affect her. After finishing his exam, Lin Chen went straight to sleep, which made Jinjinjin even more indignant. "Aren't you going to at least pretend to check your answers? Are you really that confident in yourself?" Jinjinjin was unusually serious about this exam. She didn't want to lose to someone like him again. At the same time, Lin Chen was exceptionally confident. His proficiency in language compensated for his listening shortcomings. What was once a difficult listening section was now incredibly easy for him. All the exams were over. Jinjinjin felt very confident about defeating Lin Chen this time. She had been exceptionally diligent and had checked her answers multiple times. If she were to lose to Lin Chen again, she would have to accept defeat. After the exam, Jinjinjin went straight to Lin Chen. "I feel great about this exam. I hope the results show that I've snatched first place from someone who won't cry." So confident, huh? How about we make another bet? Lin Chen's confidence left Qin Jinjin somewhat at a loss. What? Are you scared? A person as competitive as Qin Jinjin couldn't stand Lin Chen's provocation. Although she knew he was just trying to rile her up, she wouldn't back down. What do you want to bet on? A mischievous grin appeared on Lin Chen's face, sending a chill down Qin Jinjin's spine. What is he planning? Is he going to ask me to be his girlfriend? Or will he make some outrageous demands, like asking for a kiss? Should I agree? Suddenly feeling a bit shy? How about this? If I win, you give me 500,000. If I lose, I'll return the previous 500,000 to you. Qin Jinjin, is that it? Men really are all big pigs trotters. Fine, I accept. For someone like Qin Jinjin, who came from a wealthy family, money was the least of her concerns. By the way, let's meet at the entrance of number 1 high school at 10 a.m. tomorrow. We're going to the Bronze Ruins. Okay. See you tomorrow. After saying that, he left Qin Jinjin behind, leaving her alone. In a state of confusion. What a diamond straight man. After the exam today, there was originally a holiday, but under Zhao Zheng's persuasion, all the students from Class 8 of the 3rd year were going to have a graduation. Kneel together. In the past, Lin Chen wouldn't have wanted to attend such gatherings. At these gatherings, he would only become a clown, the target of ridicule for many in the class. But now it was different, as the top student in the city for the 3rd exam and the top student in the city for the alternative exam, who would dare to mock him? When Lin Chen arrived at the agreed restaurant, most of the others were already there. The homeroom. Teacher warmly welcomed him upon seeing him. Lin Chen, how do you feel about this exam? Don't worry, teacher, first place in the city is a sure thing. Ah, I love your confidence. After Lin Chen took his seat, the classmates chatted with their close friends while eating. With graduation upon them, there were no more formalities, and they just ordered some beer. From time to time, someone would come over to drink with Lin Chen, often saying things like, when you become successful, remember to promote your little brothers. Zhao Zhang and Li Nan felt quite uncomfortable watching from the side. The main characters here were supposed to be them. After the unusual exam, Wang Dabiao never mentioned sparring with Lin Chen again. What a joke, that would be pure torture. In the end, all the girls in the class gathered around. Lin Chen was a bit confused, not knowing what they wanted. Finally, it was Zhang Fei who stepped forward. Lin Chen, we're graduating soon and will be going our separate ways. The girls in our class have a request for you. Ha? What request? I'll try to fulfill it if I can. It's not a difficult thing. We all hope to hug you after you transform into your beast form. Lin Chen? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Although he was verbally declining, his body was quite honest. He silently chanted, Balala energy, Shalashala, little magical fairy transformation. He quickly transformed into a Doraemon. The girls in the class lined up eagerly, one by one starting to hug Lin Chen. So happy, I finally got to hug the bunny. I want to keep hugging like this forever. This fur is so soft, I want a coat like this. Hey, classmate, no trade means no harm, please give up this evil thought. Fat girl, you're almost choking Lin Chen, let go. After a hearty meal, they sang a song together. Lin Chen, being tone-deaf by nature, didn't join in but quietly listened to his classmates wailing. Since they were all students, the final payment method was split evenly. Lin Chen ended up spending 200 yuan, which made him feel a bit pained for a while. Happy times are always short-lived, the classmates were both crying and laughing. Lin Chen left early with Lu Rui. Rui, make sure to study hard in college, don't be like in high school anymore. Got it, Xiugu, I will definitely work hard to keep up with you. Then you better run fast, otherwise, I'm afraid you won't keep up. Xiugu, can't you walk a bit slower and wait for me? Alright, let's keep in touch often once we're in college. Of course, good brothers for life. Good brothers for life. Today was the day to head to Lingshu for training, and Lin Chen directly sent a WeChat message to Zhang San to pick him up on time. If he went by himself, he would have to pay for a taxi. Since they were meeting at 10, Lin Chen wasn't in a hurry. At 8, he directly called 9527. To be honest, Lin Chen didn't have much hope. After all, it had been many days of E-level life skills. Not even a D-level had appeared. Skill extraction in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining S-level skill, body enhancement. Oh, what a surprise before going on an adventure. Body enhancement in progress? Enhancement successful. Lin Chen instantly felt an explosive power surging through his body. 9527. What level is my physical fitness at now? Evaluating, the host's current strength is approximately that of a silver 6-star power attribute awakener. Has it increased that much? Of course, the enhancement of physical fitness is not as simple as the improvement of spiritual energy. The effects become more pronounced as you progress. I don't know what luck you've had to draw body enhancement 3 times in such a short time. Then 9527, do you think if I'm lucky, my cultivation might still be at bronze but my physical fitness could directly reach diamond level? 9527 rarely fell into silence but eventually replied, theoretically, it's possible. I knew it could be, just thinking about it is awesome. Do you have that kind of luck? Dreams are still worth having. Otherwise, what's the difference from being a salted fish? What if it comes true? 9527 Stop talking. Indeed, people still have the right to dream. After a while, Zhang San sent a message saying he had arrived downstairs. Everything was in his storage pocket and Lin Chen set off lightly. When he got downstairs, Zhang San was indeed already there. Seeing the luxurious RV that Zhang San drove, Lin Chen was at a loss for words. He chuckled, well, we really are going on a trip. Once he got into the vehicle, he was immediately stunned by the interior of the RV. As soon as he entered, there was a set of sofas, a stove, a refrigerator, a bathroom, and a flat-screen TV. The basic facilities were all complete. Lin Chen was not polite and directly lay down on the sofa of the RV. He couldn't help but sigh again. How nice it is to have money. Brother Chio, how is it? This car is nice, right? Yeah, not bad. It shouldn't be too boring on the way. Zhang San was accompanied by his bodyguard, but of course the bodyguard wouldn't enter the ruins. His main purpose for coming along was to be Zhang San's driver. It would take most of the day to drive from here to the Lingshu. Before long, they arrived at the first middle school, where the other members of the team were already waiting. They boarded the RV and set off directly towards the bronze Lingshu. Qin Jinjin looked at Lin Chen with some astonishment. For some reason, she felt she couldn't see through Lin Chen anymore. She sensed a hint of danger from him. It was a feeling she hadn't had just yesterday. Perhaps she was mistaken. Although there were 7 people sitting in the cabin, it didn't feel crowded at all. Brother Chio, this time I brought you a gift. Can you guess what it is? Lin Chen was taken aback. He didn't expect Zhang San to have a gift for him. What could it be? Is he going to give me money? Probably not. A car? No, there isn't enough space for that. I don't know, can't guess. Zhang San then struggled to take out 2 1-meter-long sticks from the RV's storage compartment. Lin Chen, Omega, what are these things? They look quite heavy. Zhang San joined the 2 ends of the sticks together, gave them a gentle twist, and instantly the 2 short sticks transformed into a long stick. Are you giving me a stick? Yes, brother. Xiao, don't underestimate this long stick. It's made of rare alloy, don't be fooled by its size, it weighs over 100 pounds. I believe with your strength it should be quite handy to use. But I don't know how to use a stick. Who are you trying to fool? When you fought with the big sister, weren't you swinging that mop quite skillfully? I was using my gun skills, okay? I just used the mop because I didn't have a long gun. Is that so? Then next time I'll help you modify it into a long gun. For now, just make do with it. Saying this, he handed the long stick to Lin Chen. Lin Chen took the long stick and felt a weight in his hand. However, with his current silver 6-star physical condition, it was not difficult to use. He skillfully performed a few tricks with it. It felt quite handy, though some techniques like thrusting and stabbing lacked the power of a long gun. Zhang San looked at Lin Chen with admiration. I struggle to hold it, but for Brother Chio, this 100-pound object is no different from an ordinary wooden stick. After getting familiar with it for a while, Lin Chen decisively stuffed it into his chest pocket. The others looked on in amazement. Stuffing an iron rod in your belly, have you ever seen that? It would take a long time to reach the bronze Lingshu. The 7 of them split into 2 tables to start playing cards. Lin Chen was arranged to play Do Diju with Qin Jinjin and Changmin, while the other 4 played Guandan. Playing cards should have some stakes, so Lin Chen and the others played for $1 a hand, with bombs doubling the stakes. Originally just a normal entertainment to pass the time, it became somewhat different because of Qin Jinjin's presence. After Lin Chen won several hands in a row, Qin Jinjin's competitive spirit was ignited. No way, she absolutely couldn't lose to this guy in cards. Looking at a good hand in her hand, Qin Jinjin couldn't help but smile. I don't believe you can win this hand. Changmin, we must defeat Lin Chen, that local landlord this time. Alright, Jinjin, go for it. My hand isn't that great though. Don't worry, leave it to me, my cards are amazing. Looking at the cards in her hand, 4 kings, 4 aces, 4 twos, 56,789, it would be really hard to lose. Lin Chen smirked, not necessarily. I feel like I'm going to win this round with 3 threes, 3 fours, and a pair of 99 JJ, a plane with wings. Changmin glanced at her cards. Can't take it. 4 kings. Are the cards that good? No way. 5 6 7 8 9, no. 4 aces. Looking at the remaining 4 twos in her hand, Qin Jinjin felt a sense of certainty. This round is secure. King bomb. Can't take it. Pass. Let you have a turn. Do you still have 4 twos left? Keep them. 5 6 7 8 9 1 0 JQ, I'm out. Qin Jinjin, with such good cards, why didn't you take them earlier? Wouldn't that be cheating you out of a bomb? Bombs double the points. How did you know I still had 4 twos? I guessed. Actually, after playing 2 rounds, Lin Chen's photographic memory began to kick in. Every card had subtle differences and he had long memorized all the cards. I don't believe it, let's keep going. 2 hours later, Zhang San and the others had already stopped playing and were now watching from the sidelines. Lin Chen won more than he lost. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to win every time without cheating, but winning at least 8 out of 10 rounds was a given. This made Qin Jinjin even more frustrated. It seemed like Lin Chen could see through her cards. Every card he played made her uncomfortable. I'm done. Shin Gui and the others looked at Qin Jinjin in surprise. This was essentially a concession. For something like this to happen to Qin Jinjin was extremely unscientific. In the end, after counting, Qin Jinjin lost nearly 2,000 yuan in 2 hours. What the heck? Playing Do Diju for a yuan a hand? How did you lose 2,000 in 2 hours, big sister? Dian Lei was stunned on the side. Qin Jinjin, here's a look for you to ponder. Dian Lei was so shocked he covered his mouth. Chang Min was fine, only losing a few dozen yuan. Mainly, Jinjin had won back some when she was the landlord. She decisively accepted the transfers sent by the two girls. Feeling great, 2,000 yuan in hand. Very nice. Next, everyone rested in the car. By evening, they finally reached their destination. At the entrance of the spirit ruins, there were quite a few adventurers. Most of these adventurers were not very high in cultivation. After all, this was just a bronze spirit ruins, and those with higher cultivation wouldn't come to such a low-level spirit ruins. Since it was getting late, they didn't enter the spirit ruins immediately. Instead, they planned to rest for the night and set off again in the morning. At this time, most of the people at the entrance of the spirit ruins shared this thought. The night in the spirit ruins was much more dangerous than during the day. These people were mainly seeking wealth and didn't want to risk their lives here. Although the RV could accommodate people, it was clearly too cramped for so many. At this moment, Lin Chen's storage pocket came in handy. He took out 2 large tents from the car. He didn't want to expose his spatial abilities in front of everyone. He tossed them to Zhang San and the others, who eagerly went to set up the tents. He then took out a barbecue grill and a pile of ingredients. It was time to showcase his culinary skills. Setting up the grill, he laid down charcoal. He called over Zhuang Chang, who used his fire ability to ignite the charcoal. Then he began grilling skillfully. Before long, an enticing aroma filled the entire entrance of the spirit ruins. Those adventurers had never encountered such a thing. Coming to the spirit ruins was one thing, but they had come in an RV. As if that wasn't enough, they were holding a barbecue party right at the entrance of the spirit ruins. Looking again at the dry rations in his hand, he instantly felt they had lost their appeal. Zhang San and the others, having set up their tent, were also drawn over by the aroma. Ah, Brother Chiu, I didn't expect you had this skill. Of course, your brother Chiu has many talents. Saying this, he tossed a skewer of roasted lamb to Zhang San. Zhang San caught it and took a bite. Wow, is it really this delicious? Even a 5-star chef might not grill better than you. Oh my, it's truly fragrant. Seeing Zhang San's expression, Xin Gui and the others couldn't help but feel a bit impatient. Lin Chan also handed over the grilled food to a few people. He secretly returned to the car, grabbed a bucket and filled it with some water. Then he pulled out some beer. He found Qin Jinjin. Beauty. Add some ice. Qin Jinjin looked at Lin Chen with a bit of exasperation. You've ruined the ability, okay? But she still obediently put down the mushrooms in her hand and placed her hand in the bucket, expertly controlling it to turn the water into a mixture of ice water. Then Lin Chen turned back to continue grilling, stopping only when he felt there was enough for everyone to eat. At this point, he joined the fray with the grilled food. The beer was also nicely chilled by now. Barbecue paired with beer, it couldn't get any better. Meanwhile, the group around could only watch enviously. Some even sniffed the barbecue aroma while munching on compressed biscuits, as if that would somehow improve the taste. Seeing the eager eyes of those around him, Lin Chen suddenly had a bold idea. He quickly filled his stomach. Sneaking back to the tent, he swiftly pulled out a large pile of snacks and drinks. He also retrieved a large amount of barbecue ingredients. Then he pushed a small cart back to the grill. Come and take a look. Authentic Xinjiang lamb skewers, 10 yuan each. Beer, drinks, mineral water, peanuts, sunflower seeds, 8 treasure porridge. There's nothing you can't think of that I don't have. The Lingshu barbecue stall is officially open. We support WeChat, Alipay, and card payments too. While shouting, he displayed his payment QR code, along with a POS machine. Wow, are you really this professional? I feel like I see a business opportunity. Why didn't I think of setting up a stall here before? Qin Jinjin and the others turned to each other, wondering why they knew such a person. Gradually, someone finally couldn't hold back. Boss, your lamb skewers are too expensive. Aren't they normally 2 yuan each? Bro, you don't know the whole story. First, you need to know that my lamb is authentic Xinjiang lamb. Just look at the fat. Buying it is a steal. And you have to consider my costs. I drove here, it took 2 days and nights. Is the fuel free? That actually makes some sense. Let me try one skewer first. Sure thing, boss, pay first, then you get the goods. 10 yuan to Alipay. Alright, boss, here's your lamb skewer. The person took the skewer and eagerly put it in his mouth. Ah, what kind of divine flavor is this? I've never had such delicious lamb skewers before. But boss, you put a bit too much chili, give me another 10 skewers. Hee, if I don't add more chili, how would you buy my beer and drinks? By the way, boss, how much is the beer? 10 yuan for room temperature, 20 for chilled. Why is the chilled one so expensive? Are you kidding? You think this ice just fell from the sky? It's painstakingly condensed by our ice-type awakeners using their spiritual power. If you think it's too expensive, just buy the room temperature one. Forget it, just give me 2 bottles of the chilled ones. Okay, boss, pay first. Please line up if you need to buy. Before long, a bizarre scene appeared at the entrance of Lingshu. A group of people lined up in front of Lin Shen's barbecue stall to buy things. What Lin Shen didn't know was that not far away, a small team had already set their sights on them. Big brother, this group of people is a bunch of fat sheep. Are we going to take them down? Of course, we must. Lao Wu, keep an eye on them. As soon as they enter the spirit ruins, follow them immediately. Don't worry, big brother, I'll keep a close watch on them. Good, you keep an eye on them and I'll notify the others. These two were notorious in the adventurer group as the Fierce Wolf Team, led by Yang Hu, who was its Silver 5. The Fierce Wolf Team was also a 7-member team that often ambushed other teams in the spirit ruins, and their reputation for ruthlessness was well known. Casualties in the spirit ruins were quite normal, which was also why the Fierce Wolf Team dared to target other teams. Although many people knew they were behind it, they had always managed to keep their hands clean and had never been caught, so they remained at large. The Fierce Wolf Team was also clever. They never ventured into high-level spirit ruins, only targeting those below bronze. Their team had 3 silver members, including Yang Hu, and 2 others who had reached silver, albeit both at silver 2. Such a team could be considered invincible in the bronze spirit ruins. Meanwhile, Qin Jinjin and the others were completely unaware of this, still chatting leisurely. Lin Chen had already sold out everything he had taken out and was now grinning foolishly at his phone. In just a short while, he had sold over 30,000 worth of goods. After deducting 1,000 for costs, he netted nearly 30,000. He had never imagined that making money could be this easy. If it weren't for the lack of goods, he might have made even more. I really am a little clever clogs. The sky was getting late and everyone decided to rest. After some discussion, they decided that Qin Jinjin and Chang Min would stay in the RV, while the others would sleep in tents outside. No one had any objections. After all, they were all men and wanted to leave the comfort for the girls. Until they saw Lin Chen pull out a 2M*2M mattress from his storage pocket in the tent. Damn, his RV. Sleeping in a tent is the real deal. Besides the mattress, there were also mosquito coils and other outdoor living supplies. The group now had one thought. Having a doryman around is really great. A night without conversation. The next morning, the group got up early, washed up briefly, and prepared to enter the spirit ruins. Of course, in the absence of others, Lin Chen packed all his things back into his pocket. Lin Chen was also a bit curious. What exactly was the situation in the spirit ruins? This was his first time entering. The country wouldn't interfere too much with the bronze spirit ruins, but entry wasn't arbitrary either. There would be personnel from the country responsible for registration and collecting a portion of the entrance fee. The entrance to the spirit ruins in the morning wasn't as lively. Most people had already entered. Qin Jinjin and her group were among the later entrants. After paying the entrance fee, they entered the spirit ruins. After they entered, Yang Hu also led his team into the spirit ruins. Entering the spirit ruins felt like stepping into another world, with the spiritual energy even denser than in the real world. The group greedily took a breath. Lin Chen curiously surveyed the world before him. The spirit ruins seemed to exist in a different dimension from his own world. Although spirit beasts could also enter the human world, for some reason, they rarely ventured there. However, humans were eager to enter the spirit ruins. This was also why the country strictly controlled spirit ruins above the gold level. Even though no particularly strong spirit beasts had entered the human world so far, humans had to be on guard and dared not let their guard down. If a gold level or higher spirit beast appeared in major cities, it could cause significant disasters. What lay before them was just a bronze spirit ruins, but its area was not small. Before them was a vast expanse of green grassland. Not far away was a lush green forest, and as for what lay behind the forest, Lin Chen couldn't see it yet, all blocked by the trees. Our target is deep within the spirit ruins, where there is a snowfield 2 days' journey from here. Qin Jinjin's words took Lin Chen by surprise. The spirit ruins were indeed not small, requiring 2 days even at their pace. Lin Chen suddenly felt a bit regretful, wondering if he should have let Zhang San bring an off-road vehicle in. That would have saved a lot of travel time. But then he thought, not to mention whether the sound of the car would attract spirit beasts. Even if the spirit beasts ignored it, it wouldn't serve the purpose of training. Sigh, better to go on foot. Once they entered the spirit ruins, Changmin began to activate her sound-based radar. Changmin first glanced back suspiciously, as if a team had been following them, but she didn't think much of it. Perhaps they were just heading in the same direction. At that moment, Yang Hu and the others were watching Lin Chen and his group from a distance. Boss, should we make a move now? What's the rush? We're still on the grassland. It's too open and easy to expose ourselves. Let's wait until they enter the woods before we act. The boss is wise. Qin Jinjin and the others still hadn't sensed the approaching danger. Qin Jinjin was looking at a map. In her hand, one given to her by a family elder who had previously explored this spirit ruins. In the center of the map was a large red X marking their destination. Lin Chen leaned over to take a look. Is this the legendary treasure map? What treasure map? This is just a map of the spirit ruins and the marked place is our destination. Hearing it wasn't a treasure map, Lin Chen lost interest. Along the way, they occasionally encountered other adventurers who exchanged wary glances before parting ways. Everyone be careful, there's movement ahead, likely spirit beasts. From the sounds, there seemed to be about 7 or 8 of them. Upon hearing Chang Min's warning, everyone became alert. Everyone be careful, I'll go scout ahead. As the scout of the team, Xingui naturally had to investigate. Lin Chen, curious, decided to go with Xingui. This was just the outskirts of the spirit ruins, so there shouldn't be any particularly powerful spirit beasts, and Qin Jinjin didn't stop them. The two cautiously paved the way ahead, and after walking about 800 meters, they finally saw a group of sheep leisurely grazing in the grass. Occasionally, they would bleat. The sheep looked quite similar to those outside, except their horns appeared particularly strong. Xingui let out a sigh of relief. It turned out to be just a few sheep, so the danger should be minimal. However, Lin Chen did not relax his vigilance like Xingui. Instead, he pulled Xingui back slowly. Xingui was puzzled by Lin Chen's caution and didn't dare to ask further. When the two returned, Qin Jinjin quickly asked, "How is it? What spirit beast is it? Do you recognize it?" Xingui shook his head. "I don't recognize it. It's a group of sheep and they don't seem dangerous." Hearing Xingui's words, Qin Jinjin also breathed a sigh of relief. "But it seems that Gu knows something," Xingui said, looking at Lin Chen's cautious demeanor, thinking he must have some understanding of this spirit beast. "Everyone, don't let your guard down. These aren't ordinary sheep but bighorn sheep. Their temperament isn't gentle, they are a type of spirit beast with very strong attack power." The group looked at Lin Chen in surprise, not expecting him to directly identify the type of spirit beast. It should be noted that the knowledge learned in high school was all basic. The study of spirit beasts was something taught in university. Qin Jinjin also recalled her family's warnings when they set out, which indeed reminded her to be cautious of a creature known as the bighorn sheep. If one were to ask why Lin Chen recognized the bighorn sheep, it was related to the E-level life skill he had awakened. The moment Lin Chen saw the bighorn sheep, a wealth of information about them flooded his mind. For example, the larger the horns of the bighorn sheep, the more likely they are to attract the opposite sex, stemming from the skill of breeding. Compared to grass, bighorn sheep prefer to eat roots, which comes from the skill of husbandry. Bighorn sheep dislike strangers approaching and will actively attack nearby creatures. However, if you can gently stroke their belly before they attack, they will become incredibly docile thanks to the skill of taming. The meat of bighorn sheep is exceptionally delicious, and due to the spiritual energy within them, it has a unique flavor, derived from the skill of culinary mastery. With this mental feedback, Lin Chen was completely stunned. Wow, who said these life skills are useless? This is a living encyclopedia of spirit beasts. Qin Jinjin hesitated for a moment. Should we take action? Dian Lei, a warrior at heart, declared, since we're out here for trials, we can't keep avoiding them. Let's go for it. Lin Chen nodded and smiled. Yes, I also think we should fight. It's a good opportunity to build our team's synergy. Seeing that everyone was eager to try, Qin Jinjin waved her hand and led the group straight towards the bighorn sheep. When they were 50 meters away from the bighorn sheep, the group of sheep noticed them. They began to bleat anxiously. As they saw the group getting closer, at the sound of the bighorn sheep leader's ba, a herd of bighorn sheep charged towards them. Of course, the sheep were all around the bronze 5 or 6 star level, with only the leader reaching bronze 9 stars. Although their strength was decent, it was somewhat lacking in Lin Chen and the others' eyes. Qin Jinjin controlled the battlefield with her ice skills, slowing some sheep down and freezing others. Zhuang Chang and Dian Lei unleashed a combination of fire and thunder attacks, causing all the bighorn sheep except the leader to kneel. In an instant, a mouth-watering aroma wafted through the air, making Lin Chen click his tongue in surprise. I say, Zhuang Chang and Dian Lei, you two spendthrifts, after that set of skills, you've charred and electrocuted the bighorn sheep. What value is left? Can we sell the fur? Can we eat the meat? Just leave the leader to us, this is our lunch. Without waiting for the two to respond, he charged towards the leader with his golden staff. Seeing that his wife and children were gone, the bighorn sheep leader could hardly contain his anger. He noticed Lin Chen charging at him, and seeing that Lin Chen's cultivation level didn't seem very high, he thought, why not take him on? As the bighorn sheep leader charged at him, Lin Chen grinned and swung his staff at the leader's head. The bighorn sheep, confident in its horns, charged directly at the golden staff. With a loud bang, the bighorn sheep let out an incredulous bleat before leaving this world. Lin Chen sneered. Did he think the physical quality of a silver 6-star was a joke? Qin Jinjin was very satisfied with the team's performance. They had completely resolved the issue with the bighorn sheep, without any injuries. Of course, the main reason was that the bighorn sheep's cultivation level was too low. The battle was over, but the battlefield still needed to be cleaned up. Such tasks were not suitable for girls, so the group began checking the bighorn sheep for the presence of spirit pearls. Lin Chen also started searching the leader's corpse. To his surprise, he actually found a spirit pearl. Unfortunately, the others were not so lucky. Out of 7 or 8 bighorn sheep, only one dropped a spirit pearl. Both of these spirit pearls had no skills. This was expected. If spirit pearls with skills were so easy to come by, their prices wouldn't be so inflated. Lin Chen looked around to ensure no one was watching and decisively stuffed the bighorn sheep's body into his storage pocket. He was still very curious about how delicious the bighorn sheep's meat really was. As for the other bighorn sheep, Lin Chen didn't bother collecting them. They had all been destroyed by Zhuang Chang and Dian Lei. What a waste! If they had sold the lamb skewers outside, they could have easily made a small fortune of around 100,000. After cleaning up the battlefield, the group was about to continue their journey when suddenly a wolf howl echoed in the distance. Soon, dozens of wolves appeared from afar, seemingly attracted by the scent of the mountain goat meat. Each one stared at the group with glowing green eyes, baring their serrated fangs, and drooling intermittently. Information about this pack of spirit beasts flashed in their minds. The serrated wolf, a pack-oriented spirit beast, excels at ambush, is ferocious and ruthless, and insatiably greedy. Other skills reported on the situation of the serrated wolves, but there was no response regarding culinary expertise. Lin Chen stroked his chin, realizing that serrated wolves were not suitable for food. Everyone be careful, it's the serrated wolves. Watch out for their ambushes. Upon hearing Lin Chen's warning, the group formed a circle to prevent a sudden attack from the wolves. The cultivation level of the serrated wolves was clearly higher than that of the goats, but they were not at the silver level. If a real fight broke out, Lin Chen and the others were not afraid, but with the number of wolves, unnecessary casualties would definitely occur. Lin Chen kicked a few goat carcasses on the ground towards the wolves. The pack immediately began to feast in front of the group, creating a scene that was quite bloody. The onlookers couldn't help but frown. At this moment, everyone just hoped that the wolves would leave after finishing the mountain goats. After the pack finished eating, they still seemed unsatisfied, their greedy gazes fixed on the group. The wolves did not immediately launch an attack but instead stared at the group with mocking eyes. It seems that hoping they will leave after eating is impossible. Prepare for battle. The group readied themselves for combat, and Qin Jinjin was even prepared to unleash her powers, but Lin Chen stopped. Horror! Qin Jinjin looked at Lin Chen in confusion. Wolves are fierce. If we cause them casualties, they will only become more ferocious, increasing the chances of us suffering losses. But what can we do if we don't strike? Being surrounded by them isn't a solution. Of course, we can't just drag this out with them, he said, focusing on a serrated wolf that was significantly larger than the others. This wolf was clearly the leader of the pack. Qin Jinjin's eyes lit up. You mean to capture the leader first? Lin Chen smiled and nodded. But it's not that easy. The pack is cunning, and the leader won't come over to let us hit it. If it doesn't come to us, I can go find it. No, that's too dangerous. Did you forget I have a trump card? At this moment, everyone realized, right, Lin Chen could teleport. Once I take care of the leader, if they retreat, you must not pursue. Understood, safety is the priority. Seeing that everyone understood his intention, Lin Chen stopped wasting time. He waved his hand to open a portal and teleported directly in front of the leader, swinging a club towards its head. The leader looked at Lin Chen, who had suddenly appeared before it, in shock. Sigma, degree winky face scared me half to death. By the time it reacted, Lin Chen's metal club had already smashed into its head. Heh, does it not know that our wolf clan has tough heads and soft waists? How dare it attack my head? The wolf's mouth curled into a sneer. Then, there was no more then. Its entire head was smashed open by Lin Chen's blow. Blood and brains splattered everywhere. The pack stared in disbelief as their leader was killed in one hit. Awoo. Did our boss just get taken out in one hit? Awoo. Yes. Awoo. What do we do now? Awoo. Run for it. Awoo. Okay. In an instant, all the serrated wolves fled in panic. Lin Chen also breathed a sigh of relief, striking a pose after killing the leader that was as cool as it could get. But only it knew that if the serrated wolf hadn't left, it was always ready to teleport back. Lin Chen skillfully skinned the head wolf and directly placed the pelt into his storage pocket. Then he began to rummage through the head wolf's body. Surprisingly, he managed to find a spirit pearl. Just as he was about to toss it into his storage space, he was astonished to discover that this spirit pearl was somewhat different. It actually contained a skill with spiritual techniques. Moreover, it was a very practical skill. Stealth. Although it was just a bronze skill, if used well, it could rival some golden skills. Lin Chen thought for a moment and directly tossed the spirit pearl to Shen Gue. Shen Gui's beast form was a wolf, and he was responsible for the team's reconnaissance. This stealth skill was perfect for him. Shen Gue fumbled to catch the spirit pearl. Why are you giving this to me? Didn't we agree that all spirit pearls would go to you first? After receiving it, he realized that this was actually a spirit pearl with an attached skill. And It was very suitable for him. The other few also reacted. Dianlei looked pleasantly surprised. Wow, what luck! Just entered the spirit ruins and already found a spirit pearl. With a skill? Zhang San shrugged. If this happened to Brother Chiu, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Shin Gue looked at the spirit pearl in his hand and pondered for a moment, saying, although this spirit pearl is just a bronze one, the attached skill is very practical. Its market value is estimated to be around 2 million. Once we leave the spirit ruins, I will transfer the money to everyone. Lin Chen, you really know how to be considerate. Divided among 6 people, I could still get over 300,000. That's quite nice. In fact, most bronze spirit pearls can sell for around 200,000 to 300,000. This one can sell for such a high price simply because the skill is so rare. Seeing that no one opposed, Shin Gue directly absorbed the bronze spirit pearl on the spot. As Shin Gue absorbed the spirit pearl, the others looked at him with some anticipation. Shin Gue was very savvy and immediately activated the spiritual technique. Suddenly, Shin Gue's body appeared somewhat ethereal. Although it wasn't complete invisibility, it was hard to notice unless one looked closely. Lin Chen suddenly regretted giving this skill to Shin Gue. If he had known it was this impressive, wouldn't it have been better for him to use it? This was a skill for spying. But there was no such thing as a pill for regret in this world. Forget it, let this kid Shin Gue have it. It seemed he hadn't awakened his own skill today. Just as this thought crossed his mind, 9,527 acted directly. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the A-level practical skill, Mastery of Medicine. Mastery of Medicine, this means the host can proficiently master all traditional and Western medical techniques that have appeared on Earth. A-level? Mastery of Medicine? That feels great. Regardless of its practicality, this skill should be quite profitable. Thinking of all the little money beckoning to him, he couldn't help but reveal a sly smile. Zhang San and the others couldn't help but shiver at his grin. Was it just because he had killed a bronze-level head wolf? Was it just because he had obtained a bronze spirit pearl with a skill? Was it necessary to smile so? Creepily? New skill acquired. And such a practical skill, how could he not show it off? Although he was familiar with both traditional and Western medicine, he still preferred traditional Chinese medicine. Then he stared intensely at the 6 people. Shin Gue, you need to keep your private life in check or be careful that your kidneys can't take it. What? Private life? I'm still a virgin. Then you need to be even more careful. You can't always rely on your right hand. Shin Gue lunged over and covered Lin Chen's mouth with his hand. You're my brother. How can you say everything out loud? And how did you figure it out? Lin Chen hurriedly pushed Shin Gue away. Did you just cover my mouth with your right hand, you beast? But it's okay, at this age, it's understandable. Just exercise some restraint in the future. Shin Gue, this is personal privacy, okay? Do you have to say it so loudly? If I could beat you, I would definitely give you a good lesson. Lin Chen ignored him and turned to Zhang San. Zhang San's face turned pale. Chiu Gue, I'm very restrained. You're restrained my ass. I really am. Just once or twice a month, that shouldn't be considered frequent, right? Lin Chen? What I meant was your diet. You need to eat lighter in the future or be careful of developing high blood pressure at a young age. Zhang San, baby's heart is bitter, but baby won't say it. Lin Chen then looked at Dianlei and Zhuang Chang, and the few of them felt a bit intimidated. Just after dealing with the spirit beast, you directly turned it into a free clinic. Do you have to change so smoothly? Lin Chen patted Dianlei and Zhuang Chang, saying nothing. Dianlei and Zhuang Chang were so scared they almost peed themselves. Chiu Gue, don't scare me. Do we have some terminal illness? Is there still hope? Lin Chen looked speechless. I patted you because you don't have any problems right now. What are you thinking? The two finally breathed a sigh of relief. Next were the 2 girls. Chang Min looked expectant. Qin Zhenjin, on the other hand, had a face full of disdain, wondering why he suddenly acted like a divine doctor. Lin Chen ignored Qin Zhenjin and directly started checking Chang Min. Of course, it was no longer just a simple glance like with Zhang San. Instead, it was a comprehensive examination of observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. Lin Chen was currently feeling Chang Min's pulse. Nothing major, just a bit of qi deficiency. Saying this, he took out a pen and paper from his storage pocket and quickly wrote down a bunch of things. After going out, just follow the list to get the medicine, and it will be fine after taking it for 2 weeks. Now only Qin Zhenjin was left. Zhang San and the others were also curiously watching the two. Qin Zhenjin was absolutely unwilling to let Lin Chen check her. But could this stop Lin Chen? He quickly discovered Qin Zhenjin's issue just by a simple observation. Is there always a few days each month when your stomach hurts badly? Upon hearing this, Qin Zhenjin was taken aback. This kid really got it right. However, this was not something to say in front of so many people. She hurriedly pulled Lin Chen aside. Dr. Lin, I believe you now. How did you figure it out? Although Lin Chen already had a rough idea of the reason, he couldn't give up this rare opportunity to take advantage. He immediately raised his hand, and Qin Zhenjin understood right away. She extended her arm to Lin Chen. Lin Chen gently placed his hand on Qin Jinjin's pulse. To be honest, the feel was really good. While checking the pulse, he wanted to imitate old Chinese doctors and stroke his beard, but he realized that his beard was just starting to sprout. Qin Jinjin looked at Lin Chen and couldn't help but find it amusing. She didn't expect this kid to know quite a bit. He studied well, had good talent, could cook, and knew a bit of medicine. Finding a boyfriend like this didn't seem too bad. Lin Chen reluctantly raised his hand, looking at Qin Jinjin's expectant eyes. He coughed lightly and pretended to be profound, saying, "Ahem, actually, it's not a big problem. The main issue is your ice-type ability. Just be careful not to practice it during those few days in the future. It's not good to be cold when your relatives come. Remember to drink more hot water." Qin Jinjin, what the hell, drink more hot water? Is it that simple? But if I don't practice, won't I fall behind others? Lin Chen, greater than over equal to less than over equal to, you really are competitive. Not letting you practice ice-type abilities doesn't mean you can't practice at all. You can still absorb spiritual energy normally. Qin Jinjin also realized, right, why hadn't she thought of that before? After checking everyone, Lin Chen also put on an act. He sat down on the grass feeling quite satisfied. I really am a genius. Zhang San and the others looked at Lin Chen with increasing admiration. Only Shen Gue was squatting to the side, drawing circles. Why can Qin Jinjin pull you aside while you reveal my secret in front of so many people? Don't I care about my face? After experiencing 2 waves of spirit beasts, although it seemed easy and didn't consume much spiritual energy, everyone decided to take a break. Lin Chen, who originally wanted to take out the leader of the bighorn sheep to deal with it, also gave up his idea. Are you kidding? Just now, the bighorn sheep was only baptized by the fire thunder spirit technique, and that smell attracted a pack of wolves. If I were to showcase my cooking skills again, wouldn't that smell attract all the spirit beasts within a 5-mile radius? He took out some snacks to toss to a few people while he himself boredly looked around. Hey, this little grass seems a bit unusual. Qingling grass, sweet in taste, warm in nature, has the effects of clearing heat, detoxifying, and beautifying. He decisively walked over and, following the hints from his skill collection in his mind, stuffed the Qingling grass into his pocket. Just as he was about to turn back, he noticed another plant nearby. He didn't care and continued collecting. Then he found another plant, Longkue. Not far from Longkue was Bai Ji. Wow, this is simply paradise. Why is no one wanting these purely wild herbs? Among them, there are quite a few that don't even exist in real life, and Lin Chen found that he actually recognized some. It seems that 9527 has a wide range of knowledge. After going out, can I open a traditional Chinese medicine shop? That would be great. Lin Chen couldn't help but start humming softly. Lingshu is a good place, yes, a good place. Qin Jinjin and the others looked at Lin Chen as if he were a fool. Doctor, is this person still salvageable? No, this person seems to be a doctor. Chang Min seemed to think of something. I think I know why Brother Chiu pulled the grass. Chang Min's words successfully caught everyone's attention, and they couldn't help but ask in unison. Why? Did you forget Lin Chen's beastification? Little white rabbit, this must be to stock up on food. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized, so that's how it is. It seems Lin Chen isn't having it easy either. Look, even eating grass requires picking and choosing. He must be selecting his favorite flavors. Lin Chen, _ everyone was resting in place. Only Lin Chen was still collecting herbs around. To him, these were not herbs at all. They were all small amounts of money. Chang Min gathered everyone together at this time. Lin Chen could only temporarily give up his quest for herbs. A few people were somewhat confused. Because we entered Lingshu, my skills have been activated all along. Big sister, it seems we are being followed. Qin Jinjin frowned. Are you sure? Don't tell me they are just other adventurers passing by. At first, I thought so too, but after observing, I found that they have been following us closely, and each one is cautious, staying about 800 or 900 meters behind us, neither getting closer nor losing track. Lin Chen shrugged. Could it be we've encountered the legendary Black Eating Black? At that moment, Qin Jinjin really wanted to hang Lin Chen up and beat him. Hey, do you know what Black Eating Black means? Lin Chen couldn't help but curl his lip. If it's not called Black Eating Black, then what is it called? Zhang San, at most, it's called Black Eating White, we're not black. Lin Chen suddenly realized, oh right, that makes a lot of sense. Chang Min quietly asked, I say, is everyone being led astray by Brother Chiu? Aren't we discussing how to deal with the small team behind us? Everyone then reacted and couldn't help but look at Lin Chen with annoyance. What does it have to do with me? I just used the wrong word, didn't I? You all started discussing it yourselves. Qin Jinjin clapped her hands. Alright, stop with the useless talk. Let's think about how to deal with this group of people. Zhang San, what if they really are just passing by with us? Qin Jinjin thought for a moment. We should not harbor ill intentions, but we must be on guard against others. Just in case, let's be prepared. The others had no objections. Lin Chen looked at the grassland before him. If they really have malicious intent, they definitely wouldn't act now. They would likely strike when we enter the forest. It's too easy to be discovered here. Alright, let's cross the grassland. First, and Chang Min, keep an eye on the movements of the team behind us. The group had rested enough and continued on their way. They encountered some spirit beasts along the way, but they were all easily dealt with. The haul was quite average, only 2 bronze-level spirit orbs were obtained. Lin Chen, however, was quite content, gathering countless herbs along the way. The others looked at Lin Chen with sympathy. But Lin Chen didn't care much, after all, these were all money. Behind Qin Jinjin's team, Lin Hu and the others were still following at a distance. Boss, this plan seems a bit tricky. These spirit beasts haven't posed any obstacles at all. Third brother, that doesn't mean anything. There aren't any high-level spirit beasts in the outer area, which is normal. What Big Brother said is right. At their speed, they will enter the forest by night. I wonder if they will go in tonight. As hunters, we need patience. Whether they go in or not, it just means we live another day. Big Brother is wise. Yang Hu and the others had no idea that they had already been discovered by Chang Min. After all, soundwave types are quite rare. If they knew there was a soundwave type in the tracking team, they certainly wouldn't be doing this futile work. As they delved deeper, the spirit beasts became increasingly troublesome. Meanwhile, Lin Chen encountered 2 cobras. Although they hadn't reached silver yet, the 2 cobras before him had already reached the peak of bronze. Chang Min and Qin Jinjin felt a bit intimidated. Girls generally have an innate fear of such things. The attributes of the cobras were also relayed to Lin Chen through various life skills. Swift cobra, extremely fast, highly venomous, and difficult to tame. Everyone be careful, this thing is highly venomous, make sure not to get bitten. Upon hearing Lin Chen's warning, the others became a bit tense. After all, it wasn't just the 2 girls who were afraid of snakes. After a brief exchange of glances, they decided to use ranged attacks. Lin Chen had no intention of engaging the cobras in close combat. Surprisingly, it was Qin Jinjin who acted first. She immediately launched a series of ice-type skills. The swift cobra clearly disliked the cold and began to spray venom at them. Lin Chen was taken aback. Wow, it can attack from a distance, everyone be careful. The group quickly dodged and the venom sprayed where they had been standing. Instantly, the grass in that area turned yellow at a visible speed. Everyone be careful, it seems these 2 guys have quite a potent venom. Keep up the fire suppression. Under Lin Chen's command, they maintained their output against the cobras. Although Qin Jinjin was afraid of snakes, she continued to output steadily. Her ice-type skills were the most effective against the swift cobra. Just by the name, it was clear that the swift cobra was a spirit beast that relied on speed, and ice-type perfectly countered them. With their speed advantage neutralized, they posed no significant threat. After a brief skirmish, the 2 cobras fell under Dian Lei's thunderous assault. Lin Chen was recognized by the group as the lucky one, so the task of looting the bodies was left to him. Slowly approaching the 2 cobras, he found that they were as dead as could be. One of them had a surprisingly large belly, and it seemed like something was struggling inside. Lin Chen couldn't help but become alert, pulling out a fruit knife from his pocket and gently slicing open the belly of the large rattlesnake. The moment the belly was cut open, a cute groundhog popped out. The groundhog was still emanating a kind of earthy spiritual energy. It seemed to have released a type of earth-based spiritual skill. Otherwise, it wouldn't have survived this long without being corroded by the snake's stomach acid, nor could it have lived under the thunder sea of Dian Lei. The groundhog jumped out of the snake's belly, unafraid, and stood there looking gratefully at Lin Chen. The information about the groundhog quickly fed back to Lin Chen. Prairie groundhogs are gentle in nature, very easy to tame, skilled in earth-based skills, and experts at digging. Seeing the groundhog, Lin Chen suddenly had an idea. He immediately used his taming skill on the groundhog, which offered little resistance and was soon tamed by Lin Chen. The groundhog wanted to come over and nuzzle Lin Chen's pant leg but was stopped by Lin Chen. He pulled out a large bucket of mineral water and a basin from his storage pocket. Ton. He filled the basin to the brim and then waved at the groundhog. The groundhog looked reluctant. That little expression made Qin Jinjin and Chang Min's hearts melt. You have to wash, there's snake stomach acid. The groundhog knew Lin Chen was doing it for its own good and reluctantly approached the basin. Lin Chen didn't care much and took out a pair of cleaning gloves, picking up the groundhog and tossing it into the basin for a good scrub. The 2 women frowned at the sight. How could you be so rough with such a cute groundhog? After finally cleaning the groundhog, he lifted it out. The groundhog immediately began to shake its body vigorously, splattering Lin Chen with droplets of water. Lin Chen didn't mind and handed the groundhog over to Qin Jinjin. She received it with a look of surprise, not caring that its body was still wet, and directly hugged it to her chest. Lin Chen then walked towards the rattlesnake. He hadn't finished searching the body yet. This time he was lucky. Although there were only 2 rattlesnakes, they generously produced 2 spirit pearls. Zhang San and the others clicked their tongues in amazement. Indeed, when it came to searching bodies, Brother Chiu was the most suitable. Lin Chen didn't let the rattlesnake's corpse go either, tossing it directly into his storage pocket. The culinary skills for snake meat included recipes, and most importantly, the venom glands from the rattlesnake would be useful to keep. All of this was observed by the groundhog, which wore a thoughtful expression. Lin Chen didn't immediately put away the 2 spirit pearls. Instead, he rolled them in his hand like walnuts. You are blatantly showing off. The groundhog then jumped from Qin Jinjin's arms to Lin Chen's shoulder, making a sound similar to a bird's call. Lin Chen? Is that how groundhogs call? Shouldn't it be ah? Instead, Lin Chen watched as the groundhog kept staring at the spirit pearls in his hand. What, do you want it? He said, showing a conflicted expression, and finally gritted his teeth, handing 1 spirit pearl to the groundhog. The groundhog snatched it and quickly stuffed it into its mouth, burping contentedly afterward. Then it stared at the other spirit pearl in Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen quickly protected it. I said, little guy, don't be greedy. The little guy hurriedly made a fuss, gesturing with its hands. Lin Chen was confused. What? You say you can trade something with me? I don't believe it. Xinjinjin, Sigma, degree Winky Face Zhang San and the others. This isn't scientific. Can someone tell us how these 2 are communicating? The groundhog, seeing that Lin Chen didn't believe it, also angrily called out a few times. Without waiting for Lin Chen to react, it began to dig furiously at the grass, quickly creating a hole and burrowing inside. Is it throwing a tantrum? Don't run away, I still need your help. But the groundhog had clearly run far away, no longer able to hear his voice. Lin Chen let out a deep sigh. It seemed his skills were still not proficient enough, and he had just defected. Looking at the shocked faces of Qin Jinjin and the others, he was about to say something when suddenly a groundhog popped up from beneath his feet. It affectionately rubbed against the hem of Lin Chen's pants and then spat out 2 spirit pearls from its mouth. Only then did Lin Chen realize that the groundhog hadn't defected. It had gone to fetch spirit pearls for him. He actually had something to trade with him. This was all small change. He quickly scooped up the groundhog, not caring that it was still covered in some dirt, and gave it a vigorous kiss. The groundhog responded affectionately, even playfully sticking out its tongue. Lin Chen, Sigma, degree, you've gone too far. Are you trying to French kiss me? Picking up the 2 spirit pearls the groundhog had brought, one was of the wind element and the other of the fire element, but neither had any skills. At this moment, who was still greedy for those? Little guy, do you have more of these? The groundhog nodded furiously. Then can you go get them all for me? If you bring them back, I'll give you this spirit pearl. The groundhog looked very excited and immediately burrowed back into its hole, clearly going to fetch more spirit pearls for Lin Chen. Qin Jinjin and the others felt like they were dreaming. This was no longer a matter of science or not. And Lin Chen, come on, you even want to exploit such a cute groundhog. Because of the groundhog, the group didn't rush to set off but instead wanted to see if the groundhog would bring any surprises. Just then, Chang Min's expression suddenly changed dramatically. Everyone be careful, I feel a large number of spirit beasts approaching us from underground, and there are a lot of them. The others' faces changed as well. No way, today's luck can't be this bad, right? They had already encountered several waves of spirit beasts. Everyone looked warily at their feet. Xinjinjin, Dianlei, and Zhuangcheng immediately began to channel their skills on the spot. It was about to get intense. A groundhog's head popped out. Seeing everyone on guard, it looked a bit confused and called out a few times at the hole. Under the astonished gazes of the group, one by one, groundhogs began to emerge from the hole. There were over 100 of them. Xinjinjin swallowed hard. Minner, is this the large number of spirit beasts you were talking about? Chang Min was also speechless. Isn't it? These are over 100 earth element spirit beasts. Just as she was about to say something, the next scene made everyone's jaws drop. Under the little guy's command, the group of groundhogs lined up and walked up to Lin Chen. Each one would spit out 2 to 3 spirit pearls from its mouth. After spitting them out, they scampered back behind the little guy. In no time, a small mountain of spirit pearls appeared beside Lin Chen. Lin Chen didn't even know what to say. Little guy, are all these for me? The little guy nodded decisively. Looking at the cobra spirit pearl in his hand, had he really traded for several hundred? How could he feel good about that? He hurriedly tossed the spirit pearl back to the little guy, even though he really wanted to dive into that pile of spirit pearls and count them. But the little bit of conscience he had left stopped him. He pulled out some corn and fruit from his spatial pocket and handed them to the groundhogs. The little guy curiously grabbed a piece of corn and looked at Lin Chen in confusion. Lin Chen made a gesture as if to eat. The groundhog immediately understood, hesitantly took a bite. Wow, what kind of divine delicacy is this? It quickly called its brothers to start enjoying it. Little guy? To be able to exchange a bunch of useless spirit pearls for such delicious food, it was truly worth it. Seeing the groundhog satisfied, the last bit of Lin Chen's conscience was also comforted. He dove straight into that pile of spirit pearls, counting and sorting them. Xinjinjin and the others hurried over to help. After the final count, the harvest was abundant. A total of 213 spirit pearls. There were 30 from the beast transformation category, with 2 containing spirit techniques. The wind category had 61, with 3 containing spirit techniques. The fire category had 70, with 4 containing spirit techniques. The water category had 52, with 3 containing spirit techniques. All were of bronze level, and there were none from the rare category, nor from the earth category. It seemed the earth category had been absorbed by the groundhogs themselves. I tossed the 4 fire spirit pearls to Zhuang Chang, allowing him to choose a spirit technique for himself. Zhuang Chang did not decline and picked a large fireball, returning the others to Lin Chen. As for the rest, they were not so fortunate, as there were no suitable skills for them to use. At this moment, Lin Chen looked at these spirit pearls as if they were a pile of cash. This happiness came so suddenly. After some discussion, Xin Jinjin and the others decided to give all these spirit pearls to Lin Chen. They were not short on money, and they didn't think much of the bronze spirit pearls. However, they advised Lin Chen not to sell them for money but hoped he could sell those with spirit techniques instead. As for those without spirit techniques, it was best for him to keep them to absorb the spiritual energy. After all, Lin Chen's true level was still too low. If it were someone else, it would definitely feel a bit inappropriate. But Lin Chen was who he was, he accepted everyone's goodwill without a blush or a heartbeat. He even absorbed the spiritual energy of a spirit pearl in front of everyone. Then he broke through. He finally advanced from bronze 3 stars to bronze 4 stars. Of course, this was not solely due to the spirit pearl's effect, it was mainly because he had been cultivating for nearly a month and was already on the verge of a breakthrough. This spirit pearl merely made everything smoother. Seeing the groundhogs enjoying their food, Lin Chen took out some more for them. Fortunately, Zhang San had bought a lot at the time, otherwise there wouldn't have been enough for this group of little guys. Lin Chen also communicated with the little creatures, wanting to know why they had so many spirit pearls. From what the little ones said, it seemed they found them on naturally deceased spirit beasts. They piled up everything they couldn't use themselves, as it was of no use and took up space. Giving them to Lin Chen was like cleaning up trash. Lin Chen, smiley face, the more of this trash, the better. After collecting the spirit pearls, they continued on their journey. Lin Chen temporarily did not let the groundhogs leave but instead had them follow from underground. This group of groundhogs allowed Lin Chen's plan to be implemented more effectively. By evening, they finally walked out of the grassland and were about to step into the forest. Under normal circumstances, everyone would definitely rest for the night at the border and set off the next day. But now the situation was different. Through Cheng Min's sound-based ability, they knew that the team behind them had been following closely. It was certain that this team had ill intentions towards them. If they didn't enter the forest, it was unlikely they would take action. The groundhogs were unwilling to advance any further at the border. Lin Chen knew that spirit beasts had a strong territorial awareness. In the end, he had to use a sweet talk to barely convince this group of groundhogs to follow them, but the groundhogs clearly expressed their stance. They would only follow them at the edge of the forest. Going further in was impossible. This was enough for Lin Chen, so he gladly agreed. They walked a few more kilometers. By this time, it was already dark. Here, the group of groundhogs was no longer willing to move forward. Lin Chen looked around and felt there was no need to continue. If the team behind them wanted to take action, they would not miss the opportunity in such an environment. They cleared a space on the spot and set up tents. A few stayed behind to pitch the tents while Lin Chen took the little ones to observe the surroundings. Little ones, I have a task for you. Dig a circle of traps around here, make it quiet, and don't let those people discover it. The little guy understood and immediately started working with his groundhog brothers. Lin Chen found many branches in the woods, each as thick as an adult's arm. He sharpened one end of the branches and took out 2 fast cobras from his storage pocket, extracting their venom glands. Carefully, he coated the branches with snake venom. He then called the little guy over to place these branches into the traps. Of course, he repeatedly warned the little guy to be careful and not to touch the snake venom. The little guy wasn't foolish, he knew the dangers of snake venom, as many of his siblings had perished under the poison of the fast cobra. Once the little guy had everything sorted out, Lin Chen gave the group of groundhogs plenty of vegetables and fruits before reluctantly saying goodbye. Before leaving, Lin Chen told the little guy that if fate allowed, he would come looking for him when he got out, and to be careful not to become food for other spirit beasts. The little guy was particularly attached to Lin Chen. However, in the end, he waved his little paw at Lin Chen and burrowed into the ground to leave. After bidding farewell to the adorable groundhogs, Lin Chen returned to the camp. By this time, the others had already set up the tent. Lin Chen informed them not to wander around, as he had set many traps in the area. If they ran around and fell into one, no one would come to their rescue. To prevent being ambushed at night, they only set up one tent, which would make movement easier. Fortunately, the tent was large enough that they didn't feel cramped inside. This time, Lin Chen directly took out a sofa from his storage pocket, and they all sat down to rest. He decided to forego the mattress this time, as sleeping too deeply in the spirit ruins wasn't a good idea. Although it was already dark, he figured that as long as the team following them wasn't foolish, they wouldn't attack at this time. The best time to strike would be around 1 or 2 in the morning when people were in the deepest sleep. Thinking about how they hadn't had dinner yet, Lin Chen decided to show off a bit. Mainly, he didn't want to eat those snacks anymore. Of course, he couldn't make lamb skewers again, as that would likely attract a bunch of spirit beasts before they were even cooked. Today, he planned to make snake soup, although it would definitely have a smell, it shouldn't be too strong. Plus, with traps set outside, there shouldn't be any major issues. He quickly processed the 2 cobras outside. He discarded the entrails, as well as the tails and heads of the snakes, mainly to avoid scaring the 2 girls. Then he chopped the snakes into small pieces, cleaned them thoroughly, and brought the ingredients into the tent. When Lin Chen entered carrying the items, Zhang San and the others looked on curiously. "Brother Chiu, what are we having for dinner tonight?" Lin Chen hesitated for a moment. "We're having ribbon fish tonight." Zhang San was taken aback but didn't think much of it. He didn't remember buying ribbon fish with Lin Chen. Perhaps Brother Chiu had bought it himself. Earlier, he gathered some dry branches and had Zhuang Cheng start a fire. He briefly deep-fried the snake meat. Then he took out 2 clay pots, added seasonings, and some side dishes, and began to stew it all. The others watched Lin Chen with curiosity. They really didn't know why Lin Chen could do everything. Perhaps it was true that children from poor families had to grow up quickly. Before long, a rich aroma filled the tent, and the scent wafted outside. Unfortunately, the fragrance was carried by the wind to Yang Hu's team. Due to the darkness, they were no longer as far away as they had been during the day. They were now only about 500 meters from Lin Chen and the others. At that moment, they were eating compressed biscuits. The instant they caught a whiff of the aroma, they all felt that the compressed biscuits in their hands were truly hard to swallow. Damn, these little brats really know how to enjoy themselves. But this also shows that these guys are rookies. They actually dared to start a fire and cook in the spirit ruins. It's just their luck that there are no powerful spirit beasts in this area. The fierce wolf squad had entered the spirit ruins before, and they would deliberately avoid some strong spirit beasts. This area just happened to lack powerful spirit beasts, making it very convenient for them to take action. Yang Hu said with a sinister expression, "Let them show off for a while. Brothers, rest up, we'll strike in the second half of the night." The other members of the fierce wolf squad also revealed cruel smiles. What they didn't know was that Chang Min heard every word they said clearly. Inside the tent, the snake soup was already prepared. Lin Chen took out bowls and chopsticks from his pocket and served the snake soup to everyone. Chang Min was the only one among them who had been using her spirit technique the whole time. As expected from Brother Chiu, it can be confirmed that this group of people is indeed here for us. They are now 500 meters behind us, already within my eavesdropping range. They will definitely strike in the second half of the night. Lin Chen smiled wickedly. "I hope they like the gift I prepared for them. For now, let's not worry about them. Everyone eat first. Only by resting well can we have the strength to fight." Seeing Lin Chen so calm, everyone couldn't help but feel relieved. Little did they know, ever since Lin Chen joined the team, his words seemed to carry more weight than Xinjian's. They stopped overthinking and began to enjoy the delicious food. After just one bite, it felt as if they had reached paradise. What kind of divine flavor is this? How can there be such deliciousness in the world? All of them came from wealthy families and had tasted countless delicacies. Yet, in the short time they had known Lin Chen, he had repeatedly shattered their perceptions. Zhang San's eyes brimmed with tears. "Brother Chiu, I hate you." "Lin Chen? After eating your cooking, what am I supposed to do in the future? I'm afraid everything I eat will seem hard to swallow." The others nodded frantically, feeling the same. Lin Chen was a bit puzzled. Is it really that good? He couldn't help but pick up a piece of snake meat and put it in his mouth. It was so delicious that he almost bit his own tongue off. The meat was incredibly tender and even contained a hint of spiritual energy. The others also noticed this. Shingeki said, "Brother Chiu, where did you buy this fish? It seems to contain spiritual energy." Lin Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The weather is nice today." Chang Min seemed to remember something. It appeared Lin Chen had collected the bodies of the 2 cobras. This can't be the meat from those 2 cobras, right? Xinjian was so scared that she hurriedly tossed her bowl aside, though her eyes still showed reluctance. Lin Chen stubbornly insisted, "It's just fish meat." Xinjian smiled sweetly, took her bowl back, and continued eating. "Lin Chen, equals? Aren't you going to insist a little longer?" However, it was clear that Xinjian and Chang Min had already been defeated by their appetites. No matter what kind of snake it was, as long as it was delicious, it was fish. The 2 snakes were completely devoured by the 7 of them, with not a drop of soup left, and even the 2 girls had several bowls each. After finishing, they casually cleaned up the remnants. Since they already knew the fierce wolf squad would attack in the second half of the night, the most important thing now was to rest well. To be safe, they left one person on watch. Next, it was time to set the trap. At midnight, the fierce wolf squad did not attack early. There were also no spirit beasts attacking them at night. At this point, Lin Chen and the others had fully rested and were just waiting for the fierce wolf squad to strike. Meanwhile, the members of the fierce wolf squad were also preparing to launch their attack. Boss, how do we proceed? Yang Hu glanced at the tent not far away. Everyone surround them from all sides. Don't let anyone escape. Second, 7, you two go to the north. Old 3, Old 6, you take the south. Old 4, Old 5, you take the west. I'll handle the east. Alright, disperse, and we'll act in 15 minutes. The members of the fierce wolf squad scattered according to Yang Hu's orders, surrounding the tent. Inside the tent, Chang Min, who had been paying close attention to the movements outside, heard their conversation. Clearly, in 15 minutes the enemy will launch an attack. She then relayed the details of what she had heard to everyone. Lin Chen, upon hearing Yang Hu's arrangement, immediately felt delighted. In fact, he had only asked the little guy to dig traps to take out 1 or 2 members of the fierce wolf squad, and Yang Hu was very cooperative in dispersing the team for an attack. This significantly increased the chances of a few of them falling into the traps. Qin Jinjin and the others were now a bit nervous yet also excited. Seeing their expressions, Lin Chen felt it was quite inappropriate. He hurriedly called everyone over. I say, everyone's current state is not right. I hope everyone can maintain absolute calm from now on, because what we are facing next is no longer opponents in the arena. They won't show mercy, and a moment's carelessness could cost us our lives. Qin Jinjin stared blankly at Lin Chen. As the team leader, these words should have been hers to say to the team. But even she was a bit nervous, naturally forgetting to remind her teammates. At this moment, Qin Jinjin had to admit that in some aspects she was indeed not as good as Lin Chen. The others also reacted to Lin Chen's words. Right, this is not a drill. A moment's carelessness could really lead to losing their lives. One by one, they began to take deep breaths in place. Seeing that everyone recognized the seriousness of the situation, Lin Chen checked the time. The enemy would launch an attack soon. Everyone be careful in a bit. Xingui, you're responsible for protecting Zhang San and Changmin. Their combat ability is lacking, so prevent the enemy from prioritizing them. Jinjin and I will handle the front, and the rest prepare to unleash your skills. Just smash them with all your might, but shout out loud when you release. I don't want to die under my own team's skills. Everyone gave Lin Chen an okay gesture. Chang Min's ears perked up and she exchanged glances with the others. They all understood that the enemy was about to attack. Lin Chen directly pulled out a metal rod from his pocket. At that moment, at Yang Hu's command, the fierce wolf squad began to slowly surround the tent. Old 2 and Old 7, who were flanking from the north, had yet to sense the approaching danger. Second brother, do you think the boss is overreacting? Do we really need to be this cautious against a few brats? Old 7, stop talking, being careful can't hurt. Well, I just, a piercing scream shattered the quiet night. Old 2 looked in confusion at Old 7, who had disappeared beside him. This idiot, doesn't this expose us? Bang! That was the sound of Old 7 falling into the trap. Thud! That was the sound of Old 7 being impaled by a branch in the trap. Old 2 finally reacted. Boss, be careful, there's an ambush. Watch out for the traps. His warning was clearly a bit late, as screams also came from the west and south simultaneously. Since they had already been exposed, Old 2 didn't care much anymore. He directly took out a flashlight and shone it down into the trap. He saw Old 7 lying quietly in the trap, a branch as thick as an arm protruding from his heart, already dead beyond recovery. Yang Hu almost fell victim as well. Just as he was about to drop to the bottom of the trap, he quickly transformed into his tiger form, embedding his sharp claws into the soil to avoid disaster. With a strong pull of his arm, Yang Hu jumped directly out of the trap. At this moment he had no idea how his brothers fared, and could only shout, "Brothers, gather over here. Be careful not to be taken down one by one." Upon hearing the command, a few quickly returned to Yang Hu's side. Seeing the dirt-covered faces of the group, Lin Hu's expression darkened. Report the casualties. Old 7 is dead. Old 6 fell into a trap. One of his arms is useless. Old 4 fell into a trap and has some minor abrasions. At this time, Lin Chen and the others also emerged from the tent, each looking coldly at Yang Hu and the others. Yang Hu glanced at Qin Jinjin and the others, sneering coldly, "All day long hunting geese, and today you've been pecked blind by a few goslings. But you've thoroughly angered us, you will die a miserable death." Lin Chen also sneered coldly, "Who dies is still uncertain. Ha, do you think you little kids can turn the tide? Before that, you should take a look at your injured brothers." Yang Hu was taken aback and hurriedly looked at Old 4 and Old 6. He saw their lips turning purple, clearly poisoned. Old 4 and Old 6 were already feeling dizzy, wanting to say something but feeling as if their tongues were no longer their own. Soon, they fell straight down. Yang Hu was furious. "You actually harmed 3 of my brothers in succession. Just wait to die." Lin Chen glanced at Yang Hu disdainfully. "Do you think I was kindly reminding you? Am I that kind-hearted? I was just stalling for time. Attack!" As Lin Chen's words fell, a wave of spiritual energy appeared above Lin Hu and the others' heads. First, a massive fireball appeared above them, the very fireball that Zhuang Qingxin had recently acquired. The fireball illuminated the area as if it were daylight. Above the fireball, flashes of purple light flickered, clearly the Thundersea technique of Dian Lei. Yang Hu quickly called for his brothers to retreat. However, some of Qin Jinjin's instant skills activated, and in an instant, they felt their speed slow down. Ice type? The weakest, old 5, was caught off guard and was directly frozen by Qin Jinjin's skill. At that moment, a gigantic fiery blast descended from the sky, accompanied by continuous strikes of thunder. The entire ground seemed unable to withstand the power of fire and thunder, beginning to tremble slightly. Yang Hu and the other two quickly scattered, but they were still knocked back several dozen meters by Zhuangchang and Dianlei's thunder and fire skills. Poor old 5 directly faced the baptism of thunder and fire, convulsing twice before decisively leaving this world. Old 5 had the ice layer from Qin Jinjin to cushion him, but old 4 and old 6 fared worse, completely obliterated. Yang Hu, along with the second and third brothers, were furious. Although they didn't suffer much damage due to their levels, their faces were all dark. They hadn't even engaged the enemy directly, and their team had already lost 4 members. Fortunately, the 3 with the highest cultivation hadn't been injured, otherwise, Yang Hu would seriously consider retreating. In an instant, the 3 of them surged with momentum, the unique aura of silver rank spreading out. Especially Yang Hu, whose aura was particularly overwhelming. Lin Chen and Qin Jinjin exchanged glances. Things were becoming troublesome, as they hadn't expected to face 3 silver rank powerhouses. Sensing the aura from Yang Hu and the others, everyone unconsciously released their own aura. Seeing the auras of the few, Yang Hu couldn't help but laugh heartily. Just 1 silver rank powerhouse, and you can make us so embarrassed. But next, I will show you what true hell is. Qin Jinjin looked at the 3 in front of her with some concern. She could sense that the other 2 were at a level similar to hers, likely around silver 2 stars, and at most wouldn't exceed 3 stars. However, he could not see through Yang Hu's cultivation level, which indicated that Yang Hu was at least at the silver 4-star level. Gritting his teeth, he said to Lin Chen, "I'll hold off the leader, and let the others deal with 1 each. You take care of the other." Lin Chen remained non-committal, clearly seeing that Qin Jinjin was no match for Yang Hu, yet she was still trying to show off. "Let me handle it. You're not his opponent. You and I are equally matched, so let's not overthink it. Quickly deal with that person to help me, otherwise, we might all die here." Seeing that Qin Jinjin was determined to fight Yang Hu, Lin Chen stopped arguing. He could just quickly deal with the others and then help Qin Jinjin. After all, it was unlikely that she would be unable to hold on for even a moment. At this point, Qin Jinjin had already charged directly at Yang Hu. With her already engaged, Lin Chen turned to the others and said, "You hold 1 off, and I'll take care of 1. Zhang San and the others nodded rapidly. Lin Chen then raised his stick and attacked the second one. The second one looked at Lin Chen charging at him and couldn't help but grin maliciously. "Where did this monkey come from? A bronze 4-star actually dares to challenge me. Let me show you how I can take you down in 1 move." He quickly threw a wind type skill at Lin Chen. Spirit skill, tornado. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, and air currents from all directions wildly converged, eventually forming a tornado of wind. The tornado picked up fallen leaves and branches from the ground, rapidly swirling towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen sneered dismissively. Who does he look down on? He calmly dodged the tornado's attack. Taking advantage of the brief moment of stillness while the second one was casting his skill, he stomped hard on the ground. Bang! The powerful explosive force cracked the ground slightly, and in a single leap he appeared right next to the second one. Without wasting words, he swung his stick directly at the second one's head. The second one hurriedly dodged, gathering wind-type spiritual energy in his feet to greatly increase his speed, narrowly avoiding the blow. However, the gust of wind created by the stick brushing past his face stung painfully. Not daring to be careless anymore, he quickly retreated, trying to create distance from Lin Chen. Lin Chen would not let the second one have his way, closely following him, swinging his stick with vigor. The outcome was not hard to predict. The mage was up close to the warrior, and the warrior had absolute economic suppression. What was there to fight about? The second one was soon knocked unconscious and spitting blood from a hit by Lin Chen. After dealing with the second one, Lin Chen began to observe the other 2 battlefields. Qin Jinjin's side was already in a tight spot, just like Lin Chen and the second one. The mage was fighting in close combat, facing the same level suppression. The beast-formed Yang Hu was slowly closing in on Qin Jinjin. If it weren't for Qin Jinjin's ice-type skills significantly slowing him down, she would have likely been defeated long ago. Seeing that Qin Jinjin seemed to be able to hold on a bit longer, Lin Chen took out a lollipop from his storage pocket and popped it into his mouth. Then he looked towards the other battlefield. Zhang San and the others were also fiercely battling the third one. Although Zhang San and the others had the advantage in numbers, they were being pushed back by the third one. The third one was also a beast-formed awakener with the beast form of a gale wolf and was currently fighting alongside Xin Gue. Xin Gue had already transformed into a Qingyun wolf. There was no way around it. He was the only one in the entire team who could withstand the fight, while the others were all ranged. Xin Gue was almost in tears. If it weren't for the occasional fire support from a few people, he would have likely been done for by now. They were now in a very awkward situation. If Xin Gue didn't hold on, the third one could easily cut in beside them and take them out one by one. If Xin Gue held on, the others couldn't unleash area skills. It had become a vicious cycle. Lin Chen watched from the side, understanding the weaknesses of this team. They lacked a defensive type awakener. Zhang San was the most relaxed as he was the team's healer and couldn't help much at the moment. He was the first to see Lin Chen resolve the battle. Gu, you're my real brother, and you're still watching the show at a time like this? Lin Chen smiled slightly. I feel this is a great training opportunity. Don't worry, I'll step in if I see anyone in danger. As he spoke, he pulled out a lollipop from his storage pocket and handed it to Zhang San. Want one? Zhang San, Zero, do you really have to be so willful? Is this the time to eat a lollipop? Just as he was about to take the lollipop, Lin Chen quickly snatched it back. Alright, you should eat less sweets lately, it's not good for your health. After taking back the lollipop, he pulled out a cucumber from his storage pocket. Zhang San, I'm losing my mind here. At this moment, Lao San also noticed something was off. Lin Chen was actually watching the show, so what about Lao Er? He turned his head to look. What the hell? Second brother, what's wrong with you? Wake up! Lao San's momentary distraction gave Xin Gue the chance to quickly create distance from him. Meanwhile, Zhuang Chang and the others, who had already finished charging their skills, unleashed their ultimate moves. Originally, Lao San had a chance to escape. After all, the Gale Wolf was known for its speed. Unfortunately, a moment of distraction caused him to fall victim to Chang Min's sound-based skill, leaving him paralyzed. Well then, sorry, but it's time to accept the punishment from Thunderfire. Lao San quickly followed in Lao Er's footsteps. Only Qin Jinjin remained, struggling to fight against Yang Hu. Xin Gue had taken a lot of damage from Lao San, and he had some wounds on him. Zhang San waved his little hand, and a small green sprite flew to Xin Gue's side, circling around him. Xin Gue's wounds were visibly healing at a rapid pace. This was the first time Lin Chen had seen Zhang San use a skill, and he couldn't help but marvel. At this moment, Chang Min looked at the idle Lin Chen and couldn't help but ask softly, Gu, is it really okay to just watch Sister Jinjin get beaten like this? Lin Chen also realized, almost forgetting that the battle wasn't over yet. He pulled out a handful of spirit pearls from his storage pocket and tossed them to everyone. Quickly restore your spiritual power and prepare to unleash your ultimate moves. I'll let you know when to go. Everyone nodded. Lin Chen directly grabbed a metal rod and joined the battlefield. Yang Hu had finally managed to get close to Qin Jinjin and victory was in sight. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind behind him. His strong battle instincts told him someone was ambushing him. He quickly twisted his body to dodge Lin Chen's determined strike. Lin Chen felt a bit regretful, not expecting his ambush to be dodged by Yang Hu. Yang Hu saw Lin Chen and was momentarily stunned. What were Lao Er and Lao San doing? They couldn't even handle a bunch of bronze players. Confused, he glanced at the other two battlefields. What the hell? Why were Lao Er and Lao San down? Are bronze players this strong nowadays? Damn it. Lao Er and Lao San are such useless trash. Lin Chen's arrival significantly reduced the pressure on Qin Jinjin. She quickly created distance from Yang Hu. Yang Hu was about to cry. After all this effort, everything he had done was in vain. Yang Hu wanted to stop Qin Jinjin again, but he was blocked by Lin Chen. That metal rod was so skillfully wielded that Yang Hu couldn't break through. And who was this kid who looked like a mere bronze 4? His strength was a bit too abnormal, right? How could a silver 5 beast transformation type be at a disadvantage in strength? Is this even scientific? Lin Chen didn't care about any of that. He started attacking Yang Hu's lower regions with his stick. Yang Hu instantly shrank back. My little ancestor, could you take it easy? If you hit certain places, that could really be fatal. Is it really necessary to be this shameless? Are young people nowadays really this lacking in martial ethics? The situation on the battlefield began to change rapidly. It turned out that Yang Hu was desperately trying to get close to Qin Jinjin, but now it had transformed into Yang Hu desperately trying to distance himself from Lin Chen. How could Lin Chen let him have his way? He directly launched a new round of fierce attacks against Yang Hu. Yang Hu was getting a bit angry. Just because a tiger doesn't roar, do you think I'm a sick cat? The muscles on Yang Hu's body began to bulge and his sharp tiger claws became long and pointed. The two tiger claws, carrying a fierce wind, attacked Lin Chen. What the hell, is this a berserk mode? He quickly split the alloy rod in his hand into two pieces. Bang! Lin Chen's alloy rod barely blocked Yang Hu's tiger claws. However, he was also sent flying by the sudden surge of power from Yang Hu. Damn! Yang Hu's strength was actually above Lin Chen's at this moment. Things were getting a bit tricky. Seeing that his tactics were effective, how could Yang Hu give up this excellent opportunity? With a sudden burst of power from his legs, he charged directly towards Lin Chen, launching a frenzied attack with his tiger claws. For a moment, Lin Chen could only passively defend. The sounds of the collision between the tiger claws and the alloy rod echoed throughout the battlefield. With the alloy rod split into two, Lin Chen's shooting skills were somewhat hindered. He could only rely on his physical prowess to confront Yang Hu head-on. Qin Jinjin could only watch anxiously from the side. She wanted to help but found herself completely unable to intervene, afraid of accidentally harming Lin Chen if she used her skills. However, it seemed that Lin Chen had become stronger again. Faced with such a dense close-range attack from Yang Hu, he actually managed to block it completely. Did he hold back when we fought during the abnormal exam? But that doesn't seem right. If Lin Chen's growth rate is this fast, it would be astonishing. On the other side of the battlefield, Lin Chen was starting to be at a disadvantage, but Yang Hu couldn't feel happy about it. His current state couldn't last long. If he couldn't deal with Lin Chen during this time, the situation would likely reverse again. No, he had to fight back. He swung his claws even harder, creating illusions with his movements. Lin Chen could only struggle to defend himself. Yang Hu's mouth curled into a smile of scheming success. Spirit technique, Tiger Whip. Lin Chen, oh, what do you mean? You're not trying to attack me with some indescribable thing, are you? That would be censored. A nearly 2-meter-long tiger tail swung fiercely towards him. Upon realizing it was just a tiger's tail, Lin Chen actually breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. As long as it's not something disgusting. Wait, isn't my focus wrong? This tiger whip looks quite powerful. I really don't want to take that hit. It seems I can't hide my trump card anymore. No way, come out, door of all possibilities. Then he teleported behind Yang Hu. At the same time, he shouted at Den Lei and the others, "What are you waiting for? Now!" The few people who had long been ready unleashed their strongest spirit techniques. Seeing such a grand display, Lin Chen hurriedly teleported several times, running out dozens of meters. Yang Hu was still standing there in a daze. Where did that kid go? I seem to hear his voice from behind me. The surrounding spiritual energy seems to be in turmoil. Oh my! Yang Hu finally realized that he was being besieged. At this moment, there was no time to dodge. He could only fully activate his defenses and prepare to withstand the onslaught. Bang! Crack! A barrage of spirit techniques hit Yang Hu directly. A black circle with a 10-meter radius appeared centered on Yang Hu. Occasionally, dry branches were still burning. But even after enduring so many techniques, Yang Hu remained firmly standing there. I'm actually fine. Didn't expect that, did you? I'm a man with a famous blade. Just as he finished speaking, he felt the spiritual energy above his head starting to stir again. Qin Jinjin smiled gently. I hope you still have your resurrection armor. With a light wave of her hand, she declared, Spirit Technique Winter has arrived. A massive ice block, as big as a clay pot, came crashing down towards Yang Hu as if it were free. At that moment, Yang Hu had just endured a wave of spiritual technique. Baptism, and all his spiritual power had been used in the previous defense. There was no way he could resist Qin Jinjin's ultimate move now. First, he was struck by the ice block, leaving him bloodied and battered, and then he began to be slowly encased in ice by the spiritual technique, realizing he was not going to survive. Even as he faced death, Yang Hu couldn't help but wonder how that kid had managed to dodge his lethal strike. With that, the battle came to an end. Lin Chen gave Qin Jinjin a thumbs up. Jinjin, that was a beautiful kill. However, Qin Jinjin did not respond, her gaze blankly fixed on Yang Hu's corpse. Then she suddenly covered her mouth and began to dry heave onto the ground. Qin Jinjin's reaction seemed to act as a trigger. The others also started to gag. Lin Chen felt a wave of nausea as well, but unlike the others, he walked over and gently patted a few of them on the back. I know this is everyone's first time killing, but here, if we don't kill them, they will kill us. We're just protecting ourselves. After vomiting, Qin Jinjin's expression softened a bit. I know, I don't regret killing these scum. They must have blood on their hands too, I just need to get used to it. The others nodded in agreement. Seeing that everyone was mostly okay, Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. The previous battle had made quite a noise, and it was likely to attract other adventurers and spirit beasts. To be safe, they decided to leave the area quickly. After a quick tidy up, they continued on their way. During this time, Lin Chen also cleared the traps that Yang Hu and the others had not triggered to avoid harming any innocents. The bodies of Lin Hu and the others were left where they fell. The spirit beasts in the forest would take care of them. Of course, Lin Chen didn't forget to loot them. Unfortunately, there wasn't much to gain, just a few bronze-level spirit pearls and a few bank cards. Lin Chen had already lost interest in the spirit pearls, and the bank cards were useless without passwords. He couldn't help but curse them as a bunch of poor fools. Shortly after they left, adventurers arrived at the scene. They only came to investigate after confirming that no one was around. What the hell? Who did this? They wiped out the Wolfpack team here. It seems Yang Hu picked the wrong target this time. He ran into tough opponents. This can be seen as ridding the world of evil. To be honest, I was quite worried when I heard the Wolfpack team was coming. Who can blame you? The Wolfpack deserved it. But the Wolfpack had 3 silver-ranked members. It seems they encountered a very strong opponent. All of this was overheard by Changmin. After discussing it with the others, the last bit of guilt in their hearts vanished. It turned out we really were ridding the world of evil. Because of the Wolfpack, the group did not get a good rest. Coupled with the fierce battle against the Wolfpack, everyone was feeling a bit exhausted. After some discussion, they decided to rest and regain their strength before setting off again. After all, they were in the spirit ruins, and maintaining good condition would help them face unknown dangers. They found another spot to set up camp, and after pitching the tents, Lin Chen brought out the big bed to ensure everyone could rest well. Since they were in the spirit ruins, not everyone could rest at the same time. They had to leave 2 people on guard to prevent surprise attacks from spirit beasts. Lin Chen felt that he was still in good spirits, so he let the others rest, thinking he could hold on a little longer. Originally, Lin Chen wanted Zhang San to stay with him. After all, he was more familiar with Zhang San, and since Zhang San had only used a few healing skills during the battle, his spiritual power and stamina were still in good shape. Zhang San was about to agree when he was stopped by Qin. Jinjin, you go rest, I'll be on duty with Lin Chen. I happen to have some things I want to say to him. Zhang San dared not refuse and directly dove into the tent to sleep without looking back. Lin Chen had no objections either. Having a beautiful girl around was certainly better than being with Zhang San, at least in terms of visual appeal. He took out 2 small stools from his storage pocket and tossed one to Qin. Jinjin. She caught it and immediately sat down next to Lin Chen. Breathing in the unique fragrance of youth emanating from Qin Jinjin, Lin Chen's mood improved significantly. Qin Jinjin looked at Lin Chen's somewhat ordinary yet somewhat handsome face and for a moment didn't know what to say. Lin Chen didn't break the silence either, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. He still had to take his job seriously, though he occasionally stole glances at Qin Jinjin. Finally, it was Qin Jinjin who broke the silence. I have to say, looking at you like this, I realize you're actually a bit handsome. Lin Chen heard Qin Jinjin's compliment but didn't show any joy. Instead, he seemed a bit sad. Qin Jinjin was taken aback. Did I say something wrong? Am I just a bit handsome? I always thought I was the super invincible handsome type. I find your thick skin really impressive. It's on par with a city wall. Thank you for the compliment. I think so too. Qin Jinjin couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lin Chen, and that fleeting charm left Lin Chen momentarily stunned. Seeing Lin Chen staring at her intently, a blush crept onto Qin Jinjin's face. Jinjin, your face looks a bit strange. What's wrong? Did you get something dirty on it during the fight? It looks strangely good. Qin Jinjin's face turned even redder. This guy suddenly spouting cheesy lines really caught her off guard. Thank you. Lin Chen looked puzzled. Why are you suddenly saying this? Really, thank you for joining our team. If it weren't for you, we might have been done for this time. Not at all. Since I've joined your team, I'm naturally a part of it. These things are what I should do. By the way, do you have any requirements for your other half? Qin Jinjin knew Lin Chen was deliberately changing the subject, but the direction of the change was a bit off. However, she thought for a moment and still gave Lin Chen an answer. Actually, my requirements for a partner are quite simple. I just hope he can be better than me in every aspect. To be honest, that's quite a high standard. I suspect you're eyeing me. You can forget it. Aren't you being a bit too arrogant? This isn't arrogance, it's confidence. Think about it. I'm better than you in studies, stronger than you, and a better cook than you. Tell me, am I not your ideal boyfriend? Qin Jinjin was momentarily at a loss for words. I admit your current strength might be a bit better than mine, but in studies, I haven't conceded. Once the results of this college entrance exam come out, we'll see who is truly the best in the city. What if my score is still higher than yours? Then I'll give you the 500,000 we bet. Ha, I thought you were going to agree to be my girlfriend. You have quite the imagination. Although Lin Chen was joking, he didn't genuinely want Qin Jinjin to be his girlfriend. He was trying to encourage her. If it did happen, he wouldn't lose out. He could tell that Qin Jinjin was very dissatisfied with her performance during this trip to the Lingshu. Just as Qin Jinjin said, if it weren't for Lin Chen's joining, they might have met their end with Yan Hu. This was undoubtedly a significant blow to someone like Qin Jinjin, who usually held herself in high regard. And the reason Qin Jinjin stayed to accompany Lin Chen was, in addition to thanking Lin Chen, I also wanted to express something. Under Lin Chen's playful banter, Qin Jinjin felt her mood lift considerably. For a while, the two of them remained silent, simply sitting together in quietude. By this time, the sky had begun to brighten gradually. There was sunlight even in the Lingshu. Although the blazing sun could not be seen rising through the trees, the clouds at the horizon were bathed in golden light. Rays of sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating their faces, while the grass nearby was adorned with dewdrops glistening like pearls in the sunlight. Although it was already past the agreed time, neither of them woke the others who were supposed to take over. They were tired and decided to let them rest a little longer. At worst, they would cover less ground. Today, it wasn't until after 8 o'clock that Zhang San and Dian Lei finally emerged. Boss, it's already this late. Why didn't you wake us? You two should hurry and rest for a bit, they said. Lin Chen and Qin Jinjin did not refuse. They were indeed a bit tired. The two of them went straight into the tent, while the other three were still sound asleep. Qin Jinjin lay down beside Cheng Min, said good morning to Lin Chen, and then closed her eyes. Lin Chen also lay down on the bed but did not fall asleep immediately. 9527, awaken today's skill. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the S-level skill Spirit Chi enhancement. Enhancing now. Before 9527 could complete the enhancement, Lin Chen had already drifted off to sleep. When Lin Chen woke up again, it was already noon. He got up to take care of some physiological needs, and then slowly returned to the tent. Lin Chen and Xin Jinjin were the last to wake up, and surprisingly, Chang Min had thoughtfully prepared lunch. However, it seemed that the others had already eaten there. Phil, all staring intently at Lin Chen. Lin Chen took a bite and immediately spat it out. What the hell? Is this food for humans? Chang Min's face turned slightly red. It's my first time cooking. Dear, let me handle this kind of rough work from now on, he said, pulling out some ingredients from his storage pocket and starting to prepare lunch. Xin Jinjin was still a bit groggy, watching Lin Chen's busy figure. Her eyes widened in surprise. I must be dreaming. Why do I feel like Lin Chen has become a bronze 5-star? Didn't he just break through to bronze 4-star yesterday? Hearing Xin Jinjin's words, Zhang San and the others were also stunned. They looked at Lin Chen, and the aura around him was undeniably that of a bronze 5-star. Damn! Brother Chiu, be a person, will you? 1 level a day? Are you leaving anyone else a chance? Upon hearing the conversation, Lin Chen also realized. It seemed he had awakened the spirit chi enhancement before sleeping. The battle yesterday gave me some insights, which is why I broke through so quickly. Besides, I'm only bronze 5. You guys are either silver or about to break through to silver from bronze, so don't laugh at me. Everyone, equals? You're not bronze. You casually crush those. At silver 2 stars, okay? At that moment, everyone had only one thought. Brother Chiu, you really aren't human, you're a dog. After a simple lunch, everyone tidied up and continued on their journey. Along the way, they encountered some adventurers and spirit beasts. When they met other adventurers, there was no exchange, they merely glanced at each other and passed by. After the ambush by the fierce wolf squad, the group remained quite vigilant. As for the spirit beasts, they were easily dispatched. They also collected a few spirit pearls. The spirit beasts in the forest were clearly stronger than those on the grassy plains. However, this did not put any pressure on the group. Instead, they felt even more relaxed. Many spirit beasts in the forest acted alone, and even if they were a bit stronger, they couldn't withstand the siege from Lin Chen and the others. Just then, while they were on the road, they were suddenly called to a halt by Chang Min. Chang Min's expression had turned very grim. Everyone prepared to defend. A large group of spirit beasts is rushing towards us, and they seem to be chasing something. As Chang Min's words fell, several adventurers were seen fleeing in a panic. Lin Chen and the others couldn't help but brighten their eyes and immediately changed direction to run towards them. Without greeting, they quickly dashed past the group. At that moment, Lin Chen and the others finally saw what was chasing the few hundreds of spirit beasts that looked like monkeys, but each one had a face and rear adorned with vibrant colors. The group was so frightened that they quickly turned and ran. The sheer number was indeed a bit exaggerated. At this time, Lin Chen also received feedback on the skill. Gue Xiao, social creatures, aggressive temperament, extremely difficult to tame, and inherently lewd. Seeing the introduction of Gue Xiao, Lin Chen's expression changed. This was not going to be easy to deal with. Everyone run, this is Gue Xiao, extremely ferocious, especially Jinjin and Changmin. Hurry up, Gue Xiao is inherently lewd. If caught, you might end up as a bandit's wife. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Jinjin and Changmin's faces instantly turned extremely ugly. Their speed shifted from 1st gear to 5th gear, their feet almost leaving phantoms behind. They quickly distanced themselves from Lin Chen and the others. Lin Chen, women can unleash such speed and endurance. Aside from shopping, it seems this is the only time. Lin Chen and the others were not to be outdone and hurriedly sped up to catch up. The Gue Xiao behind them was crazily pursuing. Woo woo woo. Zhang San's face was filled with horror. Brother Chiu, this thing is a dark mass, really scary. What should we do? Lin Chen, what to do? Just run. Dian Lei, can we outrun them? Lin Chen, we don't need to outrun them, we just need to outrun those in front. Zhuang Cheng's eyes lit up. Brother Chiu is brilliant. Lin Chen had no enmity with those adventurers, but their previous behavior clearly indicated they wanted to rely on the group to escape the Gue Xiao. If you are ruthless, don't blame us for being heartless. Lin Chen and the others had relatively abundant stamina, so they quickly caught up with the previous adventurers. Those few were shocked to see Lin Chen and the others catch up so quickly. How could these people catch up so fast? One buzzcut man, seeing Lin Chen and the others approaching, actually threw a soil-based slowing skill at them. Lin Chen couldn't tolerate this. At this life and death moment, he didn't care about hiding his strength. He used a teleportation skill to appear behind the buzzcut man and kicked him squarely in the rear. The power of a 6-star silver was no joke. With one kick, the buzzcut man was sent flying over 10 meters, landing directly in the midst of the Gue Xiao. The Gue Xiao, seeing a meal delivered to their door, wasted no time and quickly overwhelmed the buzzcut man. He barely had time to let out a scream before he was completely silenced. The other adventurers looked at Lin Chen in terror, not expecting this group to be so terrifying. They no longer dared to secretly trip them up. With the buzzcut man's harassment gone, Zhang San and the others quickly surpassed the few adventurers. During the overtaking, Lin Chen shot a cold glare at them. If they hadn't changed direction, perhaps the Gui Xiao wouldn't have noticed them. Knowing they were no match for Lin Chen and the others, they didn't dare to say anything. Besides, who cared about that at this moment? Escaping was the most important. Qin Jinjin and Cheng Min were running the fastest. They certainly didn't want to be caught by the Gui Xiao and end up as bandit wives. Zhang San and the others were running for their lives. They were not awakened ones, with speed or similar powers. However, long-term spiritual energy nourishment had made their physical qualities far stronger than ordinary people. They could still hold on now, but continuing like this was not a solution. Lin Chen's physical quality was the most abnormal. At this moment, he was both escaping and observing the situation. Another adventurer from that group was caught up by the Gui Xiao. Seeing the tragic state of that person, Lin Chen couldn't help but turn his head away. Continuing like this isn't a solution. He himself wasn't in much trouble, but it was clear that Zhang San and the others were starting to show signs of physical exhaustion. However, he couldn't think of a way out for the moment, so they could only run for now. The cries of despair were incessant, and soon that group of adventurers was completely wiped out. At this time, Zhang San and the others were also on the verge of collapse. Seeing this situation, Lin Chen hurriedly shouted to Qin Jinjin, "Jinjin, we can't go on like this. We can't outrun these beasts. Then what should we do? Fight them to the death? But there are too many of them." "I know, but Zhang San and the others won't be able to run much longer." Dian Lei was about to be caught by the ghostly fiends and, with a fierce expression, said, "You all go, I'll fight these beasts." Saying that, he charged directly into the group of ghostly fiends. Seeing Dian Lei like this, the blood of the others also surged. "Damn it, after 18 years, I'm still a good man. Let's fight them." Lin Chen and Qin Jinjin also stopped. Qin Jinjin had a resolute look. "Lin Chen, I need to ask you for something. You must promise me." Lin Chen looked puzzled. "Is this really the time to ask me for something?" "Qin Jinjin, if we ultimately can't win, I hope you will kill me. I don't want to fall into the hands of these beasts." Chang Min beside her nodded frantically. "Me too." Lin Chen also realized. "Don't worry, we'll all be fine." The others had already begun their attacks. Although they were nearly exhausted, their internal spiritual energy was still sufficient. One by one, lightning strikes and fireballs were thrown into the group of ghostly fiends, killing them one by one, but there were simply too many of them. Lin Chen took out a metal rod and charged directly into the crowd of ghostly fiends. At this moment, he didn't care about any shooting techniques. With so many of them, he could hit even with his eyes closed. "I'll hold them off. You all prepare to unleash your big moves." Dian Lei and the others, due to their lower cultivation, needed about 5 seconds to release their skills. Lin Chen had already made up his mind. He would hold off these beasts for at least 5 seconds, even if it cost him his life. At this moment, Lin Chen's physical advantage was evident. Wielding the metal rod, he swept through a large area. A group of ghostly fiends couldn't break through Lin Chen's defense. Qin Jinjin and the others knew time was precious and began to channel their skills in place. The ghostly fiends weren't lacking in intelligence. Realizing Lin Chen was stalling for time, dozens of them prepared to bypass him to attack the others. As the group saw the ghostly fiends about to attack, they were about to interrupt their skills. But they heard Lin Chen shout, "Continue, I'll block them." Although there were many ghostly fiends around him, they couldn't stop Lin Chen. He instantly teleported back to the others, blocking all the ghostly fiends that were about to attack them. However, there were simply too many ghostly fiends, and Lin Chen couldn't completely block them. Some attacks still landed on him. The sharp claws of the ghostly fiends left several deep wounds on him, exposing bone. Lin Chen winced in pain, but this also ignited his fighting spirit. "Damn! Just because the tiger doesn't show its power, do you think I'm Hello Kitty?" Just as he was about to charge in and fight, he was pulled back by Zhang San. It turned out that the others had finished channeling their skills, and in an instant, a barrage of skills rained down on the ghostly fiends. Spirit skill, Winter has arrived. The first to release a skill was Qin Jinjin. As the only silver ranked in the team, she certainly had a faster release speed. Spirit skill, Thunder Sea. Spirit skill, Fireball. Spirit skill, Fearful Roar. The spirit skills of Qin Jinjin and the others struck the group of ghostly fiends. The first to fall, Winter has arrived, directly froze many ghostly fiends, while those that weren't frozen had their speed greatly reduced and had to dodge the falling ice blocks from above. Chang Min's skills plunged many of the ghostly creatures into a state of fear, causing those who originally had a chance to escape the skill's range to lose their opportunity to flee. Then, the Thunderfire punishment descended, and in an instant, the ghostly creatures experienced a triple torment of ice, fire, and thunder. After a single set of skills, at least 100 ghostly creatures had perished. Moreover, over 100 ghostly creatures dared not approach for a moment. However, their greedy nature prevented them from choosing to leave, especially as they looked at Qin Jinjin and Chang Min with eyes full of lewdness. At this moment, Lin Chen, under Zhang San's treatment, had stopped bleeding from his wounds. Seeing that the ghostly creatures had temporarily ceased their attacks, he hurriedly tossed a pile of spirit pearls to everyone. They quickly absorbed the spiritual energy from the pearls, hoping to recover more energy before the ghostly creatures reacted. Ugh! A particularly flamboyant ghostly creature roared twice. It was clear that this one was the leader of the ghostly creatures. Under the leader's command, a group of minions, though unwilling, could only surround the few of them. Lin Chen and the others changed their expressions. Although the spirit pearls could accelerate the recovery of spiritual energy, they were merely ordinary bronze spirit pearls. The effect of recovering spiritual power was quite limited. At this moment, aside from Qin Jinjin and Lin Chen, the others had only recovered at most 20% of their energy. This was not good news. Were they really going to meet their end here? As the ghostly creatures drew closer, the group steeled themselves. Damn it, let's fight them. Killing one breaks even, killing two is profit. In fact, with the strength of Qin Jinjin and Lin Chen, they could easily escape on their own. However, neither of them was the type to abandon their teammates. They truly couldn't bring themselves to do it. Chang Min looked at the approaching ghostly creatures and said, "Ugh, I don't want to die. I don't even have a boyfriend yet." Zhang San glanced at Chang Min, gritted his teeth, and said, "Minner, I've actually liked you for a long time. Be my girlfriend." Lin Chen? Underscore? Qinjinjin, asterisk winky face the others, */omega asterisk. Speaking of which, did we walk into the wrong scene? Chang Min was also stunned by Zhang San's sudden confession. Shyly grabbing her clothes, she said, "You're not my type." Zhang San's face turned ashen. "At this point, you won't even lie to me? But if there's a chance, we can see how it goes." Zhang San? I say, wife, can you not breathe so heavily when you talk? It almost made me want to just die. Chang Min, is there a difference? Who's your wife? Zhang San smiled confidently. Of course there's a difference. This is a real life and death moment. After saying that, he quickly began to form hand seals. Crying Yosai, Chaos next, Nicholas Jiaoxi. Everyone, Sigma, Zhang San, what's wrong with you? Although Chang Min agreed to see how it goes, you can't go hysterical. Before everyone could react, a 2-meter-tall man in a suit descended from the sky, a cigar in his mouth, puffing out smoke as if he were a true mob boss. He was none other than Zhang San's bodyguard, who had driven everyone over. "Young master, don't be afraid. Zhao Si is here." Everyone, Phi, winky face Phi, you really are called Zhao Si? Zhang San and Zhao Si, that sounds so awkward, can't you be called Li Si instead? The group of ghostly creatures also temporarily halted their advance due to Zhao Si's appearance. Zhang San glanced at Zhao Si. "I say, Zhao Si, you stole my dad's cigars again. How many times have I taken the blame for you? Young master, don't worry about the details. Go and wipe out this group of beasts, or I'll tell my old man that the cigars were taken by you." "Understood, young master." Zhao Si slowly began to take off his clothes, removing his suit and trousers. Qin Jinjin and Chang Min's eyes widened. "Lin Chen? What are you doing? Are you preparing to wrestle with the ghost monkey? Don't say I didn't warn you." Ghost monkeys are notoriously perverse, and there are quite a few females among them. Zhao Si, however, paid no mind to the gazes of others and calmly said to everyone, "The suit is very expensive." Although Zhao Si had taken off his suit, he wasn't left in just his underwear as everyone imagined. He still wore a stretchy shirt that looked quite good. Beast transformation. With Zhao Si's loud shout, his muscles began to swell at a visible rate, and fur started to appear on his body. He transformed into a 3-meter-tall gorilla. It was unclear what material his clothes were made of, as they didn't tear apart. However, Lin Chen and the others didn't care about that, as they were all stunned by Zhao Si's aura. "Is this what gold is like?" Zhang San smiled shyly. "When going out for training, one must think of all possible strategies. I hope everyone can forgive me. Zhao Si can't act unless it's a life or death crisis." No one would blame Zhang San, they were grateful instead. Chang Min was even more excited and directly gave Zhang San's chubby face a kiss. Zhang San, **, this feels great. Zhao Si looked around at the ghost monkeys, pounding his chest with his two strong arms. Roar! The ghost monkeys were intimidated by Zhao Si's presence. One couldn't help but admire this group of ghost monkeys. Despite the situation, they didn't flee. But this was exactly what Zhao Si wanted. He charged straight at the ghost monkeys, waving his hand and sending a group of them flying. At that moment, Zhao Si grabbed a ghost monkey, using both hands to tear it in half. Roar roar! The ghost monkey leader couldn't bear to watch any longer. Woo woo, woo woo. You all step aside, let me handle this. Woo woo. Okay, boss. The ghost monkeys obediently cleared a path, and the ghost monkey leader slowly approached, letting out a series of roars at Zhao Si. Woo 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 woo. Woo woo. Translation is powerless. Zhao Si didn't care about that, he charged straight at the ghost monkey leader. You little silver, what are you pretending to be in front of me? He lunged forward and grabbed one of the ghost monkey leader's legs. Then he swung it around, smashing it against the ground repeatedly, just like the Hulk did to Loki. The ghost monkeys were dumbfounded. When did the gorilla in this forest become so powerful? Weren't they always being beaten by us? We only let them go after offering up a dozen female gorillas. Why is this one so strong? If Zhao Si knew this thought, he would probably wipe out all the ghost monkeys in this spirit realm. How dare you compete with me for female gorillas? Bah! How dare you treat me like a real gorilla? The ghost monkey leader couldn't withstand the power of Golden Zhao Si, and its brain matter was smashed out. The other ghost monkeys saw that things were going wrong and scattered in all directions. Zhao Si didn't pursue them, he stood there majestically. He pounded his chest with his hands and howled at the sky. Roar, roar. Everyone else had many strong individuals at home, but it was Lin Chen's first time witnessing a golden powerhouse in action. He couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Golden powerhouses are terrifying. As the ghost monkeys retreated, Lin Chen and the others breathed a sigh of relief. If Zhao Si hadn't shown up, the team would have lost at least half its members, or even faced total annihilation. At that moment, Zhao Si was still crazily posing in place. Chang Min's ears perked up. Strange, why are there still spirit beasts coming this way? Lin Chen and the others became curious. Upon hearing Chang Min's words, with Zhao Si still here, there was no way anything in this spirit realm could harm them. Thud, thud. A dense sound of footsteps began to approach, and the ground even started to tremble slightly. Zhao Si looked puzzled as he saw a dozen spirit beasts slowly coming closer. His eyes widened in surprise. Everyone also saw the approaching spirit beasts. Zhao Si equals, don't come over. Crowd, Puwa, Epsilon, LLL, we can't laugh unless we can't help it. Those 10 or so spirit beasts rushing over were the mother gorillas captured by the ghost demon. To be honest, if Zhao Si wasn't wearing clothes, the few of them wouldn't be able to tell who Zhao Si was. They were all nearly 3 meters tall and equally muscular. Qin Jinjin suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but chuckle. I suddenly feel sorry for the ghost demon leader. I think I understand why it dared to challenge Brother C. As soon as Qin Jinjin said this, everyone immediately reacted. Pruhaha, it seems the ghost demon leader mistook the gorilla. Otherwise, even if it had 10 times the courage, it wouldn't dare to challenge the golden level Zhao Si. Lin Chen glanced at the ghost demon on the ground, then at the group of mother gorillas, and fell into deep thought. Zhang San patted Lin Chen. Shogo, what are you thinking? So lost in thought? Lin Chen replied, how do you think this little ghost demon body could, with the gorilla? Lin Chen's words made the two women's faces flush, but they couldn't help but think further. Right, how could a ghost demon that's at most 1 meter tall, with a 3 meter tall gorilla? In an instant, all 7 of them fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, Zhao Si was on the verge of tears. Damn it, I just transformed into a gorilla. I'm not really a gorilla. Can you not look at me like that? The 10 or so gorillas were looking at Zhao Si with tearful eyes. They kept shouting at Zhao Si. Roar, 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 roar. Are you here to save us? Roar, 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 roar. Roar. But we're not clean anymore. Roar, 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 roar. Will you dislike us? Roar, 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 roar. Roar. If you don't dislike us, we're all yours. Zhao Si, Sigma, who the hell can save me? Why can I understand what they're saying? Although I really want to take action, why do I feel a sense of reluctance? No, the best strategy is to run. If I don't run now, when will I? He turned to look at the others who were still dazed. Young master, the matter is resolved. I'll take my leave now. Without waiting for Zhang San to respond, he grabbed the suit on the ground, pushed off with his feet, and fled in a hurry. The 10 or so mother gorillas couldn't let Zhao Si go easily. One by one, they pounded their chests and chased after him. Roar, 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 roar. Don't go, husband. Seeing Zhao Si leave with his wives, everyone finally came to their senses. Qin Jinjin looked around at everyone, all safe and sound, and finally felt relieved. Zhang San, has Zhao Si always been with us? Zhang San nodded. Yes, actually, it wasn't just the 4th one. Your family also wanted someone to protect you in secret, but after some discussion, they decided that the 4th one alone was enough. Hearing Zhang San's words, Lin Chen felt a bit melancholic. Having a family feels really good. Zhang San looked at everyone and said again, I'm really sorry, everyone. This was decided by the family. They only told me and repeatedly instructed me not to tell anyone. Dian Lei patted Zhang San's shoulder. Brother, it's not your fault. If we knew there was a big shot following us, we wouldn't be able to let go during our trials. But now it's different. I feel like I can break through to bronze 9 stars at any moment. Whether it was to convince Zhang San or not, Dian Lei broke through right there. The surrounding spiritual energy surged towards him wildly. The few people near Dian Lei also benefited to some extent. The most obvious was Changmin, who soon followed and also stepped into bronze 9 stars. The others also gained a lot, but none of them broke through. The difficulty of breaking through from bronze to silver is different from that of upgrading from 8 stars to 9 stars. However, a few of them did not leave empty-handed. They had touched that layer of bottleneck. They just needed time to settle, and before heading to the Demon City for the spirit martial arts, they should break through to silver. As for Lin Chen, he felt nothing. He had just broken through to bronze 5 stars, and if he were to break through again, the others would probably want to dissect him for research. Once Cheng Min and Dian Lei broke through, the entire team, except for Qin Jinjin and Lin Chen, would be uniformly bronze 9 stars. However, Qin Jinjin was at silver 2 stars, while Lin Chen remained a bronze 5 stars little nobody. Looking at the hundreds of corpses of the ghost demons in front of him, it was time for the joyful picking of dropped items. Due to the sheer number, the other few decided to help out. However, since they generally had bad luck, the ghost demon leader was still left for Lin Chen to handle. Lin Chen walked directly towards the ghost demon leader, and after a bit of searching, he indeed found a spirit pearl. Looking at the spirit pearl in his hand, which was noticeably larger than the bronze spirit pearl he had obtained before. A silver spirit pearl, this is a silver spirit pearl, and it seems to come with a skill. After feeling it for a moment, he discovered it was a rare sound-based skill. Sound-based skill, he Dong Lion's roar. Who knows why the ghost demon leader would drop such a skill? Maybe he was a ghost demon, afraid of his wife. Sanner, come here. Zhang San saw Lin Chen calling him and hurriedly ran over. What's up, Shogo? How did it go? Did your confession succeed? Aren't you happy? Zhang San's chubby face turned red just a little bit. But I remember. They said they were just looking around. Do you want Shogo to teach you a trick? Shogo, if this works out, you'll be my real big brother. Stop with the useless stuff, let's get practical. Lin Chen shoved the spirit pearl in his hand to Zhang San. Kid, I can only help you this far. Whether it works out depends on you. Zhang San took the spirit pearl Lin Chen handed him, and he was completely stunned. At that moment, thousands of words could only be condensed into 4 words. Shogo is awesome. This was the first silver spirit beast they encountered on this spirit ruins journey. You just directly opened a spirit pearl. Not only did you open a spirit pearl, but it was also a spirit pearl with a skill. Zhang San was very understanding and gave Lin Chen a thumbs up. Shogo, I'll give you 2 million when we get out. Lin Chen patted Zhang San with satisfaction. Ah, I accidentally became a millionaire, nice. And Zhang San had already walked towards Changmin. When Changmin saw Zhang San coming, her little face immediately pouted, and she grabbed Zhang San's ear. You, Zhang San, knowing that there are golden powerhouses protecting us, you still dare to take advantage of the situation to confess to me. Min, I didn't mean to pick that moment. Let me explain. I won't listen, you turtle reading scriptures. Seeing the couple flirting here, Qin Jinjin wisely walked to the side. Qin Jinjin walked over to Lin Chen, who was sitting on a small stool watching the show. Upon seeing Qin Jinjin arrive, he directly handed her a small stool. Taking the small stool, Qin Jinjin was not polite and sat down right next to Lin Chen, also watching Zhang San and Changmin with great interest. What did you just give Zhang San? You saw it, a silver-level spirit pearl with a sound wave skill. Qin Jinjin was completely stunned. Your luck is really a bit explosive. You just pulled out a ghost demon leader and got a drop? And it's a sound wave skill? Sound wave skills are already rare, let alone a sound wave skill. This spirit pearl itself is already beyond any measure of value. Lin Chen didn't care what Qin Jinjin thought. He was engrossed in watching Zhang San. At the same time, he took out a bag of sunflower seeds from his storage pocket and even remembered to hand a handful to Qin Jinjin. On the other side, Changmin was still tugging at Zhang San's ear. It's all your fault, you scared me to tears. Min, I was wrong, let go quickly, or my ear is going to fall off. What's the use of just saying it wrong? A man's words are just lies. Let go, I have a gift for you. Changmin ultimately couldn't bear it and released Zhang San's ear. Zhang San saw that the emotions had brewed enough. He immediately knelt on one knee and reached into his pocket. Changmin was completely stunned. This action felt so familiar, didn't it? It seemed to appear often in TV dramas. Is this a proposal? Isn't this too fast? Didn't he just agree to be your boyfriend? Why is he pulling out a diamond ring already? How many carats? Should I agree? Zhang San finally pulled out the spirit pearl from his pants pocket. He gently raised it in front of Chang Min. Seeing that it wasn't a diamond ring, Chang Min felt a little disappointed. Wait, this one seems to be a silver level spirit pearl. Curiously, she took it. After feeling it, she was left speechless. This is a silver level spirit pearl, and it even has sound wave type spiritual skills. Zhang San noticed that Chang Min wasn't speaking and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Minner, what's wrong? Don't you like it? Chang Min finally reacted. I like it, of course I like it. Where did you get this? Zhang San pointed at Lin Chen, brother Chiu. Before Zhang San could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp pain in his head as Lin Chen instantly teleported over and punched him on the head. He turned to Chang Min and said, this is something Zhang San took a long time to find, specially bought for you. He shot Zhang San a frantic look and then teleported away. Even Zhang San, no matter how foolish, understood what Lin Chen meant and couldn't help but secretly give Lin Chen a thumbs up from behind. Really? Zhang San, did you buy this just for me? Yeah, I put in a lot of effort to find this. You're so nice. Since that's the case, I've decided to forgive you. Is that it? What else do you want? Zhang San pointed at his chubby cheek. Chang Min's face turned slightly red, but she quickly leaned in and kissed Zhang San's cheek. Zhang San, hee, that's great. He stood there, grinning like an idiot. Qin Jinjin looked at Lin Chen with disdain. Men. Jinjin, keep the silver spirit pearl a secret, or else I'll have the fat guy compensate you later. No need for compensation, we don't lack money except for you. Lin Chen, although you were speaking the truth, it really hurts. If it weren't for the fact that you're a girl, I would definitely hit you. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Actually, Changmin has some feelings for the fat guy too, she just might not have realized it herself. Upon hearing Qin Jinjin say this, Lin Chen immediately became interested. Quick, tell me more. Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that we have the best relationship, often chatting together, and she always unconsciously brings up Zhang San. Oh, I see. Do you often bring me up? Go die. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, the other few people had also finished searching for the spirit pearls from the ghost monkeys. Perhaps Lin Chen had exhausted his luck. Out of hundreds of ghost monkeys, only 10 spirit pearls came out, and none of them had skills. He tossed those spirit pearls to Lin Chen, who casually threw them into his storage pocket. After resting for a while, everyone continued on their way. Because the Young Hu team had delayed quite a bit of time with the ghost monkeys, they decided to travel overnight to try to get out of the forest as soon as possible. Perhaps due to the ghost monkeys, the journey was quite smooth and they hardly encountered any spirit beasts. Finally, around 10 p.m., they reached the edge of the forest. Since it was getting late and they were unsure of the situation outside the forest, they decided to rest here for the night. They quickly set up the tent and solved the dinner problem. 2 people stayed up to keep watch while the others began to take turns resting. The location they were at was the edge of the forest, and outside should be the snowfield. Because it was close to the snowfield, the temperature here had become somewhat cold. For this reason, Lin Chen had specially taken out a few extra blankets. There was no conversation throughout the night. When Lin Chen woke up, it was already the next morning. After a quick wash, Lin Chen stared blankly at the world outside the forest. It was entirely an icy world. Snowflakes occasionally drifted down from the sky, yet the forest where everyone was remained completely unaffected. Lin Chen couldn't understand why such a small bronze spirit realm had not only grasslands and forests but also a snowfield, and crucially, why they didn't interfere with each other. Perhaps this was the magic of the spirit realm. Others gradually got up, each one gazing in astonishment at the distant snowfield. It was no surprise they were stunned by the scenery before them. Qin Jinjin picked up the map. Everyone, let's put in some effort. We're not far from our target location. A few responded, each feeling a bit of anticipation, wondering what awaited them in the snowfield. As they were about to enter the snowfield, they knew they couldn't skimp on their gear. Zhang San had done his homework beforehand, so he had prepared plenty of cold-resistant items. Lin Chen quickly pulled out a down jacket, snow boots, gloves, and a hat from his storage pocket. After everyone was dressed, at Lin Chen's command, they set off towards the snow. Even with all the cold-resistant gear on, the few who had just entered the snowfield couldn't help but shiver from the cold. Only Qin Jinjin felt completely comfortable, as if she was particularly at ease here. Most of the spirit beasts in the snowfield were white, making them hard to spot against the snow, and one could easily fall victim to a surprise attack. Adventurers generally wouldn't come to the snowfield to pan for gold, as there weren't many spirit beasts here, but those that existed were of a high level, yielding far less profit than the grasslands and forests. The main reason Qin Jinjin dared to come to the snowfield was her reliance on Changmin. Without Changmin, Qin Jinjin wouldn't have brought her team here. Changmin maintained her spirit power detection, able to discover those spirit beasts hidden in the snow each time. For those that didn't attack first, they didn't take action. However, any that did attack were swiftly eliminated by the group. Along the way, they also collected 2 spirit pearls, one of which was a silver-level snow bear, though unfortunately, it didn't come with any skills. The reason they could take down this snow bear so quickly was largely due to Changmin. The group had witnessed the power of the Hedong lion's roar. Even the silver-level snow bear was stunned for 2 seconds. Those 2 seconds were more than enough for everyone to deal with it. Fearful roars combined with the Hedong lion's roar, what a powerful control. In the meantime, Lin Chen also took the opportunity to awaken an E-level life skill. He had no complaints, as he was already used to it. If he suddenly obtained some impressive skill, it would actually surprise him. After 3 hours of trekking, they finally arrived at the red X marked on the map. It looked no different from the usual snowfield, but everyone knew this was the den of the snow foxes. Changmin had already sensed the presence of spirit beasts hidden beneath the snow. The den of the snow foxes was right in front of them, and the group didn't rush to act but waited for Changmin's feedback. Changmin carefully sensed the surroundings. There are 32 snow foxes, everyone be careful. This number wasn't too many, but it was still significant. Just as they were about to force the snow foxes out, a rustling sound suddenly came from the snow ahead. Before long, a snow fox the size of a palm crawled out from the snow. This snow fox was pure white, without a single stray hair, its 2 shiny black eyes curved adorably, and its fluffy tail was held high. Its small body was endearing, making anyone who saw it want to hug it and stroke its smooth fur. The little snow fox was curiously looking at Lin Chen and the others, its eyes filled with curiosity, showing no fear at all. Changmin felt as if she was about to be melted by the little snow fox. Jinjin, are we really going to take action against them? At this moment, Qin Jinjin also wore a conflicted expression. How could she bear to harm such a beautiful species? Lin Chen looked at the adorable little creature in front of him and felt quite fond of it. The information about the little creature also came back through the skill. Snow foxes are usually gentle and easy to tame, unless one is absolutely certain. Do not harm their kin or they will face relentless pursuit from the snow foxes. Lin Chen shared the information he obtained with Qin Jinjin and the others, and Qin Jinjin became conflicted as well. The purpose of bringing her team to the spirit ruins was to hunt for silver-level snow foxes, as silver-level snow foxes had a chance to drop a spirit pearl containing the spirit skill Ice Arrow. Ice Arrow is a rare and powerful single-target attack skill in the ice category. Ice Arrow is not an ordinary single-target attack skill. It is not like the simple fireball or iceball spells of the elemental beginner skills, which only serve to harass. Its attack range is much farther, and its power is formidable, while the spiritual energy consumed is minimal. If Qin Jinjin had learned Ice Arrow during her battle with Yang Hu, she would have had the opportunity to kite him to death, even though Yang Hu was 3 small levels higher than her. The allure of Ice Arrow was great for Qin Jinjin, but upon seeing the snow fox, she truly couldn't bring herself to act. Lin Chen waved at the little snow fox, which showed no signs of shyness, and ran directly to Lin Chen, affectionately rubbing against him. It could sense the goodwill emanating from him. Lin Chen took some meat out of his storage pocket and held it in his hand, and the little snow fox eagerly began to eat. At this moment, everyone's gaze fell on Qin Jinjin. Whether to continue or give up was entirely up to her. If Qin Jinjin chose to continue, the others would have no choice but to help. Even if they felt reluctant, they wouldn't let that cause any unpleasantness with her. If Qin Jinjin chose to give up, it would surely be a happy resolution, as they truly felt it would be a sin to harm such a creature. Seeing everyone looking at her, Qin Jinjin finally shook her head. Let's forget it. If we were to kill innocents just for a spirit skill, what difference would that make from those who attacked us before? I give up. Upon seeing Qin Jinjin choose to give up, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. To act against such a beautiful snow fox felt like a desecration to them. Lin Chen was also very happy to see that Qin Jinjin did not abandon her principles for the sake of obtaining a spirit skill. If she had made a different choice, Lin Chen felt he would have been very disappointed. Having made a decision, the group relaxed, each curiously looking at the little snow fox, while Qin Jinjin walked over and gently stroked its fur. The little snow fox was very accommodating, its eyes squinting in delight under Qin Jinjin's touch. While they were playing with the little snow fox, 2 snow foxes, about a meter long, emerged from the snow, revealing a wary expression upon seeing the group, especially when they noticed the little snow fox in their hands. They thought it had been captured and glared fiercely at the group, baring their teeth and growling. As they growled, more and more snow foxes emerged from the snow, surrounding the group. Seeing the situation, Lin Chen knew the snow foxes must have misunderstood, and he quickly set the little snow fox down. Little one, go explain to your family, we mean you no harm. The little snow fox was quite intelligent and quickly growled a few times at the group of snow foxes. Seeing that the little snow fox was unharmed, the other snow foxes relaxed a bit, though they still remained somewhat on guard, not fully trusting the group. This was no challenge for Lin Chen. All those life skills were not awakened for nothing. He took some food from his storage pocket and tossed it to the snow foxes, then used his taming skill on them. It was obvious that this had an effect. The snow foxes' gazes gradually became friendlier. Even the 2 silver-level snow foxes lowered their guard. Seeing such good results from the taming, Lin Chen felt a bit proud. Jinjin, let me make one last effort for you. If it doesn't work out, it just means we were unlucky. Upon hearing there was still hope, Qin Jinjin became anxious about Lin Chen's intentions towards them. If it means harming them, I'd rather not. Lin Chen reassured her, don't worry, I won't hurt them. Lin Chen slowly walked up to the 2 silver-level snow foxes and took a spirit pearl out of his pocket. We came here looking for spirit pearls, but upon seeing you, we abandoned our idea. However, if you have any, I hope you can give me one. Of course, I can trade something for it. The snow fox with the longer whiskers clearly understood Lin Chen's meaning and began to chatter at him. You really have some? Then what do we need to do to get one? The long-whiskered snow fox chattered again. Oh, you mean if we help you deal with your natural enemy, you can give us one? The snow fox leader nodded. Qin Jinjin and the others were stunned. How on earth did you manage to communicate with the spirit beasts? To us, it just sounded like simple beast roars. Could it be that Lin Chen was a natural beast speaker? In fact, this was all thanks to the benefits brought by the 9527 skill to tame spirit beasts. One must have a certain understanding of them. Lin Chen could only communicate simply with spirit beasts now. If it came to deeper exchanges, he would be powerless. In the catalog provided by 9527, Lin Chen seemed to have seen a skill for spirit beast language, but who knew if he would be able to extract it before he died. For now, being able to communicate simply was quite good. Who is your natural enemy? How dare they lay a hand on such adorable creatures like you? We will definitely help you eliminate it. The snow fox leader let out another series of roars. Hearing the leader's response, Lin Chen was left dumbfounded. What? You say your natural enemy is a silver-level snow bear that often attacks you? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the others were also confused. Wasn't that the one we casually dealt with on the way here? Lin Chen didn't waste any time and directly pulled the snow bear's corpse out of his storage space. Don't ask why Lin Chen was helping to collect the snow bear's body. Just know that it was a food ingredient. Bear paws are a rare delicacy. In real life, wanting to eat that would be illegal, something Lin Chen would never dare to do. But with spirit beasts, it was a different story. No one would care, and being able to obtain it was your own skill. The Snow Fox clan was also stunned. It turned out that this old rival had already been casually dealt with by the group. In front of them, the Snow Fox leader let out a low growl to a nearby subordinate. The subordinate obediently returned to the den, presumably to fetch the spirit pearl. In no time, the Snow Fox subordinate came back. It's here, it's here. It brought the spirit pearl. The Snow Fox handed the spirit pearl to Lin Chen. Upon receiving the spirit pearl, Lin Chen was stunned because the Snow Fox had given him 2 spirit pearls, 2 silver spirit pearls, 2 spirit pearls with the spirit skill Ice Arrow. It seemed this was a gift left to the Snow Fox clan by their ancestors after they passed away. He tossed one of them to Qin Jinjin, and immediately after throwing it, Lin Chen regretted it. Damn, I forgot to learn from the fat guy. Shouldn't I be kneeling on one knee to present the spirit pearl? Qin Jinjin fumbled to catch the spirit pearl, her gaze towards Lin Chen filled with a strange light. To thank the Snow Fox clan for their cooperation, Lin Chen decided to show off in front of them. He directly cooked the snow bear on the spot, but he secretly kept the bear paw for himself. To ensure that the 7 of them and the Snow Fox clan were well fed, he also took out the prized ram leader. The Snow Foxes looked at Lin Chen with curiosity. Once Lin Chen finished cooking, he thoughtfully used a small knife to cut the food into small pieces and arrange them on plates. He prepared a total of 32 servings before handing them to the Snow Foxes. The Snow Foxes glanced at Lin Chen with suspicion, but eventually took a tentative bite. Oh, intersection. Oh, in an instant, all the Snow Foxes' eyes crinkled with joy. They began to devour the bear and lamb meat on their plates. After finishing, they still felt unsatisfied, each one returning with their plates in hand. Seeing this, Lin Chen smiled and called over Qin Jinjin and the others. The few of them transformed into waiters, starting to slice and plate for the Snow Foxes. Half an hour later, all the Snow Foxes lay on the snow with round, bulging bellies. Everyone had eaten some as well, once again impressed by Lin Chen's culinary skills. Qin Jinjin was playing with a little snow fox, which also had a round belly, looking like a little ball. It walked unsteadily, and while waddling, it rolled over, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Happy times are always fleeting. After enjoying 2 pleasant hours with the Snow Fox clan, everyone decided to leave. Under the reluctant gazes of the Snow Foxes, they began their journey back. Of course, before leaving, Lin Chen left a lot of meat from his storage pocket for the Snow Fox clan. Since they were retracing their steps, they didn't encounter any spirit beasts and quickly exited the snowy plains. They rested in the forest for a day before continuing their journey, spending another day to exit the forest. Along the way, they encountered some spirit beasts which posed little threat to them. However, Lin Chen and the others witnessed the terrifying power of the ice arrows, which had a shocking range of 200 meters and were incredibly powerful. On the grassland, they encountered that groundhog again, which seemed very attached to Lin Chen. Lin Chen considered whether to take it with him, but after much thought, he ultimately decided against it. The outside world might not be suitable for it. He left a large amount of food for the little creature before reluctantly saying goodbye to the groundhog. After spending another day, they finally exited the spirit ruins. It was already evening when they left the spirit ruins, and Zhao Si was still diligently watching over the RV as if he had never entered the spirit ruins at all. It was unclear whether he had any indescribable stories with that group of female gorillas. The nearly week-long journey in the spirit ruins had allowed everyone to grow significantly. Especially after several brushes with death, the arrogance of Qin Jinjin and the others had been tempered considerably. They were all once the pride of their respective families, but this trip to the spirit ruins made them deeply realize that they were truly nothing. In front of Lin Chen, they felt utterly weak. Without Lin Chen, they would have likely been wiped out by the time they reached the forest, though this does not take Zhao Si's situation into account. This trip to the spirit ruins not only matured them psychologically, but the most direct benefit was that after several battles, everyone's levels had improved to some extent. Those at the bronze 9 stars had already decided to start pushing for silver upon returning. Lin Chen also reaped great rewards. Over the past 2 days, he had, without exception, awakened 2 E-level life skills. Lin Chen felt helpless but had no choice. On the way back, he focused on finding herbs, filling his entire storage space with a lot of them. Additionally, there were the spirit pearls he had collected. Originally, everyone had agreed to distribute the spirit pearls based on their value, but since most of the spirit pearls were obtained by Lin Chen using his skills from the groundhog, the others felt embarrassed to argue. In the end, they decided that all the spirit pearls would belong to Lin Chen. Lin Chen didn't stand on ceremony with them, knowing they didn't lack these Moreover, as soon as they exited the spirit ruins, Lin Chen received several bank transfers. Xin Guo transferred 300,000 for the skill of stealth. Zhang San transferred 2 million for that sound-type silver spirit pearl. Xinjin was the most generous, directly transferring 3 million to Lin Chen. If it weren't for Lin Chen, she would have considered this trip to the spirit ruins a waste. Calculating it this way, Lin Chen's earnings from this trip exceeded 10 million, not to mention he still had a bunch of spirit pearls with skills in hand. Setting aside everything else, the remaining silver spirit pearl with the ice arrow skill was quite valuable. A regular silver spirit pearl was estimated to be worth around several hundred thousand, but the ice arrow was different. First, it was a rare ice type, and second, it was a low consumption, high energy skill with excellent cost effectiveness among ice types. The market price was at least around 5 million. At that moment, Lin Chen was staring at his balance, grinning foolishly. Then he looked at the spirit pearls in his storage space and continued to smile. It seemed like this money was enough for him to find a beautiful wife, and then he glanced at Qin Jinjin. For that, it seemed like this money might not be enough. Otherwise, he could ask her to see if her dad would accept him as a son-in-law. They had been in the spirit ruins for almost a week without a proper rest. Now that they were out and with Zhao Si right beside them, they quickly had a simple meal and then each took some time to rest. By the time they woke up, it was already noon the next day. After a quick wash, everyone packed their things and boarded the RV to head back to P City. Lin Chen took the opportunity to draw today's skill and surprisingly got proficient in watercraft driving. He was only missing proficiency in air travel, which he was most looking forward to, especially flying a plane. Since they had just woken up, the journey was quite boring. Qin Jinjin pulled Lin Chen to continue playing Do Di Zhu, claiming she wanted revenge. The result was obvious. Lin Chen once again crushed Qin Jinjin, and Shang Min, who was playing along, also lost quite a bit. By the time they returned to Peace City, it was already evening. They had Zhao Si drive them straight to the hotel, not primarily for a meal, but mainly to find a place to shower. During their days in the spirit ruins, they had only managed to wipe themselves down a bit, and everyone felt like they were about to spoil. After showering and having a meal together, they finally went their separate ways. Zhang San, having just confirmed his relationship with Chang Min, decided to go watch a movie together. He directly left Lin Chen behind, who could only curse under his breath about being a friend who prioritizes romance over friendship. Unable to catch a ride, he could only take a taxi home with tears in his eyes. He kept muttering to himself, thinking that he was now a millionaire and shouldn't care about a mere 10 or 20 bucks. By the time he got back to his place, it was already 10 p.m. Aunt Li and her daughter surprisingly hadn't gone to bed yet. They were sitting on the sofa watching TV. When they saw Lin Chen come in, they were startled, especially Li Shui, who was only wearing a bra and panties. Ah! Li Shui let out a sharp scream and hurried back to her room to change. Lin Chen felt a warmth rise to his nose. To ease the awkwardness, Aunt Li spoke first. Xiao Chou, you're back. Why didn't you give us a heads up? He. What heads up could compare to this benefit? Auntie, I just got back and my phone is dead. After Li Shui went to her room, she didn't dare come out again. Aunt Li was very happy to learn that Lin Chen had decided to attend Magic City Lingwu University. She said to celebrate, all of Lin Chen's rent before going to Magic City would be waived. After chatting casually with Aunt Li for a bit, Lin Chen returned to his room. For the next period, Lin Chen mostly stayed at home. It wasn't that he was doing nothing at home, but he was diligently absorbing the spirit pearls he had. Normally, a person couldn't continuously absorb spirit pearls. The main reason was that while absorbing too many spirit pearls could increase one's level, if the physical quality couldn't keep up, it would leave aftereffects later on. In other words, frantically absorbing spirit pearls in the early stages could indeed rapidly increase strength, but such levels built up from spirit pearls mostly plateaued at gold. This was also why Zhang San and others from such powerful families didn't push to level up Zhang San and the others aggressively. For Lin Chen, none of this was a problem. His physical fitness was far superior to his level. With a bronze 5-star spiritual power level, he possessed the physical quality of a silver 6-star, so what was there to fear? After a week of absorption, Lin Chen had already used up more than half of his spiritual pearl and his level was rapidly increasing. He was now at bronze 8-star, and it was worth noting that during the extraordinary examination, there were only about 30 people above 8-star. This level was already considered top-notch in high school. Lin Chen estimated that he might reach silver before heading to the Magic City for spiritual martial arts. If luck struck and he got 1 or 2 spiritual energy enhancements, that would be a sure thing. The skills he awakened in the past few days seemed to have become equally uneventful due to the monotony of life. All were E-level skills. After the baptism of the spiritual ruins, Lin Chen did not underestimate these skills. Having many skills is never a burden. Who knows when he might need them someday? That day, Lin Chen, who originally wanted to stay home and level up, was woken up early in the morning by a phone call. He glanced at the phone number, which he didn't recognize, hung up, and continued to sleep. The phone rang again, and he hung up once more. Finally, the phone stopped ringing, but then a video call came in. To his surprise, it was Chin. Jinjin. He quickly picked up the phone and clicked to answer. Jinjin, what's up? Miss me? Miss you, my foot. Why didn't you answer my call? I thought it was a spam call. What's the matter? Today is the day the college entrance exam results are announced. Did you forget about our bet? Oh, have the results come out? Let me check. No checking allowed. I've already arranged for others to check together. This time, I will definitely beat you. Then I wish you luck in beating me. 10 a.m. at the Zhanghai Internet Cafe, we'll check together. After saying that, she hung up the call directly. Looking at the time, it was only 7 in the morning. Why call me so early if we're meeting at 10? Although he wanted to catch a few more hours of sleep, he just couldn't fall back asleep. Forget it, time to get up. It had been several days since he had gone out for breakfast. He had been eating the rations in his storage pocket every day. He was starting to miss the taste of soy milk and fried dough sticks. After finishing breakfast, he took a taxi to the Zhanghai Internet Cafe. The others hadn't arrived yet, but Zhang San had already brought Chang Min there early. As soon as he saw the two, Lin Chen was fed a full mouthful of rations. Zhang San was giving Chang Min a hands-on tutorial on how to play the game. Ah, the sour smell of love. When Chang Min saw Lin Chen arrive, she hurriedly pulled her hand out of Zhang San's grasp, her face slightly flushed. Xiaogu, you're here. Did I come too early? Did I interrupt you? Xiaogu, don't say that. I've reached silver now, and my silver skills are pretty impressive. Saying this, he struck a pose as if waiting for compliments. You're really amazing. What skill did you get at silver level? Amplification. All attribute amplification. Right now, it can only amplify by 10%, but as my level increases, the amplification should get bigger. Wow, that's so impressive. Of course, just look at who my little brother is. Lin Chen? This kid is teachable. His flattery skills are getting more refined. Lin Chen also started a machine and boldly played a single-player game inside. Shacking. The time, it was already past 8. Time to awaken today's skill. Skill extraction in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining A-level skill, 1000 Mile Eye. 1000 Mile Eye, using this skill can temporarily enhance vision by 100 times. With the host's current strength, it can be maintained for 3 minutes and can be turned off at any time. This skill feels good. Let's try it out. 1000 Mile Eye activated. In an instant, Lin Chen felt a cool sensation in his eyes, and the surrounding objects became incredibly clear in his vision. A young man 30 meters away was staring at the computer, his hands constantly moving up and down in his pants. The barmaid 40 meters away thought no one was watching as she shamelessly picked her nose. 50 meters away, a spider watched a fly stuck in its web, a sinister smile creeping across its face. Everything was vividly reflected in Lin Chen's eyes. However, all of this came at a cost. Lin Chen felt his spiritual energy rapidly depleting. Now he understood why he could only maintain this for 3 minutes. He hurriedly closed his clairvoyance. This skill seemed perfect for peeping. Ah, no, it's perfect for reconnaissance. College is just around the corner, and that girl's dorm. He. Zhang San and Chang Min stared in shock at Lin Chen, who was grinning lewdly. They glanced at Lin Chen's computer screen. At that moment, Lin Chen's Iori Yagami had been knocked out by my Shiranui on the computer. My Shiranui's chest was bouncing continuously. Zhang San, **, Chang Min, equals? So this is what you're like, brother Chiu. Lin Chen was completely oblivious, lost in his own fantasy world. With clairvoyance in hand, how far could the clairaudience be? He. Zhang San and Chang Min didn't know what to say anymore. Brother Chiu, you need to exercise some restraint. Other members of the team began to arrive one after another. The first to come were Xin Gui and Zhuang Chang, with Xin Gui also having broken through to silver. Zhuang Chang was still a bit short, but he would likely break through before heading to college. Dian Lei arrived shortly after the two, leaving only Qin Jinjin yet to arrive. Zhang San suggested they play a game of LOL. Everyone eagerly agreed. Lin Chen, I'm a god with Yasuo. The game started, and within 45 seconds, Lin Chen gave up first blood. Lin Chen's face stiffened. Death is like the wind, always by my side. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen was already feeding like crazy. Even though the other players were decent, it was tough to play 4 against 6. In just 15 minutes, the opposing team pushed down their crystal. Lin Chen looked at his stats, 0-12-0. I haven't played in a while, my hands are rusty. The other 4 looked at Lin Chen with resentment. Brother Chiu, your Yasuo is really something, soaring high. Just then, Qin Jinjin arrived, coming to Lin Chen's rescue. Qin Jinjin had clearly dressed up for the occasion today. She wore light makeup, her pretty little face flushed with a rosy hue, and her delicate appearance made one want to take a bite. Her long, shiny black hair cascaded down naturally, and the snow-white high-waisted, fitted dress showcased her stunning figure perfectly. She looked like a fairy descended from the heavens. However, her cold expression made it clear that she was not someone to approach easily. Seeing that everyone had arrived, she quickly walked over. Since everyone is here, let's check our scores. Who wants to go first? Due to the bet between Qin Jinjin and Lin Chen, the interest of the others was piqued, so even those who didn't need to take the college entrance exam decided to participate. Although the scores didn't matter much to them, they still felt the urge to compare. They were all top students from the first high school, and no one wanted to fall behind. Dian Lei, seeing that no one was responding, said, "Forget it, my score is the worst among us anyway, I'll go first." He opened the query website. Dian Lei entered his information. The server crashed. Please refresh. It seemed there were a lot of people checking at that moment. He tried again, and this time his score finally came out. Dian Lei scored 580, which was quite good. This score would easily get him into some prestigious universities, but it was a bit tight for the ones in Magic City. But who told him he was a rare lightning-type ability awakener? He had already been admitted early. Who's next? Xingguo raised his hand. I'll go. In the end, Xingguo scored 640. Next was Zhuang Qiang, who scored 638. Zhang San surprisingly got 610. It was hard to believe this guy often went to internet cafes yet still had such excellent grades. Then there was Cheng Min, with a score of 688, which could be the top score in some places. Only Lin Chen and Qin Jinjin had yet to check their scores. Qin Jinjin looked at Lin Chen. "You go first." Lin Chen smiled confidently. "No, you go first. I'm afraid that after I check you won't want to." Qin Jinjin, anyone can talk big. "I'll go first." She entered her exam admission number and candidate number on the website. Then the results came out. Chinese, 146 Science Math, 149 Foreign Language, 145 Science Comprehensive, 290 total score, 730. Qin Jinjin smiled when she saw her score. This was more than 20 points higher. Then during the third mock exam, she should have this in the bag. The others were just a bit surprised. As a long-time presence at the top of the class, always overshadowed by Qin Jinjin, they had always recognized her performance. Otherwise, this group wouldn't have accepted her as their leader. Next was Lin Chen. The others were still entering their information into their phone albums. Lin Chen, however, didn't need to. He quickly entered his information. No joke, having a photographic memory was no empty boast. To maintain suspense, Zhang San even used his chubby hand to temporarily cover the scores. He called it preserving a bit of suspense. As Zhang San slowly lowered his hand, Lin Chen's scores began to appear. Chinese, 150. Wow. Xiao Ge, you're a beast. Full marks in Chinese? Do you have to be this strong? Qin Jinjin was also stunned. This was not a good start. Once everyone calmed down a bit, Zhang San continued to pull his hand down. Math, 150. Qin Jinjin covered her face, a double kill ringing in her mind. Zhang San's hand continued to slide down. English, 150. Triple kill. Science Comprehensive, 300. Quadra kill. Total score, 750 aced. At this moment, Qin Jinjin was completely dazed. What was this even about? Did you create the college entrance exam? At your house? How could anyone get full marks? Zhang San looked at Lin Chen speechlessly. "Xiao Ge, you look like a person, but you never act like one." Lin Chen? San I'll give you a chance to rephrase that. How do I look like a person? Put. On what basis do you say I look like a person? I'm so confused by you. How am I not acting like a person? Zhang San looked at the others. Is getting full marks on the college entrance exam something a person can do? Everyone shook their heads wildly. Qin Jinjin let out a long breath. Lin Chen, I lost to you in the third mock exam. I wasn't convinced. I lost to you again in the second exam, and I still wasn't convinced, but this time I am convinced, wholeheartedly. Qin Jinjin's words left Zhang San and the others in shock, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. Slap. Cheng Min slapped Zhang San across the face. Zhang San covered his face but didn't dwell on why Cheng Min hit him. He completely understood why she did. That hurts. I can't believe this isn't a dream. What's wrong with this world? I actually saw the leader admit defeat in my lifetime. Lin Chen didn't care whether the others were surprised or not. He quickly pulled out his payment code and handed it to Qin Jinjin. Qin Jinjin understood Lin Chen's intention and took out her phone to scan his payment code. Alipay received 500,000 yuan. This drew the attention of those around who were online. A boy with a unique hairstyle looked at Lin Chen. Is this a new SMS notification sound? Mine is Alipay received 1 million yuan. Really? Let me send you a message to check. Ding. Alipay received 1 million yuan. The boy smugly glanced at Lin Chen before continuing to play his dance game. Jinjin, I'll hold on to this money for now. Once I save enough, I'll come to your house to propose. Qin Jinjin, I've never seen someone so shameless. After checking their grades, the group decided not to linger in the internet cafe. They agreed to head to the Magic City together when school started, and then they each went their separate ways. Before leaving, Zhang San surprised Lin Chen with a gift. It was a long spear entirely made of silver white alloy. This kid is thoughtful. I still have the stick he gave me last time. I kept forgetting to ask Zhang San to modify it into a spear, but I didn't expect he would remember. Sanner, you're so considerate. I'll take good care of you. From now on. Brother Chio, don't be shy. If you need help in the future, just ask. Brother Chio, it's not that. This alloy is very rare. I want to. I know it's rare. I'll remember. I've started researching staff techniques recently, and I feel that stick is quite useful. By the way, what were you going to say? Zhang-san, ******, you've said everything that should and shouldn't be said. What else can I say? You've put it out there. How can I still have the face to ask for the stick? It's nothing, Brother Chio. I just wanted to treat you to a meal. No need for that. I have things to do. I'm leaving first. As if I would take back something that's in my hands. What are you thinking? I'm not lying. I really have things to do. The principal still hasn't given me the little money he promised. Looking at the 10 yuan trinkets on me, I thought about how I just received 500,000 today. I should treat myself better and get some new clothes. Actions speak louder than words, so I headed straight to the men's clothing street. There were flagship stores for Adidas and Nike. Lin Chen didn't even glance at those and walked straight into Hongxing TOB number 1. Since it's already number 1, I definitely have to buy from Hongxing. After buying a bunch of clothes and paying, I found a secluded spot to stash the extra clothes in my storage pocket. I'm really starting to like this skill more and more. I hurried to the 18th middle school, greeted the gatekeeper, and went straight in. I quickly arrived at the principal's office, didn't knock, and just pushed the door open. Zheng Qiqiu was in a meeting with several teachers in the principal's office. Seeing someone daring enough to barge in, he was about to get angry. But when he saw it was Lin Chen, his expression immediately softened. Xiao Chou, it's you. Nice outfit today. Of course, Hongxing, a conscientious company, an international brand. Xiao Chou, we were just talking about you. We didn't expect you to show up so soon. We've already received notice from above. You did well, scoring full marks. You really brought honor to our school. Taking advantage of the principal's presence, Lin Chen began to rub his thumb and index finger together, making sure the other teachers didn't see. Principal, you flatter me. This is what I should do. Don't worry, the principal has never gone back on his word. Since you performed so well this time, the school will definitely reward you. Saying this, he pulled out a check from his pocket and handed it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled as he accepted it. Has the school started using checks? Impressive. Thank you, principal. You all continue the meeting. I'll take my leave. Lin Chen, you. Before the principal could finish, Lin Chen slipped away, not forgetting to close the door behind him. Zhang Qiqiu clenched his fist tightly and smiled at the teachers who came for the meeting. Today's young people are so clumsy. A group of teachers hurriedly agreed. For a while after that, Lin Chen returned to his homebody lifestyle. He stayed at home every day absorbing spiritual pearls. With only a week left before reporting to the Magic City, Lin Chen was still stuck at bronze 8 stars. Of course, daily awakenings were essential. For several consecutive days, Lin Chen awakened all sorts of random skills. That morning, Lin Chen looked at the few spirit pearls left in his storage space and couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. He had originally hoped to break through to silver before school started. It seemed he was thinking too much. 9527, get out and get to work. What are you rushing for? I know, skill extraction. In progress. Congratulations host, you have obtained the S-level skill spirit energy enhancement. Enhancing. Hey, 9527, stop it. 9527, have I been too nice to you lately? Don't rush the enhancement. I've been stuck at bronze 8 stars for many days now. I feel like I'm about to break through. Can't skills be temporarily retained and used on the same day? I was hasty. Good luck, kid. I'm counting on you. Lin Chen, _/ I actually got to see 9527 admit a mistake today. It was worth it. Tempted by the spirit energy enhancement, Lin Chen also started to work hard, gritting his teeth and taking out all the remaining spirit pearls. Of course, this only applied to those without spirit techniques. The ones with spirit techniques were worth quite a bit. First, he absorbed a bronze level pearl, no reaction at all. 2 pearls, still no signs of a breakthrough. 3 pearls, his heart was bleeding. No way. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and directly picked up the silver spirit pearl he obtained from the snow bear. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. No way, I'm going for it. Grabbing the silver spirit pearl, he began to absorb the spirit energy within. The silver level spirit pearl was indeed incomparable to the bronze level. Lin Chen felt the spirit energy being crazily absorbed and he smoothly broke through to bronze 9 stars. And it wasn't over yet. The snow bear's spirit pearl continued to output energy, pushing Lin Chen's cultivation to the mid-stage of bronze 9 stars. Before long, Lin Chen finished absorbing the snow bear's spirit pearl. At this moment he felt no excitement about breaking through to bronze 9 stars. He was kneeling on the ground, constantly pounding the earth with his hands. I hate it. Why didn't I use the silver spirit pearl earlier? This directly boosted me to the mid-stage of bronze 9 stars, which means I wasted so many bronze spirit pearls. Those were all small amounts of money. So many small amounts of money. Lin Chen knelt on the ground for a full hour before he calmed down. He wanted to get up but found his legs had long since gone numb from kneeling. But this couldn't stop Lin Chen. He directly opened a portal and teleported to his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. 9527. Use spirit energy enhancement. Enhancement successful. Feeling the surging spirit energy within him, Lin Chen finally revealed a hint of a smile. 9527 was really reliable. Look how effortlessly he got himself to silver. Talk about breaking through bottlenecks, that doesn't exist. It's just nice. Since he had just broken through to silver, Lin Chen was also experiencing the changes in his body. To his surprise, he found he had gained a new skill, spatial systems telekinesis. It looked really impressive. Lin Chen hurriedly began to try out his new skill. He looked around the room and finally focused on his backpack. Backpack. Come here to daddy. The backpack trembled a bit, then stopped moving, but Lin Chen felt a sharp pain in his head. The spirit energy was being consumed wildly, draining the newly silver Lin Chen dry. What the hell is this skill? Is it this energy consuming? Ha 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 ha. 9527 was almost laughing madly, having never seen someone so overconfident. 9527, what are you laughing at? Is telekinesis that easy to master? It requires constant practice, and you went straight for the backpack, which is full of books. Moving a bit is already giving you face. Lin Chen's face turned red with embarrassment. Why didn't you remind me earlier? Do I have an obligation to remind you? Lin Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. Forget it, I won't stoop to your level. Having mastered the ability to move objects through space, Lin Chen felt like a child who had just received a new toy. At this moment, he didn't care about the small amount of spirit energy he had left. Out with the old, in with the new. He picked up one of the few remaining spirit beads and began to absorb it. His spirit energy slowly began to recover, and Lin Chen didn't rush to try anything. He waited until his spirit energy was fully replenished before starting to experiment. He looked around the room, and his gaze finally landed on the toothbrush by the bedside. The toothbrush was relatively light. Lin Chen easily moved it through the air. He concentrated hard on controlling the toothbrush, making it perform various maneuvers in the air. It soared up, then dove down, and he was having a great time. After playing with the toothbrush, Lin Chen's attention shifted to his glass water cup. The cup was noticeably heavier, and it was a bit more challenging for Lin Chen to control, but he could still manage. He became so engrossed in playing that he completely forgot to monitor his spirit energy. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his head, and the glass cup fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Glass cup? What did I do wrong? Seeing the shards of glass scattered all over the floor, Lin Chen felt a pang of heartache. He had spent 5 yuan on that. However, the mess of glass shards also sparked an idea in Lin Chen. He sat cross-legged on the bed to recover his spirit energy. Once it was fully restored, he used his spirit technique to control the glass shards on the floor, making them fly into the trash can piece by piece. He didn't even overlook the tiny fragments, ensuring nothing was left behind. Lin Chen even activated his clairvoyance, not only cleaning up the glass shards but also controlling some tissues and other debris to toss them into the trash can. Indeed, this was the correct way to use spirit techniques. After playing for a while, Lin Chen felt a bit tired and decided to give up on further practice. He was becoming more and more like a space-type practitioner, almost abandoning his beast transformation. Look at the space-type practitioners in the human realm. They break through to silver and even gain a new skill, while beast transformation remains unchanged. Maybe I should just claim to be a space-type practitioner from now on. Beast transformation is so weak in comparison. Since he had already broken through to silver, Lin Chen decided to give himself a break. He had been cooped up with supplies for almost half a month. It was time to go out and soak up some sun and get some calcium. As Lin Chen stepped out of the house, he ran into Aunt Li. Oh, Xiaoqiu, you finally decided to come out? Aunt Li, I've been working hard on my training lately. There's only a week left before I head to the Magic City, so I want to prepare well. Yes, time flies. Xiaoqiu is about to go to college. To be honest, Auntie is a bit reluctant to see you go. I wonder if I can find another tenant as honest as you after you leave. Auntie, I'll miss you too. Don't say anything more. I'm going to buy groceries. Let's have dinner together tonight as a send-off for you. Okay, Auntie, you go ahead and wait at home. I'm just about to head out. I'll take care of the shopping. Alright then, you can cook too. Ever since I tasted your cooking last time, I've been craving it. Sure thing, Auntie, leave it to me. Lin Chen went downstairs and bought a lot of groceries, preparing to cook a nice meal for Aunt Li. After thinking for a moment, he also withdrew 100,000 yuan in cash from the bank. Aunt Li had taken good care of him over the years, and this was his way of showing gratitude. He also bought some daily necessities since he would soon be heading to the Magic City. When he returned to the apartment, Li Shui had already finished work. Seeing Lin Chen carrying so many groceries, she hurried over to greet him. She took the groceries from Lin Chen's hands, wanting to say something, but in the end, she held back her words. She could only silently unpack the groceries and start washing the vegetables. Lin Shen didn't like this atmosphere at all. Sister Shui, I'm just going to school. I'll still come back to see you when I have time, so don't make it so sad. Li Shui looked at Lin Shen and said, actually, over the past 2 years, even though you are officially a tenant, I've always regarded you as my younger brother. I'm really happy that you got into Magic City Lingwu University, but now that my brother is leaving, I can't help but feel a bit reluctant. Lin Shen couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. He had always considered this mother-daughter duo as his own family. Lin Shen put a lot of effort into this meal, which lasted a full 2 hours. Even though the food he made was incredibly delicious, Aunt Li and her daughter hardly ate much, instead continuously serving Lin Shen more dishes. After finishing, Lin Shen wanted to wash the dishes but was stopped by Li Shui, who insisted that he shouldn't. Unable to argue, Lin Shen could only obediently sit beside Aunt Li and watch TV. Lin Shen, when you find a girlfriend, you must bring her back for Auntie to see. Don't worry, Auntie, if I really find a girlfriend, I'll definitely ask for your approval. What a pity, if Shui were a few years younger, I would definitely marry her off to you. Auntie, this is the nth time you've said that. You little rascal, this just shows that Auntie is very satisfied with you. After chatting with Aunt Li for a while, noticing that she seemed a bit tired, he reluctantly returned to his room. Back in his room, he didn't rest. With college starting soon, it was time to invite Lu Rui out for a chat. Lu Rui could be considered his only brother from high school, so he picked up his phone and sent Lu Rui a message. Are you asleep? Lu Rui replied instantly, not yet. So good, you finally remembered me. I thought you had forgotten about me. How could I? I've been quite busy lately. Let's meet up tomorrow. We won't know when we'll see each other again once we start college. Okay, so good. You set the time and place. I'll be there whenever you call. After agreeing on the time and place with Lu Rui, Lin Shen took a quick shower and went to bed. The next morning, Lin Shen headed out early. He arrived at the agreed location thinking he would be the first one there, but to his surprise, Lu Rui was already waiting. Gu, you're here. Yeah, Rui, you came quite early. Since it's a date with Gu, how could I let you wait? Stop with the nonsense, let's find a place to sit down and have a good chat. The two casually found a spot and began to chat about everything under the sun. This was how Lin Shen and Lu Rui interacted. Sometimes they didn't even know why they suddenly brought up a certain topic, but miraculously, they could talk for hours. Perhaps this was like Boya and Zichi, Lu Rui to Lin Shen. Thinking about the few fire-type spirit beads he had, he quickly took them out and handed them to Lu Rui. Lu Rui, oh, __, oh Gu. Have you struck it rich? How come you have so many skill-bearing spirit beads? No gain without effort, I can't take this. Stop with the nonsense, just take them. Thanks, Gu. I won't be polite then. Saying this, he quickly packed all the spirit beads Lin Shen handed him. Lin Shen? You really are not polite at all. I just wanted you to pick one, but you took them all. However, once the spirit beads were given away, it felt like a daughter married off. Lin Shen couldn't bring himself to ask for them back. He could only keep repeating in his heart, we're brothers, there's no need to worry about these details. What's wrong with giving a few spirit beads to a brother? Oh no, this really hurts my heart. Since Gu is so generous, I can't be stingy either. Today, it's my treat. Gu, eat your fill. Lin Shen looked at the Shaxian hotel where they were. He really wanted to give Lu Rui a good beating. I suspect you had this planned all along. But you still underestimated me. Never underestimate a foodie. Boss, 1 duck leg rice, just the duck leg, no rice. And a basin of American ginseng black-bone chicken soup. Yes, boss. You heard me right, no clay pot, put it in a basin. Gu, that. Don't talk, didn't your mother teach you not to speak while eating or sleeping? Lu Rui, oh, I hope you can still laugh later. The boss was also a straightforward person, quickly serving Lin Shen a plate of duck legs and a pot of American ginseng black-bone chicken soup, thoughtfully placing a spoon in the pot. Boss? Don't just stand there, bring this gentleman a serving of braised pork rice, just the braised pork, no rice. Lu Rui turned pale at the mention and hurriedly grabbed the boss who was about to prepare it. Boss, don't listen to him, just bring me a bowl of pickled vegetable shredded pork noodles. It's too early in the morning to eat so much braised pork, I'm afraid I can't handle it. The boss looked a bit disappointed, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Rui before heading to the kitchen to prepare. Soon, a steaming bowl of pickled vegetable shredded pork noodles was served. Lin Shen picked up 2 duck legs from the plate and handed them over. Don't be polite, the boss is too generous, putting 15 duck legs on such a small plate. Gu, I know you're very touched, don't talk, just eat. After the soup and rice filled him up, Lin Shen let out a satisfied burp. Rui, what were you trying to say just now? Lu Rui, / greater than over equal to less than over equal to, / what I wanted to say is, I only brought $50 with me. Lin Shen, Sigma, why didn't you say it earlier? I tried to say it several times, but you kept interrupting me. Forget it, I'll treat you, just let me pay, boss. Alright, your total this time is 258 yuan, I'll round it off for you. You can just give me 250. Boss, you really know how to do business. 250 sounds awkward. How about 249? Deal. Saved another yuan, that's nice. But honestly, spending over 200 yuan on a meal at a Sha County restaurant is quite something. Lin Chen felt stuffed, swaying a bit while walking, as the 8-pack abs from his body enhancement were almost squished together. Lu Rui felt a bit embarrassed, thinking he had come out to mooch food and drinks and even packed a few spirit pearls. After thinking it over, he pulled out a crumpled 50 yuan bill from his pocket. Xiao Gu, do you think this can somewhat soothe your wounded soul? Lin Chen's expression turned very ugly. Rui, you've changed, you've become so materialistic. What do you mean by this? Are you insulting me with 50 bucks? Do I need your 50 yuan? Lu Rui panicked. Xiao Gu, I didn't mean it that way, don't misunderstand. Lin Chen snatched the 50 yuan from Lu Rui and casually stuffed it into his own pocket. Good that you realized your mistake. Don't do this again in the future. Lu Rui looked at his empty hands. That's right. It's still the familiar Xiao Gu. In the blink of an eye, it was the day to meet Zhang San and the others to head to the Magic City. Because the new students at the Magic City Lingwu would undergo a month of military training, the group needed to set off early. Lin Chen didn't say goodbye to the Li family mother and daughter, leaving the room spotless. He placed 100,000 yuan on the bed that he had prepared in advance. He also left a note. Auntie, I'm going to the Magic City, don't think about me. After I leave, please don't rent this room out, keep it for me. This 100,000 yuan is my rent paid in advance and I will come to visit you often. Looking at the rental room he had lived in for almost 3 years, Lin Chen felt a bit reluctant. But one must always look forward. He casually took the trash from the room with him. I waved gently, leaving no trash behind. To avoid Aunt Li finding out, he even teleported downstairs. Lin Chen had broken through to silver, and the distance of his teleportation had greatly increased. He could now teleport freely within a radius of 50 meters. Zhang San and the others were already waiting for him downstairs. They were still in the RV, and when Lin Chen stepped into the RV, he was completely stunned. Is this still the comfortable and spacious RV? The entire RV was completely stuffed with the luggage of several people. Are you moving or going to school? Zhang San quickly pulled Lin Chen over. Xiao Gu, stop making sarcastic comments and hurry up and pack these bags. The others looked at Lin Chen with hopeful expressions. Lin Chen saw that the space was indeed too cramped and could only store everyone's luggage in his own storage pocket. Who is this? Why are you bringing dumbbells to school? Xin Gue raised his hand. It's mine, it's mine. I've had this dumbbell for almost 10 years, we have a bond. What about this? Who is it? Why bring a cactus? It pricked my hand. Dian Lei replied, it's mine too. We have a bond. And why so many cosmetics? Are you two planning to open a cosmetics store in the Magic City? Changmin said, isn't military training starting soon? We definitely need to prepare all the cosmetics, including sunscreen and skincare. After a lot of effort, all the luggage was finally packed into the storage pocket. The RV transformed back into that spacious and comfortable vehicle. Having a Doraemon by your side is truly wonderful. They weren't driving to the Magic City, instead, they were taking the high-speed train, and the vehicle was just responsible for taking them to the train station. The driver was still Jassi, and at this moment, they were already on their way to the high-speed train station. Lin Chen looked at the others and found that they had all reached silver rank, even Dian Lei and Chang Min had broken through to silver. Qin Jinjin also seemed to have made a breakthrough, but since her rank was higher than Lin Chen's, he couldn't see her exact level. Meanwhile, the others were observing Lin Chen. They were shocked when they took a closer look. Qin Jinjin tentatively asked, Lin Chen, have you reached silver? Lin Chen casually nodded. Although they already knew the answer, seeing Lin Chen nod still left them stunned. Dian Lei and Chang Min were deeply affected. Originally, apart from Lin Chen, they had the lowest ranks. Although Lin Chen's combat power couldn't be judged solely by rank, their ranks were higher than his. That was a form of capital, right? But now, after working hard to reach silver, they turned around and saw Lin Chen catching up. Zhang San said, Xiao Gui, you really are something else. From the other exam until now, it's only been 2 months and you jumped straight from bronze 3 to silver? How are we supposed to feel about that? Lin Chen appeared very calm. Isn't this all thanks to absorbing spirit pearls? You know the reason for the slow progress is that the physical quality doesn't meet the standard, right? My physical quality has long met the standard. The others knew Lin Chen was speaking the truth. His physical quality was such that his strength could match that of a silver 6-star powerhouse from the strength system. With that physical quality, absorbing spirit pearls to reach gold should have no side effects. Zhuang Chang still had some doubts, but even if you absorb spirit pearls, your promotion speed is still too fast, right? Xiao Gu, how did you break through the bottleneck from bronze to silver so quickly? Zhuang Chang's words made everyone realize, right, which one of us hasn't been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time? Even the highest ranked Qin Jinjin was stuck for 3 months before advancing to silver. Lin Chen felt his scalp tingle under their gaze. What are you looking at me for? Dian Lei And Changmin also broke through to silver in just a month, right? You know nothing. Their families spent a huge amount of money to invite a true martial powerhouse to forcibly help them break through the bottleneck with spiritual energy. Lin Chen suddenly understood, so that's how it is. By the way, you guys are really rich to be able to hire a true martial powerhouse. Xin Zhenjin was somewhat impressed by Lin Chen's ability to change the subject. Are we discussing this issue now? Just tell us honestly, how long did it take you to go from bronze 9 stars to silver? Lin Chen replied, a week? Seeing the other's eyes widen in shock, he quickly corrected himself, 2 weeks, no more. Everyone. Sigma, degree, what you said is not convincing at all, okay? You even added more on the spot. It's only been a little over half a month since we came out of Lingshu, alright? At this moment, all we can do is turn our grief and anger into curses. Qin Jinjin, beast. Zhang San, monster. Zhuang Cheng, brute. Changmin, worse than a beast. Dian Lei, pervert. Xingue, I'm at a loss for words. Lin Chen touched his nose. I feel like you all just want to find a reason to scold me. The others replied in unison, exactly, we just want to scold you. Lin Chen couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Thankfully he didn't say that his promotion was just strengthening successful in such a short time, otherwise who knows what these people would do. Soon, they arrived at the high-speed train station. The tickets had been bought in advance, and after checking in, they quickly boarded the train to the Magic City. At this moment, everyone began to feel grateful again for having Lin Chen with them, although he often got them down, at least they didn't have to carry their luggage themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, hello, welcome aboard this train. On behalf of all the crew members, I greet you. For your safety, please pay attention to the following matters. As the announcer's sweet voice filled the air, the high-speed train slowly departed. At this moment, Lin Chen's phone rang. Lin Chen picked it up and saw it was Aunt Li. It seemed Aunt Li had realized he had left and, after thinking for a moment, he answered. As soon as the call connected, Aunt Li's anxious voice came through. Xiao Chou, why did you leave so much money? Are you doing something illegal? Lin Chen, Auntie, isn't your focus a bit off? Auntie, don't worry, this is a reward for doing well in the college entrance exam. As long as you're not doing anything illegal, that's good. Auntie knows your good intentions, but I really can't accept this money. If you don't want it, then I won't either. Just lose it if that's the case. Child, how can you talk like that? How about this? Consider the money as Auntie saving it for you. When you get married, Auntie will give you a big red envelope. Auntie, that's my rent. Please make sure to keep that room for me. Don't talk about red envelopes. If you keep this up, I won't invite you to my wedding. Xiao Chou. You can't say that. Auntie, feel free to spend that money. Buy something nice for Sister Shui. She's been losing weight lately. Alright, the signal on the high-speed train is bad. I'm hanging up now. After saying that, he didn't wait for Aunt Li to respond and directly hung up the phone. It feels really nice to have someone caring. After hanging up, Lin Chen felt a bit bored and took out a magazine from his storage pocket to read. At the same time, he didn't forget to practice his skills. Every time he finished a page, he used telekinesis to turn the page. Zhang San, sitting next to him, was stunned. Brother Chio, are you performing magic? Yes, this is a new skill I learned recently to charm girls. How about it? Want to learn? Zhang San nodded vigorously. Lin Chen looked at Zhang San. You don't have the talent, you won't be able to learn it. Zhang San, if you keep this up, you'll have no friends in the future. Lin Chen ignored Zhang San and continued reading the magazine, but soon lost interest. Sigh, having a photographic memory is so annoying. A page every few seconds, it doesn't even feel like reading a magazine. Forget it, I'll just sleep. But before sleeping, I'll awaken today's skill. 9527 started extracting directly through brainwave feedback. Congratulations, host. You have obtained S-level skill body strengthening. Body strengthening in progress, strengthening successful. Did I draw body strengthening again? 9527, test my current physical strength. The host's current strength attribute is equivalent to a golden 2-star awakener. Golden? So theoretically, I'm already a golden awakener? Remembering Zhao Xi's powerful aura as a dedicated golden awakener, he felt delighted. Although I am not gold now, I am better than gold. Yes, after testing, the host's physical quality has reached the gold level, and the S-level skill body enhancement has automatically upgraded to SS skill. Wow, is there such an operation? That's just how willful it is. If you don't believe it, bite me. 9527, do you think this can stop my progress? I've already drawn 3 SSS skills, why would I be afraid of this mere SS? 9527? I can't believe I don't know how to refute that. It's so frustrating that this kid has gotten the upper hand. No, should I give him a hard time? I've decided to awaken all E-level skills for the next month, just like that. Lin Chen had no idea that 9527 had already started interfering with his skill draws, otherwise he definitely wouldn't have been so cocky. Originally planning to sleep, Lin Chen was very eager to see what level his physical quality had reached after drawing the body enhancement. The change in physical quality is not only reflected in strength, speed, and explosiveness but also slightly alters Lin Chen's physique. At this moment, Lin Chen felt his changes. He was clearly stronger than just a moment ago. He happily stretched. With a pop, the buttons on Lin Chen's shirt were directly burst open by his bulging chest muscles. Zhang San equals? Xiaogu is amazing. I've only seen girls pop buttons because of their large breasts, but this is the first time I've seen chest muscles do it. But Xiaogu, why do I feel like you're different? From 10 seconds ago? Lin Chen, Sigma, degree, is this kid's observation so sharp? Have I become more handsome? I'm getting more handsome 24 hours a day. However, Lin Chen's words did not receive a rebuttal from Zhang San, who looked closely at Lin Chen. No kidding, you do seem a bit more handsome than just now. Lin Chen was stunned. It turns out that body enhancement has this benefit. What a gain. 4 hours later, the group finally arrived in the Magic City. As soon as they exited the high-speed train station, a modern city filled their view. This was the city where they would stay for the next few years. Many of their classmates also got off the train, each carrying large bags, and many parents had come along. At the train station's exit, a beautiful woman was holding a sign high. The sign read Magic City Spirit Marshal, so it seemed this was the person sent by the academy to pick them up. Many people around looked at the sign for Magic City Spirit Marshal University as if they had seen a savior, especially when they saw that the one holding the sign was a beauty. Suddenly, their heavy bags didn't feel so burdensome, and they all rushed to the beauty. Hello, senior sister, I'm a new student this year. Are you here to pick us up? The beauty holding the sign smiled slightly. Little junior, be good and wait here. Soon, some seniors will come to help you carry your things. Okay, senior sister. More and more people gathered around the beauty, and Lin Chen and his group walked over. Their arrival seemed a bit out of place. Everyone else had large bags and suitcases, while Lin Chen and his friends didn't even have a backpack. Hey, are you guys new students this year? Where are your luggage? A new student couldn't help but ask, especially since Qin Jinjin and Chang Min were both good-looking, making it hard to resist striking up a conversation. Although Qin Jinjin was very beautiful, she looked like an ice queen, and no one dared to approach her. Chang Min, on the other hand, appeared very approachable, so the boy asking the question was clearly directing it at her. Just as Chang Min was about to answer, Zhang San couldn't hold back anymore. Our luggage was sent by express. Who still brings their stuff over these days? And buddy, this beauty is my girlfriend. You don't stand a chance. Who are you kidding? With your fat appearance? How could you possibly have a girlfriend? I can't believe my temper. Say that again if you dare. The freshman was intimidated by Zhang San's imposing presence and momentarily lost his voice. The others shook their heads secretly, lamenting how such a beautiful flower ended up in a pile of cow dung. Before long, a group of boys in school uniforms approached. They nodded at the beautiful girl holding the sign without saying a word, each one pouncing on the group of freshmen like wolves. The freshmen were bewildered. Were the seniors really this enthusiastic? Unfortunately, they were overthinking it. The seniors clearly had ulterior motives. Their eyes scanning the girls among the freshmen. Hello, junior. I'm Qin Xing, a junior. I'm here to help you with your luggage. Come with me, I'll take you to find our school's bus. Hello, senior. I'm a freshman this year. Could you help me carry my luggage? Get out of the way. A big man can't carry his own luggage? Don't interfere with me helping the junior. One senior even ran up to Qin Jinjin. This beautiful junior, you are as elegant and pure as a lily, simply my dream goddess. I'm Wang Bo, a sophomore. May I have the honor of helping you with your luggage? Ha? Where's your luggage? However, Qin Jinjin completely ignored him and followed Lin Chen and the others to catch up with the front of the line to find the school bus. Wang Bo was left standing there in confusion. Looking around, the juniors had already been snatched away, leaving only a group of rough men. These guys are so fast? I can't just leave empty-handed, that would ruin my reputation. Seeing a junior nearby easily carrying a bag that looked light, he quickly waved his hand. Hey, let me help you with your luggage. The freshman was a bit flattered and hurriedly handed over his things. Wang Bo instantly felt a weight pressing down on him, nearly toppling over. What the hell is in your bag? Why is it so heavy? Hello, senior. I'm a freshman this year, Nyo Dolly. You can call me Dolly, an awakened of the strength system. These are all my training equipment. Wang Bo, Sigma, what kind of luck is this? But if I give the bag back now, won't that make me look incompetent? I'd rather bleed than lose face. I have to deliver this bag to the bus, even if it means shedding tears. Soon, they boarded the bus heading to Moto Lingwu. After the first bus filled up, it set off directly. Half an hour later, the bus came to a stop and everyone got off, greeted by the ancient and solemn entrance of Moto Lingwu. The 4 characters Moto Lingwu were vigorous and powerful, clearly penned by a master calligrapher. There were already many people waiting at the school gate, some seniors there to help the freshmen with their luggage, and some were faculty members. Lu Jin was among them, searching the crowd for something, and when he saw Lin Chen and the others, he hurried over. He patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. I knew you would come to Moto Lingwu. How could that old man Jian compete with me? And you guys are doing well too. Lu Jin was overjoyed. The best performers from P City's entrance exam were basically all here. This was simply a windfall. Seeing how much attention Lu Jin was giving them, the group felt a bit flattered. Before coming, they had all looked up information about Moto Lingwu. Despite Lu Xun's ordinary appearance, he was the vice principal of Moto Lingwu, a renowned true martial level expert. Lin Chen was also a bit excited. This was a living true martial expert. You're too kind, old man Lu. Lu Xun looked at the few of them and was increasingly pleased, especially when he noticed that their cultivation had all reached silver. He was practically beaming with joy. Wait, they all reached silver? Wasn't Lin Chen just bronze 3 during the exam? It's only been a few days and you've already reached silver? This improvement speed is a bit fast. Kid, once you get to school, make the necessary arrangements and come to my office. Lin Chen, asterisk, just arrived at school and already being called to the principal's office. Is that reasonable? Did I do something wrong? But he still nodded. Understood, old Lu. We'll head to the dorm first, and I'll find you after settling in. After bidding farewell to Lu Xun, the others looked on with curiosity. Qin. Jinjin was the most curious. What do you think old Lu wants with you? Who knows? We'll find out when we get there. For now, let's just find our dorm. The school has a designated area for welcoming new students, where they can collect their supplies with their admission notice. Then, seniors will guide them to their dorms. The group took out their admission notices and received their sheets, blankets, basin, and kettle, not to mention the camouflage uniforms for military training. Under the guidance of the seniors, they went to find their dorms. Xin Jinjin and Shang Min happened to be assigned to the same dorm. Upon arriving at the girls' dorm entrance, they asked the senior to leave. The dormitory building of Magic City Spiritual Martial looked quite nice. At this moment, Lin Chen and the others were shivering as they looked at a sign in front of the girls' dorm. It boldly stated in bright red letters, Girls' Dormitory, no men allowed, violators XXX. The XXX was quite vivid, leaving much to the imagination. However, today was an exception, since it was the first day of school. Many girls were accompanied by their fathers, so men were allowed to enter. With utmost reverence, Lin Chen and the others entered the girls' dormitory. However, they were soon disappointed to find that the senior girls hadn't arrived yet. Before long, they reached the dorm for the two of them. It must be said that Magic City Spiritual Martial lived up to its name. Although the dorm was small, it had everything one could need. Just then, Xin Jinjin's other two roommates had not yet arrived, so Lin Chen directly began pulling their things out of the storage pocket. The already small dorm was instantly filled to the brim. Lin Chen, I think it's better to leave some unnecessary things with you, otherwise, I'm afraid there won't be any space for my luggage when the other two roommates arrive. Lin Chen agreed wholeheartedly. The two sorted through their luggage and decided to temporarily store some items with Lin Chen. After bidding farewell to Qin Jinjin, Lin Chen set off for his own dorm. Zhang San was assigned to the same dorm, 303. Although Shen Gui and the others were not in the same dorm, they lived next door in 304. They also took out their luggage, and of course, some unnecessary items were stored with Lin Chen. After making his bed, Lin Chen remembered that old Lu was still waiting for him, so he left the dorm. A new problem arose. The school was so big, where would he find old Lu? But this wouldn't stump Lin Chen. If he couldn't find it, he could just ask, Senior, do you know where Vice Principal Lu's office is? On the 3rd floor of Mingda Building. You'll see it when you get there. Thanks. Where is Mingda Building? Next to Wubin Building. Lin Chen, _ Senior, you know it's easy to get beaten up like this, right? The senior realized that the new student in front of him definitely didn't know the names of the teaching buildings. Turn right ahead. The second teaching building you encounter is Mingda Building. Thank you, Senior. With the senior's help, Lin Chen finally found Mingda Building. He took the elevator to the 3rd floor and indeed saw the principal's office. He knocked on the door. Come in. Lu Xun's voice came from inside. When Lu Xun saw it was Lin Chen, he immediately perked up. Xiao Chou, have a seat. Lin Chen was not polite and sat down on the sofa in the office. I wonder why old Lu called me here. What do you need? It's nothing much. Just wanted to ask you a few questions. Then please go ahead, old Lu. I will answer honestly. Do you know how the current ranking system is divided? This is common knowledge. Bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, true martial, supreme. Do you know who established these ranks? I really don't know. Please enlighten me, old Lu. The one who established the ranks is our first supreme powerhouse from Huaxia, Ancestor Phone. You might laugh, but he named them that because he was madly obsessed with a game at the time. Lin Chen? I knew it. This is solid proof. Then why are true martial and supreme above diamond? Shouldn't it be starry and king? That's because Ancestor Phone got stuck at diamond and, in a fit of anger, named the ranks after diamond himself. Is he that willful? No wonder he's an eternal diamond. Even a powerhouse like Supreme got stuck here. Eternal diamond is definitely not just a name. Stop talking nonsense. If I remember correctly, you're a beast transformation powerhouse, right? Yes. Little White Rabbit? Yes. Upon receiving Lin Chen's affirmative answer, Lu Xun fell into deep thought. Did you have some kind of fortuitous encounter? Lin Chen was stunned. Sigma, degree? What? Did 9527 get exposed? No way? Seeing Lin Chen silent, Lu Jin continued, did you accidentally fall off a cliff and stumble into an immortal's cave? Or did you eat some divine elixir? Otherwise, how could your level rise so quickly? It's only been a short time and you're already silver? Lin Chen, can you please speak without gasping for breath? You're scaring me. This is because I recently obtained some spirit pearls and leveled up using them. I see. Young people shouldn't rely too much on spirit pearls, they have significant side effects. No, you should be fine. Your physical quality should have reached silver long ago. But even so, this breakthrough speed is too fast. No, let me sort this out. Saying this, he stood up and began pacing back and forth in the office, constantly tugging at his hair. Lin Chen felt a pang of concern. Old Lu, please be gentle, you don't have much hair left. As Lu Jin paced back and forth, he kept speaking earnestly. Lin Chen could only vaguely hear bits and pieces. Something about physical quality and the ornamental little white rabbit, etc. This isn't working. I can't figure it out. Let's do a question and answer session. How many skills do you have in beast transformation now? That maybe 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? Oh, that makes sense, after all. Wait, how many skills did you say you have? Old Lu, please mind your language, someone of your stature shouldn't be so foul-mouthed. Lu Jin grabbed Lin Chen by the collar. You little brat, are you lecturing me now? How many skills did you say you have? Old Lu, don't get excited, let me count. Lin Chen silently counted in his mind while using his fingers. Enhanced jump, enhanced rabbit foot kick, enhanced claw attack. A rabbit will bite when provoked. The space type should count too. Storage pocket, teleportation, telekinesis. That should be it. The other skills probably don't count as part of beast transformation, so I won't include them. Lu Jin watched as Lin Chen counted on his fingers, and as the number of fingers increased, Lu Jin's mouth opened wider and wider. 7, right? How is that possible? I, Lu Jin, am an authority in the field of spiritual martial arts in the country, and I've seen many little white rabbit awakeners. Besides enhanced jump, they have no other skills. Why do you have so many? Unless you're not a little white rabbit. Lin Chen thought for a moment and decided to tell Lu Jin the truth. The fact that he had space-type abilities would be exposed sooner or later, so it was better to cling to Lu Jin's leg now. Having come to this conclusion, Lin Chen no longer hesitated. Old Lu, actually, my beast transformation has evolved. Evolved? Beast transformation can evolve? This is indeed a direction we are researching. Please elaborate. How did you evolve? This, I evolved after a nap. Lu Jin, degree? Degree? What? Can you show me how you evolved after a nap? Although he decided to be honest with old Lu about the space abilities, the matter of 9527 must be kept secret, otherwise he might really end up being sliced for research. Old Lu, I'm telling the truth, I don't know why I evolved. Then tell me what changes occurred after your evolution. I can use some space-type abilities. Now. Space type? Are you sure? Lin Chen didn't say much and directly reached for the pocket on his stomach. He didn't think too much about it, he just needed to prove his space abilities. Then, under Lu Jin's shocked gaze, he pulled out a lady's high boot from the storage pocket. Lin Chen, equals? Old Lu, do you believe me if I say this is what Qin Jinjin and Chang Min temporarily left with me? Lu Jin gave Lin Chen a meaningful glance. Xiao Chou, don't worry about these questions. Who hasn't been young before? Is this the storage space of the space type? I guess so. Do you have other space type skills? There's also teleportation and remote object manipulation. I'm not very familiar with space types either, but you came to our magic city Lingwu at the right time because the only known true martial artist of the space type in our country is our principal, Ouyang Zhe. Our principal is a space type awakener? Yes, when school starts, I'll introduce you to Ouyang Zhe and let him teach you well. He's not at school right now, otherwise, I would take you to meet him. That old guy would definitely be very happy. Thank you, old Lu. And what about the other 4 skills? Those are beast transformation skills. You need to transform to use them. I almost forgot you're a beast transformation type awakener. Show me the transformation. Although he felt a bit embarrassed, Lin Chen silently chanted. Balala energy, Hanala, Doraemon transformation. He transformed into the cute Doraemon. Lu Jin's mouth twitched. However, he still managed to hold back his laughter. Pretending to be calm, Lu Jin began to observe Lin Chen. Where did the pocket on your clothes go? Why is it missing? Lin Chen lifted his jacket. It automatically moved to the fur on my stomach after the transformation. There's such an operation? Truly amazing. Your evolution should have happened more than once, right? Lin Chen looked at Lu Jin in shock. You know this too? Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. No need to answer, your expression has already told me the answer. Can you continue to evolve? I don't know about that. It mainly depends on luck. I feel like I should be able to. Depends on luck? That's quite novel. Alright, transform back. Lin Chen felt relieved and decisively transformed back. Lu Jin was staring at Lin Chen's clothes, and sure enough, the missing pocket returned. Lu Jin didn't pay attention to Lin Chen and seemed to be lost in thought. Lin Chen wasn't in a hurry and just sat there quietly waiting. After a while, Lu Zhen finally came back to his senses. Does anyone else know about your beast transformation and space type abilities? Xin Jingjin and the others know too. Tell them to keep it a secret and not to flaunt it for now. By the way, what level is your physical fitness at now? I remember your physical fitness was quite strong. It should be at the gold level now. Damn. This was the second time Lu Zhen had let out a curse today. He didn't want to, but at this moment, it seemed like the only way to relieve his emotions. Come on, hit me with all your strength. Lin Chen's physical fitness had just improved and he hadn't really practiced yet. Lu Zhen's request piqued Lin Chen's interest. Old Lu, I'm sorry. Lin Chen clenched his fists tightly, instantly filled with power. In front of him was a true martial artist and Lin Chen could attack without restraint. There aren't many chances to fight a true martial arts expert without getting beaten up. In order to make his strength stronger, Lin Chen suddenly exerted force with his right foot, pushing off the ground hard, trying to use speed to increase his power. Bang! Lin Chen kicked through the floor of Lu Zhen's office, half of his leg sinking into the ground. Lu Zhen, Sigma, degree, this kid is definitely here to mess with me. With that stance, he looks ready to punch me to death. Lin Chen struggled for quite a while before pulling his leg out. He leaned down to look through the hole at the floor below. There was no one down there, and he let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there were no casualties. So, old Lu, shall we continue? Continue your big head. Alright, I know your physical strength has reached the golden level. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. What a great opportunity, just like that it was lost. Also, the cost of repairing the floor will be deducted from your scholarship. No way, old Lu. I'm all alone, no elders above me or juniors below me. You can't treat me like this. It's settled then. One more thing, the spirit martial competition in 3 months originally had nothing to do with you, but since your physical quality has reached gold, I've decided to reserve a spot for you. I'm not going. Who told you to deduct my little money? The prize for the champion is quite generous, not to mention the exclusive platinum spirit pearl. The cash reward alone is 5 million. I'm willing to risk my life for the honor of the magic city spirit marshal. How could I, Lin Chen, miss out on such a thing? Lu Zhen stroked his beard, thinking, I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice and I can't deal with you? Alright, you can go back now. Spend these 3 months improving your strength and don't embarrass me. Don't worry, old Lu. For the honor of the school, I will definitely work hard. After leaving the vice principal's office, Lin Chen returned to the dormitory. At this time, there were 2 more people in Lin Chen's dormitory, and Zhang San was chatting with them. Seeing Lin Chen come back, Zhang San hurriedly stood up to greet him. Xiao, you're back. Just in time, our roommate has also arrived. Lin Chen curiously looked at his new roommate. One of the boys was quite handsome, but for some reason he had dyed his hair green at such a young age. I know what you're thinking. I'll say it just once. My hair color has been like this since I was born. I definitely didn't dye it on purpose. What? How did you know what I was thinking? Are you some super rare psychic? Psychic my foot. Your thoughts are written all over your face, okay? Bronze 9-star plant system awakened Zhang Hongyang. Looking at the hand Zhang Hongyang extended, Lin Chen shook it. Feeling the strength in the handshake, Lin Chen couldn't help but smirk inwardly. This kid really doesn't know my strength. He also started to exert force in his hand while smiling at Zhang Hongyang, saying, Silver 1-star beast transformation system awaken Lin Chen. Please take care of me. At this moment, Zhang Hongyang's face turned beet red. He wanted to pull back his hand but found that no matter how hard he tried, it was futile and he could only look at Zhang San for help with pleading eyes. Zhang San hurriedly stepped forward and, before he could say anything, Lin Chen released his grip. Zhang Hongyang shook his hand. What was he thinking? Trying to compare strength with a beast transformation awakened? Lin Chen didn't hold it against Zhang Hongyang. After all, it was the beginning of the school year and he didn't want to make things too awkward with his classmates. Looking at the other big man who had already stood up, Lin Chen curiously asked Zhang Hongyang, is this your father? Did he come to help you check in? Hello, uncle. Zhang San, #3, puff. Zhang Hongyang, pi choga, this guy is also our roommate. Lin Chen, are you sure? Are you sure this uncle who looks at least 40 is our roommate? The burly man couldn't hold back any longer. Hello, Silver 1-star Earth Awakener Wang Yu, I'm 17 this year. Are you sure you're 17? There should be a limit to lying about your age. You're at least lying by 20 years. Seeing that Lin Chen still didn't believe it, Wang Yu directly threw his ID card to Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at the photo on the ID card, then looked at Wang Yu. Wow, it's really is 17, half a year younger than me. How did you grow up so mature? I refuse to answer that question. Alright, no more jokes. Since everyone is here, let's arrange the hierarchy of our dormitory. Everyone reported their ages and found that Lin Chen was the oldest. Zhang Hongyang was next. Zhang San was ranked 3rd. This name was indeed not chosen randomly. Wang Yu turned out to be the youngest, which would probably be hard for anyone to believe if he said it. The hierarchy was established. It made addressing each other much easier. Lin Chen naturally became the leader of 303. Lin Chen called Zhang Hongyang's second brother, but Zhang Hongyang refused to accept it, so he had to change it to old 2. The rest were old 3 and old 4, and they had no objections. Originally, because they had made new friends, Zhang San suggested going out to eat but was stopped by Wang Yu. What are we going out to eat for? I brought you all some good food. The 3 of them brightened up. Wang Yu opened his suitcase and took out a stack of pancakes, a few green onions, and finally a jar of sauce. Pancakes wrapped in green onions. Can this be delicious? However, pancakes wrapped in green onions were already well known and worth a try. For the sake of friendship, the 3 of them were not pretentious and each took a pancake from Wang Yu's hands, their eyes fixed on him. Lin Chen was also a bit at a loss. Despite being skilled in cooking, he didn't know how to eat pancakes wrapped in green onions. 95/27, poor rating. Wang Yu knew that everyone didn't know how to eat it, so he quickly folded the pancake, then evenly spread the secret sauce on it with chopsticks, placed the green onion inside, and wrapped it up with the pancake. The 3 of them started to imitate him. Seeing that all 3 had wrapped their pancakes, Wang Yu directly started eating his pancake. Lin Chen also took a bite of his pancake. And indeed, the more precious the delicacy, the more ordinary it often looks on the outside. And Zhang Hongyang and Zhang San also made satisfied sounds. High-end ingredients often use the simplest cooking methods. No mountain delicacies or seafood can compare to pancakes wrapped in green onions. After tasting the sweetness, the 3 of them began to eat vigorously, finishing one and continuing to wrap more. Wang Yu saw that things were getting out of hand and wanted to stop them, but it was already too late. Since he couldn't stop them, he could only join in. After a flurry of actions, all the pancakes Wang Yu brought were completely devoured. Wang Yu was speechless. This was my food for 3 days, goodbye, taste of home. The 4 of them, now full, were comfortably lying on their beds. Zhang San smacked his lips. It's delicious, but it's a bit tiring on the cheeks. Zhang Hongyang chimed in. The taste in my mouth is still a bit strong after eating. Lin Chen, stop with the nonsense. As long as it's delicious, that's enough. But eating too many green onions feels a bit spicy in the stomach. What the boss said is right. After Lin Chen finished speaking, Zhang Hongyang and Zhang San both felt that it was indeed a bit spicy, and they all wanted to find water to drink. Taking advantage of the others not paying attention, Lin Chen secretly took out a few bottles of water from his storage pocket and handed them to the 3, opening one for himself as well. Wang Yu looked at the 3 and said earnestly, if you eat too much, I suggest you don't drink too much water. Except for Lin Chen, Zhang San and Zhang Hongyang didn't take it seriously and opened their bottles, pouring water into their stomachs in a rush. After drinking, they indeed felt much better in their stomachs. Zhang Hongyang, ha, I knew that Wang Yu was just being alarmist. Who says you can't drink water after eating too much? Zhang San, exactly, Lao Si, you don't understand. A person's stomach is like a bottle filled with stones. It looks full, but it can still hold quite a bit of water. Wang Yu looked coldly at the 2 who wouldn't listen to advice. Do you know what would happen if the bottle was filled not with stones but with pancakes? Zhang San and Zhang Hongyang were puzzled. What could pancakes possibly do? There are still gaps. They could still pour in quite a bit of water. Lin Chen suddenly realized and looked at the 2 with pity. If the bottle is filled with pancakes and you pour in water, the pancakes will swell. To put it simply, they will expand. Upon hearing Lin Chen's explanation, the 2 understood. That makes so much sense. Why didn't I think of that? Normally, if you eat pancakes and drink water, it shouldn't be a problem. But the issue is that both of them come from wealthy families, and when they encountered the deliciousness of pancakes wrapped around green onions, they couldn't help but indulge a bit too much. Plus, they chugged down a large bottle of water, and now their stomachs were starting to feel a bit bloated. Zhang San even burped after a while, the taste of green onions surging up. Both of them felt a bit uncomfortable from the bloating, but who could they blame? They were the ones who didn't listen to advice. Fortunately, their stomachs were still working hard, and after a couple of trips to the restroom, they felt better. On the first day of school, they had certainly learned a lesson. Overeating is indeed harmful. Since it was the first day of school, they needed to go to their class in the evening. This was a notice given in advance by the class counselor. At 6 o'clock in the evening, all the students arrived at their respective classes, and Lin Chen and his roommate were no exception. All the members of Qin Jinjin's team were in this class, which should have been specially arranged by Lu Jin. When Wang Yu entered the class, he made a bit of a fool of himself. A group of uninformed people even thought Wang Yu was their counselor. Seeing Wang Yu quietly walk to the last row of the classroom, everyone was stunned. After arriving in the classroom, everyone was busy. There were over 40 students in total, but only a little over 10 girls, though their quality was indeed quite high. Besides Qin Jinjin and Chang Min, the other female classmates were all fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged. Among them, one stood out particularly, dressed in a fiery red short dress, with delicate shoulders and a slim waist, tall stature, striking eyes, and graceful brows. The neckline of her dress was very low, completely unable to conceal her ample curves. Deadly! This is really deadly. Her beauty could be said to rival that of Qin Jinjin. Asking around among the classmates, they learned that this girl was also a famous talented individual, Ouyang Qian, an awakened fire-type ability user from the Silver 3 Stars. The two had completely different styles. If Qinjinjin was ice, exuding a cold aura that made people hesitant to approach, then Ouyang Qian was fire, seemingly passionate and exuberant, but if you got too close, you could easily get burned. Zhang Hongyang was staring so hard his eyes were about to fall out. Lin Chen looked speechless. Lao Er, can you have a little self-control? Zhang Hongyang struggled to pull his gaze away. Xiaogu, wipe the drool off your mouth before you speak. Lin Chen hurriedly wiped the corner of his mouth. I was just savoring the pancakes wrapped in green onions. Savoring pancakes wrapped in green onions, huh? Speaking of pancakes wrapped in green onions, it seemed that the few of them were still talking with a strong scent of green onions. Zhang San was handing his phone to Lin Chen. Xiaogu, look, we just reported today, and those upperclassmen have already put together a new student beauty ranking. The big sister and Ouyang Qian are tied for first. Lin Chen glanced at Qinjinjin and then at Ouyang Qian. They each have their merits. I completely agree with this tie for first. The classmates in the class were mostly of similar ages, so they had plenty of common topics to discuss, and at this moment, they were chatting in small groups of 3 or 5. Lin Chen was turning to chat with Zhang San and the others, and the classroom was noisy. Suddenly, everything seemed to be paused. The originally raucous classroom eerily fell silent. Lin Chen noticed that Zhang San's expression was a bit off. Looking at Zhang Hongyang, he also had a dazed look in his eyes, his face displaying an inexplicable sense of intoxication. What's going on? Have these people fallen under a spell? Following the gaze of a few, Lin Chen quickly revealed a look of enchantment as well. This wasn't a spell, they were clearly captivated. Moreover, it wasn't just the boys. The female classmates were also staring blankly at a beautiful woman who had appeared on the podium. This person was as stunning as Qinjinjin and Ouyang Qian, but she carried a mature aura that the two girls lacked. Ahem. Hello everyone, I am your counselor Han Junqing. For the next period, if you need any help, feel free to come to me. Han Junqing looked at the students' reactions with satisfaction. She was a platinum level beast transformation ability awakener, and her awakened type was the extremely rare nine-tailed fox. To quiet everyone down just now, she had slightly released some of her spiritual power, and it seemed to have worked quite well. Han Junqing's voice was filled with charm, wafting into everyone's ears like a spring breeze. At this moment, the classmates also regained their senses, and a new round of discussions erupted in the classroom. Oh my, our counselor looks so young. If she hadn't said anything, I would have thought she was one of the classmates. I was just feeling down about how the seniors had such poor taste. This new freshman beauty ranking didn't include her. Turns out she's not a freshman. And this chatter reached Han Junqing's ears. This batch of freshmen sure knew how to talk. She clapped her hands to attract everyone's attention. The reason I called you all for this class meeting is mainly for 2 things. First, I hope everyone can get to know each other and choose a class monitor. Let's start with self-introductions. I'll go first to set an example. Ahem, hello everyone, my name is Han Junqing. I'm from Magic City, a Platinum 8-star Beast Transformation Awakener. My Beast Transformation type is Nine-tailed Fox. I enjoy sports. Now, please come up one by one according to your seating arrangement to introduce yourselves. After saying this, she pointed to a petite beauty sitting in the front row. You go first. The beauty seemed a bit shy and timidly walked up to the podium. With so many eyes on her, she felt even more bashful. Hello everyone, my name is Zhou Meng, a bronze 8-star water system awakener, from Kyoto. I enjoy reading, please take care of me. After Zhou Meng finished her introduction, the classmates' Han Junqing's words surprised the classmates. They had long heard about a freak in this year's college entrance examination, but they didn't expect it to be in their own class. Especially Ouyang Qian, who looked at Lin Chen with eyes full of fervor. This guy is the one who scored full marks. Also, Lin Chen, you forgot to introduce your beast transformation type. Lin Chen, although you're a beauty, do I need you to remind me? I intentionally didn't say it, okay? But since the counselor has spoken, I can only say with a sense of resignation. Beast transformation type, rabbit. The classmates, huh? Put. Magic City Spirit Martial is a top-tier spirit martial university. Although grades matter, they place more emphasis on spirit martial talent. You must have gotten in based on your grades, right? At this moment, most had already overlooked Lin Chen's level and didn't even think about why an ordinary rabbit had broken through to bronze so early. Lin Chen didn't explain. Think. Whatever you want, it won't cost me anything. The remaining classmates continued to introduce themselves. My name is Zhang San, a silver 1-star support healer awakened from Peace City. And I like Chang Min. Chang Min, Sigma, degree. Although she really wanted to hit Zhang San, she felt a bit happy inside. The boys in the class were extremely angry. They were fed a mouthful of dog food on the very first day. The most infuriating part was that the potential romantic interest in the class was -1. Outlaws really can do whatever they want. Hello everyone, I am Zhang Hongyang, a bronze 9-star plant type awakened from Yingtian. I will say this only once, my hair color is natural and I do not wish for any classmates to discuss my hair color. My life motto is, if you want to live well, you should have a bit of green on your head. Thank you, everyone. Lin Chen silently gave Zhang Hongyang a thumbs up. Old too. Awesome. Soon, all the classmates finished their introductions and Han Junqing looked at the information she had recorded. The quality of this year's freshmen is so high, there are more than 10 rare-type awakened ones and the lowest level is Bronze 8-star. Seeing that the students had all introduced themselves, Han Junqing returned to the podium. Alright, everyone has introduced themselves, and I believe you all know each other a bit now. Next, we will proceed to the class monitor election. Is there anyone who wants to sign up? As soon as she finished speaking, more than 20 little hands shot up. Those who could enter Magic City Spirit Marshal were either class monitors or study committee members in their previous schools. Very few wanted to give up this opportunity. It seems everyone is very enthusiastic. In that case, I will designate a few people. Classmates, counselor, are you being mischievous? We really just raised our hands for nothing. Then let's go with Lin Chen, Qin Jinjin, Ouyang Qian, and Sima Yan. They all have silver levels and their college entrance exam scores are all above 700. Does anyone have any objections? Classmates, do we have any objections that matter? Sima Yan, silver 2-star beast transformation type awakened as an eagle. Eagles may not be as strong, fast, or powerful as many other types, but eagles can fly. Being able to fly is cool, so Sima Yan has always been quite narcissistic. Seeing no one opposing, Han Junqing smiled with satisfaction. Next, we will enter the campaigning phase. Each person has 2 minutes to campaign. Who wants to go first? Sima Yan quickly raised his hand. Alright, Sima Yan, you go first. Sima Yan confidently returned to the podium. He thought he looked handsome as he tousled his hair. Hello everyone, I am Sima Yan, as I have already introduced myself. I won't go into too much detail. First, I would like to thank the counselor for giving me this opportunity to run for class monitor. Since elementary school, I have always been the class monitor and have rich management experience. I believe that if I become the class monitor, under my leadership, I can confidently turn our class into the best class in all of Magic City Spirit Marshal University. Thank you, everyone, and I hope you will vote for me. Sima Yan felt good about himself, unaware that those below were silently gritting their teeth. They were all top students from various places, none willing to concede to the other. Why should they choose you? Alright, thank you, Sima Yan, for your passionate speech. Who's next? Lin Chen and the other three remain silent. Since no one is speaking, Lin Chen, you go first. Lin Chen had no intention of becoming class monitor and casually walked to the podium. Hello everyone. I'm Lin Chen. I don't want to be class monitor, it's too much trouble. Please vote for Qin Jinjin. Thank you all. Qin Jinjin, fellow students, Zhang San and others. Shoguvi 587. This is the most bizarre campaign speech I've heard in my years of teaching. Next, Qin Jinjin. Qin Jinjin took the stage. Please vote for me. Thank you. Qin Jinjin stepped down. Han Juning, asterisk, this is the shortest campaign speech I've heard in all my years of teaching. Last one, Ouyang Qian. Ouyang Qian walked up to the podium with a catwalk, her hips swaying. The many male students below gulped. Hello everyone, I'm Ouyang Qian. I don't have much to say, so please cast your little votes for me. Han Juning shot a slightly annoyed glance at Lin Chen. It's all your fault for ruining the tense campaign atmosphere. Sima Yan was almost overjoyed. It seemed he was sure to win, as they all looked so weak. Alright, students, let's start voting. Each person can cast 2 votes, starting now. We can vote for 2? Great. I'm still torn between Qin Jinjin and Ouyang Qian. Hee, only kids make choices. I want both. I think so too. All the boys wrote down the names of the 2 beauties on their papers, and Lin Chen and the others were no exception. Zhang San and his friends knew Lin Chen really didn't want to be class monitor, so they didn't vote for him. Only Sima Yan wrote his name on his paper, and after thinking it over, he decided Lin Chen posed the least threat, so he wrote down Lin Chen's name. The girls were different. The 2 girls had such strong presence that they were naturally more inclined to vote for the boys. So the girls all voted for the boys, including Ouyang Qian and Qin Jinjin. Of course, there were exceptions. Chang Min cast her votes for Lin Chen and Qin Jinjin. Good things should not flow to outsiders. Now the question arises. Knowing that Lin Chen's class has a total of 46 students, with 30 boys and 16 girls, and each person can cast 2 votes without abstaining, what are the final vote counts for the 4 candidates? The results were quickly tallied. Qin Jinjin became the class monitor with 30 votes. Ouyang Qian came in second as vice monitor with 29 votes. Lin Chen received 17 votes, participating in solitude. Sima Yan looked at his 16 votes and silently wept. Ouyang Qian, realizing this, was now glaring at the boys in the class with fiery eyes. Don't let me find out which one of you didn't vote for me. Sima Yan trembled. I didn't vote for you, but I didn't vote for Qin Jinjin either. It's one of your girls who's a traitor. What does that have to do with me? Not becoming class monitor is one thing, as there are more boys in the class, but why did Lin Chen get more votes than me? I refuse to accept this. Where did I lose? Is it because I'm not handsome enough? But no matter how much he refused to accept it, it couldn't change the voting results. Alright, since we have elected the class monitor, I hope the two monitors can cooperate well with my work. The boys in the class felt they were about to die of happiness. The counselor and the two monitors were both stunning beauties. This was an experience they had never had before. Next, let's talk about the second matter of this class meeting, which is your military training. I want to make it clear in advance that our military training is different from the usual military training in ordinary universities. There are a few points that everyone needs to pay attention to. First, no one is allowed to be absent from this military training. Anyone found absent will be immediately advised to withdraw. Secondly, the instructors we have invited are all warriors who have truly experienced life and death. They will train you just like they train soldiers. If anyone wants to give up now, we will not stop you. Does anyone want to give up? The classroom fell silent. Withdrawing meant being advised to leave. Han Junqing then continued, the instructors we invited are all elites from the Zhuke team, so make sure to learn well from them. As soon as the students heard about the Zhuke team, they instantly became restless. Lin Chen felt somewhat confused. Saner, is the Zhuke team that famous? Zhang San looked at Lin Chen as if he were a monster. You don't even know about the Zhuke team? There are 4 very powerful teams in Huaxia: Xinglong, Baiyu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu. Each has its own characteristics, and the Zhuke team is the only flying team in Huaxia. The members are either awakened beast transformation, users of the flying type, or have spirit beast mounts. Spirit beast mounts? Are there already spirit beast mounts now? I'm not sure about the specifics, but the Zhuke team indeed has spirit beast mounts. Lin Chen took note of this. After all, he possessed quite a few skills of this kind. If he could learn from them, he might just get a flying spirit pet, which made him very happy to think about. The class meeting ended here, and the students returned to their dorms. During this time, Wang Yu even added Zhou Meng on WeChat. Zhou Meng, for some unknown reason, actually agreed. Perhaps it was out of courtesy as classmates, making it hard for her to refuse. This thrilled Wang Yu. After returning to the dorm, the few of them washed up and then lay down to rest. From what the counselor hinted, tomorrow's military training would not be easy. Early the next morning, Lin Chen and the others arrived at the playground early. They were sitting on the steps of the stands in camouflage uniforms, watching the students rushing from the dorms or cafeteria. Of course, they were mainly watching the female students. Zhang Hongyang sighed as he looked at the passing female students. What a pity, we won't see any bare legs for a month. They're all bundled up tightly. Lin Chen scoffed, you don't get it. This way, you can see a person's true nature even more. Look. Zhang Hongyang followed Lin Chen's finger and saw Ouyang Qian walking over with graceful steps. The loose camouflage uniform was filled out by Ouyang Qian's ample chest, making Lin Chen wonder if the buttons of the uniform could withstand such a wave. Since they had military training, most girls only applied some sunscreen, and at this moment, Ouyang Qian still looked stunning. Lin Chen retracted his finger and earnestly said to Zhang Hongyang, did you see that? This is true essence, not something piled up with cosmetics. What could Zhang Hongyang say? He could only exclaim that Lin Chen was quite knowledgeable. No wonder he was the big brother. Ouyang Qian also spotted Lin Chen and the others and waved at them. Zhang Hongyang exclaimed, I can't take it anymore. The goddess waved at me, and I feel like I'm about to collapse. Wang Yu replied, a man can't say he's about to collapse. Zhang Hongyang. After watching for a while, they finally saw Qin Jinjin and Chang Min walking over slowly. Lin Chen and Zhang San quickly put away their lecherous expressions and approached the two with serious faces. Zhang San even grabbed Cheng Min's hand. Min, it's been a night since we last saw each other. I've missed you so much. Did you miss me? Lin Chen, Sigma _ Angle, ugh. I said, no. Feeding dog food early in the morning. Okay, Xiao, we'll feed you again at noon and in the evening. Did you misunderstand my meaning? Zhang San quietly leaned into Lin Chen's ear. If you want to avoid eating dog food, you should quickly win over Sister Jinjin. Lin Chen showed a thoughtful expression. That makes sense. I will work hard. Zhang San, _ dry as a bone. The few of them quickly found their class, where the students were sitting on the lawn, chatting. Lin Chen glanced at his cartoon watch and realized that there wasn't much time left until the assembly. However, the instructor was nowhere to be seen. The students shared the same confusion, frequently looking around. With just 2 minutes left until the assembly, a sudden cry of an eagle echoed in the air. Everyone felt a darkness before their eyes, followed by a cool breeze overhead. The new students on the playground looked up in shock at the dozen giant eagles soaring above, the smallest of which was 5 meters long, and the largest was an astonishing 10 meters. On each giant eagle stood a figure dressed in military uniform. All the new students, _ so cool, right? Indeed, men in uniform are the most handsome. Suddenly, the figure on the 10-meter giant eagle shouted, everyone, descend. With the command, all the giant eagles flapped their wings and slowly descended. The soldiers on the eagles jumped down in an orderly fashion and quickly formed a line. The owner of the 10-meter eagle was clearly the overall commander of this military training. All personnel, attention. At ease. A line to the right. With the command given, all the instructors swiftly executed the orders they heard. Once the formation was complete, the commander slowly turned his head to look at the students who were gazing at them with admiration. Meanwhile, everyone was also sizing up this group of instructors. The leading commander looked like a battle-hardened warrior with a cross-shaped scar on his cheek that looked quite terrifying. The 2 bars and 2 stars on his uniform indicated his rank of lieutenant colonel. He saluted all the new students. This military training officially begins. I am Lin Chong, the overall commander of this training. To be honest, I am quite displeased with the higher-ups for sending us to train you students. Do you know why? Because I feel this is simply a waste of our time. You are all sheltered flowers, completely unaware of the world's cruelty. In my eyes, you are all trash. This group of new students could hardly bear such provocation. Those who could attend Lingwu in Magic City were all exceptional talents. Although you are an instructor, you cannot insult us like this. Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to say that about us? You're just a bit older than us. If we were the same age, we could easily beat you. Exactly, what's so great about being called Lin Chong? Do you really think you're the leader of the 800,000 Imperial Guards? In an instant, the crowd was furious, but Lin Chong was not angry. Instead, he looked with interest at the new students who were still shouting. They still had some spirit, not yet dulled by the comfortable life at school. Shut up! Lin Chong shouted loudly, using his spiritual power, the platinum-level aura pressing down on the students, making it hard for them to breathe. In an instant, the previously noisy playground became so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Even if we don't want to teach you, since the higher-ups have given the order, it is a soldier's duty to obey commands, and we will comply. The people behind me are your instructors. They will train you like soldiers. Now, return to your respective formations and wait for your instructors to review you. Although the students were still somewhat unconvinced, they returned to their classes, each one lazily settling in. Lin Chong did not stay to watch. He believed that the people he brought were fully capable of bringing this group of newcomers into line. Lin Chong then went to the 3rd floor of Mingda building and knocked on Lu Xun's office door. Come in. Lin Chong pushed the door open, respectfully closed it slowly, and then saluted Lu Xun. Hello, teacher. Student Lin Chong has come to see you. Oh, it's little Lin. I didn't expect you to lead the team this time. It wasn't originally my responsibility. It was one of my squad leaders. He wanted to come see the teacher, so he came on his own. At this moment, Lin Chong also noticed a hole in the floor of Lu Xun's office, and he couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Teacher, who would dare to make a move in your office? It's nothing, just an interesting little guy. Someone will come to fix it this afternoon. I can't believe a little guy would dare to act in front of the teacher. I must meet him if I get the chance. His name is Lin Chen. He's actually from the same family as you and is also a new student this time. Don't underestimate him. By the way, the quality of this year's new students is quite good. A few of them I personally selected, so make sure to train them well. Yes, teacher, I guarantee I will complete the task. Alright, don't be so rigid with me. Lin Chong grinned, which pulled at the wounds on his face, making him look a bit fierce. After being in the army for so long, these have become reflexes. It's not easy to change. Lu Xun looked at the wounds on Lin Chang's face and felt a bit of pain for him. Little Lin, this wound on your face has been there for a while. Why don't you let the healing department help you recover? Teacher, I vowed that as long as the murderer is not brought to justice, I won't treat my facial injury. I keep it to remind myself not to forget the pain of that time. It's been so many years and you still can't let it go. I know I can't persuade you. I can only wish you find him soon. I will. I already have some clues about this matter, and I believe that day is not far off. Good, if you need my help then, just come find me. At this moment on the playground, Lin Chen was waiting for his instructor to arrive with his classmates. They didn't have to wait long before a dashing soldier stood in front of their class. He had short hair, a resolute face, and his eyes were bright and piercing, with a high nose that exuded an air of authority. Hello everyone, I am Qin Ming, your instructor for the next month of military training. Upon hearing Qin Ming introduce himself, many students couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was one thing for the chief instructor to be called Lin Chong, but their own instructor was named Qin Ming. Are you sure you come from Team Juke and not from Lianshan? Is it that funny? I know what you're laughing at. You've read too many famous novels, right? Do you know what my nickname is? Zheng Hongyang, not thinking at all, blurted out, Pai Lai Hua. Qin Ming didn't expect that a student would actually dare to answer. He wasn't angry. He just slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Close, but it's not Pai Lai Hua, it's Hellfire. Monkey? Zheng Hongyang chimed in again. Lin Chen really wanted to sew this guy's mouth shut. How could he go against the instructor like this? Would the days ahead be easy? The students all wore expressions of wanting to laugh but not daring to, struggling to hold it in. Qin Ming thought, this year's new students are quite cheeky. I hope you can still laugh later. Next, let's take attendance so I can get to know you. Qin. Po ha ha ha. The students could no longer hold back and burst into laughter, drawing the attention of the neighboring class. What are you laughing at? At this moment, Qin Jinjin weakly raised her hand. Report, instructor, my name is Qin Jinjin, not Qin Xin Xin. Qin Ming's face turned red. Fortunately, his skin was dark, so no one could tell. Oh, sorry, let me clarify. I didn't mean to say I didn't know, I just misread it. Of course, I know it's Qin Jinjin, which sounds the same as the real true. Now let's take attendance again. Qin Jinjin, here. Haven't you eaten? Speak louder. Here. Ouyang Qian, here. Zhang Honyang, here. Who told you to dye your hair? Go dye it back tonight. Report. The hair color is natural. I have dyed it black several times, but it grows too fast, and half black and half green looks too ugly. Please retract your order, instructor. Qin Ming, how should I respond to this? Ahem, since that's the case, let's move on. Continue with the roll call. Very well, everyone is here. Next is the first activity of the day. Everyone will run 10 laps around the playground. No using spiritual power, if caught. Everyone will be penalized with an additional 5 laps. Lin Chen, straight face of fellow students, degree? Degree? What? Shouldn't the first activity be practicing standing at attention and marching in place? Standing in military posture would work too. Do we really have to start off this intense? What are you still doing? Didn't you hear? If you don't start running in 5 seconds, that's another 5 laps. Although somewhat reluctant, they knew they couldn't go against authority. Under Qin Jinjin's lead, they began to run around the playground. Qin Ming didn't just stand by and watch, he ran along with them. Maintain formation, 11121, 11121, 1234. Students, 1234. Louder. I can't hear you. 1234. Very good, everyone keep running. No lunch for those who can't finish. Since they were all awakened once, their physical fitness was decent, and everyone managed to keep up for the first 5 laps. However, after 5 laps, some began to fall behind. The entire class gradually split into 3 groups. The first group was small, with only 6 people. Lin Chen, with his golden level physical fitness, was certainly among them, along with Qin Jinjin, Ouyang Qian, Sima Yan, Wu Jin, and Wang Yu. Lin Chen wasn't surprised to see Qin Jinjin in the first group. Her black belt in Taekwondo wasn't for nothing. Sima Yan was beast transformation type, Wu Jin was strength type, and Wang Yu was earth type. All these attributes enhanced their physical abilities. What surprised Lin Chen was Ouyang Qian, a fire type canon, who also managed to stay in the first group. It seemed she, like Qin Jinjin, had not slacked off in her training. No wonder her figure was so well maintained. The second group had more people, mostly awakened ones of beast transformation types that enhanced strength and stamina. People like Zhang San and Chang Min could only stay in the third group. Qin Ming kept following, carefully observing everyone. He couldn't help but marvel. As expected of the magic city of Lingwu, the quality of these students is truly high, even stronger than some new recruits in the army, especially those in the first group. If trained properly, they could all be elite soldiers. Entering the 7th lap, the first group had already lapped the third group completely. However, even in the first group, some began to fall behind, with Wang Yu being the first. The Earth-type enhancement is more focused on defense. Wang Yu could finish 10 laps without issue, but he was starting to struggle to keep up with the first group's pace. By the 8th lap, Qin Jinjin and Ouyang Qian were also beginning to lag. Lin Chen wanted to help Qin Jinjin but was rejected. I'm fine, you go on. Lin Chen understood Qin Jinjin's personality. She was quite strong-willed, and forcing help would only backfire. Ouyang Qian, however, waved at Lin Chen. Hey, handsome, you can help me. Although Lin Chen was somewhat tempted, he glanced at Qin Jinjin's increasingly cold gaze and quickly averted his eyes, speeding up to catch up with Sima Yan and Wu Jin. Wu Jin was impressing Lin Chen. After all, he was the only bronze level in the first group. Of course, this had a lot to do with Wu Jin's awakening being strength-based, but managing to keep up until now was already quite impressive. Sure enough, by the 9th lap, Wu Jin fell behind. The only ones still maintaining their position in the first group were Sima Yan and Lin Chen. At this moment, Sima Yan was gritting his teeth, determined not to lose to Lin Chen again. How could a proud eagle like me lose to a rabbit? Although Lin Chen had been running alongside Sima Yan, he was actually taking care of him. If he wanted to keep a low profile, he could have easily completed at least 20 laps at full speed by now, and without even breaking a sweat. As Lin Chen kept pace with Sima Yan, he glanced back at the situation behind them. Qin Jinjin and Ouyang Qian seemed to have a natural rivalry, running side by side, neither willing to give way. Shen Gue was still in the second group, where the advantages of the beast transformation system were quite significant. The other members of Qin Jinjin's team, along with Zhang Hongyang, were all stuck in the third tier, their speed barely faster than a walk at this point. As they entered the final lap, Sima Yan noticed that Lin Chen still had the leisure to look around, which made him furious. Damn, this kid looks down on me. I can't take it anymore. Sima Yan transformed his anger into strength and began his final sprint. Lin Chen, however, remained unfazed, continuing to follow Sima Yan at a leisurely pace. At this moment, Qin Ming was already standing at the finish line, eager to see who would be the first to cross it. Only 100 meters remained to the finish line. Sima Yan gritted his teeth and accelerated madly. He absolutely could not lose to the little rabbit. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing for us eagles. The rabbit is just our food. Lin Chen continued to follow Sima Yan at his own pace. If you speed up, I'll speed up. If you slow down, I'll slow down. At this moment, Lin Chen watched Sima Yan start to speed up frantically. Take it easy. I'm not competing for first place. I just want second. Why are you running so fast? I want to keep a low profile. 50 meters to the finish. 20 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. 2 meters. Sima Yan was about to win. Just as victory was in sight, Sima Yan stumbled and fell flat on his face. At this point, it was too late for Lin Chen to slow down. He crossed the finish line first. Lin Chen thought, how can this kid be so useless? I let him go so easily and he still can't get first place. Sima Yan got up from the ground, looking at Lin Chen, who had already crossed the finish line. He was filled with rage. What was all my hard work for? Just to come in second? He stood there foolishly. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind pass by him as Wu Jin ran past, crossing the finish line second. Sima Yan? I'm losing my mind. He hurriedly took a couple of steps and crossed the finish line. After crossing the finish line, Sima Yan collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Normally, running 10 laps would be no problem for him, but because of Lin Chen's presence, he had to maintain his speed and was now completely worn out. Wu Jin was even more impressive. After crossing the finish line, she found a spot to sit cross-legged. Then, spiritual energy surged towards her. She sat there and began to break through. Lin Chen? Those who can enter the magic capitals Spiritual Martial Academy are indeed geniuses. Qin Ming stood there, somewhat speechless. He could understand the little girl's breakthrough, as she must have been stuck at the bronze 9 stars for a long time, just lacking an opportunity, and today's 10 laps provided that chance. But what was up with this little brat? Standing there without breaking a sweat, watching the show. Aren't you being a bit too calm? Qin Ming walked over and patted Lin Chen. Young man, not bad. It seems like you felt no pressure after 10 laps. Lin Chen also realized. Right, maybe I was a bit too over the top. He hurriedly sat down on the ground. I'm so exhausted. My elbows, my spiritual cover, my lumbar disc, it all hurts so much. Qin Ming, can you be any more fake? Your level of acting is lacking. Seeing that his trick had been exposed, Lin Chen simply stopped pretending. That instructor, I'm going to help my good friend. You can't go, this is a test. For them. Fine, I'll just watch the show here. Qin Ming ignored Lin Chen and continued to observe the other freshmen. Of course, he wouldn't forget to circle Lin Chen's name. Seeing that Qin Ming was no longer paying attention to him, Lin Chen shifted his focus to the two girls, Qin Jinjin and Ouyang Qian, who were about to cross the finish line. At that moment, Lin Chen was sitting on the lawn right next to the finish line. As the finish line came into view, the two began to accelerate wildly, ultimately crossing the line almost simultaneously. Ouyang Qian provocatively looked at Qin Jinjin. I won. How could Qin Jinjin admit defeat? With her competitive spirit, she was not one to be taken lightly. No, I won. Seeing the two girls start to argue, Lin Chen instinctively shifted his butt back a bit. This movement just happened to place him in the line of sight of both girls. Lin Chen really wanted to slap himself. Why did he have to move like that? Qin Jinjin and Ouyang Qian were both delighted. Wasn't there a ready-made referee? Ouyang Qian plopped down next to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, who do you think won? Qin Jinjin also sat on Lin Chen's other side. Right, Lin Chen, you should have a clear view of who won. In fact, Lin Chen did see it clearly. The two had essentially crossed the line at the same time, with no clear winner, but Ouyang Qian's chest had crossed the finish line first, just 0.5 centimeters ahead of Qin Jinjin. Don't ask how he knew this in such detail. Was his keen eyesight just for show? As for why he needed to use his keen eyesight to watch a race, well, those who understand. But even though he knew, he didn't dare to say it. Saying it might just lead to trouble. I saw it clearly. Both of you maintained the same pace and crossed the finish line at the same time. Humph. Lin Chen's answer was met with two cold snorts. Both girls stood up, puffed up with anger, and began a silent battle of glances across Lin Chen. A strong current of tension crackled above Lin Chen's head, making him feel like his hair was about to stand on end. No, he had to escape this battlefield quickly to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Suddenly, Lin Chen saw a light. At that moment, a contestant from 303, Wang Yu, was running straight towards Lin Chen, vigorously waving his arms. He was getting closer to the finish line. Sprint. He crossed the line. Congratulations to Wang Yu for successfully finishing. Lin Chen quickly got up to hug Wang Yu. Bro, well done. Wang Yu looked completely bewildered. Am I first? But weren't you all ahead of me? Lin Chen was genuinely grateful to Wang Yu. Bro, you really helped me out. I promise, next time you bring pancakes with scallions, I'll eat a little less, so the taste of your hometown can last a bit longer. Meanwhile, Wu Jin, who was meditating nearby, had successfully broken through to the silver level. His confidence surged. Without knowing what he was thinking, he walked straight up to Lin Chen. "So you got first place in this race?" "Ha, that was when I hadn't broken through to silver yet, but now I am silver, and next time I will definitely surpass you." Lin Chen felt wronged. What was going on? Why was he being targeted too? If it weren't for the fact that she was a girl, he would have exploded. Since he couldn't blow up at a girl, he could only glare fiercely at Sima Yan, who was still lying on the ground. Even with such a clear advantage, you still couldn't get first place. Trash, really trash. Sima Yan also felt Lin Chen's gaze. "What are you looking at? If I hadn't fallen, first place would definitely have been mine. Consider this a gift to you." Girls were one thing, but you, a grown man, what are you trying to prove to me? Even if you see me as a rival, it depends on whether I want to accept that or not. I can't help but take a few more glances at you. You look like a real scumbag. Sima Yan was not someone to be trifled with, and he couldn't tolerate this insult. "Don't get too proud. We are both beastified, but your rabbit can never defeat my eagle. You only deserve to be my food." Lin Chen smiled coldly. "Heh, you probably know nothing about my beastification." Lin Chen suddenly felt that arguing with Sima Yan was pointless. He was just a foolish human. Lin Chen decided to ignore Sima Yan. This left Sima Yan's carefully thought-out retort without an outlet. It was truly frustrating, but he didn't want to go looking for trouble. After all, being this handsome, he had to maintain some decorum. The second tier of participants had already started their final lap, and judging by their appearance, they seemed to be doing fine. The real concern was still with the third tier. They had just reached the 8th lap. Moreover, they looked like they were about to collapse. Especially Zhang San, who was somewhat overweight. Beads of sweat were streaming down his face uncontrollably. In the past, he might have given up by now. But looking at Chang Min, who was still gritting her teeth and persevering, he felt a surge of strength. He absolutely couldn't show weakness in front of his woman. With this mental support, Zhang San felt his steps were a bit lighter, and he didn't forget to help the swaying Chang Min. All of this was observed by Lin Chen. Lin Chen pondered, learning something valuable. In a group of 3, there must be a teacher among us. The ancients were indeed not deceiving me. 5 minutes later, everyone finished running. They all held on. This made Qin Ming very happy. At least this group of people had passed the test of perseverance. "Everyone, take a 10-minute break. We have more training ahead. Take this opportunity to hydrate." Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, Zhang San collapsed onto the ground. "I just reached the finish line. How can we start the next training so soon?" Many shared Zhang San's thoughts, but this wasn't the time to argue. It was better to lie down and recover some strength. Although very thirsty, he felt he really didn't have the energy to get water. Seeing the situation of a few people, Lin Chen, who had conserved his strength better, took it upon himself to help pass water to them. Zhang San and the others gulped down the water, finally feeling relief for their burning throats. 10 minutes passed quickly. "Everyone, gather." At Qin Ming's shout, many people, even if reluctant, struggled to get up and line up. "Now I have a certain understanding of everyone's condition. We will start the second training. Boys do 5 sets of push-ups, 100 each. Girls do 5 sets of push-ups, 50 each." Just as Qin Ming was about to shout start, he was interrupted by Wu Jin's voice. "Report. Speak. Why do boys do 100 while we only do 50? I request to do 100 for each set too." Qin Ming looked at Wu Jin in surprise. This girl is quite something. "Granted. Report." 2 voices chimed in simultaneously. It was Qin Jinjin and Ouyang Qian. Seeing each other speak up, they exchanged glances, sparks flying. "What now? Speak." "I also demand 100 for each set," they replied in unison. After speaking, they exchanged another round of glances, a flurry of tension. The few standing between them felt like they were being torn apart. Qin Ming couldn't help but laugh. Truly, strange requests come every year, but this year was particularly abundant. "Granted. Any other girls who want to do 100 for each set? I approve all." This time, no one spoke up. "Come on, not everyone has a masochistic tendency like them. We can't even complete 50 in a set, okay? Alright, now let's begin. Everyone is not allowed to slack off. Count for yourselves, and let me hear the results. I will be watching you all closely, and if I find anyone has done less, congratulations, you've won a prize, and we'll do another set." A group of people could only start doing push-ups with a grim expression, counting as they went, no one daring to slack off. After all, no one knew if Qin Ming was really watching them. Lin Chen was the first to finish the first set, and at this point, he didn't care about being low-key anymore. Anyway, it seemed that his strength had already been seen through by the instructor, even if it was just a tiny fraction. However, Lin Chen's burst of energy exhausted Sima Yan, who wanted to compete with him. "I just did 30, and you finished 100? I suspect you're just counting. Could it be that the instructor was just trying to scare us? He wasn't really counting?" With such thoughts in his mind, he couldn't help but put them into practice. 40-50-60-80-100. Counting softly, he stood up when he reached 100. Sima Yen, an extra set for you, the first set is void, there are still 6 sets left. Sima Yen, you really are counting, so he could only lie down again and start over. But this time, he dared not cheat again. Sima Yan's actions also extinguished many people's little thoughts. It was better to just do it honestly. Qin Jinjin and Ouyang Qian seemed to be competing again. Indeed, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, let alone 2 female tigers. The first set ended, and after a short break, they moved on to the second set. Before long, the 5 sets were completed. Lin Chen was always the first to finish. This made Qin Ming increasingly interested in Lin Chen. It's worth mentioning that Wu Jin, Qin Jinjin, and Ouyang Qian all completed the target of 500, which made the group of boys in the class feel like they were on drugs. No matter how painful it was, they had to persist. If the girls could do it, how could the boys give up? After finishing, most people collapsed on the lawn, utterly exhausted. The 4,000-meter-long run had left everyone's legs weak, and the 5 sets of push-ups had nearly worn out their arms. Qin Ming was very satisfied with his training. He looked at the time, it was already mealtime. Alright, the morning training ends here. You all have 2 hours of rest, and we'll continue in the afternoon. Hearing Qin Ming's devil-like voice, everyone couldn't help but let out a sigh. Oh, I feel like some of you are a bit unconvinced. How about this, I'll give you a chance. You can challenge me in the afternoon, and I will suppress my cultivation to match yours. If anyone can defeat me, they will be exempt from military training for a month, and all their military training results will be excellent. So, who wants to challenge? Although everyone knew Qin Ming was trying to provoke them, at this age full of vigor, they couldn't hold back. Instructor, are you sure you will suppress your cultivation to match ours? Yes. Good, I hope the instructor won't regret it then. I want to ask, what level are you at now, instructor? Golden 3. The students all gasped. Although Qin Ming was an instructor, he looked to be in his early 20s, and a Golden 3 at that age was already quite rare. No wonder he was from the Zhu team. Alright, instructor, we accept your challenge, see you in the afternoon. Especially the combative ones like Wu Jin and Qin Jinjin were already rolling up their sleeves. Lin Chen was also interested. Instructor, can we use weapons in the competition? Lin Chen's question stunned Qin Ming for a moment. Someone actually wanted to use a weapon. Yes. What is your weapon? A gun. Qin Ming, Sigma, so that's how it is. Apart from Lin Chen, most people walked to the cafeteria trembling. Even the strong Qin Jinjin and Wu Jin felt their hands and feet somewhat uncooperative. They shakily filled their plates. Seeing everyone struggling to hold their trays, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of concern. They must hold on tight, they shouldn't add unnecessary work. For the cafeteria lady, Lin Chen found a good spot and watched as the people around him held their chopsticks with one hand shaking violently, while the other hand trembled as it tried to steady the chopsticks, making him sigh. Zhang San looked at Lin Chen, who moved with ease, and felt speechless. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. What a beast! How could there be such a huge gap between people? Lin Chen looked at Zhang San's food and felt equally speechless. With your current state, who gave you the courage to order stewed pig trotters with yellow beans? Was it Liang Jingru? Zhang San finally managed to pick up a piece of pig trotter, but before it reached his mouth, the pig trotter couldn't withstand the shaking and decisively chose to jump from the chopsticks to its demise. Zhang San stared blankly at the pig trotter that fell to the ground, feeling a mix of despair and frustration. I'm experiencing old age life in advance. Lin Chen quickly finished his meal and quietly moved next to Qin Jinjin. Jinjin, you must be tired, right? Do you want me to feed you? Get lost. Alright. The meal was an excruciating ordeal for everyone. They thought about refusing to eat, but after such intense exercise in the morning, their stomachs were uncomfortably hungry. Eating was a struggle, they could barely hold their chopsticks. In the end, Lin Chen couldn't bear it any longer and brought spoons for everyone, allowing them to barely fill their stomachs. The meal took over half an hour, which made everyone groan. Nearly half of their 2-hour break had slipped away. They hurriedly returned to the dorms, took a quick shower, and then lay on their beds, not moving. It was said that the cafeteria lady reported the issue to the school that day. Many students hadn't finished their meals and food had fallen all over the ground. They had no appreciation for food at all. Because of this, the school even took the time to understand the situation. Time for rest flew by, and after the midday break, everyone's condition improved a bit. Although their limbs were still sore, they no longer walked unsteadily. Lin Chen awakened his skill for the day during the noon break, an E-level skill hardly worth mentioning. Since Lin Chen was going to challenge Qin Ming in the afternoon, he stood out among the students with his long spear. When they arrived at the playground, the instructors were already there. They were feeding their mounts and, upon seeing them feed the giant eagles with pork, Lin Chen furrowed his brows deeply. No wonder he always felt something was off when he saw these giant eagles. They really should catch these eagle trainers and give them a good education. However, this was clearly not the time to discuss such matters. Seeing that the students had all arrived, the instructors patted their beloved eagles and let them play aside. Qin Ming informed Lin Chong about the battle scheduled for the afternoon. Lin Chong showed no interest and remained non-committal. It wasn't until Qin Ming mentioned that among the group there was a particularly interesting person named Lin Chen that Lin Chong became intrigued. He wanted to see what kind of little guy dared to act up in the teacher's office. The students had already lined up in formation, and Qin Ming took a good look at Lin Chen, who was holding a silver spear. This kid really brought a long spear. To be honest, there aren't many people still using such weapons these days. Seeing the long spear made Qin Ming feel quite nostalgic. It was the standard weapon for their Zhuke team, alongside firearms. Once the mounts picked up speed, the long spear was immensely powerful whether charging or throwing. Many students have already started to roll up their sleeves. We admit we can't beat you, but under the same level of circumstances, we really aren't necessarily afraid of you. A smile hung at the corner of Qin Ming's mouth. These kids were still too naive, truly thinking that just because I suppressed my cultivation to be on par with you, you would have a chance? The physical quality of a golden level is not something to be trifled with. Years of life and death combat experience cannot be compared to this group of little kids. It seems you are all ready. Who will go first? Sima Yan immediately raised his hand. I'll go first. Qin Ming didn't mind, anyone would do. Level, Awakening. Type, Silver 2-star Beast Transformation Awakener. Beast Transformation Type Eagle. Please instruct me, instructor. Upon hearing Sima Yan's introduction, Qin Ming smiled. Their Zhuke team not only had mounts but also a portion of strong beast transformation types, most of which were flying creatures. Many of them were eagles, and in a battle against Sima Yan, he had plenty of experience. Then go ahead and transform. Remember to take off your top. Sima Yan felt a bit disappointed. He had originally wanted to show off by bursting his clothes, but it seemed there was no chance this time. So he obediently took off his top. Beast transformation. Sima Yan's arms transformed directly into wings, flapping and soaring into the sky. In an instant, he attracted a large crowd's attention. Even Lin Chen had to admit that being able to fly was quite impressive. However, Qin Ming seemed oblivious to it, casually flicking his fingers at Sima Yan. Sima Yan didn't hold back, launching his ultimate move right away. Spirit Technique Green Light Slash. With a wave of his wings, a green arc of light slashed towards Qin Ming. Yet, Qin Ming was too lazy to dodge, simply placing his arm in front of his chest, allowing the green light to strike his arm. Seeing that Qin Ming didn't even try to evade, Sima Yan revealed a slight cold smile. Instructor, are you underestimating me too much? Spirit Technique Green Cloud Continuous Slash. Although the name was different, it was essentially just a series of green light slashes. Qin Ming remained standing in place, continuously blocking Sima Yan's green light slashes with his arm. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the green light slashes struck Qin Ming's arm, which had turned into a shiny silver color, revealing that he was a rare metal-type awakener. No wonder he dared to say that whoever defeated him could skip military training. With such high metal-type defense, who could defeat him? After unleashing a series of spirit techniques, Sima Yan realized he hadn't inflicted a single bit of damage on Qin Ming. After all that, he had just been hitting air. Qin Ming waved his arm and said to Sima Yan, "Kid, your spirit power is running low, right? Are you going to admit defeat yourself, or should I make you admit it?" Sima Yan's spirit power had indeed been greatly depleted, and knowing victory was hopeless, he could only reluctantly land back on the ground. Qin Ming couldn't help but shake his head. This kid was really lacking in combat experience. Next, Wu Jin walked straight over. Instructor, Silver 1-star Strength Type Awakener, I hope we don't use spirit power and have a real fight. Are you sure? With his physical quality, Wu Jin would definitely be at a disadvantage. I'm sure. Seeing Wu Jin was determined, Qin Ming stopped trying to dissuade her. He really didn't believe a little girl could defeat him in a fight. Wu Jin bowed to Qin Ming, then launched a left hook directly at him. Qin Ming slightly tilted his head and dodged Wu Jin's punch. It seemed Wu Jin had already anticipated that her punch would be dodged, immediately transforming her fist into a palm strike aimed at Qin Ming's neck. Qin Ming was startled by Wu Jin's quick reaction. This little girl was not simple at all. He hurriedly stepped back, narrowly avoiding Wu Jin's palm strike. Seeing that she had gained the upper hand, Wu Jin wouldn't let this opportunity slip by, immediately following up with a whip kick, forcing Qin Ming to retreat step by step. Lin Chong, who was watching from the sidelines, was stunned. He never expected that this little girl had such a talent for combat, able to push Qin Ming to such an extent. However, Lin Chong was not worried about Qin Ming. He knew that the reason Qin Ming was at a disadvantage was not due to his fighting skills being inferior to Wu Jin's, but because Qin Ming only knew killing techniques, and he was not facing a real enemy, so he was momentarily unable to unleash his full potential. The classmates were cheering for Wu Jin, all surprised that she could force Qin Ming into such a predicament. Qin Ming also realized that he could not continue like this. When he saw Wu Jin kick towards him, he did not dodge or evade. Instead, he took the kick head-on. Wu Jin's kick landed on Qin Ming's lower back, and even with Qin Ming's golden level cultivation, it still hurt enough for him to grimace. Truly, she was a powerhouse. This was also because Qin Ming had not used his abilities, otherwise, it would have been Wu Jin who felt the pain. Wu Jin did not expect that her kick would hit Qin Ming so easily, causing her to momentarily forget the combo she had planned. Qin Ming, with his vast experience, was waiting for this opportunity. He exerted force with his left arm, trapping Wu Jin's leg while his right palm slashed towards her neck. Wu Jin wanted to dodge, but her leg was caught by Qin Ming, and as she saw the impending strike, she instinctively closed her eyes. The imagined pain did not come. When Wu Jin opened her eyes, she found Qin Ming's hands suspended in midair. Wu Jin knew that Qin Ming had shown mercy. I lost. Qin Ming also breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Jin's combat skills were impressive, clearly trained professionally. Fortunately, he was still a notch above, or he would have been in trouble. Alright, you can step down. Wu Jin's face flushed bright red. My leg. Qin Ming also realized and quickly released his grip. The weather is nice today. After Wu Jin stepped down, Qin Ming calmed down. Next, as soon as Qin Ming's voice fell, Qin Jinjin and Ouyang Qian both stepped forward at the same time. In an instant, sparks flew. Lin Chen looked at the two speechlessly, realizing he needed to find a chance to get their birth dates. Don't get me wrong, I just want to find a fortune teller to see if these two are naturally at odds. Qin Ming watched the two with great interest. Which of you will go first? I'll go first, they answered in unison. The atmosphere became a bit awkward. Seeing the two unwilling to give way, Qin Ming was at a loss for what to do. How about you play rock paper scissors? The two had no objections. Rock paper scissors. 2 scissors. Rock paper scissors. 2 papers. After more than 20 rounds of rock paper scissors, Ouyang Qian finally won. The friends were stunned. If it weren't for the fact that the two looked completely different, they would have thought they were twins. How could they possibly have the same outcome for over 20 rounds without any telepathy? Ouyang Qian strutted over to Qin Ming like a proud peacock. Everyone? Hero, please put away your powers. We know you're strong, so there's no need to show off. Ouyang Qian, Silver 3-star Fire Attribute Awakener. Qin Ming suppressed his spiritual power to Silver 3-star. Alright, let's begin. Ouyang Qian did not immediately unleash her spiritual techniques like Sima Yen. Instead, a multitude of small fireballs automatically floated around her, continuously spinning. Ouyang Qian was not idle either, constantly throwing small fireballs to harass Qin Ming. Although these small fireballs posed no real threat to Qin Ming, he did not want to be hit by them. It would be quite embarrassing if his clothes caught fire. Ouyang Qian was in no hurry, continuing to throw fireballs at Qin Ming. Qin Ming was somewhat puzzled. Since Ouyang Qian dared to challenge him, she couldn't possibly only have these skills. But he decided not to think too much about it. The body quickly turned metallic, blocking the small fireballs that kept coming, and rushed towards Ouyang Qian at high speed. Seeing Qin Ming getting closer, Ouyang Qian had no intention of creating distance between them. Fiery flames surged from Ouyang Qian, transforming her into a queen of flames. The boys around her exclaimed, "This outfit is unbelievable. It's completely intact. How dare it?" Ouyang Qian, now embodying the Flame Queen, slightly curled her lips. Spirit technique, flame machine gun. The small fireballs around her were rapidly compressed, eventually turning into fiery bullets that shot towards Qin Ming at high speed. Qin Ming was caught off guard. The compressed fireballs were far more powerful and faster than the previous small fireballs. Even with Qin Ming's golden-level physical prowess, he was forced to retreat step by step. So you were just using those small fireballs to heat things up. However, that was about it. Qin Ming was merely a bit flustered and suffered no actual harm. In fact, he was cursing internally. Damn, I really can't underestimate this group of young people. If the two of them were truly of the same level, I'd probably be completely crushed. Fortunately, he was at the golden level, and his internal spiritual power was far superior to Ouyang Qian's. Otherwise, just from that last attack, his spiritual power would have likely been exhausted. Ouyang Qian looked at Qin Ming, who was unscathed, feeling a bit helpless. Indeed, the difference in realms meant that even if the opponent suppressed their spiritual power level, it was not something she could easily shake. Instructor, if you can take my next move, I'll admit defeat right away. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming became serious. If he underestimated these students again, he would truly be a fool. Bring it on. Spirit technique, flame sniper cannon. Qin Ming, degree, what are you, a mage? You're just a damn archer. As Ouyang Qian's voice rang out, the flames on her body slowly began to dissipate. All the flames gradually gathered in Ouyang Qian's hand, and she raised her hand, aiming at Qin Ming. Bang! A crimson fire pillar shot straight towards Qin Ming. Spirit technique, iron barrier. Qin Ming finally used a spirit technique. He had no choice, or he really felt he might be in trouble. A wall of steel appeared in front of him, shielding him from behind. The crimson fire pillar struck Qin Ming's iron barrier. The barrier, made entirely of steel, turned red hot, showing signs of melting. The spectators gasped. After all, the melting point of steel is 1,500 degrees Celsius. Although it hadn't melted, the temperature was certainly very close. Lin Chen couldn't help but kick Zhuang Chang beside him. We're both fire types, how can the gap be so huge? I want to know too. Compared to her, I really am nothing. Even behind the iron barrier, Qin Ming could feel the scorching heat wave. After 30 seconds, the fire pillar finally disappeared. Ouyang Qian had exhausted her spiritual power. No wonder Ouyang Qian said she would admit defeat after taking this move. She was completely drained. Ouyang Qian straightforwardly admitted defeat, walking back while not forgetting to provoke Qin Jinjin with a glance. Qin Jinjin certainly couldn't show weakness and directly walked up. Qin Jinjin, silver 4-star ice element awaken. Please give me your guidance. When she mentioned 4 stars, she emphasized it, causing Ouyang Qian, who had just come down, to grit her teeth in frustration. Oomph. Isn't it just 1 star higher than me? I'll break through tonight to show you. Instructor, do you need a break? I don't want to take advantage of you. Qin Ming, why do I feel like I'm being looked down upon? No need, after all, I'm a golden powerhouse and my spiritual power is still quite sufficient. Then be careful, instructor. Qin Jinjin showed no intention of holding back, launching an ice arrow right away. Seeing the icy arrow shot at him, Qin Ming initially didn't take it too seriously. The power of such a short casting time wouldn't be too great, so he metallicized his arm and gently blocked it beside him. Clang! Qin Ming felt his hand pushed away by a tremendous force. He staggered back 2 steps. Qin Ming, oh no, I'm going to lose face today. What kind of monsters are these? Each one is stronger than the last. If I don't show some real skills, I might really get taken down by them. Having just gone through the baptism of fire, now I have to endure another round of ice torture. At this point, Qin Ming was getting a bit angry. Time and again, almost losing to a group of students. Do I not care about my pride? Qin Ming fully metallicized his body and charged madly towards Qin Jinjin. Qin Jinjin wasn't in a hurry, continuously casting ice skills to slow down Qin Ming's speed. Icy arrows kept shooting towards Qin Ming. Qin Ming was exasperated by these skills, feeling as if his metallic body was about to rust. He wanted to get closer to Qin Jinjin but found himself always just out of reach. Every time he felt he was about to close in, he would be pushed back by an icy arrow. I'm losing my mind here. Qin Ming truly felt incredibly frustrated. Being kite like this was just too unpleasant. Suddenly, Qin Jinjin's attacks stopped. I lost. My spiritual power is exhausted. Hearing Qin Jinjin's words, Qin Ming almost cried out. Grandma, your spiritual power has finally run out. You've been draining it for almost half an hour. If you don't admit defeat soon, I might just want to concede. You're quite good. Being able to push me to this point, you can be proud. Lin Chen and the others desperately covered their mouths to prevent themselves from laughing. Dude, you haven't even come within 3 meters of her the whole time. Do you still want to put on a show? After Qin Jinjin stepped down, a few more classmates went up to try. They were all defeated by Qin Ming, who was filled with pent-up frustration, as easily as cutting vegetables. Is there anyone else? The scene fell silent. Lin Chen touched his nose. Now that no one was left, it was my turn to step in. He picked up his silver spear from the ground and walked towards Qin Ming. Lin Chen, silver 1-star beast transformation awakened. Seeing Lin Chen finally take the stage, Qin Ming felt a bit excited. He was most curious about Lin Chen's strength. Before the match even started, Lin Chen, who had been watching from the side, walked over. He pressed Qin Ming down to sit on the ground. Recover your spiritual power, and when the time comes, go all out. Otherwise, you'll lose terribly. Qin Ming? Are you kidding me? You want me to go all out against a silver 1-star beast transformation? Although he was puzzled, Qin Ming had no doubts. His long military career made him absolutely obey orders, so he directly began to recover his spiritual power on the spot. Lin Chen looked at Lin Chen with some anger. Although you are the chief instructor, you can't do this. Originally, Qin Ming had dug a pit for himself, limiting his cultivation to silver 1-star. So he was sure to win. With one sentence from you, he has to go all out. If I can't win, can you take my military training? The classmates were all stunned. What's going on? Did I hear that wrong? Chief Instructor Lin Chen actually let Qin Ming go all out? That's a golden 3-star powerhouse. Is that the point? The key is the next part, otherwise, you'll lose terribly. I really can't understand how a silver can beat a gold. But didn't our class leader and vice class leader almost win just now? Almost? I think the instructor was just being gentle. Even Qin Jinjin's group couldn't understand why Lin Chen would say that. They all knew Lin Chen's physical fitness was quite good, but he wasn't strong enough to battle against a golden level, right? Their understanding of Lin Chen was still stuck on the last Lingshu adventure. Although a month had passed, could his physical fitness really have reached the golden level in such a short time? Was Teacher Chiyu's training method really that astonishing? However, Lin Chen didn't care about that at all. He walked up to Lin Chen and threw an arm around his shoulder. Kid, the teacher has already told me about you. Teacher? You mean old Lu? Yeah, who else could it be? He told you everything? He told me everything. Did he mention the space system? Lin Chen looked a bit puzzled. What space system? You heard wrong, I said the beast transformation system. Lin Chang's gaze towards Lin Chen deepened. Kid, I clearly heard you mention the space system. If there is a space system, then the chances of that matter succeeding or even greater. It seems I need to build a good relationship with this kid. Kid, help me teach the Qin Ming a lesson later. I feel like he's been getting a bit too cocky lately. At that moment, Qin Ming had just finished recovering his spiritual power. Coincidentally, he overheard Lin Chang's last remark. I say, Captain, do you think too little of me? Do you really think I would lose to a silver-level kid? How about we make a bet? No bets. Aren't you confident? Gambling is prohibited in the army. Captain, you've fallen. You little brat, now you're lecturing me? It's not like you have to give anything up. How about 500 push-ups if you lose, dare you? In that case, I'm in. I really don't believe I can't beat a silver-level kid. At this point, everyone's attention was focused on the two of them. Lin Chong was enjoying the spectacle, waving his hand to call all the instructors over. With the instructors gathered, the students couldn't just stay put. This match thus became the focal point of attention for all the new students and instructors in the school. Lin Chen and Qin Ming glared at Lin Chong with fiery eyes. Lin Chen thought, what are you doing? I don't want to be famous, I want to keep a low profile. How can I do that now? Qin Ming thought, damn, Captain, do we have to make it this big? If I lose, won't I be completely humiliated? No, why am I having such dangerous thoughts? I definitely won't lose. Qin Ming took a deep breath, slowly calming himself down. He knew that the more intense the situation, the calmer he needed to be. Lin Chen held his long spear, pointing it diagonally at Qin Ming. Instructor, let's show our weapons. Qin Ming showed no sign of underestimating Lin Chen and directly used his metal ability to condense a metal spear. Seeing Qin Ming also wielding a spear, Lin Chen almost laughed. If you used another weapon, I wouldn't have anything to say, I wouldn't have the right to comment. But when it comes to spears, I'm an expert in that area. Qin Ming looked at Lin Chen and didn't rush to attack. You transform into a beast. Lin Chen's face stiffened. Instructor, let's skip that. My combat power isn't in beast transformation. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Qin Ming's expression turned somewhat ugly. This kid looks down on me. You're a beast transformation ability user, and your main combat power isn't in beast transformation. Who are you trying to fool? I see you just look down on me. I really can't take it anymore. Kid, I hope you won't regret it. Qin Ming sneered, and the spear lunged at Lin Chen like a storm. Lin Chen watched Qin Ming's spear technique, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. It was clear that Qin Ming had not systematically learned its spear techniques. He was merely wielding the spear with his cultivation, executing only simple thrusts, jabs, and sweeps. To an outsider, it might seem impressive, but to Lin Chen, it was truly lacking. Lin Chen raised his spear, making minimal movements as he blocked Qin Ming's attacks one by one. Seizing the openings in Qin Ming's technique, he swept his spear horizontally. In a moment of panic, Qin Ming could only raise his long spear with both hands, barely managing to block Lin Chen's attack. He succeeded in blocking it, but it came at a cost. The spear he had condensed with his abilities was directly sliced in half by the tip of Lin Chen's spear. Not only that, but a tremendous force from Lin Chen's spear pushed Qin Ming back 3 large steps before he could dissipate that power. Qin Ming was left stunned. At that moment he wasn't suppressing his spiritual power, and even so, he was still knocked back by Lin Chen. Is silver really this powerful these days? I suspect this is a small account. Lin Chong watched Lin Chen handle the situation so easily and couldn't help but praise inwardly. The teacher was right, Lin Chen's physical quality must have reached the gold level. The other members of the Vermilion Bird team were even more astonished. They all knew Qin Ming's strength well, having sparred with him many times, and most of them weren't even his match. Meanwhile, the freshmen were in an uproar. At this moment, only 2 words can describe my feelings. What the hell? What the hell doesn't even begin to describe my feelings? How can there be such a freak among the freshmen? One spear knocks back a gold-level powerhouse and directly cuts through the instructor's spear. I can only say, this is truly a good spear. The most shocked were Lin Chen's classmates. Zhang Hongyang's mouth was agape, and with Wang Yu's help, he slowly closed it. Is this our dorm's boss? Such thick thighs, I better hold on tight. Boss, from now on, I am your loyal second brother. Xin Gui and the others wanted to line up to curse Lin Chen again, but they found that words like beast, monster, and freak were no longer enough to describe him. If anyone felt the biggest blow, it was definitely Qin Jinjin. She had originally wanted to keep pace with Lin Chen, but now it seemed like the gap was only widening. Looking at Ouyang Qian not far away, she thought it might be easier to deal with her. In fact, switching targets was quite good, as competing with someone like Lin Chen was just too exhausting. Having come to this realization, Qin Jinjin suddenly felt a sense of relief. She couldn't help but shout, "Go, Lin Chen!" Qin Jinjin's voice instantly ignited the students' enthusiasm, and soon, cheers for Lin Chen filled the air. Lin Chen was startled by the sudden outburst of support. Meanwhile, Qin Ming's expression grew increasingly grim. He threw the broken spear on the ground. Kid, do you know? I'm actually not good with long spears. My real strength lies in daggers. The long spear is just my throwing weapon. Lin Chen looked at Qin Ming seriously. I know, your spear skills are really poor. If I couldn't see that, what would I even use a spear for? Qin Ming? What about the most basic respect between people? Although what you said is true, I still have my pride. I was just trying to say a few polite words. Did I ask you to respond? Qin Ming once again used his abilities to condense two daggers. He had already realized that Lin Chen's long spear was definitely not an ordinary item, otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to cut through his spear. The ability to sever his spear meant that his metallization was ineffective against Lin Chen, who could still harm him. Most importantly, he had already sensed Lin Chen's power, which was not beneath his own and even seemed to slightly surpass it. At this moment, Qin Ming deeply understood that this kid in front of him was truly difficult to deal with. Fortunately, the squad leader had reminded him, otherwise, this time he would have been in big trouble. Meanwhile, the members of the Vermilion Bird team watching the battle saw Qin Ming start using daggers, and they all became invigorated. Qin Ming is getting serious, it seems this battle will end soon. Hearing the teen's words, Lin Chong shook his head. Not necessarily. That kid's spear skill should not be underestimated. As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger. An inch shorter is an inch more dangerous. Both the spear and the dagger are weapons, each with its strengths and weaknesses. The spear is suitable for long-range attacks, allowing one to fend off enemies without close contact, but its drawback is the inconvenience in close combat. The dagger, on the other hand, is quite the opposite. The two are currently testing each other. Qin Ming wants to engage Lin Chen up close, while Lin Chen aims to create distance from Qin Ming. Neither dares to strike easily, their gazes locked, each already envisioning numerous moves in their minds. The atmosphere has become quite awkward, with many classmates in the audience starting to yawn. However, those who truly understand are captivated. Every step taken by the two on stage seems to hold countless mysteries. Wu Jin, who has been obsessed with combat since childhood and has some knowledge of various weapons, can grasp some of the subtlety in their duel. While observing, she is also pondering. It seems she had previously provoked Lin Chen, but now it appears he hasn't even used his full strength. If anyone is feeling the most uncomfortable right now, it must be Sima Yan. Setting aside the cannon fodder, among the experts in the class, he seems to be the most embarrassed. Under Qin Ming's hand, he can accept all of this, but what he cannot accept is why Lin Chen is so outstanding. No man in the class is allowed to be better than me. At this moment, the two on stage have been at a standoff for quite a while. Although Lin Chong knows the dangers involved, continuing like this is not a solution. The chief instructor can no longer bear to watch, realizing it's time for him to step in. They can't just drag this out, especially with military training still ahead. He picks up a small stone from the ground and throws it directly between the two. It is this small stone that breaks the balance between them. Truly, a single stone can stir up 1,000 waves. Both of them let out a roar and charged at each other. In an instant, the sound of clashing weapons filled the air. Several times, Qin Ming's dagger was severed by Lin Chen's spear, but Qin Ming quickly conjured another one. Metal-type awakeners are really quite convenient. At this moment, the ground around them is littered with daggers thrown by Qin Ming. This makes Lin Chen feel quite out of place. The metal-type awakening is indeed impressive. If one day he runs out of pocket money, he could just conjure some metal to sell. What a practical skill. Recently, metal prices have been rising sharply. Lin Chen's momentary distraction finally allowed Qin Ming to seize an opportunity, swiftly closing the distance to Lin Chen. Lin Chen also reacted quickly. Seeing Qin Ming had closed in, he hurriedly twisted the spear, splitting it into two sections to block Qin Ming's lethal strike. Qin Ming never expected that Lin Chen's spear could disassemble. Momentarily stunned, Lin Chen quickly seized this opportunity, swinging the short stick in his hand towards Qin Ming. Realizing it was too late to dodge, Qin Ming could only channel his internal energy and rapidly metallize. Clang! Qin Ming decisively retreated, using the force of the counterattack. Lin Chen did not pursue, reassembling his spear. Qin Ming rubbed his lower back. Damn it, what's wrong with these kids? Why are they all targeting my waist? Are they coveting my kidneys? Moreover, it was clear that Lin Chen's strike was much heavier than Wu Jin's kick, and Qin Ming still hadn't recovered from it. As the distance reopened, the two fell into a new round of eye combat. The god of awkwardness descended once more. For a moment, even Lin Chong didn't know how to break this awkwardness. Surely he couldn't just throw another stone. At this moment, Qin Ming's mind was filled with thoughts. This time, it really seems like I'm going to crash. Who can save me? After exchanging glances with Qin Ming for 300 rounds, Lin Chen finally couldn't hold back. Of course, it wasn't that he couldn't hold back from striking, but rather he couldn't hold back from speaking. Coach, I think we are evenly matched. How about we call this match a draw? Qin Ming couldn't wait to end this battle. Alright, since you are a student, there are many methods the instructor cannot appropriately use. Lin Chen couldn't help but smirk. Who isn't? If I could use space abilities, I would completely crush you. I thought this in my heart, but said with my mouth, then I really appreciate the instructor's mercy. If we had gone on a bit longer, the one who would definitely win would be you, instructor. Lin Chen's flattery made Qin Ming feel quite pleased. Although we tied in this competition, as we discussed before, I will suppress my spiritual power. Fighting you Without suppression means that even though it's a tie, you actually won. So, I specifically allow you to skip this military training. Lin Chen. Instructor, you say that, but I still want to hear your teachings. However, I've been feeling a bit unwell these past few days, so, thank you, instructor. Thousands of eyes in the audience were fixed on the two of them exchanging pleasantries, not knowing what to say. However, more gazes were filled with envy directed at Lin Chen. Today, they witnessed just how devilish these instructors could be. Just thinking about having 29 more days of this made their mood instantly sour. Looking at Lin Chen again, sigh, forget it, no need to compare. Since the competition was over, the instructors took their students back to continue training. Qin Ming looked at the new students still standing there. A smile crept onto his face. What are you all standing there for? Don't you need to train? Have you run your 10 laps this afternoon? No. Running, no dinner. A collective wail erupted from the group. They could only obediently go run laps. Qin Ming instantly felt much better. Perhaps he would be even happier without Lin Chen training these kids. Lin Chen waved at the classmates who started running laps. Come on, classmates. The classmates responded enthusiastically. Make sure to raise those middle fingers. Neatly. Lin Chen didn't need military training and suddenly didn't know what to do. Should he go back to the dorm? It seemed like there was nothing to do there, and being here seemed to attract hatred. If he went back to train with them, would they accept him? Did he isolate himself? While Lin Chen was lost in thought, Lin Chong came to sit beside him without disturbing him. Lin Chen realized that the chief instructor was sitting next to him. He quickly greeted Lin Chong. Chief instructor, what brings you here? Lin Chong, Sigma, degree, I've been here all along. How do you want me to respond to that? The northwest wind? He could only forcefully change the subject. Are you interested in going for a ride with me? A ride? Just the two of us? Yes, just the two of us. Lin Chen suddenly thought of something terrifying and looked at Lin Chong in horror. Chief instructor, maybe not. I have things to do. Oh, I was actually planning to take you for a spin. A spin? Riding the storm giant eagle? Hearing Lin Chen's response, Lin Chong was taken aback. Did Qin Ming tell you about the storm giant eagle? No, why? Then how do you know about the storm giant eagle? You shouldn't have studied beastology yet. Well, a senior once told me a lot about spiritual beasts, and the storm giant eagle was one of them. Lin Chong immediately became interested. As the squad leader of the Vermilion Bird team, he had dealt with spiritual beasts for a long time and naturally knew many authorities in this field. I wonder which senior it was. Can you tell me, Lin Chen? His name is Meijiren. I wonder if the chief instructor has heard of him. I haven't heard that name before. Perhaps Mr. Mei is a recluse. From your perspective, how do you see these eagles? Chief instructor, do you want to hear the truth or lies? Lin Chong frowned. Could this kid have seen through the problem? Of course, the truth. Good, then chief instructor, let me first say some things I know, and you can see if I'm right. Lin Chong had the same intention. He didn't dare to listen to everything Lin Chen said, so this was a good opportunity to see how much Lin Chen really understood about the spirit beasts. Looking at the storm giant eagles playing in the distance, Lin Chen paused and slowly began. If I'm not mistaken, these storm giant eagles must have lived in the army since they were young. Right? They were either brought out from the spirit ruins as chicks or they hatched outside. Lin Chong was genuinely shocked. What Lin Chen said was completely true. This was a secret of the Vermilion Bird Squad. How do you know that? Lin Chen shot Lin Chong an annoyed glance. How do I know? I can see it. How can you see it? I can't see it. It's hard to explain. Anyway, I can see it. To be honest, it's really a waste to have the storm giant eagles in your hands. Upon hearing this, Lin Chong immediately got angry. What do you mean? As guardians of Huaxia, how are we unworthy of the storm giant eagles? Seeing Lin Chong get angry, Lin Chen quickly realized. Chief instructor, please calm down. I didn't say there was a problem with you, I said there's a problem with how you raise them. Lin Chang's expression softened a bit, and upon hearing Lin Chen's words, he became excited. But he quickly calmed down. Do you know how to raise storm giant eagles? Who are you trying to fool? Our Vermilion Bird Squad's experts have been studying storm giant eagles for decades. How can a little brat like you know more than us? Lin Chen stared at the squad leader of the Vermilion Bird Squad and said slowly, isn't the size of the storm giant eagles you raise not comparable to those in the spirit ruins? Do you have to regularly go to the spirit ruins to catch chicks and collect eggs? The normal lifespan of a storm giant eagle is 100 years. Don't yours only live about 50 years? And Lin Chen's series of questions left Lin Chong dumbfounded. He knew the answers to these questions, but he had indeed been unable to solve them. The Vermilion Bird Squad had a dedicated research department studying these flying spirit beasts, and over the years they had successfully solved some problems, but many challenges remained unsolved. How do you know so much detail? I can see it. Lin Chong, forget I asked. What I want to know is how you figured it out. Didn't I tell you? These were all taught to me by Senior Meijiren. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Lin Chong fell into deep thought. After a while, he looked at Lin Chen with a serious expression. Lin Chen, I want you to answer me a question seriously. Seeing Lin Chong so serious, Lin Chen didn't dare to be playful anymore. You say it, instructor. Are these problems you mentioned solvable? That should be possible, I guess. Can you get in touch with Senior Mei? Lin Chen, equals? What can I contact him for? Senior Mei is elusive. He always comes to find me. I see. Then you should come with me. Ah, isn't that inappropriate? I still have school. Isn't your military training exempted? Don't worry, I'll talk to the teacher. Saying this, without asking Lin Chen's opinion, he directly took out his phone. Hello, teacher, this is Lin Chong. Can I borrow Lin Chen for a few days? Don't worry, I'll return him in a few days. I won't let him get damaged. Lin Chen trembled beside him. Can it even get damaged? Seeing Lin Chong hang up, Lin Chen weakly asked, can I not go? No, if you don't go, it'll count as an absence from military training, and I don't think you want to be expelled, right? Although Lin Chen knew that Lin Chong was just trying to scare him, he couldn't help but sigh. Men are indeed all liars. With a reluctant expression, Lin Chen was still dragged out by Lin Chong to go for a ride. However, the moment he boarded the 10-meter giant eagle, Lin Chen felt it was worth it. The storm giant eagle flapped its wings and began to ascend slowly, and all of this was perfectly captured in the eyes of the newly trained freshman. Zhang San, struggling to lift his legs, looked speechlessly at Lin Chen, who was slowly taking off. At that moment, he really wanted to give the sky a middle finger. But thinking about how much calories it would take to raise his arm, he decided against it. Who told you to be my brother? Show, you're so impressive. The members of the Zhuke team were also a bit stunned, wondering why the squad leader took Lin Chen away. Was it to let him experience the feeling of flying? Under the gaze of all the freshmen and instructors, Lin Chong took Lin Chen soaring into the sky. Little cutie, head to the Zhuke team's logistics department at full speed. Little cutie? Are you serious, chief instructor? Tell me, what's cute about it? So, how does it feel to fly? Just as Lin Chen was about to respond, a sudden intense feeling of weightlessness hit him as the little cutie began to accelerate. Fortunately, Lin Chong pulled him back, and with the heavy spear in his hands, otherwise, he would have really fallen to the ground like a box. Lin Chen wanted to say something, but the speed was just too fast. All he could manage was a series of woo woo woo. Lin Chong casually plucked a huge feather from the giant eagle and held it in front of them. The storm giant eagle let out a dissatisfied cry. What the hell did I do wrong? Why are you treating me like this? Lin Chong patted the storm giant eagle. Stop messing around. Xiao Chou, what did you just say? I said I didn't expect my first time in the sky would be on an eagle instead of a plane. That sounds bit strange, doesn't it? But thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. Lin Chen had now adapted to the speed of the storm giant eagle and was comfortably enjoying the scenery below. To be honest, the view from up here was quite beautiful. Lin Chong noticed that Lin Chen was still holding onto his spear and couldn't help but show a thoughtful expression. Lin Chen, there are no outsiders here, put away your spear. How do I put it away? Are you going to hold it for me? Lin Chong was a bit taken aback. Did he misjudge the situation? No, he still needed to bluff him a bit. Stop pretending, the teacher has already told me everything. I know you've awakened the space system. Really? Old Lu hasn't even let me tell anyone else. How come you know first? Upon receiving Lin Chen's affirmative answer, Lin Chong was completely stunned. He really was of the space system. No wonder when he competed with Jin Ming, he claimed to be of the beast transformation system but didn't choose to transform. It turns out he wasn't of the beast transformation system at all, but of the space system. It seems everything was arranged by the teacher. Lin Chen was still completely unaware that he had been tricked. You should have said earlier, this spear is really heavy. Okay? I've been holding it for so long. Saying this, he quickly disassembled the spear and stored it in his storage pocket. Lin Chong stared blankly at the disappearing spear. This kid really was of the space system. Truly, may heaven bless Huaxia, another space system has emerged. In a forest more than 100 kilometers from Magic City, a group of fully armed soldiers in camouflage were vigilantly watching their surroundings. Suddenly, a red dot appeared on the previously quiet radar screen. The radar began to beep. An unidentified flying object has entered the warning zone 5 kilometers to the north. Lu Chuan, go investigate quickly. As soon as the words were spoken, a storm giant eagle took to the sky, and soon the voice came through the intercom. Danger averted, it's Captain Lin Chong. Received. Lin Chong waved to Lu Chuan, who was not far away. The two controlled the giant eagle to land. After exchanging military salutes, Lu Chuan finally asked, Captain, why are you back early? Aren't you supposed to be in Magic City with that group of fools? This time, I've brought back a treasure. Lu Chuan had already noticed Lin Chen standing nearby. Could this person be the treasure the captain was talking about? Lin Chong didn't explain much to Lu Chuan. Is your team leader around? Yes, of course, how could she not be? You know our team leader, she's a research fanatic, always holed up in the lab. Recently, it seems she's been stumped by some problem and hasn't left the lab for several days. Upon hearing this, Lin Shen couldn't help but interject, well, hasn't she felt uncomfortable? Not going to the bathroom for so many days? Lu Chuan couldn't help but feel speechless. Is that really your main concern? There's a bathroom in the lab. Oh, I see, my bad. Alright, enough of this useless chatter. Come on, take me to see your team leader. But the team leader said no one is allowed to disturb her. She said even if the King of Heaven came, she wouldn't come out. Lu Chuan, don't be so rigid. I'm telling you, disturbing her this time won't be a problem. She might even praise you. Captain, if you want to go, you go. I'm not going. Last time, a brother disturbed the team leader for an urgent matter and he still hasn't been discharged from the hospital. Lin Chan? Is there really such a thing? How terrifying. If I really go in, I must hide behind the chief. Instructor. Lin Chong looked at Lu Chuan with disappointment. As a soldier, being timid and afraid of trouble won't help you achieve great things. Forget it, I'll take the kid in myself. Under Lu Chuan's lead, the three arrived at the inspection point. The few people responsible for the checks saw Lin Chong and quickly stood up to salute. Lin Chong returned the salute. Xiao Chou, let me introduce you. After all, you might be staying here for a while. He pointed to a spirited young man. This is Daizong, a golden powerhouse who has awakened speed abilities. Lin Chen, the legendary Daizong, nice to meet you. What Zhu team? This is definitely a solid proof of Liang Shan. This is our team strategist. Many operations are planned by him. Before Lin Chong could finish, Lin Chen grabbed the man's hand. I guess this must be the legendary Wise Star, Brother Wu Yong. Lin Chong, _? It seems this kid really thinks of this place as Liang Shan. Kid, don't speak carelessly. This is our chief of staff, Jin Yu Yong, a peak golden beast transformation. Type. Lin Chen, /greater than over equal to less than over equal to, / qua Jin Yu Yong equals really useful. He really is on par with Wu Yong. Then Lin Chong introduced the rest of the group to Lin Chen, not forgetting to introduce Lin Chen to them. The others were quite surprised to learn that Lin Chen was just a freshman from Magic City. They had thought he was a new recruit brought in by the captain. They didn't expect him to be a student. Their curiosity was piqued. They couldn't understand why the captain would bring a freshman to the secret base of the Zhu team. This base was confidential and only those with a certain rank were qualified to know about it. Lin Chong noticed their curiosity and couldn't help but encourage. Do you want to know why I brought this kid here? If you want to know, follow me, and when you see team leader Shun, you'll understand. As soon as they heard the name team leader Shun, everyone took 3 steps back in unison. I suddenly remembered I have a task to carry out. Captain, you go by yourself. Oh, what a coincidence. I have a task too, let's go together. Lin Chong looked at the group speechlessly, a bunch of cowards. Lin Chen, come on, follow me to the logistics base. Seeing the performance of the others, Lin Chen really felt a bit intimidated. What was going on? Why did it feel like going to meet someone was like stepping onto a battlefield? No, this group of people, being the best soldiers of Huaxia, surely wouldn't be afraid of going to battle. So, how terrifying was the person they were about to meet? Forget it, as long as he stayed behind Lin Chong, he should be safe, right? Lin Chong led Lin Chen to the mountainside, looking around to ensure there was nothing unusual. Only then did he press on a protruding rock. Boom boom! The stone walls on both sides actually began to move, and soon a cave entrance appeared before the two. Lin Chen was shocked by the scene in front of him. Did he pick up the wrong script? How did they jump from Liangshan to a tomb of the living dead? As soon as they entered the cave, the stone wall behind them slowly closed on its own. Lights automatically illuminated the tunnel inside the cave. Wow, that startled me. This is quite high-tech. You're not used to seeing this. Come on, there's something even more shocking ahead. The two continued walking forward, and after about 100 meters, Lin Chen felt a sense of clarity. What came into view was a massive base. The entire mountain had been hollowed out. Inside the base, there were many flying spirit beasts, storm giant, eagles, griffins, lightning birds, and many staff members were responsible for feeding and caring for these spirit beasts. Lin Chen stood there in a daze. Lin Chong felt a bit proud. He nudged Lin Chen. Kid, what do you think? Isn't our Zhu team's logistics department spectacular? Lin Chen completely ignored Lin Chong. Before long, he began to talk to himself. This is outrageous, truly outrageous. They even feed the storm giant eagles pork, that's harming them. And the lightning birds too, even though they are birds, they eat meat. Hurry and take that corn cob away. And this griffin? The griffin seems fine. And Lin Chong was left speechless. He couldn't help but show a wry smile. It turned out the clown was actually me. Without saying anything more, he directly pulled Lin Chen towards the edge of the base. There, Lin Chen saw a sealed laboratory. Although it was called a laboratory, it looked more like a fortress. There weren't even any windows. At that moment, the laboratory door was tightly closed. Lin Chong walked up to the laboratory door. Without wasting any words, he knocked on the door with a thud. However, there was no response from inside the laboratory. Lin Chong didn't seem surprised by this outcome at all. As expected, this madman is lost in his own research again. He lifted his foot and kicked the laboratory door. Boom! The laboratory door collapsed immediately. Even with such a loud noise, there was no reaction from the laboratory. Lin Chen hid far away, and only when Lin Chong waved at him did he cautiously walk over. Lin Chen peeked several times at the entrance, and seeing no danger, he dared to enter. The floor of the laboratory was littered with scrap paper, covered in formulas that Lin Chen completely didn't understand. Tools and equipment were scattered everywhere. A woman with hair as messy as a bird's nest was facing away from the two, staring blankly at the data on the computer. Lin Chen didn't understand why everyone said this person was very dangerous, but at least he didn't feel any danger at the moment. However, thinking of what Lu Chuan had said before about team members still in the hospital, he couldn't help but feel a chill. Forget it, safety was the priority. He quietly activated his clairvoyance and saw that the computer screen displayed some parameters, specifically the parameters for hatching fire spirit birds. What? How did Lin Chen know? Because the computer screen had the words fire spirit bird hatching parameters written in big letters. Upon seeing this, Lin Chen frowned. These parameters were wrong, and ridiculously so. Even if such fire spirit birds were hatched, they would definitely be deficient from the start. Lin Chong, however, didn't care about that and patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. The problem we face now is how to wake up Xinxing, who is lost in thought. By the way, I forgot to introduce you. Xinxing, the head of the logistics department's research group, is an awakened Golden 8 demon type. Demon type? Is that still a thing in this world? Of course it is. Its rarity is on par with your space type, and each has its own strengths and weaknesses compared to the other. Lin Chen was genuinely shocked. He knew how rare the space type was and didn't expect there to be something comparable. It seemed he had underestimated the heroes of the world. Let's not talk about that. Waking her up, how hard can it be? Just call her a couple of times and she'll wake up, right? As soon as he said this, Lin Chen realized he was being foolish. The door had been broken down, and she showed no reaction. How could calling her a couple of times possibly wake her? So, how? Did you wake her up before? Either we waited until she figured things out and woke up on her own, or we broke down the door like this and just touched her. It's that simple? You go touch her then. The key issue is this: if we disturb Xinxing while she's deep in thought, she'll go straight into demon mode. In that state, even I wouldn't dare say I could definitely beat her. But you're a platinum instructor. You can't beat a golden 8? And you're a silver. Didn't Qin Ming still manage to deal with you? Lin Chen, Sigma, that makes a lot of sense. I can't even argue against it. Forget it, you go out first. At worst, I'll just take a beating. For Zuke, I'm willing to risk it. Lin Chen obediently ran to the door, but out of curiosity, he still poked his head out. He saw Lin Chong looking extremely conflicted, cautiously approaching Xinxing, and finally mustering the courage to gently tap her on the back. It was this gentle tap that made Xinxing move. She quickly pulled out two QSG-92s strapped to her thigh and began firing wildly at Lin Chong, quickly emptying all 30 rounds. Lin Chong seemed to have anticipated this, dodging all the bullets like Neo, with bullets flying everywhere, one even grazing Lin Chen's scalp as it shot out of the room. Lin Chen, Sigma, degree, whoa. That was close. Sneaking a peek is so dangerous. Should I keep watching? It seems the bullets are all gone. It should be safe now, right? I'm still very curious about what the demon type is. As if to satisfy Lin Chen's curiosity, strange runes began to appear on Xinxing's body, her pupils rapidly changing from deep brown to dark green, and her nails becoming sharp and elongated. Her messy hair straightened out. Wow! This demon type looks incredibly cool. I give this style a 99 out of 100. The 1 point off is because that hedgehog hairstyle is just too out of place, right? So punk, isn't it? Xinxing let out a roar and swiftly lunged at Lin Chong. Her claws swung out like phantoms. At the same time, Lin Chen finally understood what type Lin Chong was. Spirit technique Earth Wall. Xinxing's claws slashed and the Earth Wall was torn apart in an instant. A platinum-level warrior's Earth Wall was broken so quickly. Lin Chong felt a bit helpless. It seemed this girl had gotten stronger again. She must have broken through to Golden 9. You say you're researching this and that every day, yet your level is still rising so fast. It seems today I'm destined to take a beating to calm Xinxing down. Stone Skin Technique. Spirit Technique, as solid as rock. Spirit Technique, Blessing of the Earth. Lin Chong immediately cast 3 layers of defense on himself, clearly very wary of Xinxing. The attack power of the demon type was indeed formidable. Even Lin Chang's absurd defense was being pushed back by Xinxing. Damn it, after all the calculations, I never expected this little girl to break through in her attack power to increase so much. Kid, think of a way quickly. I feel like I can't hold on much longer. Lin Chen, Chief Instructor, are you serious? You, a platinum, can't handle it. What can I, a silver trash, do? Should I go call for reinforcements? No need. I feel like I can hold on a bit longer. Spirit Technique Earth Wave. Just kidding, I wanted to pull someone over to share the damage, but if Lin Chen went to call for help now, those people would definitely come. over to laugh at me. After Lin Chong released the earth wave, the ground actually began to ripple like water. Xin Xing was also pushed back a distance. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Chong hurriedly put on 3 layers of defense for himself. Lin Chen watched from the side with great interest. The attack power of this demon type is simply outrageous. It's definitely a nemesis for mages. I just don't know how the defense holds up. I really want to verify it. Chief Instructor, why aren't you attacking? You don't understand anything. If I attack, it will only prolong this girl's demonization. As long as we don't attack her, she will naturally stop after venting for a while. So that's how it is. I've learned something. The battle between Shen Xing and Lin Chong had been going on for 10 minutes. Yet Xin Xing still showed no signs of lifting her demonization. Lin Chong felt like he was about to cry. He remembered the last time he woke Xin Xing up, it only lasted 8 minutes. Why is it now 10 minutes and she's still so lively? If this continues, I won't be able to hold on much longer. Xiao Qiu, if she's still in demonization after 2 more minutes, you go get me some reinforcements. What's there to be afraid of being laughed at? By then, I really won't be able to hold on. Lin Chen gave Lin Chong an okay gesture. Soon, 2 minutes passed, and Shen Xing was still in her demonized state. Just as Lin Chen was about to call for help, he suddenly thought of something. He shouted in the arena, I know how to properly hatch a fire spirit bird. Upon hearing this, Shen Xing froze, her sharp claws stopping midair. The emerald green in her eyes began to dissipate rapidly, returning to a deep brown. The runes on her body also started to slowly fade, her sharp nails retracted, and most importantly, that punk hairstyle returned to a messy look. Only then did Lin Chen see Shen Xing's appearance clearly. Although a bit disheveled, she was still recognizable. As a beauty, and with those deep blue glasses, there was an indescribable charm. Really? Really? I've been studying for so long, but I still can't hatch the fire spirit bird's egg. I've always been puzzled about where the problem lies. As soon as Shen Xing regained her senses, she directly asked this question that had troubled her for a long time. Lin Chong was stunned by Lin Chen's display. It could be done this way? If he had known this could wake Shen Xing, he wouldn't have been a target so many times. He hurriedly took out his notebook and started frantically jotting down notes. At this moment, Shen Xing also noticed Lin Chong beside her. Oh, Captain, is it you again who came to wake me? I wonder what urgent matter it is this time? I'm telling you, Shen Xing, why don't you stop researching for a while? Once you reach platinum, you'll be able to control your demonization. I'm starting to feel like I can't hold on. How is that possible? Life doesn't stop, and neither does research. I knew you'd be like this. I'm not bringing you a spirit beast expert? Shen Xing's eyes lit up and she began to search around. Soon, she spotted Lin Chen nearby, but she didn't take it seriously and continued searching. Captain, don't joke with me. When I go on a rampage, even I'm scared. Lin Chong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and pulled Lin Chen, who was watching the show, over. This is the spirit beast expert I found for you. Shen Xing glanced at Lin Chen, a hint of disdain on her face. Him? He hasn't even grown all his hair yet? An expert? Pfft. Lin Chen, degree? Degree? Ha, you can look down on me, but you can't insult me. If it weren't for the chief instructor being here, I'd drop my pants. To show you, the parameters for the fire spirit bird are wrong. First, the incubation temperature is too low. As a fire-type spirit beast, the fire spirit bird has a high fire resistance. Sometimes, the mother fire spirit bird even breathes fire. To speed up the hatching process, so the temperature needs to be set to 500 degrees. Then, the hatching of the fire spirit bird requires spiritual energy, so you need to place some spirit pearls around the egg. The level doesn't matter, bronze level is fine. The fire spirit bird will absorb the spiritual energy from the pearls on its own. And I don't know what you were thinking, wanting to hatch it in a vacuum. Aren't you afraid the egg will suffocate? Shen Xing didn't expect Lin Chen to be so articulate, leaving her somewhat speechless. But we've observed the mother fire spirit bird hatching eggs and have seen it breathe fire on the eggs, yet we've never seen the mother place spirit pearls around the eggs. Have you been to the spirit ruins? Of course. How could I observe if I hadn't been to the spirit ruins? Then what's the biggest difference between the spirit ruins and reality? Lin Chen's words struck Shen Xing like a wake-up call. Suddenly, she understood that the higher the level of the spirit ruins, the more abundant the spiritual energy. In the spirit ruins, the bird egg would absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, while in reality, the energy isn't as rich. Why didn't I think of that? Lost in thought, Shen Xing began to space out again. Seeing Shen Xing zoning out once more, Lin Chen quickly retreated 100 meters. Chief Instructor? She isn't going to enter that state again, is she? Lin Chong was also uncertain. Who knew if this girl would play by the rules? To be safe, Lin Chong also slowly moved to Lin Chen's position. Fortunately, Shen Xing didn't think for too long and soon came back to her senses. Looking at the two people 100 meters away, she couldn't help but feel speechless. Why are you so far away from me? Lin Chen, don't you have any idea? But even if I'm in a meditative state, as long as you don't touch me, it's fine. Why run so far? Lin Chang's face turned red. It was all Lin Chen's fault for making him forget about that. Lin Chen also realized, right, as long as they didn't touch her, it was fine. How careless. And did you really call that state meditative? Do you have some misunderstanding about meditation? Little one, come. Here, let's do an experiment. If you really manage to hatch the fire spirit bird, I'll admit your hair has grown in. Lin Chen felt he really couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed Lin Chong. Chief instructor, don't pull me. I have to teach her a lesson. Don't pull me. Lin Chong quickly let go, instinctively retreating 2 steps. Chief instructor, you're just going to let go like that? There's a kind of love called letting go, sacrificing for love to last forever. You sing really badly. Xin Xing didn't care about that. She grabbed Lin Chen. Come on, I can't wait to see if your hair has grown in. Lin Chen, this isn't a kindergarten bus. I want to get off. But Xin Xing didn't care, dragging Lin Chen to the experiment. Team leader Xin, the egg can be hatched any time, but there are more important matters to deal with right now. More important matters? What could be more important than the birth of new life? Of course, it's about saving lives. Saving lives? What? Is your family kidnapped? Call 110, it won't affect us creating life. Talking to you like this really makes it easy to get punched. If I could beat you, I would have done it already. I'm talking about saving the spirit beasts here. What's wrong with the spirit beasts here? Aren't they living just fine? Living fine? Haven't you noticed the problems among them? Many spirit beasts here are equivalent to chronic suicide. Enough talk, come with me. Leading Xin Xing to the center of the base, he looked at the busy staff. Lin Chen made a trumpet shape with his hands. Everyone stop what you're doing and gather at the center of the base. A few people around looked at Lin Chen in confusion, then continued with their work. Lin Chen, asterisk, feeling somewhat offended. Xin Xing looked at Lin Chen as if he were a fool. He's really just a kid. Xin Xing quietly walked to the nearby broadcasting room. She picked up the microphone. Attention everyone. Attention everyone. Unless absolutely necessary, all other staff members immediately stop what they're doing and gather at the center of the base. She was also quite curious about what Lin Chen was up to. This time, all the staff stopped their work. Except for a few who stayed behind to watch the spirit beasts, everyone else quickly gathered. They stood in neat rows, quite self-aware. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. With such soldiers, how could the country not be strong? Xin Xing also came out of the broadcasting room. When everyone saw Xin Xing, their eyes lit up. Especially the staff, who were almost dying of anxiety, had a pile of things waiting to report to her. She pointed at Lin Chen. Everyone, at ease. The reason I called you all here is that this young friend has something to say to everyone. Everyone looked at Lin Chen with curiosity, but no one voiced any doubts. They stood quietly, waiting for Lin Chen to speak. Lin Chen felt a rare shyness. It was his first time speaking in front of so many soldiers, giving him a sense of being a superior. Hello everyone, I am Lin Chen. I would like to offer some suggestions. I just took a look and there are many mistakes in your work. Lin Chen's words immediately caused an uproar among the staff below. Who do you think you are? Each of us has been working in our positions for many years. What gives you, a kid who hasn't even grown out of his baby fat, the right to be so arrogant? Lin Chen knew that if he didn't do something, he would never gain their trust. Everyone, quiet down. I know you won't believe me just by talking, so I will demonstrate through practice to help you recognize your mistakes. However, Lin Chen's words were completely ignored by the group of staff. Lin Chong couldn't stand it any longer. Quiet. What kind of disorder is this? As soon as the squad leader spoke, the group immediately quieted down. I know you don't believe me. Next, I need a storm giant eagle. I believe the facts will prove my point. Is there anyone willing to let me experiment with the storm giant eagle? The scene fell into a deathly silence. These people regarded the storm giant eagle as their partner. Who would let their partner become a test subject? Seeing that no one answered, Lin Chen felt a bit anxious. Don't worry, it won't cause them any harm. In fact, it will be beneficial for them. But still, no one responded. Lin Chong couldn't take it anymore. You guys are completely disrespecting him. This is someone I brought here. Not giving him face is not giving me face. I'll do it. Open the mountain gate and let the little cutie in. Squad leader, think twice. The little cutie has just reached the peak of gold. If anything happens, none of us can take responsibility. Yeah. Stop talking nonsense, open the mountain gate. Seeing that they couldn't argue against Lin Chong, everyone had no choice but to open the mountain gate. Lin Chen finally understood what the mountain gate was. It sounded quite imposing, but it was indeed the mountain gate. The mountain wall in the opposite direction of where Lin Chen and the others entered slowly retracted, revealing an opening 20 meters high. Isn't this the mountain gate? Just now, Lin Chen was curious about how these spirit beasts got in. Now he finally knew the answer. Lin Chong had already called Lu Chuan. Before long, the little cutie flew into the base with Lu Chuan. Seeing that the little cutie had arrived, Lin Chen looked at Lin Chong and said seriously, Chief Instructor, since you choose to trust me, I will definitely not let you down. He also glanced at Xin Xing. I need an awakened healer, alcohol, anesthetics, and a scalpel. Although Xin Xing was full of questions, he complied, wanting to see what this kid was up to. Soon, everything Lin Chen needed was prepared. Lin Chen took a deep breath. It was time to showcase his true skills. At that moment, the little cutie was lowering its head, interacting intimately with Lin Chen. Lin Chen slowly walked over, gently stroking a small bump on the little cutie's head. The little cutie comfortably squinted its eyes. Little cutie, be good, now slowly lie down. Lin Chen wanted to see Lin Chen make a fool of himself. The little cutie usually only listened to him, and even with other familiar people, it would only give them a ride at most. How could the little cutie listen to such unreasonable demands from Lin Chen? Then, to Lin Cheng's astonishment, the little cutie slowly lay down. Its nearly 10-meter-long body gradually settled, and many people hurriedly made space. Lin Chen, equals? Are you slapping me in the face, huh? Little cutie, what's wrong? Don't you want daddy so soon? Lin Chen walked to the little cutie's head, gently stroking its bump. It might hurt a little next, just bear with it. The little cutie let out a soft cry, surprisingly responding. Lin Chen was almost in tears. Little cutie, why? He's just a stranger you've known for half a day. Have you thought about daddy's feelings with such intimacy? At this moment, Lin Chen, accompanied by the medical staff from the logistics department, slowly climbed onto the little cutie's belly. They looked around and finally stopped at the highest point of the little cutie's belly. Anesthetic. The medical staff skillfully handed over a 1-meter-long syringe. Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel, as expected of the medical staff responsible for spirit beasts, such a large syringe was rare. Skillfully administering the anesthetic to the little cutie, it was time to showcase his medical expertise. The anesthetic was taking effect, and the little cutie was becoming a bit dazed. Boiling water. Medical staff? I said boiling water. There's no boiling water. Didn't you go look for it? Forget it. Everyone below, listen up. Metal types, get me a big pot. Water types, fill it with water. Fire types, boil the water. Hurry. Everyone, Sigma, are you planning to cook the little cutie? One by one, they looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen gritted his teeth. What are you looking at me for? Just do it. Soon, a large pot of water was boiling, brought up by the plant type awakened with vines. Lin Chen drew a large circle on the little cutie's belly. Pour the boiling water in this circle. Everyone looked at Lin Chen again. Lin Chen's eyes were bloodshot. Pour. The moment the boiling water was poured, a savory meat aroma wafted through the air. A few people couldn't help but swallow. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and pluck all the hair here. Otherwise, it'll cool down, and we'll have to pour boiling water again. Saying this, he took the lead in starting to pluck. Seeing this, the others followed suit. With many hands, a hairless area with a radius of 1 meter quickly appeared on the little cutie's snowy white belly. Scalpel. The medical staff handed over a golden ring knife. Lin Chen, are you sure you're not joking with me? I want a scalpel. But we usually use this for surgeries on large spirit beasts. Lin Chen, what did these spirit beasts do wrong to deserve this? Do you have a regular scalpel? Yes. Then why aren't you bringing it up? Alright. He quickly handed Lin Chen a scalpel. Lin Chen swiftly drew a circle on the hairless area with the scalpel and then tore the skin off. Even so, the little cutie surprisingly did not bleed at all. Lin Chen was almost unable to hold himself back from rushing over to stop Lin Chen. Seeing that the little cutie was not bleeding, he couldn't help but be taken aback. After tearing off the skin, there was a large mass of fat underneath. Lin Chen was not the least bit surprised. He had originally planned to perform liposuction on the little cutie. However, in the current environment he could only use this rough method. He looked at the scalpel in his hand and then at the huge mass of fat. Why are you just standing there? Bring me my golden ring knife. The medical staff silently handed over the large knife. Once he had the golden ring knife, Lin Chen began to deal with the large chunk of fat continuously, removing the fat and tossing it onto the ground, soon creating a mountain of fat. After handling the larger fat, Lin Chen switched back to the small scalpel to clean up the smaller bits of fat. Once everything was dealt with, he finally saw bright red blood starting to flow out. Lin Chen looked at the medical staff and they looked back at him. What the hell are you all staring at me for? Use your recovery skills. If you don't hurry, the little cutie is really going to die. Only then did the group of medical staff react, frantically throwing recovery skills at the little cutie. With so much treatment, the little cutie's wounds quickly healed and even the eagle skin began to regrow. However, the area still looked bare. The originally snow-white fluff would have to grow back on its own slowly. At this moment, Lin Chen was the first to jump off the little cutie's belly and walked over to the nearby sink, calmly starting to wash the fat off his hands, not forgetting to shout at Lin Chen, Chief Instructor, do you have any soap? I can't get this grease off without soap. At this point, Lin Chen had no mood to deal with this guy. His entire focus was on the little cutie. Don't worry, the little cutie will be fine. Once the anesthesia wears off, it will be okay. To his surprise, there was indeed a thoughtful staff member who brought over soap. Lin Chen washed his hands clean and then slowly walked over to Xin Xing, looked at Lin Chen and asked in confusion, why do you need to remove the little cutie's fat? Because the storm giant eagle doesn't need so much fat. You should have plenty of storm giant eagles, right? Haven't any eagle babies been born yet? He pointed at the pile of fat. This is the culprit. As long as we solve this problem, the storm giant eagle's strength will greatly increase and it can naturally give birth to new life, so you won't have to risk your lives to go to the spirit ruins to collect bird eggs. Then, why does the storm giant eagle have so much fat? You're asking me? Isn't it because you've been feeding them pork? Next time, remember to feed them beef and lamb. Although those also have fat, they can digest it themselves. But beef and lamb are so expensive, much more than pork. While what you say makes sense, these are strategic resources, why worry about a little money? You really don't know how precious resources are until you're in charge. Let's wait and see how the little cutie does. If there's no effect, just wait and see how I deal with you. Xing silently took out her phone and checked her message notifications, which showed the total funds of the ZUK team. As the head of the logistics department and a researcher for the ZUK team, she held the financial power of the team in her hands. Lin Chen curiously looked over as well. He was immediately stunned by the number on the screen. Account balance 755187562. Lin Chen counted carefully, it was indeed a 9-digit number. The last time he saw such a large number was in his QQ account. However, thinking about it, with so many people in the ZUK team and so many spirit beasts, this money didn't seem like too much after all. On the other side, the anesthetic effect on the little cutie had begun to fade. The little cutie groggily opened her eyes and looked at Lin Chen beside her, instinctively nudging her head against him. Seeing that the little cutie was fine, Lin Chen let out a long sigh of relief. As the effects of the anesthetic slowly wore off, the little cutie gradually stood up. Upon standing, she had to lift her head, and lifting her head meant seeing her belly, which revealed a ring of bare skin. The little cutie was stunned. Where did my silky, snow-like fur go? This is really ugly. The little cutie is no longer cute. With a cry of despair, a surge of violent energy erupted from the little cutie. She felt a rush of power coursing through her, a feeling that demanded to be expressed. The little cutie's cries became high-pitched and resonant, forcing the surrounding staff to cover their ears, and some with lower cultivation levels were even pushed back a few steps. Lin Chen looked at the little cutie in surprise. This aura was too familiar to him. It was the aura of the little cutie breaking through to platinum. It turned out that the little cutie, whose body had already reached 10 meters, was beginning a second growth spurt, her size directly increasing to 15 meters. The little cutie was clearly excited, letting out a series of calls directed at Lin Chen. Lin Chen could feel her excitement, but he really didn't understand bird language. Chief Instructor, the little one wants to take you for a flight. Before Lin Chen could react to Lin Chen's words, the little cutie had already started nodding in a very human-like manner. Xing equals? Can someone tell me how he understood that? I'm starting to believe you are the legendary spirit beast expert. Lin Chen didn't care about that anymore and directly leaped onto the little cutie's back. With the mountain gate rising again, they shot straight into the sky. Lu Chuan looked up at the sky in disbelief. Isn't anyone going to give me a ride? At this moment, all the staff looked at Lin Chen with different eyes. After a bit of commotion, the little cutie had leveled up. Ahem, can everyone believe me now? I'd like to point out some mistakes, and I hope everyone can correct them in a timely manner. As long as you follow my instructions, I believe the combat power of the ZUK team will definitely improve. A staff member raised their hand. Lin Chen was overjoyed. He had been scolded at school in the morning, and now it felt like the tables had turned in the afternoon. He quickly pointed. Speak. Please wait a moment, I'll go get some paper and a pen. Yes, we need to go too. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Alright, go get them. And you can just call me by my name, no need for honorifics, I can't handle that. Everyone was too eager to care about that, each one quickly rushing to grab their notebooks. Soon, everyone returned, their eyes eagerly fixed on Lin Chen. Even Xing had brought paper and a pen. First, I want to say that the storm giant eagle must never be fed pork again. Of course, we can't waste the pork, it can be used to feed the lightning bird. The lightning bird is an omnivorous spirit beast. When I arrived, I saw someone feeding the lightning bird corn cobs. While a mix of meat and vegetables doubles the nutrition, this doesn't apply to the lightning bird. It prefers meat, which is better for enhancing its speed and explosive power. Lin Chen spoke earnestly, and the logistics team took careful notes, with people occasionally raising their hands to ask questions, to which Lin Chen responded one by one. Xing's eyes sparkled, although Lin Chen's explanations seemed simple. If they had to figure it out on their own, it would take an unknown amount of time. At that moment, a thought suddenly arose in Xing's mind, one that couldn't be suppressed, and it seemed she would need to have a private talk with Lin Chen later. Lin Chen spoke for half a day, and he was only discussing the flying spirit beasts he had seen. Even so, everyone felt they had gained a lot. By the time everyone reacted, it was already evening. Lin Chen's stomach began to rebel. That's all for today, I'll be here for a while, and if I have time, I'll share more with you all. Xing looked at Lin Chen with a puzzled expression. You were doing so well, why stop? Aren't you hungry? Hungry? I rarely feel hungry, maybe it's a side effect of the demon system. I call it fasting. Lin Chen, Sigma, degree, you call that a side effect? That's amazing. It means your body's energy consumption is very low. I want that kind of side effect too. Well, never mind, let's keep such a happy thing for later. Besides, with names like Meditation and fasting. Are you trying to cultivate immortality or convert to Buddhism? You're not hungry, but we are. I forgot, you are just mortals. Come on, I'll take you to the cafeteria. Upon hearing that, today's lecture was over, the logistics staff felt their stomachs rumbling and hurried towards the cafeteria. Oh no, I'm starving. I've never listened so attentively in class before. Who hasn't? But Brother Lin's lecture was so good, I deeply realized the mistakes we made before. I will definitely cook well to make up for past errors. Hey, old Wang, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be in the kitchen? And you, old Li, old Zhao, you're all here. Who's cooking dinner today? What's the rush? Aren't we just about to cook for you, everyone? So it turns out dinner hasn't even been made yet. When Shen Xing brought Lin Chen to the cafeteria, Lin Chen froze in place. The entire cafeteria was empty, not even the lights were on. Is the cafeteria closed? Sigh, never mind, there are still plenty of snacks in my storage pocket, I'll just sneak some later. Just as he was about to turn back, he noticed a horde of hungry people marching over. Lin Chen realized, right, this group had been listening to his lecture and hadn't eaten. The cafeteria couldn't possibly be closed now. But why was it completely empty? At that moment, old Wang walked over and grasped Lin Chen's hand. Teacher Cho, I'm the head chef Wang Ji here. The knowledge you shared is incredibly important to us. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Lin Chen, degree? Ha, so the reason there was no food was because of him. Just make something simple, everyone is hungry. Alright, Teacher Chiu is straightforward, I'll get right on it. A group of cafeteria staff hurried to help and soon the air was filled with delicious aromas. Before long, Wang Ji brought over 2 plates of fragrant fried rice and placed them directly in front of Lin Chen and Xin Xing. Thanks for your hard work, Wang Gu. You all go back to what you were doing. Sure thing, Teacher Chiu, just let me know if you need anything. Wang Gu, please don't put me on a pedestal, just call me by my name from now on. If that's too formal, you can call me brother. I really can't handle being called teacher. Alright, brother, enough chit-chat. There are so many mouths waiting to eat. I'll get back to work. After Wang Ji left, Lin Chen was really hungry and quickly finished the fried rice. Brother Wang had added a lot of beef. What a generous guy. Shen Xing watched Lin Chen curiously. Seeing his expression of wanting more, she pushed her fried rice over to him. Lin Chen was a bit surprised. Aren't you eating? It tastes good. I'm not hungry, I ate yesterday. Lin Chen? Is that even a human thing to say? Lin Chen didn't hold back and quickly finished Xin Xing's portion as well. Are you full now? Lin Chen contentedly burped and patted his belly. I'm full. Then let's go do the experiment. I can't wait to see the birth of new life. I say, big sister, I've been busy all day. I need to rest. By the way, aren't you tired? I'm not tired. I only sleep once every few days, the rest of the time I'm researching. Sleeping is just too much of a waste of time. Is this also a side effect of the demon system? What do you call this? I call it staying up for the new year. Lin Chen. Ha, that name is quite vivid, much better than meditation and fasting. Really? So can we go do the experiment now? How about this, since I've already told you how to hatch the egg, you can do it yourself while I go sleep. I'm really tired, just call me when the egg hatches. Xin Xing thought for a moment, and indeed, since she knew the method, why should she drag him along? With that thought, Xin Xing didn't even say goodbye and went straight to hatch the fire spirit bird. Lin Chen was left stunned. I said the chief instructor has been out walking the bird all day and hasn't come back yet, and now Xin Xing has run off to research. By the way, where am I supposed to stay? Is there no one to host me? In the end, he had no choice but to find Wang Ji. Brother Wang, I've been abandoned. Where am I supposed to sleep tonight? Didn't the squad leader arrange anything for you? Don't mention it, he still hasn't come back. Wang Ji frowned slightly. He might have encountered some emergency. How about this? I'll have old Zhao take you to the lounge. You must be tired. Lin Chen, asterisk. Finally, I've met someone who understands. I'm about to collapse. Under old Zhao's guidance, Lin Chen finally arrived at the lounge. The lounge was very clean and tidy. After a quick wash, Lin Chen lay down on the bed. He fell asleep quickly. Just as he was sleeping soundly, Lin Chen felt someone pushing him. He groggily opened his eyes and saw Xin Xing staring at him eagerly. Lin Chen felt himself instantly awake. Oh my, big sister, don't you know that scaring someone can kill them? He took out his phone to check the time. It was 4:30 a.m. What time is it? Can't this wait until tomorrow? The fire spirit bird has hatched. Didn't you say you'd come find me once it hatched? Is this the right time to talk about that? My door is locked. How did you get in? Xin Xing raised the key in her hand. Lin Chen, boys must protect themselves when out, otherwise, who knows what might happen. You just said the fire spirit bird has hatched? Even if the parameters are correct, it shouldn't be this fast. I used a golden level spirit pearl. Lin Chen, Sigma, degree, what a wasteful girl. I haven't even seen a golden level spirit pearl yet, and you just used it so casually? But now that it has come to this, what else could Lin Chen say? No matter how much he complained, that golden level spirit pearl wouldn't come back. If it has hatched, then it has hatched. No need to come over so early. I didn't come for that. I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Hurry up, I still need to catch up on sleep. I might be able to continue the dream I was having. I want to take you as my master and ask you to teach me about spirit beasts. Is that appropriate? I'm still just a student. So what if you're a student? A master is defined by their skills. Lin Chen thought for a moment it wouldn't be bad to take on a demon system disciple. It would be quite impressive to say. Then I will reluctantly accept you. As soon as he finished speaking, Xing directly knelt on the ground and gave Lin Chen 3 loud bows. Master, please accept your disciple's 3 bows. Lin Chen, equals? Get up quickly, what era is this? Why are you still bowing like this? I really wanted to help Xing up, but after thinking it over, I stopped myself. I was only wearing a pair of shorts. After knocking his head, Xing stood up. He took out a disposable cup and filled it with water. Master, please have some tea. Lin Chen hurriedly took it and took a sip. Is that enough? You can go out now. Master, you should teach me about spirit beasts now. It's the middle of the night. I need to rest. How can I teach you properly if I don't get a good rest? After a lot of persuasion, Xing was finally coaxed away. Xing turned back 3 times as he left, muttering continuously, sleeping is such a waste of time, isn't it better to get up and do research? After Xing left, Lin Chen went back to sleep. Unfortunately, he couldn't pick up where he left off in his beautiful dream. Early the next morning, he was awakened by the shouting outside. Clearly, the members of the Vermilion Bird team had already started their training. It was impossible to continue sleeping, so he had to get up. Just as he was about to take clothes from his storage pocket, he found a military uniform by the bedside. He had no idea who had brought it while he was sound asleep. By the way, do you all have keys to this room? The Vermilion Bird team's uniform was a fiery red, very handsome. Just yesterday, Lin Chen had thought about getting a set to wear, and unexpectedly, it arrived today. Putting on the Vermilion Bird team uniform and looking in the mirror, he had to admit he looked quite dashing. Unfortunately, there were no military ranks. Just as he stepped out the door, he saw Xing standing at his door, dazed. Danger! Danger! Tentatively, he called out, Team Leader Shen? No response. Lin Chen broke out in a cold sweat. Oh no, the little cutie took Lin Chen out to have fun and hasn't come back yet. Without this meat shield, who could withstand the demon-type Xing? Meanwhile, several staff members around were keeping their distance. The incubation of the firebird requires a special environment, with salt water covering it. Xing showed no reaction. The feeding of the lark heron requires a special mineral which helps them digest better. Xing's eyes remained vacant. Lin Chen, oh my gosh. This isn't working, and I can't wake him up. Finally, he tried asking, Good disciple, your master is here. Xing's vacant gaze quickly became clear, and he brightened up upon seeing Lin Chen. Master, you're awake. Can you teach me today's knowledge? I can, but I'm a bit curious about what you were thinking just now. Just now, I was thinking about when you would teach me about spirit beasts. Lin Chen, as expected, he can space out about anything, and if it's not the right topic, I can't wake him up. Being your master is really too hard. Team Leader Shen, I have a suggestion for you. Master, go ahead, and please don't call me Team Leader Shen, just call me disciple or apprentice. That wouldn't be good. You need to maintain some dignity outside. What's wrong with that? Once a teacher, always a father. If you have knowledge to teach me, you are my master. Lin Chen, how did this conversation get so absurd? I can't possibly have such a big daughter. I think I'll just call you by your name from now on. When you're thinking about something, write down your questions on paper first so it's easier for everyone to wake you up. Got it, master, I will. Now can you teach me about spirit beasts? I can, but I don't know how to teach you. Why? Don't you ask me questions and I'll answer? Okay, master, we once obtained an icebird egg but have never been able to hatch it. Here are my research data. Can you see where the problem lies? As he spoke, he handed his notebook to Lin Chen, who looked over the data. There aren't any major issues. The main problem is the temperature. The icebird doesn't need to be incubated with heat, just lower the temperature. Xing instantly understood, feeling a sense of enlightenment. Then why? Xing's questions were answered one by Lin Chen, and Xing felt a bit frustrated that she had too few hands to remember everything. For an entire morning, Xing completely became Lin Chen's shadow, following him wherever he went. She followed him during meals, while walking, and even to the restroom. If Lin Chen hadn't stopped her, she probably would have followed him inside. In the afternoon, Xing wanted to ask more questions, but Lin Chen stopped her. Xing, there are many things I can't just explain to you, you need time to digest them. You can go experiment a bit, it will be easier to absorb that way. Xing thought this made sense, so she left Lin Chen to go experiment. Lin Chen was relieved, thinking he could finally relax. But then, he was surrounded by a group of staff members. They had been wanting to find Lin Chen for a long time, but they didn't dare disturb him while Xing was around. Now that Xing had finally left, they all rushed over. Teacher Lin Chen, our storm eagle hasn't had its fat removed yet. We urgently need you to perform the surgery. Lin Chen, asterisk? I'm just a tool for them. Go call all the medical staff over, and bring a storm eagle with you. Teaching someone to fish is better than just giving them fish. I can't do all the work for every storm eagle. Before long, all the medical staff were gathered, along with a 5-meter-sized storm eagle. This time I'll show you the correct surgical method, and after this, you can do it yourselves. It's not difficult. I won't go over the anesthesia part. The key is to find the fat accumulation points on the storm eagle. A group of people listened intently, afraid of missing any details, and one even started recording, worried about missing every single point. After performing the surgery on this storm eagle, it made a small breakthrough in level, which excited its owner greatly. However, the UK team now had another bald-bellied eagle. Next was the next one. This time Lin Chen didn't take action but guided from the side, and the medical staff from the UK team completed the task very well. Seeing their success, Lin Chen didn't interfere anymore. They could handle this task on their own now. Just when he thought he could take a break, he was surrounded by the trainers of the lightning bird. After finally resolving their questions, the vulture team slowly approached. It seemed he wouldn't get any rest, since he was already prepared to be a tool, so be it. He was busy until nightfall, and after dinner, he collapsed onto the bed. The next morning, Xing was already waiting at the door, with a note beside her. I can't understand why we can't keep the red-tailed duck alive. It eats well and drinks well, so why does it want to commit suicide? Lin Chen really wanted to leave Xing here and rest well, but to avoid her holding a grudge later, he woke her up. Because it's in heat, if you catch another blue-tailed duck, it won't commit suicide. Upon receiving the answer, Xing immediately became alert. She pulled Lin Chen to start asking this and that, and Lin Chen really wanted to ask Xing, why do you have 100,000 questions? In the afternoon, Lin Chen had planned to rest but was once again pulled by the staff to give a lecture. For the next few days, Lin Chen lived this kind of life, feeling increasingly haggard. However, it wasn't without its benefits. His prestige in the logistics department of the UK team had reached its peak. No matter who saw him, they treated him with great respect, which made Lin Chen feel quite uncomfortable. Of course, Lin Chen didn't forget to awaken his skills every day, and all the skills he awakened were E-level. Lin Chen didn't think much of it. He had encountered this kind of situation before. Maybe his luck had just been poor lately. This kind of life continued for another 2 days. What puzzled Lin Chen was why, after nearly 10 days, he still hadn't seen Lin Chong return. He had asked others in between, but no one knew where Lin Chong had gone. On this day, Lin Chen was scheduled to give a lecture as usual when a piercing alarm suddenly rang out across the UK team's logistics base. The people who had been ready to listen to Lin Chen quickly lined up. To Lin Chen's surprise, even Xing, who had gone to verify the knowledge learned in the morning, was present. This girl was usually unmovable when conducting experiments. Everyone stood in perfect order, except for Lin Chen, who stood there foolishly. Wang Ji waved at Lin Chen. Lin Chen hurried over. Brother Wang, what's going on? I don't know, but since the base alarm has sounded, it means something big is about to happen. Just then, a tall and imposing man entered through the base's entrance. He was robust and muscular, with arms bulging like a bull, his short hair standing upright, a broad forehead, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a high nose, and prominent lips. Lin Chen curiously looked at this man and couldn't help but ask Wang Ji. Brother Wang, who is this? Our UK team's captain, the Diamond 8-star beast transformation expert, Chao Gai. Lin Chen, Sigma, degree? Brother Wang, does your UK team have someone named Song Jian? If so, I suggest you make him a special case. Otherwise, the UK team will eventually be finished. I know what you're thinking, don't worry, our team doesn't have Song Jiang. Shoo, don't talk. At this moment, Chao Gai had already walked to the front of the stage, saw that everyone had gathered, and nodded. I am announcing an urgent message. A few days ago, Captain Lin accidentally discovered a transnational crime gang appearing within our borders with unclear intentions. After several days of tracking, Captain Lin finally found their lair. As I and other team members have important tasks, it is difficult to split up, so we need to draw 10 team members from the logistics department to support Captain Lin. Their cultivation must not be lower than the peak of gold. This mission is very dangerous. Is there anyone willing to go? In an instant, over 100 hands shot up, with almost all those at the peak gold level and above raising their hands. Good, as expected of my soldiers. By the way, Lin Chong specifically sent a message saying that this operation must include someone named Lin Chen. But who is Lin Chen? Why haven't I heard of this kid? Lin Chen raised his hand and shouted, Report, I am Lin Chen. Chao Gai looked at Lin Chen, even more puzzled. Most of the soldiers in the UK team were personally selected by him, and he had an impression of each one. He could be sure he had never seen this kid before. But seeing him wearing the UK team's uniform, could it be that he was getting old and his memory was failing? Xing, step forward, come here. Xing hurried over. Xiaoxing, what's the situation with this kid? I feel like I've never seen him before. Xing briefly explained Lin Chen's arrival and the contributions he had made to the UK team recently. Chao Gai's eyes lit up. This kid was a talent. He wondered if he could bring him into his own team. But then he thought of something and couldn't help but get a bit angry. Nonsense. How can such a talent be sent to participate in such a dangerous mission? What if something happens to him? How will I explain that? Hearing that Chow Guy seemed to disagree with him going, Lin Chen couldn't help but shout, report, Lin Chen volunteers to go and I will bear any consequences myself. Chow Guy shot Lin Chen a glare, you bear what? But you kid are not bad, you're a man. I said you can't go, so you can't go. Report, I believe that since Captain Lin asked me to go, he must have his reasons. I will protect myself. Chow Guy wanted to say something more. However, Xin Xing stopped him. Captain, let him go. I will protect him well. Chow Guy pondered for a moment and then looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, this mission may very well cost you your life. Are you sure you want to proceed? I am sure. Good. Not a coward. He turned to Xin Xing and said, you choose the rest of the people yourself. Protect this kid with your lives. Xin Xing saluted Chow Guy. I guarantee to complete the mission. Chow Guy handed Xin Xing the documents and a locator. This is the intelligence sent back by Lin Chong. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. Select people and set off immediately. Xin Xing said. No more and selected 9 others with higher cultivation from the crowd. Soon, someone brought over the mounts for the group. All were storm giant eagles, which Xin Xing had intentionally chosen for convenience in coordination. Xin Xing's mount was a colorful peacock, and upon seeing it, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This colorful peacock was extraordinary. If trained well, it could rival a true martial artist. Moreover, this one was clearly tamed later on, far superior to those raised in the base. Chow Guy looked at the storm giant eagles with a confused expression. What's going on? Why do I feel something is off about this group of eagles? What's with the flesh-colored circles on their bellies? Is that the latest trend? As all the selected individuals mounted their giant eagles, Lin Chen and Xin Xing climbed onto the colorful peacock. Set off! Xin Xing called out, and the colorful peacock took flight first, followed closely by the 9 storm giant eagles. Chow Guy and everyone below saluted the group in unison, wishing for a safe return. Wishing for a safe return. On the colorful peacock, Xin Xing looked seriously at the intelligence in his hands. After reading it, he handed the documents to Lin Chen. Lin Chen opened it and was also stunned. The Tikwei Mercenary Group, a notorious international criminal organization known for burning, killing, and looting, committing all sorts of atrocities. The leader, Buck Tikwei, a platinum 8-star beast transformation ability user. Extremely dangerous with powerful attacks. The deputy leader, Mark Cruz, a platinum 5-star wind ability user skilled in reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. Team member Wu Ku, a wanted criminal from Huaxia, previously involved in multiple family annihilation cases, later joined the Tikwei mercenary group at the peak of gold level, with ominous abilities, skilled in assassination. Team member Park Budong, no abilities, a top sniper from the Korean peninsula, an expert in explosives. Team member Matsushita Miko, a peak gold level healing ability user, the medic of the mercenary group. Team member Itoo, a peak gold level earth ability user, the tank of the mercenary group. Seeing the documents in his hands, Lin Chen was also somewhat taken aback. This situation was a bit tricky. After all this time, Wuka's abilities were still a secret, and then there was Park Budong from Korea, who managed to join the mercenary group without any abilities, clearly not an easy opponent. Moreover, aside from Park Budong, the others were all at least peak gold level. It seemed things were indeed not easy to handle. Although the enemy was tricky, they were not weak on their side either. The 2 platinum level fighters could be handled by Lin Chong and Xin Xing. Most of the people Xin Xing brought, aside from Lin Chen, were also peak gold level, so they would not be at a disadvantage in a fight, and they all had spirit beasts, with the little cutie being a platinum level spirit beast. The key point was that the intelligence also noted that these individuals had been living in crowded areas. A sudden attack could likely cause unnecessary casualties, especially with an explosives expert among them. If something went wrong, no one could bear that responsibility. Lin Chen suddenly seemed to understand why Lin Chong specifically requested him to come. Perhaps his spatial abilities were about to be exposed. Xin Xing looked at the locator in his hand, where a red dot was flashing continuously. They were still quite a distance away. Even at full speed, it would likely take some time, since there was nothing much to do. Xin Xing took out his notebook on the colorful peacock and continued to ask Lin Chen questions. After all, life goes on, and research never stops. This time, Lin Chen was particularly attentive, patiently answering Xin Xing's questions. Just kidding, they were in the air now. If the ancestor zoned out and the little peacock suddenly hit the brakes, it could accidentally bump into Xin Xing, and if it didn't get torn apart, it would surely fall to the ground like a box. At this point, the sky had begun to darken, and after some discussion, they ultimately decided to travel through the night. Everyone was somewhat fatigued along the way, but no one spoke. They still didn't know the enemy's intentions, and the earlier they arrived, the more time they would have to deal with unexpected situations. At dawn, they finally reached the location where Lin Chong was. Lin Chong was resting in a grove with the little cutie, whose size was too conspicuous, so Lin Chong didn't dare to get too close. When Lin Chong saw that Xin Xing and the others had arrived, he let out a long sigh of relief. He had planned to take a stroll with the little cutie and then head back. who knew they had accidentally wandered too far, stopped at a town to grab a bite and unexpectedly ran into Wu Ku. As a long-wanted criminal in Huaxia, Lin Chong naturally remembered Wu Ku's appearance. Perhaps Wu Ku thought that after hiding out for so many years, everyone had almost forgotten about him. Upon discovering Wu Ku, Lin Chong didn't act rashly but quietly followed him. After Wu Ku found a place to rest, he located the little cutie and began aerial surveillance. Fortunately, he had brought a military-grade telescope. Otherwise, it would have been quite difficult to track him. Wu Ku was clearly cautious, leading Lin Chong on a winding route for 10 days before arriving at the small town before them. This was obviously only half a day's journey, yet Wu Ku had taken 10 days to meander with Lin Chong. This had worn out both Lin Chong and the little cutie. They had followed Wu Ku since he set out, and whenever Wu Ku rested, Lin Chong hurried to help the little cutie find something to eat. Then they continued to keep an eye on him, never knowing when that guy would set off again. Once, Wu Ku checked into a hotel and changed his clothes within half an hour, before continuing on his way. Fortunately, Lin Chong noticed in time, otherwise they would have truly lost him. Wu Ku's caution only strengthened Lin Chang's belief that something was definitely amiss. After this lesson, Lin Chong dared not rest. If he couldn't help it, he would just lie on the little cutie for a quick nap, of course asking the little cutie to keep watch. Thus, they walked and stopped, which exhausted both Lin Chong and the little cutie. Luckily, the little cutie had broken through to platinum level, otherwise they would have really been worn out. Truly, a test of endurance. Wu Ku was also overly confident in himself. After making such a large detour, he still hadn't noticed anything unusual. He would never have guessed that his surveillance was coming from the air. Upon arriving at the small town, he was also very cautious. And after not finding anything unusual, he went to look for other members of the Taikwai mercenary group. When Lin Chong saw that he had found the enemy's lair, he sent a message to Chao Gai. He originally wanted Chao Gai to bring people over to wipe out these guys directly, but unexpectedly, Chao Gai and the main force had an urgent mission and couldn't leave for the time being. After much thought, he insisted that Chao Gai must bring Lin Chan and the reinforcements over. At this moment, the arrival of the few people made both man and eagle emotional to the point of tears. Lin Chong, asterisk, little cutie, ZZ Lin Chong and the little cutie had both lost weight, sporting big dark circles under their eyes. At this moment, as soon as Lin Chong relaxed, he felt a deep fatigue wash over him. He quickly briefed Xin Xing on the situation and then directly hugged the little cutie, and both man and eagle fell asleep right away. The healing mage and the team hurried over and cast healing and calming spells on the two. Xin Xing had already learned the situation from Lin Chong and knew that the members of the Taikwai mercenary group were currently resting in a hotel. Looking at the time, Xin Xing said to everyone, "You should rest a bit too, I'll keep an eye on them. If anything happens, I'll call you." No one opposed. After all, there might be a fierce battle ahead, and resting well would allow for better survival. By the time Lin Chen woke up, it was already noon. The other members who had woken up earlier were already up. Only Lin Chong and the little cutie were still sound asleep. They were just too exhausted. Shen Xing was still monitoring the hotel with a military telescope. Team Leader Shen, how is it? Any movement? In the presence of others, Lin Chen still addressed Shen Xing as team leader. No, Wu Ku went out to buy breakfast this morning and then returned, and there hasn't been any movement since. Do you want to take a break? No need, I'm not tired. Continuing to monitor from a distance isn't a solution. How about you come with me to take a look? Sure, but we seem to have forgotten to bring casual clothes in our rush this time. It's fine, I brought some. What shoe size are you? Xin Xing didn't think much of it. 37. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Just like Qinjinjin, that would be easy. After saying that, under the astonished gazes of the others, he pulled out a sports outfit, a low-cut dress, a pair of sneakers, and a pair of crystal high heels from his pocket. He tossed the low-cut dress to Xin Xing didn't even know how he caught it. Where did you get these clothes from? I can tolerate you pulling clothes out of your pocket, but how did you fit those high heels in there? And why do you have women's clothing and high heels with you? Are you a cross-dresser? The other team members looked at Lin Chen with strange expressions as well. Let's not worry about that for now, just change into the clothes first. Xin Xing also knew it wasn't the time to discuss this and walked over to the colorful peacock. The colorful peacock obediently used its wings to create a changing room for Xin Xing. This made the others feel a bit disappointed. Little peacock, you don't understand. Xin Xing went to change, and Lin Chen had no reservations, quickly shedding his military uniform and changing into his own clothes. Not long after, Xin Xing was also done changing. The colorful peacock slowly folded its wings. Xin Xing walked out slowly. She was wearing a light blue dress that revealed her graceful neck and clearly visible collarbone, the skirt flowing like smooth snow under the moonlight, her soft jade arms resembling snow lotus, and the silver crystal shoes paired with her long, elegant legs were simply mesmerizing. However, there was always a feeling that something was off, something felt a bit abrupt. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the case, her hair was still a mess. Team Leader Shen, could you please tidy up your hairstyle and wash your face? Shen Xing touched her head, a bit dazed, having forgotten about that. She hurriedly asked the water-type ability user in the team to create water for her to wash her hair, and Lin Chen thoughtfully provided shampoo, and after washing, he even had the wind-type ability user help dry it. Now she looked much more pleasing to the eye, with shoulder-length hair, a face like a silver plate, eyes like water apricots, lips red without makeup, and brows without drawing yet emerald-like. Lin Chen was stunned, and even the other members of the Zhuke team were taken aback. Is this our team leader? Impossible. I must be seeing things. Although I always knew the team leader wasn't ugly, I never thought she was this beautiful. Lin Chen nodded seriously. How can such a beautiful person not take care of her appearance? At this moment, Lin Chen and Xin Xing were sitting across from the hotel. They ordered a cup of milk tea, sipping while casually observing the situation at the hotel. Lin Chen activated his clairvoyance. Soon, he noticed something unusual. On the third floor of the hotel, several rooms had their curtains tightly drawn, and in one of the rooms, there was a sniper scope scanning the surroundings. Lin Chen took all of this in, and suddenly the sniper scope swept towards them. Lin Chen quickly pulled Xin Xing into an embrace. Don't move, the enemy is observing this place. Xin Xing, winky face, just observe if you want to, why are you hugging me? Lin Chen glanced over and noticed the sniper scope had shifted to another position, so he released his hand. To be honest, it felt pretty good. Disciple, we can't do this anymore. There's nothing to observe here. Are you brave enough to come up with me and see the situation? Xin Xing's eyes lit up. What's there to be afraid of? I've wanted to go up for a long time. Actions speak louder than words. Lin Chen bent his arm, and Xin Xing instinctively reached out his hand. At the same time, he didn't forget to pinch Lin Chen hard. Lin Chen was caught off guard and couldn't help but cry out, drawing the attention of those around them. Lin Chen shot Xin Xing a fierce glare. Little cutie, can't you wait? Let's go, we're going to get a room. Little cutie, what does that have to do with me? I'm just a pure 15-meter giant eagle. Xin Xing's face also turned slightly red. The onlookers couldn't help but swallow hard. Ah, another flower is about to be ruined. Lin Chen led Xin Xing directly into the hotel without any pretense. As they entered, he could see the flash from the sniper scope. On the third floor, Lin Chen's expression didn't change at all as he swaggered up to the front desk. He slammed his ID on the counter. Give me a room, I want one on the third floor, I like the number 3. I'm sorry, sir, the third floor has been completely booked. How about you choose another room? I think the number 6 is also nice. That's too common, 6 is too cliché. Then give me a room on the 4th floor, I want the 4th room facing the sun. The feng shui of that room is good. Alright, sir, but we need the ID of this lady for registration. Lin Chen looked at Xin Xing, who rolled his eyes at him. How would I know you? Need an ID to stay at a hotel? You handle it yourself. Come on, just make an exception, it's too late to go back for it, and I've already taken the blue pill. Saying that, he slapped a 100 yuan bill on the table. Sir, our hotel policy. Smack. Another one. Sir, we really. Smack. He directly added up to 500. Alright, sir, room 404 on the 4th floor. Here's your room card. Have a pleasant stay. Our hotel is famous for its soundproofing. Lin Chen couldn't help but grit his teeth at the suddenly accommodating staff. What good is soundproofing? I'm here to eavesdrop. The worse the soundproofing, the better. Kid, just wait. Once I'm done, I'll call the police to deal with you. And I have evidence. With Xin Xing, he took the elevator to the 4th floor and swiped the door open to room 404. As soon as they entered, Xin Xing curiously asked Lin Chen, what's the blue pill? Lin Chen felt a bit guilty. It's QQ candy, blueberry flavor. Xin Xing didn't press further and closed the door. Both of them lay on the floor, but there was no sound coming from downstairs. Was the hotel soundproofing really that good? Or were they just not talking at all? Xin Xing wasn't in a hurry. He took out a piece of equipment that Lin Chen didn't recognize and placed it on the floor, then handed Lin Chen a headphone. Lin Chen put on the headphones and could indeed hear some sounds. However, it seemed like it wasn't coming from directly below but rather from room 303. Oh, that number sounds familiar. Lin Chen shifted the equipment slightly towards 303 and sure enough, the sound became a bit clearer. A woman's moan came through the headphones. Lin Chen? It seems like I heard something I shouldn't have. Thinking of what the front desk staff said, the entire 3rd floor was booked by the Tikiwei mercenary group. It seems the owner of that voice is very likely Matsushita Miko. Xin Xing's face turned a bit red and he couldn't help but spit. Lin Chen quickly put away his lewd expression. After all, as a teacher, he couldn't act too recklessly. Ahem, my dear disciple, we are only here for work to better monitor them and not miss any of their movements. We are definitely not eavesdropping on purpose. 30 seconds later, a man's heavy breathing came through the earpiece, and then there was silence. In that blur, Lin Chen seemed to hear someone cursing in a foreign language. Lin Chen was a bit surprised. He had always thought that the person being observed through the sniper scope in room 304 was Park Budong, but it seemed there had been a shift change, and someone else was on watch. Before long, the sound of water could be heard, presumably from someone taking a shower. Soon after, the sound of the door to room 304 opening and closing echoed from downstairs. Then, voices from several people filled the room, but Xing couldn't understand a single word. Xing, angry face, Xing was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? She was fluent in 8 languages, yet she had no idea what these people were saying. Just as she was about to speak to Lin Chen, he stopped her. Xing wanted to say something, but Lin Chen covered her mouth with his hand. Don't make a noise, I understand this. Xing was incredulous, she didn't even know what language this was, so how could he understand it? She listened again, but it was still a bunch of words she couldn't comprehend. However, she could see Lin Chen's expression growing increasingly serious. After a few minutes, there was no sound from downstairs. Only then did Xing quietly ask, what did they say? Lin Chen's expression was somewhat grave. I was a bit confused, but stripping away the useless chatter, I caught a few key points. First, they didn't come to Huaxia voluntarily, they were hired. Second, they are not here to cause trouble but are preparing to pick up something. Their mission is to transport that item out of Huaxia. Third, to be on the safe side, they have prepared a large amount of explosives. If we can't resolve this quickly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Xing's expression also turned serious. I need to report this to the captain. Such a ruthless mercenary group isn't the main force. It seems someone wants to make a big move in Huaxia. I also need to inform the squad leader to be ready for battle at any time. Lin Chen nodded. Given the situation, it was definitely necessary to report this properly. Xing left, while Lin Chen stayed in the room to continue monitoring, hoping to hear any useful information. The members of the Tikway mercenary group were also cautious. Surprisingly, each of them spoke Fulani. It wasn't a major language, but they would never have guessed that there was a bug here who was fluent in 6,000 languages. When Xing went out, the waiter looked at her strangely. Speaking of which, the effect of that blue pill wasn't great. It ended so quickly. Time passed second by second. Downstairs fell into silence again, and Lin Chen could only hear faint snoring, suggesting that a few people should be resting. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xing was on the phone with Chao Gai. Xing felt that it was very noisy on Chao Gai's end, and she could even hear sounds of fighting. Captain? What's going on? Did something happen over there? Nothing major, just a few small fry. How's it going on your side? We've reached the target location, but there are some things I need to report to you. Go ahead. Xing relayed all the information Lin Chen had gathered to Chao Gai. There was a moment of silence on Chao Gai's end. Not good. We've fallen for a diversion tactic. Xing, I will contact you later. Keep an eye on those few people. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly. Xing couldn't help but feel anxious. It seemed that things weren't peaceful on the captain's side either, and it felt like there was some connection between these two matters. Lin Chong had already woken up and was replenishing his energy. Xing repeated the situation to Lin Chong, who was rubbing his temples, feeling an immense headache. Are you saying they have a large amount of explosives? That's troublesome. These people are truly beasts. Do we really have to expose that kid's abilities? Xing, hearing Lin Chang's words, became curious. Are you talking about Lin Chen? It's true, I still don't know what his special ability is. At this moment, Lin Chen in room 404 was feeling a bit bored. He was using telekinesis to control the remote, constantly changing the channels. Of course, with the television on mute, he didn't want to miss any useful information below. Just then, a voice came through his headphones. It seemed someone's phone was ringing. Then he heard a conversation in English. Through the headphones. The item is secured. Good, I understand. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression darkened. Although he didn't know what they had obtained, it seemed that it was definitely something significant. Alright, the item will arrive tomorrow, right? We'll take it out of Huaxia. After that, there was no more sound. It seemed the call had ended. Buck skillfully switched to Fulani. Brothers, rest well. Today, the goods will arrive tomorrow. As long as we get it out, we'll never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of our lives. Then came the wild laughter of several people. Just as this ended, Xing returned with some food. How was it? Did you hear anything? They've secured the item and it will be delivered tomorrow. Just as Xing was about to speak, his phone rang. Seeing it was Zhao Gai, he quickly answered. Captain, if I'm not mistaken, the item you were protecting should have been lost, right? How do you know? I just heard that the employer of the Tikwi mercenary group has already said the item will be delivered here tomorrow. It seems the attackers are indeed the employer from this side. I thought of that too, but the target we were tracking didn't head your way. This is bad, we've fallen into their trap. Again. Xing, even if we know we've been tricked, we can only pursue. There are true martial level enemies here. If they find out we've seen through their scheme, I'm afraid they will do something crazy. However, I will have others support you. Captain, can you tell us what was stolen? At this point, I won't hide it from you. What was taken is the lifelong research of the recently deceased Mr. Zhang Hong. Before he left, Mr. Zhang was still working, finally completing the final design for the spirit martial weapons. Our mission was to deliver this information to Kyoto, but it seems the news has leaked. Spirit martial weapons? Did Mr. Zhang really manage to research this? Yes, and I don't know who leaked the news. This information absolutely cannot be lost. Don't worry, Captain, we guarantee to complete the mission. And all of this was heard by Lin Chen. Disciple, what are spirit martial weapons? These are the latest weapons developed by the country. Spirit warriors use spiritual power to fill the spirit martial weapons, greatly enhancing their output. It has been in the research stage, and I didn't expect Mr. Zhang to succeed. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. Indeed, Mr. Zhang is formidable. It's a pity Mr. Zhang can't see it. The strength of the country comes from the existence of these pioneers. We can't drop the ball. We must get the information back this time. Right, we already understand most of the situation. There's no point in continuing here. You eat something, and let's go back to discuss our strategy. Lin Chen nodded, silently picked up his meal, and finished it in a few bites. When he came out of the elevator again, the front desk looked at Lin Chen with a hint of disdain. Lin Chen, my bad temper, if it weren't for important matters at hand, I would definitely give you a good lesson. He slammed the room card onto the table. No need to look for it. But sir, you haven't paid for the room yet. Didn't I give you 500 before? That counts as the room fee. Sir, that is not the room fee, and you can't be so stingy in front of your woman. Heh, stingy? Wouldn't it be better to save that money and buy some grilled sausages? Call your manager if you keep this up. Alright, sir, your room fee has been settled for you, you can leave now. Humph. Lin Chen snorted coldly, strutting out of the hotel with Xing waiter, intersection. Coincidentally, Lin Chen wanted to see if anyone was still watching on the third floor, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught the waiter giving him the middle finger. Could Lin Chen tolerate this? He decisively returned the gesture. At that moment, Park Budong was observing the surroundings on the third floor, and he happened to be watching Lin Chen. Lin Chen's actions were completely reflected in his eyes. It felt like he was doing it right in front of him. Park Budong felt deeply insulted, especially when he saw a woman standing next to Lin Chen who was many times more beautiful than Maisie. His anger intensified. Ah, I'm starving. What's wrong? Did you discover something? Buck Tiki Wei couldn't help but become alert. Nothing, just accidentally saw something disgusting and couldn't hold back for a moment. Wuku glanced disdainfully at Park Budong, continued to rest with his eyes closed, muttering, trash. Park Budong continued to observe Lin Chen until they left his line of sight before shifting his focus. At this moment, Lin Chen and Shen Xing quickly found others after breaking free from the sniper's surveillance. They relayed Chao Gai's words to a few people. Everyone was somewhat indignant. How could someone want to reap the rewards of their hard work in their own country? This was absolutely intolerable. Lin Chong was also very angry, but he did not lose his composure. This matter needed careful consideration. Everyone think about how to resolve this while ensuring the safety of the public, especially since they still have explosives in their hands. The issue Lin Chong raised was exactly what everyone was worried about. Captain, if it doesn't work, we can cooperate with the local fire department to organize a fire drill, using that as an excuse to evacuate the public, a team member suggested. That's also a good method, but it might easily alert the enemy. If it raises their vigilance, it could backfire. Plus, I think Buck and the others would come out with the crowd, which might be even more dangerous. But let's keep it as a backup plan. Lin Chen didn't have any good ideas at the moment, so he could only quietly listen. The skill for today hasn't awakened yet. Maybe it will awaken a skill that could help with this mission. 9527, awaken today's skill. Awakening. Congratulations to the host for awakening E-level skill, ventriloquism. Ventriloquism can vividly imitate the sounds of all things. Damn it, over 10 days of E-level skills in a row. Has my luck hit rock bottom? Ventriloquism? Just a person, a table, a chair, a window, and a ruler's worth of ventriloquism? What the hell is that good for? Lin Chen had a sudden inspiration. It might not be useless after all. Captain, I have a question. Where do you think the Tiki Wei Mercenary Corps will keep those explosives? Lin Chong thought for a moment. I believe they will keep them close for self-defense. After all, we are a vast nation, and a small mercenary group wouldn't dare to openly oppose all of China unless absolutely necessary. Oti Lin Chang's eyes lit up. Tell me more. Burning the hotel from the bottom. Everyone looked puzzled. Xin Xing asked, what do you mean by burning from the bottom? I want to set the hotel on fire. The crowd, Sigma, Xin Xing? Are you sure? It's not out of revenge against the hotel staff? They just gave you the finger. Do you really need to burn down their hotel? The owner is so innocent. What has the hotel done to deserve this? Lin Chong was also somewhat confused but patiently asked, go on. Captain, you know my special ability. In a bit, Captain, you and the other brothers go to the police station and get a few police cars. Also, make sure to inform the police station so there are no misunderstandings later. Once the hotel is on fire, the Tikwei mercenary group will definitely panic. In that situation, they won't take the explosives out. Doing so would attract too much attention. If they don't take the explosives out, it will be easier for me. Once they leave, I will immediately enter their room, find the explosives, and handle them properly. The captain and the other team Members will disguise themselves as police and arrive at the scene first, then take Buck and the others away under the pretext of protecting foreign friends. I believe they won't refuse because they know there are explosives in the hotel and will think it will explode soon. They will definitely want to leave quickly. After that, Captain, you need to take this group to a place without crowds. At that point, we won't have any scruples and can act freely. Lin Chong pondered for a moment. But if we eliminate them, how will we get the information tomorrow? Lin Chen smiled slightly. That's where you all come in. We need to get Buck's phone, at least the SIM card. What use is his phone? If we can eliminate them tonight and get the phone, I can impersonate Buck. I guarantee the contact will show up tomorrow. What guarantee do you have? This matter cannot be taken lightly. The people behind this will definitely recognize Buck's voice. Lin Chen smiled slightly. What guarantee do you have? This matter cannot be taken lightly. The people behind this will definitely recognize Buck's voice. The other team members were stunned. If they closed their eyes, they really couldn't tell which voice was the captain's. As long as I can get Buck's phone, I can mimic his voice to lure the enemy over, and then we can definitely retrieve the information. Lin Chang's eyes brightened as he began to consider the feasibility of Lin Chen's plan. Although Lin Chen made it sound simple, the difficulty was not low. Lin Chen, can you guarantee that you will clear all the explosives before they explode? Lin Chen nodded, though somewhat uncertain. I guarantee. Recently, Lin Chen had gained considerable prestige in the Zhuke team, but some team members still questioned. Mr. Lin, if I die, I wouldn't bat an eye, but if you can't clear all the explosives, innocent civilians could be harmed. Lin Chen looked at everyone. Now that we've come this far, I won't hide it from you. I believe you will keep it a secret for me. Actually, I have some space-related skills and I can teleport to clear the explosives immediately. Shen Xing? No wonder he's my master. What else can't he do? Knowledge of spirit beasts, multiple foreign languages, vocal mimicry, and space skills. I wonder how many more skills I don't know about. The others felt relieved upon hearing that Lin Chen had space abilities. As long as Buck and the others left, Lin Chen could teleport to remove the bombs immediately. That should solve most of the problems. Lin Chong, Xiao, you must keep the matter of the space abilities confidential. No one is allowed to leak it. The team members all responded in unison. Does anyone else have a better method? Although I have already recognized Lin Chen's method in my heart, I still want to ask if there are any other better methods. This method is good, but it feels a bit too dangerous for Lin Chen. If something happens to him, it would be hard to explain. After all, he is just a student. Everyone looked at each other and finally shook their heads. Although they all had some ideas, compared to them, Lin Chen's method was still the most reliable. In that case, Yang Fan, take a few brothers to the police station to find a police car and make sure to inform the police department so that we don't cause any trouble later. Yang Fan saluted and took 5 people with him. You 3 will be responsible for starting the fire and evacuating the crowd. Make sure there are no casualties. We guarantee to complete the task. As for you 2, because of the previous surveillance, you might have already caught Taikwai's attention. So when the fire starts, you need to find the explosives as soon as possible, especially you, Lin Chen. You've already made a big claim, so don't let me down. Lin Chen nodded firmly. Absolutely. Xin Xing, the reason I want you to follow Lin Chen is to ensure his safety. Make sure nothing happens to this kid. Xin Xing nodded. Good. Now each group go complete your tasks. We start the operation at 8 tonight. The members of the Zhuke team quickly dispersed to fulfill their tasks. Lin Chen and Xin Xing returned to the hotel. The front desk clerk looked completely bewildered. Are you not done yet? Is your energy that abundant? Lin Chen skillfully took out his ID. 404. Where's her ID? Lin Chen smiled coldly. Don't make me find your manager. The clerk trembled. Then you should at least pay for your room. Don't mess with me. I just went out for a breather. The room card is with you. You wouldn't have checked me out, would you? Looks like I need to talk to your manager. Sir, here you go. This is your room card. Lin Chen took the room card, looked at the clerk with satisfaction, and pulled out 300 yuan bills, slapping them on the table. Next time, remember to have a better attitude. Although his heart was bleeding, he understood that consumption requires payment. Sir, Lin Chen said somewhat impatiently, what else is there? I haven't given you your change yet. Oh, big brother, you should have said that earlier. I almost misunderstood you. I'll just waive the small change for you. Taking the 50 yuan change handed by the clerk, Lin Chen felt a bit uncomfortable. There are still more good people in this world. Back in 404, Xin Xing also took out the listening device. Lin Chen looked at Xin Xing and couldn't help but ask, do you want to take a break? Xin Xing glanced at his watch. No need, that would disrupt my biological clock. I have 50 hours, 36 minutes, 27 seconds until my next break. Lin Chen, equals? So precise? Then I'll take a short rest. If they talk about anything you don't understand, you can call me and make sure not to zone out. Don't worry, I only zone out when I'm studying. I will control myself during the mission. That's good, then I'm going to rest. Lin Chen felt like he was just about to fall asleep when Xin Xing shook him awake. They seemed to be discussing something. It looks quite intense. Lin Chen hurriedly put on the headphones. A pair of 3. Can't take it. Raise it. A pair of 4. Lin Chen, do they have to be so beastly, playing cards in Fulani? But thinking about it, it makes sense, perhaps because they come from different countries. Fulani is their common language. He smiled slightly at Xing. It's fine, they are just playing do. Di. Just as Lin Chen was about to toss the headphones to Xing, he pulled them back. One headphone for each of them would be fine, after all, if they ended up playing mahjong. Later, he would still need to be woken up. Listening to the Fulani language listening exam with the headphones on, Lin Chen slowly drifted off to sleep. He didn't know how long he had been asleep when he was suddenly jolted awake by some inappropriate sounds coming from the headphones. Lin Chen instantly became alert. This is getting interesting. However, it seemed the male lead had changed, making Lin Chen involuntarily sigh about how chaotic the entertainment industry is. He took out his phone to check the time and found it was already past 7:50 p.m. Only a few minutes remained until their action time. At this moment, Xing took off the headphones, ready to act. There was no point in continuing to listen. Why didn't you wake me up? We're about to act. There's still a few minutes left. I thought I'd let you sleep a bit longer. This apprentice had actually started to care for his master, no longer the curious child who constantly asked questions. Time ticked by second by second. Soon it was 8 o'clock. The members of the Zhuke team should have begun their operation. Not long after, flames erupted from the hotel, accompanied by thick smoke. The hotel staff had already started organizing firefighting efforts, but how could the fire-type awakeners from the Zhuke team allow them to succeed? They had been secretly setting fires from the shadows while also controlling the flames, ensuring they didn't grow too strong. Fire! Everyone stay calm. Cover your mouth and nose with a wet towel and exit down the stairs in order. At this moment, on the 3rd floor of the hotel, the members of the Tikwai mercenary group also heard the commotion. Buck, unsure of what was happening, shouted to Wu. What's going on? Have we been exposed? No, it seems like the hotel is on fire. What should we do? How could there be a fire? There's a whole pile of explosives here. Everyone, follow me downstairs immediately. The vice captain, Mark, also spoke up. Captain, I feel something is off about this fire. Could it be that the Huaxia side has discovered us? Impossible. If they had discovered us, they wouldn't use this method. Mark thought for a moment and agreed. Captain, what about those explosives? Park Budong, the team's demolition expert, was truly reluctant to leave them behind. What to do? Leave them here. Do you want to carry them out? That would completely expose us. Stop chatting and hurry up. At that moment, Matsushita Miko and Itoo also came over from the next room. Both were somewhat disheveled. Seeing that the team members had gathered, Buck waved his hand. Let's go, everyone follow me to retreat. Park Budong shot a resentful glance at Itoo, thinking that being black made him so impressive. He returned to the room, picked up a C4 bomb, pressed the activation button, and watched the timer change from 10 to 9:59, a cruel smile appearing on his lips. Explosions are art. He tossed the bomb into the pile of explosives and quickly caught up with the other mercenaries. Boss, left them a gift. 10 minutes. Who told you to do that? Hurry downstairs. At this point, 5 minutes had passed since the fire broke out, and the fire-type awakeners from the Zhuke team were very careful, deliberately avoiding the 3rd floor. Just as the Tikwai mercenary group members reached the ground floor, they found it crowded with people, a group curiously pointing and discussing. Police were already on the scene maintaining order. Not far away, fire trucks had arrived. Seeing the Tikwai mercenary group members come down, Yang Fan immediately approached them. Sorry, gentlemen, we didn't expect a fire to break out suddenly. Do you need us to escort you out? Buck quickly shook his head. No need, we can leave on our own. Don't be so polite. Since you've come to Huaxia, as the safest country in the world, we will definitely ensure your safety. A few people take these foreign friends to a safe place. Several members of the Zhuke team hurried over. Buck realized he couldn't refuse for the moment and could only agree. Leaving this place was the priority. The group got into police cars and were taken to the so-called safe zone. Meanwhile, Lin Chen saw the police cars leave and immediately opened a portal, taking Xing to the 3rd floor. After a brief search, they quickly found the pile of C4. Seeing the C4, Lin Chen was filled with rage. What on earth did these people want to do? If this thing exploded, how many casualties would there be? Truly a bunch of beasts. He picked up the C4 and quickly stuffed it into his storage pocket. Lin Chen's expression froze. Xing, can you defuse bombs? Defuse bombs? I can't do that. I'm only interested in spirit beasts. Why do you ask? Xing came over and also saw the bomb that was counting down. With only 3 minutes left, Lin Chen's mind began to race. What to do? What to do? It was already too late to take it out. Even if he used the portal, he wouldn't get far before his spiritual energy ran out. Good disciple, think of a way. There are a lot of people downstairs. What can I do? How about I accompany you to the sky? To the sky? That might not be a bad idea. Xing, Sigma, degree, I was joking, are you serious? Lin Chen grabbed Xinxing and opened a portal directly to the rooftop. Do you like watching fireworks? I don't like it, it pollutes the environment. Talking like that will kill the mood. Alright then, I love watching fireworks, boo-hoo. Lin Chen. Sigma_? Angle, ugh. Forget it, just be yourself. He glanced at the timer on the C4. There was still 1 minute left, plenty of time. In a moment, help me out by throwing me up as hard as you can. That's my specialty. Should I demonize? Lin Chen quickly shook his head. No. If you demonize, I might not survive the C4 explosion. Lin Chen's mind raced, using every formula he could think of, along with his spiritual energy and the number of portal uses available. Alright, it's calculated. The best launch time is 15 seconds and 37 milliseconds. Eliminating all uncertainties with an acceptable time of 17 seconds. There are 30 seconds left. He nodded slightly at Xinxing. Get ready to launch. Today I'll show you brilliant fireworks. Time ticked away. Positions. Ready. Throw. As soon as Lin Chen's voice fell, Xinxing grabbed Lin Chen's leg and swung him in a large circle, causing cracks to appear in the reinforced concrete rooftop from Xinxing's immense explosive power. Go! Lin Chen truly felt what real speed was. He shot upwards at an incredible speed. The calculations had some errors, underestimating Xinxing's explosive power, but overall it was positive. After 5 seconds of ascent, Lin Chen felt his speed begin to slow. Just as he was about to fall, he quickly opened a portal beneath him. He fell directly into the portal. The teleportation direction was 50 meters straight up. Then he continued to fall, and another portal flashed above him. At that moment, Lin Chen wasn't thinking about whether he would make a mistake and die, but rather if his spiritual energy were infinite, could he reach the moon this way? Would he become the first person to land on the moon independently? Meanwhile, Xinxing below was completely stunned. What kind of divine operation was this? Clearly falling, but in reality, he was continuously rising. Lin Chen looked at the timer above. There were only 5 seconds left. The time was almost up, and with a quick motion, a random door was opened, elevating him another 50 meters. At the same moment, he opened another random door above his head and threw the C4 in his hand with all his might. Go! Charizard! He began to plummet rapidly. The C4 instantly appeared 50 meters in the air and continued to rise thanks to Lin Chen's strength. Lin Chen was facing the ground, and he didn't want to miss the scenery that was about to unfold. When the C4 reached its highest point, a loud boom echoed as it exploded in the air. Indeed, mastering physics and chemistry means you can fearlessly roam the world. The brilliant flames lit up Lin Chen's face, turning it bright red. Xinxing stood on the rooftop, staring blankly at the scene. This fireworks display is actually quite beautiful. The crowd around the hotel was also dumbfounded, gazing at the spectacle in the sky. Mom, what beautiful fireworks. Darling, when we get married, I want to set off fireworks like this. Can we? Sure, but where can we buy such fireworks? The firefighters who were putting out the fire were also shocked, staring at the explosion in the sky. This is definitely not fireworks, okay? This is an explosion. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was still rapidly descending. The powerful airflow generated by the explosion rushed towards him. Although the bomb exploded in the air, the massive shockwave shattered many of the glass windows below, causing the crowd to scream. Lin Chen felt his speed suddenly double. Oh no, another factor I forgot to consider. And it's heading in a bad direction. He struggled to flip over in the air, and upon doing so, he was startled. He was only a few dozen meters away from the rooftop. At Lin Chen's current speed, that distance was just a matter of 1 or 2 seconds. Even if he opened a random door now, he would still have to endure a tremendous impact. He could only shout to Xinxing, pull me up to the edge. Wooloo wooloo. Xinxing hurried to the edge, preparing to brace for the impact. Jade Emperor, Jesus, Shakyamuni, Holy Mary, please bless me not to fall to my death. Lin Chen teleported in front of Xinxing through a random door, gripping her hand tightly. Xinxing felt her arm sink, and she was almost pulled down by Lin Chen. She quickly pushed her feet down, which sank directly into the reinforced concrete of the rooftop, allowing her to hold onto Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen was not in a good position. Either, with a crack, even with his golden level physical quality, his arm dislocated. As Xinxing exerted force, she pulled Lin Chen up. His arm hung limply, but he completely disregarded it. He laughed heartily on the rooftop. I really am the protagonist. Thank you, Jade Emperor. From now on, I will study physics and chemistry diligently and never make such mistakes again. Xinxing pulled her foot out of the concrete, calmly shaking it. Her fair foot bore no scars, and despite directly pulling Lin Chen, she showed no signs of distress. Lin Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. Although this disciple was at the peak of golden level, her physical quality felt comparable to that of a diamond level warrior. Master, do you want someone to help put your arm back? No, I can do it myself. Saying this, he walked directly to the water tower on the top floor and slammed into it. Crack! His arm was successfully reset. Xinxing? Master can even realign bones. I really want to know what else he can't do. After resetting his bone, Lin Chen shook his arm. His expression gradually darkening as he sat cross-legged on the ground. Alright, let me recover my spiritual energy. I still need to find the Tikwe mercenary group to actually detonate a C4 bomb in a place like this. They really don't take us Huaxia seriously. Xin Xing also realized that there was still the Tikwe mercenary group to deal with. They absolutely could not let them go. Seeing Lin Chen sitting cross-legged to recover his spiritual energy, he directly tossed a golden spirit pearl over. Master, use this, it will help you recover faster. Lin Chen, oh, intersection. Oh, who wouldn't like a disciple like this? But this wasn't the time to dwell on that. Lin Chen was still waiting for their support, mainly Xin Xing's support, as he feared he wouldn't be enough in a battle at this level. The golden spirit pearl was indeed impressive. Lin Chen quickly filled his spiritual energy, and there was still plenty of energy left in the golden spirit pearl. He wanted to return it to Xin Xing but felt a bit reluctant. Xin Xing noticed, it's a gift for you. I wouldn't even look at a golden spirit pearl. One day, I'll take you to the golden spirit ruins and I'll help you get a bag of them. Lin Chen, a bag? Do you measure golden spirit pearls by bags? I must get you to take me there. When the opportunity arises, he happily put away his golden spirit pearl. Let's go and take down the Tikwe mercenary group. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, Yang Fan, and others were leading the Tikwe mercenary group members out of the city. Buck felt something was off. Excuse me, officer? Where are we going? Yang Fan turned back and smiled at Buck. Sorry, sir, there was a minor incident up ahead that we need to handle. Just a few minutes, so we didn't inform you. We'll be there soon. Hearing Yang Fan say this, Buck felt even more uneasy. He spoke to Ito and Fulani. Be careful, I feel something is wrong. Get ready for a fight. Got it, boss, don't worry, these guys are no match for us. Just then, a loud boom echoed from the town. The sky over there was lit up in crimson. Sitting in the back, Park Budong showed a sickly flush on his face and said in Fulani, that's the sound. I love that sound. But Lin Chen, who was driving, tightened his expression. What was going on? Why was there an explosion? Wasn't it said that they could prevent the explosion? The small town must have suffered heavy casualties, right? Would Lin Chen and Xin Xing be okay? But they couldn't stop now. They were still quite close to the town. Park Budong's expression gradually changed, becoming somewhat frantic. No, this sound is wrong. It should be boom boom boom. Why is it just one boom? Where did it go wrong? Lin Chen could only suppress his emotions and quickly drove the group to their destination. 10 minutes later, they finally arrived at their destination, an abandoned factory. Lin Chen could no longer control his emotions and turned to grab Park Budong by the neck. Crack! Park Budong was instantly choked to death. A legendary sniper had fallen. The moment Lin Chen struck, Wu Ke, who was next to Park Budong, kicked open the car door and jumped out quickly. He didn't even care about Park Budong. Seeing him killed, the corner of his mouth even lifted slightly. Other police cars also erupted into battle. Because they struck first, the Zhuke team gained a slight advantage. But it was only a slight advantage and they did not inflict casualties on other Tikwe members. In the first round, Park Budong of the Tikwe mercenary group was dead. But this did not affect the combat power of the Tikwe mercenary group. Park Budong had not awakened, and losing the bomb made him the least threatening. Lin Chen had considered taking out Wu Ke first, but he feared he couldn't kill him in one blow, so he chose Park Budong instead. Although Park Budong had no spiritual power, his marksmanship was still decent. They had quite a few peak golden level existences on their side. Bullets still posed a certain threat to them. The two sides began to confront each other. Wu Ke broke the silence first. I want to know how you discovered us. Is it interesting to say so much? It's interesting, of course it's interesting. Chatting with you now is also to let you live a little longer. Do you think you can keep us just by yourselves? How would we know if we don't try? I suppose you don't know what my ability is, right? I rarely use it, and those who do know are already dead, and I've erased all traces of the dead. Seeing Wu Ke so calm, Lin Chen suddenly had a bad premonition. At that moment, everyone except Lin Chen began to feel a bit dizzy. They all realized something was wrong. Poisoned. Captain, it seems we've all been poisoned. The healer of the Zhuke team was a short-haired girl named Jasmine, an awakened healer at the Peak of Gold. At this moment, she wanted to use her spiritual skills to detoxify everyone but found that she couldn't use her spiritual power. As soon as she tried to channel her spiritual energy, the flow of toxins in her body would accelerate, forcibly interrupting her skills. Still a captain, huh? I wonder which team you're from. My ability is poison, you know. I noticed something was wrong with you a long time ago, so I already poisoned you on the way here. Anyone whose cultivation isn't higher than mine will be poisoned, and those whose cultivation is higher will also be affected. Unfortunately, I just triggered the toxin. Lin Chang's face turned even uglier. He knew Wu Ke was right. He could already feel the toxins eroding his body. Was he really going to fall here today? Wu Ke's lips curled into a cold smile. Captain, may I know your name? I don't change my name or alter my surname. It's Leopard. Captain Lin Chong of the Zhuke team. So it's Captain Lin. Speaking of you, I know a few things, like the scar On your face, how did you get it? Upon hearing this, Lin Chong became furious. You know him? Where is he? Does it matter to know this now? We're about to die here. Humph, if you want to kill me, you'll have to pay the price. I will definitely make it worth it. Wuku also knew Lin Chong was speaking the truth. Although his poison had some effect on Lin Chong, it wouldn't make him lose his combat ability, which was what Wuku was wary of. At this moment, Buck couldn't stand it any longer. What are you wasting time with him for? Let's take him down together. Buck quickly took off his jacket, rapidly beastifying, transforming into a massive rhinoceros. Battering ram. Buck charged forward, his enormous rhinoceros horn aimed directly at Lin Chong. The others were not idle either, each beginning to prepare their spiritual skills. Normally, Lin Chong could easily dodge this move, but now he couldn't, because his brothers were right behind him. He could only boost his defensive skills. Stone skin technique. Spiritual skill, as solid as a rock. Spiritual skill, blessing of the earth. At the same time, he didn't forget to raise walls of earth in front of the other members. With 3 layers of defense, Lin Chong didn't retreat but charged directly at Buck. He grabbed Buck's rhinoceros horn. Lin Chong was pushed back by the tremendous impact. The ground was plowed with 2 deep furrows. Ha! Lin Chong roared, lifting Buck up and then smashing him towards the others. The spiritual skills of the other members of the Taikwai mercenary group had just finished releasing. All of them hit Buck. Are you all undercover? Aim before you shoot. Mark Cruz said helplessly, Boss, we aimed, but you flew over and blocked it. Enough of the nonsense, quickly finish them off to avoid more trouble later. Meanwhile, the members of the Zhu K team were also very anxious. Yang Fan calmly looked at Lin Chong. Captain, you should leave. Keeping your life is the only way to take revenge for us. Jasmine also looked anxious. Yes, Captain, we probably won't make it. We can't drag you down with us. The other team members urged Lin Chong to leave quickly. However, Lin Chong showed no intention of leaving. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, slowly lit it, and exhaled a smoke ring. I've already betrayed my teammates once. I've lived with that guilt for years. Perhaps this is fate. At that moment, Buck and the others charged forward. Lin Chong, however, showed no fear. Come on. If you want to hurt my teammates, you'll have to step over my dead body. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was driving the police car he had requisitioned, taking Xinxing towards the abandoned factory. He floored the accelerator, speeding down the road. Although he didn't have a driver's license, his driving skills were top-notch. Xinxing looked a bit worried. Don't worry, my dear disciple, the captain will be fine. Even with Lin Chang's platinum peak strength, he was struggling against Buck and the others' assault. He was already injured in multiple places, especially a deep wound on his chest from Mark Cruz's wind blade that exposed bone. It wasn't that he couldn't dodge, but he couldn't because his teammates were right behind him. The Taikwai mercenary corps had clearly noticed this, and their spiritual techniques were wildly aimed at the poisoned members of the Vermilion Bird team. Lin Chong fought desperately to defend himself. When his defenses were broken, he used his body as a shield. Under the barrage of several people's fierce attacks, Lin Chong managed to hold on, preventing any spiritual techniques from harming others. I said, if you want to touch them, you have to step over my dead body first. Wuka looked at Lin Chong with a hint of admiration, but that didn't affect his determination to kill everyone. Then I'll just step over your dead body. With all this blood loss plus my poison, you should be unable to hold on any longer. The members of the Vermilion Bird team were filled with rage, deeply regretting their carelessness. Wuka's abilities had always been a mystery. They should have been more prepared. After blocking Buck's brutal charge again, Lin Chong finally fell to the ground. Lying on the ground, he quietly gazed at the sky, feeling an immense calmness. In the end, he couldn't escape fate. It was just a pity he couldn't save his teammates this time. Wu Ka pulled out a dagger, ready to finish Lin Chong off. Suddenly, a piercing siren sounded from not far away. A police car was speeding towards them at 160 kilometers per hour, sirens blaring. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of them, followed by a screeching sound as the police car drifted to Lin Chang's side. Due to the excessive speed, the entire car flipped over. The rolling police car passed just 10 centimeters above Lin Chang's head. Lin Chong, _ I think I'm hallucinating. It seems like a car just flew over my head. During the car's roll, Lin Chen kicked the door open, holding Xinxing in one arm as he jumped out. The police car continued to spin rapidly, crashing hard into Wu Ku, who was sent flying several dozen meters and fell unconscious. Although he was at the Golden Peak, he couldn't withstand a car hitting him at 160 kilometers per hour. At that moment, Lin Chen gently landed with Xinxing, striking what he thought was a cool pose, pointing one hand at the sky. Ha 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 ha. With a loud bang from the sky, I make my grand entrance. Xinxing immediately pushed Lin Chen away and took 2 steps back, indicating that she didn't know this master. Lin Chen reluctantly withdrew, realizing that while his entrance was cool, it had wrecked the car. He lightly nudged Lin Chong with his foot. Captain, are you still alive? Lin Chong also came to his senses. You little brat, as long as I'm alive, that's good. I thought you were dead. Lin Chen, Sigma, degree. Degree winky face clearly. You were the one about to die. Why did you think I was going to die? What's going on, Captain? You've been beaten so badly. Lin Chong felt a bit awkward. I fell into the enemy's trap. I didn't expect that Wuka was actually a poison-type ability user, and now everyone is poison. At this moment, Buck and the others also realized they had been intimidated by a little kid. Stop dawdling. Nini, treat Wuku, and the rest of you, get ready. Lin Chen made a pause gesture. Wait a minute, let me prepare. Buck and the others were stunned. They were speaking Fulani, and this kid could actually understand. He could even converse with us. Mark Cruz looked at Buck and couldn't help but ask, Boss, why are we listening to him? Buck also realized, right. Why should we let him prepare? Get moving. Lin Chen quickly picked up Lin Chong and ran to the back of the battlefield. I said, Xiao Qi, slow down. You're killing me. If you slow down anymore, I'm afraid you won't die at the hands of the enemy, but at the hands of the demonized Xinxing. Lin Chong struggled to lift his head and saw Xinxing charging straight at those people, rapidly demonizing along the way. This was the first time Lin Chen had seen Xinxing actively demonize. How should he stop her later? A demonized Xinxing was out of her mind. She would only attack instinctively. The members of the Tikwe mercenary group didn't know this, and seeing Xinxing's explosive aura, only Golden 9, they couldn't help but smirk. Itoo, defense. Upon hearing this, Itoo charged forward without underestimating the situation, casting stone skin and rock solid on himself and built a dirt wall in front of him. However, Xinxing showed no intention of dodging, directly swinging her sharp claws and charging forward. Itoo's defense crumbled like paper, unable to withstand Xinxing's attack, and in an instant, Itoo's arm was severed by Xinxing. Even Lin Chong at the peak of platinum was struggling against Xinxing's attacks, let alone Itoo at the peak of gold. Buck and Mark Cruz were incredulous upon seeing this. Was this the attack power of Golden 9 stars? They rushed in to help Itoo. They indeed succeeded because Itoo hadn't actively attacked, only activating his defense. Xinxing didn't harbor much hatred towards him, but the two's attacks instantly filled Xinxing's hatred meter. She turned and charged at the two, and in an instant, the three were locked in battle, with no clear victor. Meanwhile, Lin Chen wasn't just watching, he was carefully observing Jasmine, making her feel quite uncomfortable. Mr. Lin, why are you looking at me like that? Ha? I'm figuring out how to detoxify you. Can you detoxify this poison? Let's give it a try. Lin Chen took out silver needles from his pocket, which he had specifically bought when he awakened his medical skills. Before Jasmine could react, he quickly jabbed 36 silver needles into her body. Do you have a dagger? Ha? A dagger? Yes, it's on my waist. Lin Chen pulled out the dagger and made a quick cut on Jasmine's index finger. Black blood began to flow from her wound. As the black blood flowed out, Jasmine felt much better. Her head was no longer dizzy, and her vision cleared. She tried using her spiritual power and found she could actually use it. Seeing it was effective, Lin Chen pulled the silver needles out of Jasmine. Glancing at the battlefield, Xinxing was actually gaining the upper hand in a 1-on-2 situation. Mr. Lin, hurry and treat the others. Aren't you the one who treats ability awakeners? Can't you detoxify? Jasmine, Sigma, degree, sorry, I was so shocked by your superb medical skills that I forgot I had abilities. Lin Chong, can you all stop chatting for a moment? Don't you care about me? I feel like I can still be saved. Jasmine hurriedly cast a healing spell on Lin Chong before going to detoxify the others. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mimi was also bringing Wuka back to life and was currently reattaching Itoo's severed arm. Wuka had just woken up, rubbing his still aching chest, his face flushed. He had almost been run over by a car. If this got out, how would he continue to survive? In the mercenary world? No, he had to regain his face. Wuka began to observe the situation on the battlefield. Then he was stunned. What the hell? How long was I unconscious? Why has the situation on the field become so bizarre? The captain and vice-captain were being beaten by a hedgehog-headed monster. Itoo had become a one-armed hero, and the healer on the opposite side was detoxifying. How was she doing that? There was a young man watching the show nearby. Could he be a healer too? Wait, this person looks familiar. Isn't he the guy who brought a beauty to a hotel at noon? It was during Wuka's shift change that the happy moment with Park Budong happened, and he immediately recognized Lin Chen. No, I have to unleash some poison, otherwise I'll be done for today. Wuka secretly released his spiritual technique. His poison was quite special, a colorless and odorless toxin that wouldn't be immediately fatal, but would incapacitate someone in battle. Countless people had died in vain under his abilities. Wuka was naturally cautious. He wouldn't act without absolute certainty, which was why his abilities remained a mystery to the outside world until now. The members of the Tikwe mercenary corps all had antidotes, so they weren't afraid of Wuka's toxins. Spiritual technique poison mist. As Wuka released his poison technique, the toxin began to spread around. Wuka saw that the members of the Vermilion Bird team had no awareness of it, and a cold smile crept onto his lips. What good is detoxification? I can keep poisoning you. Just then, Xinxing, who was fighting against Buck and his partner, suddenly stopped attacking. His nose twitched, and saliva dripped out. He directly abandoned his attack on Buck and his partner. Buck and his partner had been suffering under the pressure for a long time, and seeing Xinxing stop attacking, they quickly distanced themselves. They didn't forget to shout at Nini, "Nini, heal us." Hearing this, Nini hurriedly threw recovery spells at the two. At this moment, Xinxing moved, appearing right in front of Wuku, and began to suck in air violently. "Wuku, Sigma, degree, don't come over here. The captain and vice captain are your opponents, don't target me, this little trash." However, Xinxing showed no intention of attacking Wuku. Wuku quickly realized something was off. Although his toxin was colorless and odorless, as the caster, he could still sense his own toxin. He noticed that the poison he released was being inhaled by Xinxing at a terrifying speed without a trace of it spreading out. Wuku was dumbfounded. What's going on? Isn't she afraid of poison? He hurriedly stopped releasing his skill. Xinxing sniffed around in confusion, and after realizing there was no toxin, he became violent again, swiping his claws at Wuku. Terrified, Wuku quickly resumed releasing toxins. Feeling the reappearing poison, Xinxing calmed down again, greedily absorbing the toxins around him. Wuku could only call for help from Buck. "Captain Buck? What should I do? My spiritual energy won't last much longer." Buck, having finally gained a moment to breathe, didn't care about much else at this point. "Just hold on a bit, we'll recover some spiritual energy and come to help you." Wuku could only desperately release toxins. If he didn't, he feared he would be slapped to death. On the other side, the members of the Vermilion Bird team had all recovered, with only Lin Chong suffering severe injuries, and Jasmine was still treating him. The others had no intention of helping. It would be a joke to rush in now, as that would only assist the Tikwe mercenary corps. When Shin, the leader, went crazy, he wouldn't recognize anyone. Lin Chang's external injuries were quickly treated. Although his spiritual energy had not yet recovered, he could still sit up without any issues. "Kid, thank you this time. If it weren't for you, we might have died here." "Captain, you're being too polite. By the way, we seemed to hear an explosion just now. What happened? Were there any casualties?" Upon hearing Lin Chang's question, the other members of the Zhuke team hurried over. As soldiers, if their mistakes led to the casualties of innocent people, they would feel guilty for a lifetime. "Don't worry, there were no casualties. Those beasts actually set a delayed detonation before leaving. It almost caused a major disaster. And the losses at the hotel are not small either. We'll have to compensate them. That's for sure. After this matter is settled, we will have someone handle it." Lin Chong struggled to stand up and deeply bowed to Lin Chen. "No need to say anything, thank you." There were actually tears glistening in Lin Chang's eyes. "This time, I didn't abandon my teammates." Lin Chen quickly helped Lin Chong up. "Captain, don't say that. Ever since you brought me to the Zhuke team, I feel like I've lost at least 3 years of my life." "Ah, that's only because you're excellent. From now on, don't always call me instructor or captain, it feels distant. If you respect me, just call me brother." "Alright, by the way, brother Lin, what's the situation now? It seems a bit strange. Why is team leader Shin just standing there?" Lin Chong was also puzzled. The demonized Xinxing was usually extremely agitated, and this was the first time Lin Chong had seen the demonized Xinxing so quiet. Everyone was a bit confused. It was the girls who were more perceptive. Jasmine quickly noticed something different. "Have you all noticed? The color of the team leader's nails has changed." Everyone hurriedly looked over, and indeed, Xinxing's nails had changed from a slight red to a deep green, a color that looked toxic. Moreover, it seemed that the color was slowly deepening. Lin Chen glanced at Xinxing, who was greedily inhaling, and a thought flashed in his mind. "Did you just say Wu Ku's ability is poison? Team leader Shin isn't using drugs, is she?" The others looked at Lin Chen in shock, thinking, what the hell, using drugs? But then they realized, wasn't that exactly what was happening? It was indeed drug use. They could only exclaim in unison, "This demon type is really perverse." New weapon, Underworld Ghost Claw acquired, attack power, plus 1000 with a poisoning effect. Just as they were chatting idly, Wuku finally exhausted her spiritual energy. Xinxing looked unsatisfied, roared in anger, and waved her hand, sending Wuku flying. "Wuku, what did I do wrong?" Wuku, without a doubt, fell into a severe injury and fainted again. Before losing consciousness, she had only one thought. This power is at least equivalent to 5 police cars. The unsated Xinxing was filled with rage. The hatred value with Buck and the others had not yet reset, and Xinxing directly lunged at them with her now deep green claws. Seeing those long, glowing green nails, Buck and the others felt a bit uneasy. "Captain Buck, speaking of which, since this absorbed Wuku's poison, is our antidote still effective? It should be, right?" Buck was also uncertain. No one dared to try it lightly. They could only desperately dodge Xinxing's attacks. Ato's arm had been reattached, but it still hung limply, temporarily unable to exert any strength. Even if Ato fully recovered, he wouldn't dare to help. That would be courting death. Meanwhile, Matsushita Miko looked at the unconscious Wuku again, unsure how to describe her feelings. "Why are there more and more injured people? My spiritual energy is almost depleted." Lin Chong looked at the situation on the field, it could basically be said that the overall situation was settled. The failure of the TIER mercenary group was just a matter of time. As the person most familiar with Xing, even a platinum peak tank like himself couldn't withstand Xing's damage. Not to mention these two who were not as skilled as he was. Xing could handle them on his own. Remember to leave Wuke's life when it's over. I have questions to ask him. The members of the Zhuke team all knew that this matter was Lin Chang's eternal pain, and they quickly nodded in agreement. Seeing everyone nod, Lin Chong directly sat down on the ground to recover his spiritual power. Although the enemy's problem was almost resolved, there was still Xing in front of him, who was no less troublesome than the TIER mercenary group. Once the battle ended, who knew how long it would take Xing to recover? He would have to bear it himself. Lin Chen was somewhat puzzled, not understanding why Lin Chong wanted to spare Wuke's life, as he was a notorious criminal. Molly, why does Big Brother want to spare Wuke's life? Molly thought for a moment. This matter was not a secret in the Zhuke team. It should be fine to tell Lin Chen, because Wuke might know the whereabouts of the enemy that the squad leader has been searching for. Lin Chen was somewhat confused. Enemy? Yes, that was 8 years ago. At that time, Big Brother Lin had just reached gold and was entrusted with an important task, going abroad with the then squad leader Wu Haiyuan. Because Big Brother Lin was the youngest, he was also the most cared for by squad leader Wu Haiyuan. The mission was to escort something very precious back to the country. We don't know exactly what it was, only that many people coveted it. Squad leader Wu Haiyuan led a group of brothers to fend off several waves of attacks from mysterious individuals, and just as they were about to return to the homeland, they were suddenly attacked by a mysterious force. Squad leader Wu and the other brothers were already battered and bruised at that time. Among that group were a diamond and several platinum. Although squad leader Wu was also a diamond, he was already at the end of his strength and was no match for that person. Squad leader Wu could only lead everyone to fight and retreat, but in the end, they were overwhelmed by exhaustion, and except for Big Brother Lin, everyone else bravely sacrificed themselves. It was their desperate delay that allowed Big Brother Lin to escape and bring that thing back. The scar on Big Brother Lin's face was left from that time, inflicted by that diamond-level powerhouse. He never let us treat it, saying it was a reminder for himself to keep himself alert at all times. Big Brother Lin has always considered himself a deserter and often mutters that it would have been better if he had died back then. But we don't think so. He is a hero, and it was he who brought that thing back. I think when squad leader Wu Haiyuan chose to let Big Brother Lin escape, he must have been very conflicted. After all, sometimes the living suffer more. Over the years, Big Brother Lin has been trying to gather information about that group, but with little success. He only knows the enemy's level and abilities, and after so many years, he still doesn't know how powerful the enemy has become. After hearing Molly's words, Lin Chen felt a heaviness in his chest. Although Molly only briefly mentioned it, Lin Chen could imagine how fierce the battle had been at that time and how much guilt Lin Chong must have felt afterward. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Molly quickly changed the subject. It seems that Team Leadership has already gained the upper hand. I believe victory will come soon. Everyone quickly looked over, and just as Molly said, Xing was indeed dominating the field at that moment. Buck and Mark Bruce had been trying hard to evade Xing's attacks, but Xing's speed was too fast, and both of them had sustained numerous injuries. These wounds also told them the answer. Their antidote could not neutralize Xing's poison at all. Although this poison had evolved from Wuke's toxins, its toxicity was far more severe than Wuke's. At that moment, the two finally felt what it was like to be poisoned in the Zhuke team. Dizziness began to set in, and the most concerning thing was that the spiritual energy was slowly becoming less smooth. Although Xing was somewhat disoriented, her combat awareness was definitely sharp. She charged forward, her claws swinging continuously, and Buck and Mark were left in pieces. The notorious leaders of the TIER mercenary corps, both the captain and vice captain, had fallen. Otto stood there, showing no intention of intervening. It wasn't that he didn't want to, he truly didn't dare. As soon as he made a move, he feared he would be gone in an instant. Matsushita Miko was still tending to Wuke's wounds. However, for some unknown reason this time, even though Wuke's injuries had been healed, he simply wouldn't wake up. Miko suspected that Wuke might have been poisoned, but even after using detoxification techniques, it was still futile. With no target left, Xing ceased her attacks on others and fell silent once more. Lin Chen and the others were equally puzzled. What was going on? As if sensing their confusion, the surrounding spiritual energy began to surge wildly toward Xing's hair, which had been spiky like a hedgehog, gradually became smooth and naturally fell down. The aura around her began to rise. Feeling this powerful presence, Lin Chong was forced to stop his own energy recovery. He looked around in bewilderment. What's happening? Molly pointed at Xing. It seems like Captain Shin has broken through. Lin Chong, really? Then we must congratulate this little girl. Lin Chong was genuinely happy. Adding a platinum-level powerhouse to the Zhuke team was a cause for celebration, especially since this girl breaking through to platinum could definitely match a diamond-level powerhouse in a contest of strength. The most important thing was that once a demon type broke through to platinum, they could maintain their consciousness and he wouldn't have to act as a target to wake her up anymore. Xing did not attack and Atoo and Matsushita Miko did not dare to flee. It was a joke. A group of Juke team members was watching nearby. Without Wuka's poison, one was a tank and the other a healer. Wasn't that just handing over their heads? Xing finally completed her breakthrough. Aside from her hair no longer looking like a punk, there didn't seem to be any significant changes. She ignored Atoo and Matsushita Miko, who were standing dumbfounded, and directly turned to walk towards Lin Chen and the others. Lin Chong hurriedly stepped in front of the team. Without hesitation, he cast 4 layers of defensive magic on himself. The demonized Xing stopped in her tracks and actually spoke. Captain, it's not good for you to act this way. Xing's voice was somewhat deep, differing from her usual tone. Hearing her words, Lin Chong let out a long sigh of relief and waved to dispel his defensive magic. I say, Miss Shin, could you at least greet us before coming over? Who knows if you might attack us again? This is the first time I've heard you speak to me in such a tone, Captain. What about the other 3? Should we take them back for interrogation? Or just eliminate them directly? Let's take them back for interrogation, but before that, I have some questions for Wuku. Lin Chong wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he looked at Atoo and Matsushita Miko. Do you know the origin of the scar on my face? Atoo, Matsushita Miko, I can't move. Lin Chen couldn't bear to watch any longer and asked in Fulani. He wants to know what happened to the scar on his face. If you dare to lie, he'll just take you out. Both shook their heads simultaneously. Lin Chong understood the outcome. It seemed he would have to seek answers from Wuku. Looking at Wuku, who was still unconscious, Lin Chong turned his gaze to Xing. Miko had been treating Wuku for so long, and since he hadn't woken up, it seemed she couldn't detoxify Xing's poison. Xing smiled slightly, walked in front of Wuku, and placed her palm above his forehead. She extracted the toxins from his body. With the toxins gone, Wuku slowly began to awaken. Seeing Xing in front of him, Wuku was so frightened that he jumped up. You, what do you want to do? Xing glanced disdainfully at Wuku and slowly walked over to Ado and Maisie. Don't resist, or you'll die. Fearing they wouldn't understand, Xing spoke in Japanese. Maisie promptly translated for Ado. Ado and Maisie dared not resist and quickly nodded repeatedly. Xing used his nails to pierce the skin of both, and they felt their spiritual abilities were rendered useless. This was within their expectations, as Wuku's poison could do the same. Xing controlled the toxicity well, ensuring they wouldn't fall into a coma like Wuku. Go. Squat in that corner over there. We'll take you with us when we leave. Don't think about escaping, this poison can be deadly if it lingers too long. The two obediently ran to squat in the corner of the factory. Seeing that there was nothing more to do, Xing also lifted his demonic transformation. Captain, the rest is up to you. Lin Chong didn't decline and excitedly walked up to Wuku. At this point, Wuku could clearly see the situation. They were here to ask him for information. Wuku, tell me what you know. Wuku coldly smiled. If I tell you, I'll have no value left. Do you think I'm that foolish? You've seen it. We didn't kill Ado and Maisie, and you won't be killed either. Do you think I'm stupid? I'm not like them. They are foreigners who haven't done anything wrong to you. I, on the other hand, have committed many offenses in Huaxia and had to leave because I couldn't stay. You've been hunting me for so long. How could you let me go so easily? Lin Chong didn't expect that even in this situation, Wuku remained so calm, making him hard to fool. So how can you tell me information about him? It's simple. You swear in the name of your team that after I reveal the information, you won't harm me. You trust us that much? Aren't you afraid we'll go back on our word after getting the information? I know you. You'll regard some things I don't understand as extremely important, and some things you'd protect with your lives. That's also why you're scum. Wuku wasn't angry, so, how about it? Can you accept that? How do I know your information is true? I wasn't present during that battle. As long as I tell you his level of ability, you can judge for yourself. Lin Chong suddenly slapped his thigh. Sorry, I forgot about that. Go ahead. Wuku, you haven't sworn yet. Do you think I'm a child? Lin Chong, it really is hard to fool him. Fine, I swear that all members of the Juke team present will not harm you after you reveal the information, otherwise. Lin Chong struggled to continue, not wanting to say anything bad about the Juke team even if it was just a vow. Wuku showed a teasing expression. Lin Chong gritted his teeth, otherwise the Juke team will face utter disaster. Is that good enough? Wuku nodded in satisfaction. Captain Lin, remember your words. If you go back on your vow, heaven is watching. You have the nerve to say that? Stop wasting time and tell me the information. Although I, Wuku, consider myself worthless, I still keep my word. The one who left a scar on your face is Capella, an American agent and a berserker. As for his current level, I don't know, but the last time I saw him, he was already at the peak of Diamond. How do you know all this? I know one of his subordinates who participated in that operation. After getting drunk once, he mentioned it himself. His name is Jabari, a platinum peak plant type ability user. I don't know if you remember him. Actually, Lin Chong had already believed that Wuko was Capella because all the clues he had investigated over the years pointed to Capella. It was just that there was no evidence. Moreover, among those who acted at that time, there was indeed a plant-type awakener which could already be confirmed. Are there any other questions? If not, our oath will take effect. No, you can go now. You soldiers are really stubborn. If you let me go, I'll probably face punishment when I return. Is it worth it for those who have died for so many years? Lin Chong was somewhat angry. Are you leaving or not? If you don't, I'm going to take action. As he spoke, he made a gesture to Lin Chen, preparing to strike. Ha ha ha, do you dare? I'm standing right here. Do you dare to act against me? Once I leave, I will definitely do something that will make you regret it, and then I'll leisurely go abroad. What can you do to me? Atua and my Mizi, who were squatting nearby, both had question marks on their faces. Although they couldn't understand what they were saying, wasn't Wuku being too arrogant? He showed no awareness of being a captive at all. Atua, in order to exaggerate the situation, squatted there and waved at Wuku. Wu, stop pretending over there, come squat in the corner with us. Wuku, fuck you, Saudi. Grandma. Atua also had a bad temper. He could understand those two sentences in English. How could he endure this? Atua turned to Lin Chen, knowing that Lin Chen could understand him. Can I hit him? Of course. Lin Chen was already prepared to take action, but he didn't expect someone to volunteer. After saying a word to Xin naturally had no objections. He quickly removed Atua's poison. Turning to Lin Chen, he said, tell him, don't give me face, hit him hard. Happy to serve you. He directly embellished the translation. Wuku equals. What to do? It seems like I've overplayed my hand. Captain Lin, you swore an oath, you can't go back on your word. Atua hitting him has nothing to do with our Juke team. At this moment, Wuku really wanted to slap himself. Why did you have to run your mouth? Why did you provoke this big black guy? Wuku's spiritual energy hadn't recovered yet, and he was originally no match for Atua, let alone now when Atua was still full of energy. Soon, Atua's roar and Wuku's screams could be heard. Fuck you, right. Bang. Saudi grandma, right. Bang bang. The scene became quite bloody, while the members of the Juke team remained calm. Such scum was not worth sympathy. After Atua had his fill of beating, he kicked Wuku a couple more times, then happily ran over to Xing, obediently extending his arm. Seeing Atua being so sensible, Xing felt very gratified. He directly demonized and gently pricked Atua with his nails. After feeling his spiritual energy sealed, Atua obediently went to squat in the corner. At this point, Wuku was already on the verge of death. Lin Chen walked over. Do you know? We never intended to let you go. All of this was for the information you mentioned. How is that possible? Aren't you afraid the oath will really come true? Lin Chen smiled wickedly. We are afraid, but I'm not a member of the Juke team. Wuku wanted to say something, but due to his severe injuries and the anger overwhelming him, he couldn't catch his breath and ended up dying from the rage. It really confirmed that saying, what goes around comes around. After confirming that Wuku was indeed dead, everyone relaxed. This surprise attack on the Tikwai mercenary group could be considered a complete success. Although there were many unexpected situations in between, the outcome was good, and there were no casualties. Lin Chen suddenly thought of something. Did you get the phone? Isn't it destroyed? Millie quickly nodded. We got it. When Buck transformed, he just tossed aside his coat and phone, which really helped us a lot. Lin Chong asked, Xiaoqiu, what should we do next? Do nothing, find a place to rest, and ask these two some questions. Alright, Jasmine, take 2 people to look after the little cuties, and the rest of you drive back to the city to find a place to rest. Upon hearing Lin Chong mention the little cuties, Lin Chen suddenly thought of something. Brother Lin, why didn't you let the little cuties help before? Lin Chong felt a bit awkward. The original plan was to have everyone, along with the spirit beasts, focus fire on them once we arrived here. I didn't expect to be poisoned before we even started. Although the little cuties reached platinum, they just broke through, so I was afraid they couldn't withstand Wuku's poison, not to mention the other storm giant eagles and the little peacock, so I didn't signal them. So that's how it is. Let's head back to the city. I still have some questions to ask these two. After returning to the town, everyone found another hotel, as the previous one was clearly uninhabitable due to the fire. Lin Chong also reported the situation to his superiors, who highly praised his performance and promised to handle the losses caused by this mission properly. Lin Chong felt a bit embarrassed by the commendation. If it weren't for Lin Chen and Xing, he would have been in trouble this time. However, it wasn't the time to discuss rewards, so he didn't say much. Once he retrieved the materials, he would naturally commend the two. For now, all he needed to do was get the materials back tomorrow. Lin Chen and Xing were responsible for interrogating Itoo and Mimi. Lin Chen was very excited. He had seen too many interrogation scenes on TV and couldn't help but want to try it out. You have the right to remain silent. Every word you say will be used as evidence in court. Will you confess? Itoo spoke first. I confess. My name is Itoo from Burkina Faso. I've always lived a straightforward life until I met the boss. Oh no. I mean that bastard Buck who led me down a path of no return. Mini was not to be outdone. My name is Matsushita Mini from Neon Country, measurements 34.23.35. I was originally a woman of the world, but after awakening my healing powers, I was taken by Buck. I didn't do anything wrong. Lin Shin slammed the table. You're lying. Itoo? Mimi? Epsilon? I was wrong. My measurements are 26.25.28. I'm guilty. I shouldn't have lied. Lin Chan? You're making it hard for me. Don't cooperate so much, resist a little, and then I can use severe torture on you. I'll give you the tiger bench, chili water, and branding iron, all of it. Itoo and Mimi were about to cry. What kind of bizarre request is this? Should we cooperate with you or not? But if we don't cooperate, you really might put us through that. You probably just don't like us and are thinking of ways to deal with us. Seeing the two trembling, Lin Chin felt a bit smug. Threats and intimidation were quite effective. Now I ask and you answer. If your answers differ, I will resort to severe punishment. The two quickly nodded. Who is your employer for this operation? They both shook their heads in unison. After a moment of silence, Mimi finally said, but I think I saw an American talking to the boss. Lin Chen became interested. How do you know he is American? I overheard some of their conversation. I just heard him say he was from America, but I didn't catch the specifics. Do you know who is in contact with us on your side? Itoo nodded. I know of him, but I've never seen him. I only know his codename is Mr. Big, and it seems he holds quite a high position. Calling himself Mr. Big, I wonder just how big he really is. A high position? That's indeed a problem. Thinking about it, how could someone with a low status access such confidential documents? What is the reward they offered you this time? Buck told us it's $100 million. Lin Chen, asterisk. Wow, how much? $100 million. How's the payment structured? They said they'll give us $30 million upfront, which has already been transferred, and the remaining balance will go directly to our mercenary group's account once the mission is completed. Mercenary group account? Don't tell me only that guy Buck knows the account number and password? Mimi quickly raised her hand. I know, because I'm the finance officer of the mercenary group. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately perked up. Buck is managing things well. They even have a finance officer. He turned to Xin Xing and asked, do any of the team members you brought excel at computers? Xin Xing thought for a moment. Yang Fan is quite good. He's a pretty impressive hacker. Lin Chen was overjoyed. Go call him over and have him bring his computer. After Xin Xing went out, it wasn't long before she returned with Yang Fan. What's up, Mr. Lin? Is there something you need help with? Lin Chen's face was filled with excitement. Of course. We need to make money and get the little treasury of the Tikway mercenary group into our account. Xin Xing's eyes also lit up. She was the logistics leader of the Vermilion Bird team. Although the team's funds weren't small, who would ever say no to more? Lin Chen looked at Xin Xing and weakly asked, Leader Shin, do you think you could spare me a little? I don't need much, you can take the bulk, I just want the leftovers. Xin Xing thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Lin Chen contributed significantly to this operation. The Vermilion Bird team should at least let Lin Chen have a taste of the soup. Young Fan had no objections either. He could say his life was given by the two of them, so giving Lin Chen some compensation was certainly no issue. Seeing Xin Xing nod, Lin Chen felt a bit hopeful. After the distribution was settled, Young Fan began operating his computer. He was typing away rapidly, and Lin Chen couldn't understand it, so he decided not to pay attention. He just wanted to know how much money would be credited to him later. If there were a few $1 million involved, wouldn't that be delightful? Soon, Yang Fan finished and had Mimi input the account number and password to log in. Yang Fan was stunned. Lin Chen was curious about what was going on and quickly leaned over to the computer. The screen displayed the account balance of the Tikway mercenary group. He counted. There were 8 digits before the decimal point, no mistake. So many zeros. Wait, so many zeros. Lin Chen instantly felt cold sweat breaking out. He hurriedly leaned in to take a closer look. Account balance $50,001.50. Lin Chen? Oh, I'm losing my mind. Here. Xin Xing didn't know how to express her feelings either. Master, how about I take the initiative and transfer some money to you? No, you all need this money more than I do. I just want to experience this thrilling feeling. Yang Fan, just transfer that $1.5 too. I don't want it. Although he spoke with righteous indignation, his heart was already bleeding. That $1.5 could buy a breakfast. Since Master doesn't want it, then forget it. I was going to give you $10 million, but I guess I'll have to compensate you in other ways. Lin Chen, 3, you all take your time. I don't have any more questions. I'm going out for some fresh air. After blowing cold air outside for half an hour, Lin Chen finally calmed down a bit. Wealth is merely an external possession. Lin, regard money as worthless as dirt. How could I possibly bow down for a mere $10 million? No, I can't keep this up. My heart still aches. Now, I can only hope that the compensation Xin Xing mentioned can somewhat mend my wounded heart. Back In my room, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and I don't know how long it took before I finally drifted off. The next day, I woke up to find it was already 9 a.m. Buck's phone had been by my side the whole time, and there was still no sign of life. I suppose the person delivering the documents hasn't arrived yet. Anyway, it's still early, so I might as well awaken today's skill. 9527, awaken today's skill. Skill extraction in progress, congratulations to the host for obtaining E-level life skill, appraisal. Appraisal can proficiently identify the level and authenticity of treasures, with a warm reminder that it's not just for cultural relics and antiques. Lin Chan, what's $1 million compared to this ability? It's all trash. It seems I'll have to frequently visit the antique market from now on. Oh my goodness, treasure friend, you can't wear this. It's cursed to leave you childless. Just thinking about that feels quite nice. With Buck's phone in hand, I left my room and headed straight to Lin Chang's room. This was previously agreed upon. Lin Chang's room is the best for observing the outside situation. When I arrived, I found that everyone else was already there. Even Itoo and Mimi were present. This was to prevent any special situations from arising. I tossed Buck's phone onto the bed. Good morning, everyone is so diligent, huh? Isn't it more pleasant to sleep in? Xing shot me a glare. At this hour, only you would think it's still early. She handed me a packed breakfast. I didn't hold back and opened it right away. The breakfast was exceptionally lavish, with both meat and vegetables, and there were even 2 tea eggs. This isn't what you said was your compensation for me, right? This doesn't count. It was bought with that $1.5. It's what you deserve. Lin Chen, oh, carrot, oh that hit hard, my friend. I quickly finished my breakfast and looked at Itoo and Mimi. If the call comes in later, you too better perform well. Watch my expressions. If you slip up, it'll be disastrous for you. Itoo and Mimi nodded vigorously. Itoo, don't worry, we'll cooperate well. Good, if you perform well, I'll reduce your sentences and won't make you do hard labor. Just as Itoo was about to say something, Buck's phone rang. I quickly made a quiet gesture. I picked up the phone, answered it, and switched to speaker mode. Buck, I heard there was a bit of a situation over there yesterday. Everything's alright, right? Lin Chen, it's fine, it was just dry weather and the place we were staying caught fire. We've already found a new hotel. Itoo, equals? Mimi, Sigma? It seems we heard Buck's voice. It sounds just like him. Is this the mysterious power of the East? That's good to hear. I'll be there in 2 hours and will notify you then. Okay, I got it. After hanging up, I noticed Itoo and Mimi looking at me with admiration. Want to learn? Give up, you won't be able to. Lin Chong, everyone stay alert. Although he said he'd arrive in 2 hours from now on, no one should let their guard down. The members of the ZUK team quickly nodded. They were all eager to go. Yesterday's battle was incredibly frustrating. They hadn't even had a chance to show their skills before being poisoned, becoming a burden instead. Today, they were ready to redeem themselves. Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, I quickly spoke up. Everyone, still be cautious, don't be too careless. After all, no one knows what level the incoming person is. Yes, everyone must not be careless. I hope as many people come back as those who left. I don't want to see more people at the cemetery each year. Lin Chen noticed the atmosphere was a bit heavy and quickly changed the subject. By the way, the person on the phone should be a Huaxia person, so everyone be a little cautious. The others couldn't help but feel curious about how Lin Chen figured that out. Weren't they all speaking in English? From his English pronunciation, there was just something off about it. Although I could understand, it felt like it had a hint of dialect mixed in with the English. I just couldn't pinpoint which dialect it was. When the call came in, it was on speakerphone, so everyone heard it. As one of the 4 best teams in Huaxia, they understood some commonly used languages. Why didn't we catch the dialect flavor? However, no one doubted Lin Chen. If he wasn't sure, he wouldn't have said anything. The air was once again filled with an awkward tension. No one knew what to say. Xing was the most straightforward, directly taking out her notebook to start asking Lin Chen about spirit beasts. After 2 long hours, Buck's phone still hadn't rung. Everyone couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Could it be that their operation was exposed? Another 20 minutes passed, and still no sign of a call. Even Lin Chen was starting to feel anxious. Just as he was contemplating whether to call, Buck's phone rang. Lin Chen quickly answered. Hello, why so slow? I was delayed by some things on the road. I left the items in locker 035 at the Sugwa supermarket. You can send someone to pick them up. Aren't we supposed to meet face to face? It's better to keep some things a bit mysterious. With that, the call ended abruptly. Everyone was left in shock. This call had completely disrupted their plans. They had originally hoped to trace the line to find the domestic undercover agent. They didn't expect them to be so cautious. Here they were, sharpening their knives, only to wait in vain. Jasmine was the first to speak up. So what do we do next? Should we just go get the materials? Lin Chen shook his head. No, if we go directly, who knows if they are watching us in secret. That Would expose us, and we don't know if they have any backup plans. Lin Chong asked, so what should we do? Just watch the materials sit there? Lin Chen shook his head again, of course not. We have a ready-made courier, don't we? Hearing Lin Chen's words, everyone turned to look at Edo and Matsushita. Miko. The two felt a bit uneasy under everyone's gaze. They aren't planning to kill us, are they? Lin Chen walked over and put his arm around Edo's shoulder. Big guy, do you want a chance to redeem yourself? If you do well, I'll arrange a single cell for you later. Edo, Sigma really? I promise to complete the task. Lin Chen, degree? Got it. Miko quickly chimed in, I want to do it too. If you perform well, everyone will get a chance. Edo, what you need to do next is go to the Sugwa supermarket locker and bring back the materials. No problem, I'll do my best. Don't forget what you promised about the single cell. Remember locker 035, get the items and come back immediately. Don't even think about running away, I'll be following you. Secretly, and don't forget you're still poisoned. I won't run away, I feel pretty good here. Lin Chen couldn't help but pat Edo again. It's rare to find such a self-aware big guy these days. Brother Lin, give Edo his phone back. It's convenient to contact him if anything comes up. I'll go with him. Lin Chong returned the phone he had confiscated from Edo. Lin Chong looked at Lin Chen, Xiao, let's go follow Edo. It's too dangerous for you to go. Lin Chen shook his head, no, it's safer for me to go. No one knows who the undercover is. Can you be sure he hasn't seen you? If he discovers you are following him, it will alert the snake in the grass. As a student, he definitely hasn't seen me. Lin Chong wanted to say more but had to admit that Lin Chen made a valid point. These kinds of pests in the country are the hardest to guard against. Then be careful. Don't worry, I haven't married yet, so I won't joke with my own life. Since he wasn't very familiar with the town, he first checked the location of the supermarket on his phone and found it was only about 1,000 meters from the hotel. Itoa, I'm watching you from not far away. Call me if anything happens. Call Buck. Itoa gave Lin Chen an okay sign. The two of them left the hotel one after the other. Since the distance wasn't far, they didn't take a taxi. Lin Chen followed Itoa from a distance. 10 minutes later, they finally arrived at the supermarket. Itoa walked straight into the supermarket and quickly found the location of the locker, constantly muttering 035, as if afraid he would forget. Soon, he finally found locker number 035. Itoa scratched his head, wondering how to open this thing. If he didn't understand something, he could call, and Itoa picked up the phone, but before he could dial, he felt someone bump into him. He turned to look but had no idea who had bumped into him, so he ignored it. Just as he was about to continue dialing, he noticed a square piece of paper in his hand. Wasn't that the barcode for opening the locker? And Lin Chen saw all of this. The person who bumped into Itoa was wrapped up too tightly, and Lin Chen couldn't see his face. He really wanted to chase after him but thought better of it. The information was more important. At this moment, Itoa scanned the barcode, and the locker 035 opened. Inside was just a black garbage bag. Taking it out, he found a USB drive inside. Itoa hurriedly stuffed the USB drive into his pocket and slowly walked back. Lin Chen didn't immediately follow. He waited until Itoa had walked 200 meters and saw that no one was following before he leisurely caught up. Soon, the two returned to the hotel. Itoa waited at the elevator door, and when he saw Lin Chen arrive, he hurried over as if to show off. He handed the USB drive to Lin Chen. Hey, brother, don't forget my single cell. Lin Chen was also defeated by Itoa's sincerity. How did such a person survive in the Tikway Mercenary Corps until now? Don't worry, we will investigate you later. If you haven't done anything heinous, we might even let you go. Actually, I think a single room is pretty good. There's food, drink, and a bed. Didn't we say before that we could avoid hard labor? This is simply my ideal life. Lin Chen, how can I ignite his desire for life? What he said seems completely reasonable. It's making me a bit tempted. Back in the room, Lin Chong and the others breathed a sigh of relief when they saw both of them were safe. Lin Chen tossed the USB drive to Yang Fan. Check if it's real information. Yang Fan opened his computer and plugged in the USB drive. A flurry of operations ensued. That's too complicated, I can't unlock it. Lin Chen nodded, then it seems it's real. Yang Fan, Omega? Although what you said is true, it feels a bit offensive. At this moment, Jasmine was still observing the situation from the window. Jasmine, did anyone else come in after we did? Only one old lady came in, no one else, so there shouldn't be anyone following. Lin Chong, although we haven't found out who the undercover is, we have completed our task by getting the information. Next, we just need to wait for support from the country to come and hand over the things to them. Brother Lin, the enemy still thinks the information is in the hands of the Tikwai Mercenary Corps. Do you think we can give them a surprise? Lin Chong was overjoyed. Right. How did I not think of this? Quickly ask these two where their mission is to deliver the goods. Lin Chen looked at Mini Z. Ido has already secured his own single cell. Whether you can get one depends on your cooperation. I forgot to ask you yesterday, where? Do you need to deliver the items? Nini Z replied, to the coastal area of Zhu City. They said someone would be there to meet us, and the specific coordinates are on my phone. Lin Chong was somewhat excited. These people actually dared to touch the research results of Huaxia. It was time to make them feel the pain. Lin Chen was a bit unhappy. There was still $70 million left to pay for the Tikwai team. It seemed that it wouldn't be obtainable. No, suddenly I had a bold idea. I made a shushing gesture to everyone, picked up Buck's phone, and called the delivery person. The call was quickly connected. You have the goods, right? Deliver them to the designated location as soon as possible. I didn't call you to say that, just transfer our remaining payment. Everyone, equals? This is truly a case of empty-handedly catching a wolf. The person on the other end of the line was clearly getting agitated. Wasn't it agreed that the payment would be made upon delivery? I've changed my mind now. Just tell me if you're going to pay or not. I believe many people would be interested in this. I advise you not to play with fire. Just for that sentence, I don't want the 70 million anymore. Just send me 100 million. The other end fell silent, and I could still hear someone taking deep breaths. Wait a moment, I need to consult with my superiors. Then they hung up the phone. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Chen with admiration. This operation was impressive. Half an hour later, the phone finally rang. Lin Chen answered calmly. The money has been transferred. You need to deliver the goods as soon as possible. Okay, we will deliver it as soon as we can. The person on the other end seemed to be suppressing their anger, and after receiving a positive response, they hung up the phone. Lin Chen, so rude, they've hung up on me several times. Yang Fan had already started checking the Tikwai Mercenary Corps account, and sure enough, there was an extra $100 million. He couldn't help but give Lin Chen a thumbs up. Not only had they retrieved the information, but they also tricked the opponent out of 130 million, and soon they would ambush the other party's support personnel. This was truly impressive, a real showcase. Xin Xing also looked at the Tikwai Mercenary Corps account with shining eyes. Yang Fan, hurry, transfer it all to my account. Lin Chen? What about mine? What about mine? Don't worry, Master, I said I would compensate you, and I will definitely not let you down. I specifically asked for an extra $30 million to save for my future wife, and you just took it away? Give me back my wife. How about you consider me as your wife? That way, you save on your future wife. No way, I have someone I like. You don't stand a chance. Who would really like a little brat like you? Don't worry. Your compensation will definitely not be less than $30 million. Lin Chen, asterisk, 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 really? Then I'll be waiting for your compensation. At noon, the support team from Huaxia finally arrived. Dozens of support troops came, led by an elderly man, full of spirit, with silver hair meticulously combed, standing straight, exuding an iron-blooded aura. Lin Chong and the others were stunned upon seeing the old man. Why did he come in person? This person is the idol of all soldiers, one of the only 3 supreme powerhouses in Huaxia, known as the fierce tiger of the military, Morong Tuesday. After Lin Chong and the others realized this, they quickly lined up and saluted Morong Tu in unison. Morong Tu returned the salute. He walked over and patted Lin Chong on the shoulder. You did well this time, very well. Lin Chong hurriedly waved his hand. Old Tu, you flatter me. I dare not take credit for this operation. The real credit should go to young brother Lin Chen and team leader Xin Xing. Morong Tu became interested. Come on, tell me more. Who is this Lin Chen? I haven't heard of him. Lin Chong briefly recounted the operation to Morong Tuesday. Morong Tu was also surprised to hear that Lin Chen was still a freshman. The waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. It seems I really am getting old. That girl Xing performed well too. Shen Xing quickly walked over, grabbing Morong Tu's arm and shaking it non-stop. Grandpa Tu, you're not old at all. By the way, why did you personally come out this time? They bullied us right to our doorstep. I can't stand by any longer. If I don't take action, they might forget who Morong Tu is. How could that be? Grandpa Tu's reputation is always there. Only you little girl know how to talk. This time, it's not just me. The other 2 old fellows also took action. I'm responsible for ensuring the safety of the Lingwu weapon data while your grandpa went to the pearl market to eliminate that group of supporters. I believe he should have arrived by now. Old Su went to help that brat Chow guy. How dare those true martial powerhouses enter Huaxia without permission? They really are tired of living. Since they've come, none of them should leave. Grandpa Tu is mighty. Only Lin Chen remained at a loss, standing there foolishly. Who is this old man? He seems so arrogant. And this girl in front of me, acting all cute and charming, is she really the Xin Xing I know? Can't you be this gentle with your master too? I could accept a little bit of cuteness now and then. Seeing Lin Chen still dazed, Xin Xing quickly pulled Morong Tu over. Master, let me introduce you. This is the fierce tiger of the military, Grandpa Morong Tuesday. Morong Tu, Sigma, degree winky face. This girl calls this kid master? Isn't he just a freshman? Lin Chen, equals? What the hell? Morong Tu, supreme, alive. Although Lin Chen had been in P City, who in Huaxia doesn't know the names of the three supreme powerhouses? Grandpa too, this is Lin Chen, my teacher. Girl, don't speak yet, let me sort this out. He is your teacher, which means he is your elder. I understand now, by seniority, he should be my big nephew. Good. From today on, you are my big nephew. Lin Chen, is it really that hasty? Aren't you going to think it over? Uncle, I pay my respects. Your big nephew greets you. Morong too laughed heartily. I like this kid, he has thick skin, just like I did back in the day. Xinxing, Sigma, degree, Grandpa too, do you have some misunderstanding about thick skin? Is this how you compliment people? Just as Morong Tu was about to say something, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up to see a video call from Shin Taichung. He clicked to answer. As soon as it connected, Shin Taichung's voice came through. Old bastard Morong, do I look handsome? One true. Marshall, 2 diamonds, all wiped out by me. Ha, it's been a long time since I fought so freely. How about it? Jealous? You old man didn't get to fight, I just finished talking with old Su, and he also took care of a true martial powerhouse. And a few diamonds. Morong Tu's face darkened. Damn it, this is bragging. Pure, unadulterated bragging. Fighting is impressive, huh? He pulled Shin Xing over. Old Shin, do you see who this is? I came specifically to see my granddaughter. Being able to see her is much better than fighting and killing, don't you think? Bastard. That's my granddaughter. Shin Xing waved to Shin Taichung. Grandpa, I miss you. I've broken through to platinum. I miss you too. Ha, breaking through to platinum is great. How did it happen so fast? Last time we talked, you had just broken through to gold 9, right? I don't know either. I absorbed the poison from a powerful poison user, and I just leveled up. Shin Taichung frowned slightly. Is that really possible? When I have time, I'll come see you and check for any side effects. You're not feeling unwell, are you? No, I feel great. That's good, but just in case, I'll check on you as soon as possible. Morong, did you hear that? Shinger's grandpa is calling her so affectionately. So what if I heard? In front of my granddaughter, where are you? Fighting is nowhere near as sweet as being with my granddaughter. Just wait, I'll fly over right now. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Lin Chen was stunned. It's at least 1,500 kilometers from Ju City to here. Is he serious about flying over? Lin Chong and the others stood straight, eyes observing, but their slightly trembling hands betrayed their true thoughts. Morong too felt a bit embarrassed. The image he had worked so hard to maintain over the years was crumbling. But thankfully, he had thick skin. As long as he wasn't embarrassed, the embarrassment would slip away on its own. Besides finding it amusing, Lin Chong and the others were also filled with shock. They learned a lot from the conversation between the two elders. The enemies who came to seize the spirit weapon data had basically been wiped out. 2 true warriors and several diamonds. Fell in Huaxia, the mastermind behind this must be feeling quite pained. Such level of powerhouses could be considered top-tier combat strength anywhere. This operation could be seen as Huaxia's shining sword. It was to let those behind the scenes understand that Huaxia's territory is not a place they can recklessly trample. Those who offend Huaxia, once they come, they shouldn't expect to leave. If there's a next time, it will truly be a case of striking down those who are far away. After chatting with Xin Xing for a while longer, Morong Tu finally approached Lin Chong. Lin Chong certainly wouldn't forget the reason Morong Tu was here. He handed over the USB drive with both hands. Morong Tu solemnly accepted the USB drive. Old Zhang, we are contemporaries. I remember your talent is no less than mine. If you had specialized in supernatural abilities, Huaxia would have 4 supreme beings. Don't worry, we've preserved your research results. Zhang Hong and the current 3 supreme beings were all acquaintances. They had known each other since their youth. Unexpectedly, after breaking through to gold, Zhang Hong directly gave up on cultivation and resolutely devoted himself to the research of spirit weapons. After so many years, Zhang Hong finally completed his research on spirit weapons, but his cultivation remained at the peak of platinum. Not that he couldn't break through. It was that Zhang Hong didn't want to. The longer he cultivated, the less time he had for researching spirit weapons. It was also due to long-term research that Zhang Hong became overworked. Now that the research was finally successful, Zhang Hong was gone. Some people wanted to pick the fruit halfway, which the 3 supreme beings could not tolerate. This was also why the 3 supreme beings acted with such thunderous force this time. This operation could be seen as a farewell for an old friend from the 3 supreme beings. Morong Tu saw that he had the USB drive in hand. Although he wanted to stay with Xinxing a bit longer, he had a mission to fulfill, and the USB drive needed to be returned quickly. Big nephew, dear granddaughter, I have to head back now. There's a whole bunch of researchers waiting for me. I also want to see Zhang Hong's research results come to light soon to strengthen Huaxia's prestige. Although this operation can be considered a success, there are still traitors within the country, and I need to go back and investigate thoroughly to find out which wolf is ungrateful. Hearing Morong Tu mention the traitor, Lin Chen suddenly remembered that Buck's phone was still in his hands. Uncle, wait a moment, I still have the delivery person's number here. Should I call to see if there are any new discoveries? Morong Tu's eyes lit up. That's a clue. Call. Lin Chen dialed the number in front of Morong 2, but it showed that the other party had turned off their phone. Morong 2 was somewhat disappointed. The other party must have received the news and is hiding. It seems it won't be so easy to catch them. Alright, I'm leaving. Okay, goodbye, Grandpa, Uncle. Lin Chen and Xin Xing also bid farewell to Morong Tuesday. Otto and Mimi were also taken away by Morong Tuesday. He wanted to see if he could find new clues from them. Lin Chen certainly wouldn't forget his promise. He told Morong 2 about the two's good behavior and mentioned some conditions he had agreed to at the time. Morong 2 said there was no problem at all. Such powerful individuals would have separate cells and the rest would be even less of an issue. As long as they cooperated, it would be no problem for them to share a room later. After Morong 2 left with his people, Lin Chong and the others didn't linger either. Staying here any longer would be meaningless. Once they left the town, they quickly arrived at the resting place of the little cuties, and without delay, they mounted their steeds and began their return journey. Lin Chen still rode with Xin Xing on the little peacock. As a high-level spirit beast, the little peacock's stability and comfort were incomparable to the storm giant eagle. It was entirely the difference between economy class and standard class. Just after setting off, Xin Xing prepared to ask Lin Chen a question, but he firmly refused. Are you kidding? You're already platinum. I'm no longer afraid of you losing your mind in demonization. What do I have to fear? Xing had no objections. She had just broken through to platinum and was just taking this opportunity to familiarize herself with her situation. The journey was silent, and Lin Chen even found time to take a nap. By the time everyone returned to the logistics department of the ZK team, it was already early morning. After greeting those below, they opened the mountain gate and all flew into the base. Upon entering the base, everyone was stunned. No one in the base was asleep. Everyone was lined up neatly, and upon seeing their return, they all applauded. Xiao Gai had also returned, and his face was filled with smiles as he looked at the few people in front of him. After dismounting, Xiao Gai directly approached them, shaking hands with each person. When he shook hands with Lin Chen, he held on for a long time, growing fonder the more he looked. Lin Chen's impression of him now was knowledgeable, talented, witty, brave, and a fine soldier's material. Kid, are you interested in joining our ZK team? Lin Chen didn't expect Xiao Gai to directly invite him to join the ZK team and refused without a second thought. I'd rather not. There are too many rules in the army, and it's not suitable for me. Xiao Gai didn't expect this kid to refuse so decisively. I say, kid, think about it. Our benefits are really good. You can travel by train or plane at half price, and you don't have to pay for tickets when traveling to various places. Lin Chen was finally a bit tempted. After thinking carefully for 3 seconds, he still refused. Captain, I'm really not cut out for this, but if there's ever a place where I can be of use in the future, just let me know. Seeing that this kid had made up his mind, Xiao Gai stopped trying to persuade him further. Captain, look at how much I've done for the ZK team this time. I've helped you secure $130 million just in funding. Shouldn't you reward me a bit? Xiao Gai didn't expect this kid to be so direct about asking for benefits. Don't worry, I've already applied to the higher-ups for you, striving to get you a first-class merit. Can't you give something more tangible? Xiao Gai was a bit angry. You kid don't know anything. Do you know what first-class merit means for a soldier? It's honor. Lin Chen curled his lips. I'm not a soldier, I'm just a student. You lack of ambition. Seeing this, Xin Xing hurried over to mediate. Captain, I actually feel there's something particularly suitable to reward Lin Chen with. Xiao Gai became interested. Team leadership, go ahead. It's the treasure of our team. Isn't that inappropriate? Although it's called a treasure, it really has no use. It hasn't hatched in all these years, and we don't even know if it's dead. Anyway, it's useless to us, so we might as well just give it to him. If we don't, we'll have to allocate $30 million to him. Xiao Gai, asterisk? Actually, I think giving it to him is fine. After all, even though we know this thing is extraordinary, it's of no great use to us if it doesn't hatch. Lin Chen, is it really okay for you two to discuss this in front of me? You want to give me something you can't use? I think I'd rather have the 30 million. Kid, that money is useless in your hands. It would be very useful in ours. Xin Xing, what are you waiting for? Go get our team's treasure. Xin Xing quickly complied. He gave Lin Chen a mysterious smile. Master, this is my compensation for you. Lin Chen understood now. The compensation Xin Xing mentioned should be a spirit beast egg. And it shouldn't be an ordinary egg, otherwise, it wouldn't be the treasure of the ZK team. From what they said, this egg should have been with the ZK team for some time. They just hadn't hatched it. This was within Lin Chen's expectations, but just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't. After all, you guys didn't understand the hatching parameters for a common spirit beast like the fire spirit bird. Once the heroes had finished their greetings, Xiao Gai waved for the others to rest, and Lin Chong and the others greeted Lin Chen before heading back to rest. Xiao Gai and Lin Chen waited for Xin Xing. Xiao Gai still wanted to recruit Lin Chen into the ZK team. I say, kid, are you really not considering joining our ZK team? If you come, I'll directly appoint you as the head of logistics. Captain, now that you mention it, I have a question for you. Xiao Gai raised an eyebrow. Could there be a chance? Go ahead. You call this the logistics department, but why is the head of the logistics department called a team leader? Xiao Gai, oh, carrot, oh I really hadn't thought about that. It's a title passed down from before? Maybe the previous seniors felt head wasn't suitable. Then why would I become the head if I join the UK team? Because that's a position I specifically set up for you. I can't just let you take Xinxing's place. That's true. Captain, give it up. I won't be joining the UK team. Why not? Haven't I told you the reason? I can't stand all the rules in the military. Plus, think about it, if I go out and show off to my friends, saying I'm the head of logistics for the UK team, what do you think their reaction would be? Of course, they would praise you for being impressive. But what if I say the head of logistics is my apprentice? Zhou Gai. He didn't know how to respond, but it did seem like it would be even more impressive. Speaking of which, how does this kid come up with so many twisted arguments? At that moment, Xinxing walked over holding a spirit beast egg the size of an ostrich egg. The two stopped their discussion. Lin Chen hadn't had time to react upon seeing the egg Xinxing was holding. 9527 jumped out from his mind. What the hell? There are actually dragons in this world? What? 9527. Are you saying this is a dragon egg? Yes, it definitely is. Logically, this kind of creature shouldn't exist in this world, right? What kind of dragon? Eastern dragon or Western dragon? The Western ones are all mutated lizards. How can they be called dragons? Does that mean it's an Eastern dragon? That's so cool. Lin Chen had already begun to imagine himself standing atop a 1,000-foot-long azure dragon, overlooking the earth, dressed in a white robe and wielding a silver spear. The feeling was just too amazing. Who wouldn't want to be a dragon knight? 9527, since there's an egg, doesn't that mean this little guy has parents? Of course, but they should be gone, otherwise I should be able to sense their presence. Do you have that function too? The system shot you a disdainful glance, indicating it didn't want to talk to you. Wow, are you operating so flamboyantly? Now, wait, speaking of which, 9527, isn't it the middle of the night? Aren't you supposed to be resting? I've been staying up late watching a show, and just when it was getting exciting, I got distracted by the dragon egg. Watching a show? Are you serious? Tell me how you watch shows? And while you're at it, can you awaken my skill for today? Sorry, this service is not available. Please try again after 8 a.m. My temper. But today I got a dragon egg, so I'm happy and won't hold it against you. Is hatching a dragon egg that easy? Good luck with that. Hearing 9527's words, Lin Chen's expression turned sour. He knew the method for hatching a dragon egg and it was quite simple, just a bit costly. If I had known there were dragons in this world, I shouldn't have classified hatching as an E-level skill. At least it should be an S-level. Should I go back and sort out my skills? So many need leveling up. 9527, I advise you to be kind. Your friend 9527 has gone offline. Lin Chen, with such a willful system, it really hurts. Xinxing looked at Lin Chen, who was staring blankly at the egg, not knowing what he was thinking. He directly tossed the dragon egg to Lin Chen. Lin Chen was startled and hurriedly reached out to catch it. Don't you worry about dropping it? Xinxing shot Lin Chen an annoyed glance. If it could break, I would have made egg fried rice out of it long ago. Bullets can't even break its shell, okay? Lin Chen, Sigma, degree, bullets can't break it? How do you know that? Xiao Gai, this egg was studied by Team Leadershin for 3 months. It said that because nothing was discovered, Team Leadershin got so angry that he demonized and beat the egg for an hour. Lin Chen gasped. Poor egg, what did you do wrong? Dragon egg, asterisk? Who knows what I went through in those 3 months? If it weren't for my shell protecting me, I would have been done for. Lin Chen stroked his chin. With such high defense, it seems I can use it as a shield before it hatches. Xinxing couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Ahem, those are all old stories. Such things won't happen again. By the way, Master, do you know what kind of egg this is? Lin Chen didn't plan to hide it from the two. Once the egg hatches, he couldn't keep it a secret anyway. He also didn't want to leave any grudges between him and the Vermilion Bird team. As for whether they would give him something afterward, that was their business. What I gain is my fortune, what I lose is my fate. Lin Chen was quite open-minded. Who knows when he would be able to hatch this little guy. I know, it's a dragon egg. Xiao Gai, asterisk? Xinxing, Sigma, degree? Xiao Gai, by the way, do I still have time to regret coming here? Lin Chen, you still have time. If you transfer $30 million to me now, I won't take the egg. Xiao Gai was a bit confused. Was he giving it up so easily? Xinxing clearly understood spirit beasts better than Xiao Gai. Master, is hatching this egg very difficult? No. Hatching is very simple. It just needs spiritual energy, lots and lots of spiritual energy. How much is a lot? If a supreme powerhouse inputs spiritual energy into it every day, it would probably take about 10 years to hatch. The spiritual pearl could also work. That would be much faster. 2 supreme-level spiritual pearls would be enough to hatch it. Xiao Gai said, Xiao Qiu, the things our UK team sends out, how can we take them back? I see this egg has a connection with you, so you should take it. It was a joke which Supreme Being would be idle enough to continuously supply it with spiritual energy for 10 years? As for Supreme level spiritual pearls, don't even think about it. Supreme level spirit beasts are not so easy to kill. Lin Chen was not lying. The dragon egg indeed needed spiritual energy to hatch. The only method he could think of was to use the spiritual energy from the pearls to accelerate the hatching. This meant he would have to spend money to buy spiritual pearls. Thinking about his own finances, he realized he didn't even have the qualification to stuff the dragon egg with them. Suddenly, he felt so poor. Indeed, he had to work hard to earn money. Lin Chen also considered whether to give up on this dragon egg directly, but the desire to become a dragon knight still excited him. Never mind, anyway. I'm still young. If worst comes to worst, I can become a supreme being in the future and slowly nourish it with spiritual energy. After giving the dragon egg to Lin Chen, Xiaogai let him go back to rest. Back in his room, Lin Chen didn't feel sleepy at all. This was thanks to the comfortable sleeping environment provided by the little peacock on the way back. At this moment, Lin Chen was observing the dragon egg. He wasn't afraid of breaking the dragon egg and kept hitting it with his hand. His golden level physical quality didn't cause any damage to the egg. Instead, his hand went numb from the impact. No wonder it could withstand the torment of the demonized Xingxing dragon egg. Oh, I just came out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's mouth. Without a diamond shell, I feel embarrassed to call myself a dragon egg. Lin Chen placed his hand on the dragon egg and began to inject his spiritual energy. However, his silver level spiritual energy couldn't stir up any waves at all. The dragon egg showed no reaction, which was understandable. After all, Lin Chen's little bit of spiritual energy didn't even qualify to fill the gaps in the dragon egg. Yet Lin Chen didn't give up and directly input all his spiritual energy into it. If he inputs some spiritual energy into the dragon egg every day, maybe he could save some money in the end. It might not save much, but every little bit counts. Exhausted of spiritual energy, Lin Chen sat on the bed to recover. Recently, he had a feeling that he should be reaching silver 2 stars soon. Sure enough, after recovering his spiritual energy, he naturally broke through the bottleneck from silver 1 star to 2 stars. It seemed that the recent battles had significantly improved him. Thinking about the golden spiritual pearl he got from Shen Xing, he felt a bit conflicted. Should he absorb it now? If he did, he could at least level up 1 star. With his physical quality reaching golden, absorbing the spiritual energy from the pearl would have no side effects at all. But he also wanted to use the pearl for the dragon egg. After struggling for 0.03 seconds, Lin Chen chose the former. Dragon egg, be good. It's not that I don't want to use it for you. It's just that this is too insignificant for you. Plus, think about it, if I level up, I can give you more spiritual energy every day. No matter how you calculate it, you won't lose out. He took out the golden spiritual pearl and absorbed it right in front of the dragon egg. The energy from the golden spiritual pearl was indeed abundant. Lin Chen felt his spiritual energy rapidly increasing. He smoothly stepped into silver 3 stars, and it was still growing. Unfortunately, he fell just a little short of entering 4 stars. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. He no longer had any ordinary spiritual pearls, only a few with spiritual techniques. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to sell these spiritual pearls. He wondered if the Zhuke team would buy them. If so, he could sell them to them at a lower price. He would ask Lin Dage about it when he woke up. Once again, he input all his spiritual energy into the dragon egg, and Lin Chen felt a bit tired. After putting the dragon egg into the storage pocket, Lin Chen took a rest. When he woke up, it was already past 10 in the morning. He was still thinking about selling the spirit pearls, so as soon as he got up, he eagerly went to find Lin Chong. At that moment, Lin Chong was giving the little cutie a routine care. Seeing Lin Chen coming over, he quickly waved at him. Big brother Lin, does your Zhuke team accept spirit pearls with skills? I have some bronze level ones, and a silver one. Of course, we accept them as long as the price is right. Show them to me. Sure. Lin Chen reached into his pocket. Nothing there. It must be that I'm not reaching in the right way. He switched hands and searched again. Lin Chen, see, where are my spirit pearls? Who the hell snuck into my spatial pocket in the early morning to steal my spirit pearls? Lin Chong was also a bit puzzled. What's wrong? Big brother, my spirit pearls are gone. The Zhuke team has been robbed. Robbed my ass? Who has the ability to sneak into your alternate space? Who has that ability? Could it be Ouyang Zhe? No way, that guy from the true martial realm wouldn't even look at my little spirit pearls. I had those spirit pearls when I was cultivating with the golden spirit pearl yesterday, and now they're gone this morning. What did I do in between? I just put the dragon egg into the spatial pocket. Wait, the dragon egg. Damn it. So you're the culprit. He took out the dragon egg and started smashing it against the ground. You give me back my spirit pearls. You give me back my hard-earned money. You could have waited for me to sell these and then buy you some without skills. That way I could buy a lot. Lin Chong? This guy must have hit his Head on the door, he just got up and is going crazy. Shaking his head, he ignored Lin Chen and continued caring for the little cutie. After half an hour of battling with the dragon egg, Lin Chen ultimately ended in failure. His hands were sore from the impact, while the dragon egg remained intact. A group of logistics personnel had already gathered around, pointing and whispering about Lin Chen. Mr. Chiu, what happened? Did something stimulate you? I don't know, I still have many questions to ask. Is he going crazy? Lin Chen had been away for days, and they had accumulated many questions to ask him. Seeing Lin Chen get up, they all rushed over. Unexpectedly, before they could start asking, Lin Chen seemed to go mad and started smashing the egg. At this point, even if Lin Chen stopped going crazy, everyone was a bit hesitant to approach, fearing they might provoke him. In the end, it was Lin Chong who walked over and patted Lin Chen. What's wrong, Xiao Qiu? Did something stimulate you? Lin Chen? Oh, big brother. This guy tricked me. He ate up my spirit pearls worth over 10 million. Over 10 million? What spirit pearls are that expensive? Didn't you say there are only bronze and silver ones? Whoa, the bronze ones are fine, but there's a silver level ice arrow. That indeed could be over 10 million. Ice arrows are quite rare. But out with the old, in with the new, we must look forward. I'm just looking forward to money, otherwise, why would I be so sad? Lin Chong was stunned for a long time before he reacted. Still playing with homophones with me? Alright, don't be sad, this also accelerated the growth of your spirit beast egg, right? Don't be sad, there's still a lot of work to do. Look, the line of people waiting to ask you questions is almost at the door. Hearing Lin Chang's words, Lin Chen's face suddenly stiffened. Am I going back to the life of a tool person? Suddenly, he felt that military training at school wasn't so bad after all. Although he was reluctant, Lin Chen still started solving problems for everyone. After receiving Lin Chen's answers, the logistics personnel felt enlightened. Soon, Lin Chen discovered the problem. Although many people were asking questions, there were always some who asked similar questions, which was a huge waste of time. Lin Chen interrupted everyone's inquiries. Everyone, please be quiet. Seeing all your questions, I feel this is really a waste of time, so I've decided to write a book to help you all before I leave for school. This way, we can solve this problem once and for all. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, no one had any objections, and certainly no one opposed him. Lin Chong looked at Lin Chen with a face full of satisfaction. Bringing this kid to the Zhuke team was indeed a wise decision. In the following days, Lin Chen immersed himself in writing this book about spirit beasts. Every day, when he got tired of writing, he would call a few people over to dictate while they wrote. Finally, on the day before military training was about to end, he completed the book. This was only about the flying spirit pets suitable for writing. That Lin Chen knew. The book detailed the hatching, training, and breeding of spirit beasts. It actually didn't need to take so many days. However, every time Lin Chen was about to finish, a new skill related to spirit beasts would awaken that day. The care and maintenance of spirit beasts came one after another. Lin Chen strongly suspected that 9527 was messing with him. Having come this far, Lin Chen couldn't give up. He tried his best to write down all the knowledge he had, as this could greatly enhance the strength of the Zhuke team. As soon as the book was completed, the logistics staff went crazy making copies. In the end, every member of the Zhuke team received a copy. Xing knew that Lin Chen was compiling a book and hadn't disturbed him these days. The moment he saw the book, he got a copy and became immersed in the sea of knowledge, unable to extricate himself. It was said that after Lin Chen left, the Zhuke team added an assessment, with a test held every month. The bottom 50 in scores would be responsible for cleaning spirit beast droppings for a month. Moreover, their way of greeting each other had changed. Old Wang, did you read the book today? Yes, and you? I did too. Xing knew that Lin Chen would be leaving soon and surprisingly put down his research, standing quietly as he watched Lin Chen channel spiritual energy into the dragon egg. After Lin Chen exhausted his spiritual energy, he finally saw Xing. Oh, why do you have time to come over today? I thought you were still busy with your research. Master, you're leaving tomorrow, right? Yes, after military training ends tomorrow. School will start. Xing sat down on Lin Chen's bed, quietly watching him. Lin Chen felt a bit flustered under his gaze. Master, sometimes I'm really curious, how do you know so much? How do you have so much knowledge at your age? You probably haven't even seen these spirit beasts, right? Isn't it because I have a good master? That would be your grandmaster, he's quite impressive. Grandmaster? I have a grandmaster? I haven't heard you mention it before. What do I call him? Your grandmaster's surname is Mei, given name Zhuren. He's very low-key, you probably haven't heard of him. Mei. Zhuren, I've never heard of this person. Is your grandmaster pulling your leg, or are you pulling mine? Lin Chen thought, women are indeed formidable. I've already revealed everything, yet she still found out. Look at Lin Chong, he still doesn't know I'm messing with him. Good disciple, you're overthinking. I also had my doubts at the time, but his name really is Mei Zhuren. Why would I mess with you? This knowledge of mine can't just be innate, right? Although Shen Xing still had some doubts, he somewhat believed Lin Chen's words. Perhaps that old senior was unwilling to reveal his real name. It often happens on television. Master, I mainly came this time to thank you. Oh, thank me for what? Thank you for doing so much for the Zhuke team. The knowledge of spirit beasts you taught us would take us at least several decades to research on our own, and as for the spirit weapon matter, we would have suffered heavy losses without you. You are my disciple, so there's no need to be polite. If you really can't stand it, just casually support me with a few million. Master, if you had told me earlier, it would have been fine, but now it's not possible. All the money has gone into the team account, and I can't use it privately. How about I personally sponsor you a few hundred? Lin Chen, equals? Even the ants selling vegetables at the market wouldn't dare to chop like you. Forget it. Am I the kind of person who needs your few hundred? Xin Xing chatted with Lin Chen for a while longer, enjoying this rare moment. Master, remember to come see me often. Of course, you can come find me too. It's not far from Magic City. Okay. Master, take a good rest. After Xin Xing left, Lin Chen went to bed early. At 3 in the morning the next day, Lin Chen got up. He wanted to call Lin Chong to set off early. He still didn't like farewells. When Lin Chen sneaked out, he was stunned by the scene before him. All the members of the Zhuke team were already lined up in the center of the base. At this moment, everyone was saluting Lin Chen. Lin Chen awkwardly waved his hand. Hello everyone, you're all up so early, I just went out to use the restroom. However, no one responded to him. Chao Gai stood at the front of the line. Attention! Stand straight! With a snap, everyone stood up straight. Salute! Lin Chen didn't know how to describe his feelings. He had never imagined he would receive such treatment. Although Lin Chen had never been a soldier and had no training, he still stood at attention and returned the salute. After saluting, he didn't say anything and directly pulled Lin Chong onto the back of the little cutie. He intended to leave just like that. But in the end, he couldn't help but wave goodbye to everyone. As the little cutie took off, everyone watched it leave until they could no longer see its figure. Chao Gai sighed deeply. What a pity, we didn't manage to pull this kid into our Zhuke team. Xin Xing shook her head. The Zhuke team might not be suitable for him. Joining us might actually limit his growth. Chao Gai was taken aback for a moment, then laughed heartily. Maybe. At this moment, the little cutie was heading towards Magic City Spirit Weapon. Lin Chen looked at Lin Chong with an unfriendly expression. I say, big brother, did you leak out that I wanted to leave early? Yeah, I just felt you deserved it. If the brothers couldn't send you off, they would definitely feel bad. But that makes me feel a bit bad. Haha, it's better for you to feel bad than for thousands of people to feel bad, right? That's true. And anyway, it's not far, you can come and visit us often. I hope I won't be captured as a spy then. How could that be? Your prestige in the Zhuke team is probably not below that of the captain. Really? If that's the case, I'll be proud. You have the capital to be proud. Lin Chen lay on the little cutie, looking at the stars in the sky. It must be said, the starry sky was truly beautiful, since it wasn't far from Magic City, and with the little cutie breaking through to platinum, its speed skyrocketed. Before long, they arrived at Magic City Spirit Weapon. Lin Chen suddenly felt a bit regretful. Why did he get up so early? The farewell scene he wanted to avoid was completely unavoidable. When he returned to school, everyone was still asleep. However, the arrival of the little cuties still attracted the attention of the academy's strong. After greeting Lin Chong, they left. Not long after, Xin Ming also came over. Lin Chong had already informed them before coming. Seeing the adorable and massive figure, Xin Ming felt a bit envious. However, thinking about how his storm giant eagle would also undergo a fat-cutting surgery when he returned, he couldn't help but feel a bit excited, wondering if it would break through. Lin Chong and Xin Ming returned to the dormitory, wanting to bring Lin Chen along, but Lin Chen refused. To be honest, Lin Chen missed that group of guys a little. After sitting on the playground for a while, Lin Chen began walking towards the cafeteria. He wanted to give his little buddies a surprise. Although the students had not yet gotten up, the cafeteria aunties had already started their busy work. After buying some breakfast, Lin Chen headed back to the dormitory. He wondered how those few were doing now. Arriving at 303, he knocked on the door, but no one responded. He knocked again and finally heard a lazy voice from inside. Who is it? Lin Chen didn't answer, just continued knocking. What are you knocking for so early in the morning? Can't you let people sleep? Lin Chen recognized it was Zhang San's voice. Soon, the door was opened by a handsome young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Both of them were stunned after the door opened. Lin Chen looked at the door number. It was indeed 303. Lin Chen, asterisk, did I walk into the wrong building? Sorry, I think I walked into the wrong place, but wait, I think I just heard Zhang San's voice. The handsome young man who opened the door was also excited. Shogu, you didn't walk wrong, I'm Zhang San. Lin Chen took a closer look at the handsome young man at the door. The gold-rimmed glasses looked like Zhang San's. After thinking about Zhang San's appearance, he decisively shook his head. Impossible, I must have walked into the wrong building. At this moment, Zhang Hongyan's voice came from inside. Shogu, you're back. You didn't walk wrong, and you didn't see wrong. That guy in front of you is Zhang San. Lin Chen. Sigma, degree, can someone tell me what happened? I don't know what's up with this kid. Every day after military training he loses a bit of weight after sleeping, and after a month he has become like this. Lin Chen, is there such a method? Zhang San. Shogu, after a month of hard training, have I become as thin as a lightning bolt? From now on, please don't call me Zhang San, call me Zhang Lightning. Lin Chen looked at Zhang San thoughtfully. It's better to still call you Zhang San, otherwise you might easily face legal consequences. Lin Chen's words made Zhang Hongyang and Wan Yu laugh. That's right. If you dare to change your name, you might be finished soon. At that time, you won't be Zhang San or Zhang Lightning, but Zhang finished. After teasing Zhang San for a while, everyone lost their sleepiness and noticed that Lin Chen had already bought breakfast, so each took a meat bun and started munching. Zhang San also didn't hold back and unhesitatingly picked up a youtiao. It was clear that 304 had also heard the commotion and gradually got up. Lin Chen delivered the breakfast he bought to Xin Gui and the others. Xin Gui and the others were very happy to see Lin Chen, and other classmates greeted him warmly. Lin Chen was now a big shot at school, although he hadn't seen anyone during the entire military training. His battle with Qin Ming had made him famous in the Magic City Spirit martial arts. Some well-meaning people had already ranked the new student's strengths in the academy, while other rankings were still up for debate. The first position was undoubtedly Lin Chen's, with no one opposing it. Although the other positions had not yet been determined, Qin Jinjin and Ouyang Qian were also popular candidates for the top 10. Although Sima Yan, Wu Jin, and others were also quite strong, there were many other geniuses in the Magic City Spirit martial arts, and they had slowly begun to emerge during these days. Among them, Sima Yan suffered the greatest blow. Before coming to Magic City Lingwu, he was always very confident, believing that even upon arriving at Magic City Lingwu he would definitely be among the top. However, as soon as he arrived, he was hit hard in the battle against Qin Ming. His performance was even worse than that of Wu Jin, who had just broken through to silver. Not to mention Ouyang Qian and Qin Jinjin, these two were simply the pride of heaven, one cold and one fiery, already referred to as the ice and fire dual wonders of Magic City by the newcomers. Sima Yan still found Lin Chen displeasing, but for now, he didn't dare to confront Lin Chen, at least not until his strength caught up. As for whether he could catch up, that was anyone's guess. Soon it was time for military training, and today was the last day, so there was no actual training. The task for today was to perform a report show. Lin Chen and Zhang San arrived at the playground together, and most others had arrived as well. Everyone had basically tanned a shade darker, except for Qin Jinjin and Ouyang Qian, who showed no change at all. This left Lin Chen quite amazed. When Qin Jinjin saw Lin Chen, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but it quickly faded. As Lin Chen approached her, she said lightly, "Back?" Lin Chen smiled slightly. "Yeah, I'm back." Neither of them said much more, everything was understood without words. Ouyang Qian also greeted Lin Chen warmly, and just as he was about to respond, he noticed Qin Jinjin's gaze suddenly sharpen, prompting him to quickly close his mouth and nod at her lightly. Since it was a report show, the school leaders were also present, including Lu Jin, who was sitting next to a lean old man. This old man had white eyebrows and beard, but his face was quite rosy, appearing very spirited. It seemed this was the dean of the academy, Ouyang Zhe. Lin Chen didn't have to participate in the performance since he hadn't attended the training before. Lin Chong saw him and waved him over. Lin Chen walked over confidently. Lin Chong was sitting next to Ouyang Zhe. Lin Chong pointed to the seat next to him. "Sit. Is that appropriate? There are so many people watching." At that moment, Ouyang Zhe spoke up. "If I tell you to sit, then sit." Lin Chen, equals? Really can sit? Since the dean personally said so, what do I have to fear? He plopped down right away. The freshmen below were stunned. What's going on? Why is Lin Chen sitting there? Is he going to watch our performance? As fellow freshmen, why are you so impressive? Qin Jinjin was also a bit surprised. She didn't expect Lin Chen could sit there now, and it seemed the gap between them was growing larger. However, she felt no displeasure, and instead, a bit of happiness. How strange. Ouyang Zhe nodded slightly at Lin Chen. "Kid, I know you. I've heard old Morong speak of you. You're quite good, bringing honor to Magic City Lingwu. Old Lu has also told me about you, and I'll guide you when I have the time." Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. Was he going to teach him about spatial abilities? "Thank you for your praise, Principal. That's what I should do." "Good. You can sit here and watch the performance." "All right." Soon the performance began, which was just a group of people marching in formation past the stage, followed by a military boxing demonstration. Lin Chen was not particularly interested in this. He glanced at the time. It was already 8:30. Time to awaken his skills. 9527. Awaken today's skill. Skill extraction in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining A-level skill, Lightning System Skill Awakening. Lightning System Skill Awakening. After use, it can successfully awaken lightning type abilities. 9527, a month has passed, and I didn't even notice. Lin Chen, finally no longer E-level. Would you like to use it immediately? Of course. Only a fool would choose no. Detected. That the host already possesses the beast transformation skill. Do you want to merge? Merge successful. Congratulations to the host for evolving into Doraemon Electric Rabbit. Doraemon Electric Rabbit for the glory of the Northern God. To shatter the darkness with thunder. Lin Chen? 9527. Are you serious about that name? Don't mind the details. I could accept it if you called it Pikachu, but why Doraemon Electric Rabbit? It sounds so cringy. Isn't it good? It vividly represents all your attributes in 4 characters. Space, thunder, beast transformation. Is there a problem? No problem. That makes a lot of sense. Forget it. Do as you please. Anyway, I don't need to shout a name when I transform. Lin Chen ignored 9527 and began to check his newly acquired skills. The original skills were all there, with no changes. However, there were 3 new skills added. Is the thunder system really that powerful? Didn't the space system only have 2 when it first awakened? Lin Chen might have forgotten that when he awakened the space system he was still just a bronze rank. Friction electricity, usable only in beast transformation form, generates electric current by rubbing both palms together. The current's intensity depends on the speed of the friction. A friendly reminder, Mom no longer has to worry about your phone running out of battery. Lin Chen? I'm quite confident in my hand speed. Thunder Strike, a standard single-target thunder attack skill. Heavenly Punishment, an enhanced single-target attack skill that can summon 7 heavenly punishments to deliver devastating strikes to enemies. The power of the heavenly punishment will increase over time. Lin Chen? Very nice. I also have a ranged attack now, but unfortunately, they are all single target. It seems I need to find a spirit pearl with group attack skills when I have time. That way, I would be a melee magic cannon. Space skills are hard to find, and although thunder skills are also rare, they can still be found if one is willing to spend money. However, with my current financial situation, it seems a bit overwhelming. Suddenly, I realize I'm quite poor. 9527, what level is my ability now? It can now be considered S rank, and you're close to breaking through to SS rank. Wow, not bad. I finally feel like I'm going to be awesome. Lin Chen was in a great mood and began to focus on the performance. At this moment, it was just the right time for his class to enter, and the students were all standing tall and marching in step. However, there were always some students who couldn't help but break character, their little eyes constantly glancing at the stage. Lin Chen clapped happily, sending them loving encouragement. Lin Chen? The students were somewhat speechless, and Sima Yen almost lost his rhythm, quickly looking straight ahead, trying to ignore it. Speaking of which, does this guy come with a built-in sarcasm? Why is he so unlikable? Next was the military boxing performance, and to be honest, with over 1,000 people performing together, it was quite impressive. However, there were always a few oddballs among them, either unable to tell left from right or looking bizarre, which made Lin Chen feel quite amused. Soon the performance ended, which meant this military training was coming to an end. Although the students had been looking forward to the end of the military training, when the moment actually arrived, they felt a bit reluctant. Many students wanted to take photos with the instructors, and the instructors didn't refuse. The most speechless was Zhang San, who was crying while hugging Qin Ming. Instructor Qin, you are simply my reborn parents. Qin Ming was also quite impressed by Zhang San. There was no way not to be impressed. First, it was the name, the kind you can't forget at a glance. Secondly, it was his appearance. In just a month, he transformed from a 190-pound chubby guy to a 130-pound energetic young man, which even made Qin Ming feel it was unbelievable. Qin Ming sometimes saw Zhang San and would reflect, was he being too harsh on them? Wasn't it just a bit of tough training and less rest? Looking at Zhang San, Qin Ming said earnestly, Zhang San, although you have lost weight and become more handsome now, you must exercise restraint, otherwise, you might rebound quickly. Zhang San hurriedly nodded, okay, instructor, for Minmin, I won't let myself get fat again. Chang Min was currently in a passionate relationship with Zhang San, and she had noticed all the changes in him. At that moment, Chang Min was simply in awe of herself. Her judgment was indeed quite good. After all, every overweight person is a potential stock. Lin Chen also walked over to Qin Ming. Instructor Qin, are you feeling a bit reluctant? A little, and you shouldn't call me instructor anymore. I heard you are almost becoming everyone's instructor in the logistics department. I'm not as strict as you. Actually, this training is for their own good, especially for those elemental types. When they really face life and death situations, they will understand the importance of physical fitness. Everyone understands this, but very few can actually do it. Let's not talk about this anymore. We should be leaving soon. Lin Chang's side was also starting to gather. Qin Ming waved at Lin Chen. It's time to go. Safe travels. After Lin Chong gathered the team members, they mounted the Storm Giant Eagle in an orderly fashion, waved to everyone, and flew away. They left in a hurry, perhaps eager to return and give their Storm Giant Eagle some liposuction. The military training was now completely over. After the military training, the freshmen would have 2 days of rest, and after that they would officially start their university life. At this time, many upperclassmen who had arrived early surrounded the playground. They were chatting in groups of 3 or 5. From time to time, someone pointed at Qin Jinjin and Ouyang Qian and other beauties. Lin Chen and the others couldn't help but feel angry. This group of upperclassmen was really too bad. Zhang San, are these upperclassmen planning to extend their claws towards us freshmen? Xin Gui looked at Zhang San speechlessly. You, a married man, shouldn't get involved in this. There are already too many wolves and too few sheep, and now with upperclassmen picking, it makes things even worse for the already struggling freshmen. Dian Lei deeply agreed. This also means that many single guys can only set their sights on the next batch of younger sisters, thus perpetuating this bad habit indefinitely. Chuan Chang, so, the real source of all evil is the first batch of upperclassmen at the school. Zhang San and the others nodded in unison. Lin Chan? Underscore? I almost believed your nonsense. The real source of all evil shouldn't be the scarcity of sheep among the wolves? Look at the neighboring normal university, isn't it the opposite? Zhang San, so the second-year senior girls extend their claws towards the first-year boys, which is yet another new bad habit. Lin Chen, I really didn't know how to refute that. You all make valid points. I didn't think this through. Dian Lei, so it's time to hold a social event with the neighboring normal university to address the imbalance between the two schools. This time, even Lin Chen had nothing to say, because he also felt that this social event was indeed very necessary. While a few of them were still lost in thought, Lu Jin walked over. I have something to discuss with Lin Chen. Zhang San and the others knew that Lu Jin was asking them to leave, so they promptly departed. Xiao Ge, let's go have lunch. Do you want us to bring you some? Sure, bring me a portion, I'll eat it in the dorm. Alright, then Xiao Ge and Lu Lao can chat, we'll go eat first. After the others left, Lu Jin smiled at Lin Chen. Kid, do you know why I called you? Lin Chen was also a bit delighted. Are you taking me to see the principal? Haha, I like your cleverness, kid. Come on, Ouyang is already waiting for you. Okay, thank you, old Lu. With that, he started walking towards Mingda building. Lu Jin, however, did not follow, leaving Lin Chen a bit puzzled. What's wrong, old Lu? Aren't we going to the office? Office? The principal is waiting for you in the training room. Oh, I see. Old Lu, where is the training room? Just follow me. Lu Jin led the way, and soon the two arrived at the Magic City Spirit Martial training room. Since school had not officially started yet, the training room was temporarily closed to the public. At this moment, Lin Chen spotted Ouyang Zhe, who had changed into a training outfit and was warming up on the stage. Lin Chen, Sigma, degree, what's going on? Didn't they say it was guidance? Why do I feel like the principal is preparing to beat me up? Ouyang Zhe noticed Lin Chen's arrival and nodded at him. Come on, use all your skills and attack me with full force. Lin Chen, do old folks nowadays really like to get straight to the point? Since Ouyang Zhe had spoken, Lin Chen couldn't hold back anymore. Kabukai Furus, come out, Doraemon. This was Lin Chen's first transformation after leveling up, and his first feeling after transforming was that his body seemed to have slimmed down a lot. Additionally, his explosive power seemed to have increased as well. Meanwhile, Lu Jin, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded. What's going on? The last time he transformed, he was a fat rabbit. How did he become so slender now? Could it be that this kid evolved again? It certainly looked like it. He would have to ask him later. Ouyang Zhe was also stunned by Lin Chen's beast transformation. Is this really a rabbit? It looks incredibly cool. At this moment, Lin Chen's hands began to rub together frantically, and sparks of electricity flickered between his palms. Lin Chen opened a portal and instantly appeared next to Ouyang Zhe. He threw a punch right at Ouyang Zhe's back. Ouyang Zhe surprisingly did not dodge and took Lin Chen's punch directly. Of course, Lin Chen's cultivation level wouldn't cause any harm to Ouyang Zhe. The physical quality of a true martial expert was beyond what Lin Chen could break through. However, even so, Ouyang Zhe still felt it. Although Lin Chen's attack didn't inflict any damage, the current transmitted through Lin Chen's palm made his full head of white hair stand on end. For a moment, he appeared imposing without being angry. After landing the hit, Lin Chen quickly opened a portal and disappeared. Ouyang Zhe became increasingly interested in Lin Chen. Beast transformation and spatial abilities were what Lu Jin had mentioned to him, but he didn't expect this kid to also have lightning abilities, and the power of that punch indeed reached a golden level. Kid, feel free to use any attack methods you have, I won't fight back. Lin Chen, you should have said that earlier, I thought you were going to beat me up. Lightning strike. Heavenly punishment. A dark cloud appeared above the training ground, followed by a series of crackling sounds. Ouyang Zhe still did not suffer any damage, but his full head of silver hair remained unscathed. As he felt the lightning from the heavenly punishment growing stronger, Ouyang Zhe showed a hint of astonishment. This kid's skills are quite interesting, especially this heavenly punishment. The power of the final strike could rival some of the strongest attacks at the peak of silver level. And this kid is only at silver 3. Silver 3? Old Lu didn't tell me this kid was only silver 1, did he? He leveled up 2 ranks in just a month. He truly is a rare talent. Lin Chen also understood Ouyang-Zai's intention. Ouyang-Zai just wanted to see how far he could push himself. The lightning abilities had been used up, so it was time for the beast transformation. Rushing in front of Ouyang-Zai, after much contemplation, I dared not grab his face. I enhanced my beast claw attack and reinforced my rabbit kick, but I also didn't dare to kick his face, landing all my strikes on Ouyang-Zai's back instead. When I executed the reinforced rabbit kick, I even used enhanced jumping to increase the explosive power. It's true that a rabbit will bite when it's anxious, and I really didn't dare to use that. After finishing my beast transformation, I directly took out a metal spear. I unleashed a flurry of attacks on Ouyang-Zai. After showing off my marksmanship, I thought for a moment, and the only thing left was the space ability to move objects from a distance. Looking around, there wasn't much to control. Suddenly, an idea struck me. I controlled a strand of Ouyang-Zai's hair and pulled it hard. Snap! I really pulled it out. Lin Chen, Sigma, degree. I pulled it out. Ouyang-Zai's mouth twitched. This kid actually dared to pull my hair. Lin Chen didn't know how to express his feelings anymore. I, a mere silver little brat, actually hurt a true martial expert. Although it was just a hair. But a wound is a wound. After pulling out the hair, Lin Chen obediently stopped. Principal, I've used up all my means. Ouyang-Zai calmed his emotions, constantly reminding himself that after all, this was still a child. Overall, I'm quite satisfied with you, but your space ability is really a bit lacking. It lacks offensive skills. Lin Chen nodded vigorously. Yes, his space ability indeed didn't have any powerful offensive skills right now. It should be very powerful after moving objects from a distance, but it wasn't quite there yet. Are you willing to take me as your master? Lin Chen understood, especially with Xin Xing's example before him. He directly knelt on the ground and gave 3 loud bows. Master, please accept your disciple's 3 bows. Saying this, he took out a bottle of mineral water from his storage space, twisted off the cap, and respectfully handed it over with both hands. Master, have some tea. Ouyang-Zai looked at Lin Chen in shock, just like Lin Chen had looked at Xin Xing when he took on a master. What kind of bizarre operation is this? However, he still accepted the mineral water and took a sip. Since that's the case, from now on, you are my disciple. I don't have much to give you, so consider this a meeting gift. Saying this, he directly handed Lin Chen a spirit orb. Judging by the color, it should be of golden quality. Lin Chen felt a bit disappointed. Is this it? I thought at least I would get a platinum one. However, after receiving it and feeling it, Lin Chen's expression changed. A golden quality space spirit orb. The most important thing is that it carries a spirit skill. Spirit skill, dimensional slash. Then master, can I learn it? Ouyang-Zai smiled and nodded. Go ahead. In fact, he had obtained this spirit orb a long time ago, and he had no use for it. Moreover, there hadn't been a second space ability user in Huaxia. This time, upon discovering Lin Chen, he saw Lin Chen's potential. If he developed, he would definitely not be comparable to these old fellows. He should also count as a space user, right? Anyway, no matter what system he belongs to, at least it includes the space system. His legacy could finally be passed down. Lin Chen had already absorbed the golden spirit orb. He gained the skill dimensional slash. Not only that, but he also broke through to the mid-stage of silver 4 stars. Seeing that Lin Chen had finished absorbing it, Ouyang-Zai and Lu Jin both looked over. How is it? Did it succeed? Yeah, it succeeded. Alright, let's see you release it. Lin Chen also wanted to test the power of dimensional slash. Seeing a target not far away, an idea formed in his mind. Spirit skill, dimensional slash. Lin Chen felt the spiritual energy within him being consumed wildly, and then a light blue dimensional blade formed in front of him. Lin Chen swung it hard, throwing it towards the target in the distance. The blue dimensional blade suddenly disappeared while flying towards the target. Lin Chen was stunned. Could it be that the attack range of the dimensional blade is only this far? This skill is a bit weak. Lin Chen hadn't reacted yet when the blue dimensional blade suddenly appeared in front of the target, crashing into it with a loud bang. The target was instantly shattered to pieces, and the dimensional slash flew forward another 20 meters before slowly dissipating. Lin Chen? Omega asterisk? He didn't even know how to describe this skill. It had great power, long range, and, crucially, it could blink. Ouyang-Zai was also quite satisfied with the power of the dimensional slash. Thank you, master. Ouyang-Zai waved his hand. From my observation just now, I found that although you also have spatial abilities, there are still significant differences between us. Can you explain the specific effects of your skills? Lin Chen knew that Ouyang-Zai was guiding him, so he hurriedly detailed several of his skills to Ouyang-Zai. After listening, Ouyang-Zai pondered for a moment. Have you ever tried opening the anywhere door in other locations? Lin Chen? He had always used the anywhere door as a teleportation tool and had never thought of opening it elsewhere. If he could really succeed, that would be quite nice. Suddenly, Lin Chen had many immature ideas. Master, I haven't tried it, but I'll give it a shot. With a wave of his hand, the anywhere door appeared 10 meters away. Wow, it really worked. Why hadn't I thought of this before? He continued to experiment and found that his anywhere door could appear up to 70 meters away. This was the same distance as his current teleportation range. After reaching silver 4 stars, his teleportation distance increased from the original 50 meters to 70 meters. Ouyang was also a bit excited to see Lin Chen succeed. Since the anywhere door wasn't limited to opening nearby, its practicality far exceeded that of teleportation. Xiao, since the anywhere door isn't restricted to being nearby, do you have any other ideas? Skill combination. Ouyang nodded in satisfaction. This kid had quite a high level of comprehension. Give it a try. Okay. Lin Chen chose the dimensional slash again, releasing a dimensional slash aimed at an open area 50 meters away. The dimensional slash quickly disappeared and then reappeared at the 50-meter mark. Before the dimensional slash could hit the ground, Lin Chen directly opened the anywhere door right there. The dimensional slash dove straight into the anywhere door, disappearing for the second time, then suddenly reappearing in an open area 70 meters away, crashing to the ground and exploding, creating a large pit. Lin Chen could freely control the exit of the anywhere door, and this combination was simply incredible. It was as if his dimensional slash could blink twice. This meant the skill could turn. Just ask if you're scared. And this was just the dimensional slash. This method was equally effective for Lin Chen's other skills. Lin Chen imagined himself in battle, casually casting a lightning strike and his opponent easily dodging it, thinking they were safe, only for the lightning strike to be directly teleported to them by the anywhere door. How desperate would the enemy feel at that moment? Just thinking about it made him very happy. Moreover, could he directly open the anywhere door under the enemy's feet? Then send the enemy right into his fist. Goose. Next, Ouyang explained a lot of knowledge about spatial abilities to Lin Chen, and at every key point he would have Lin Chen practice. This kind of teaching allowed Lin Chen to progress rapidly. Many questions he previously didn't understand were easily resolved. Ouyang breadth of knowledge was also very extensive. He provided Lin Chen with many suggestions regarding other systems. Lin Chen finally understood how important it was to have a good teacher. Not to mention anything else, just the anywhere door alone saved Lin Chen from taking so many detours. He used to often complain about this skill. While other spatial users could teleport directly with just a thought, he still had to open an anywhere door and then teleport, feeling like he was pulling down his pants to fart. But under Ouyang guidance, he realized that the anywhere door could be used in this way as well. If he had explored it on his own, he might have discovered this issue someday in the future, but who knows how long that day would take to arrive? Anyway, Lin Chen had never thought of opening the anywhere door in other places. Unknowingly, Ouyang had been teaching Lin Chen for 2 hours. The two were still enjoying themselves. At that moment, a voice interrupted them. Grandpa, why aren't you having lunch yet? Lin Chen was taken aback. That voice sounded somewhat familiar. Just then, a familiar figure walked into the training room. Oh, isn't that Ouyang? Ouyang was also surprised to see Lin Chen. Ouyang had told her he found a talent in the space system and wanted to take a look, and if possible, he would take him as a disciple. Ouyang didn't think much of it. After all, Ouyang was the only awakened space ability user in Huaxia, which made him a bit lonely. Ouyang had mentioned several times that it would be great if another space ability user appeared in Huaxia. When Ouyang told her he had found another space ability user, she was very happy for her grandpa. However, she never expected that the space user her grandpa was talking about was Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen also realized that Ouyang and Ouyang were actually grandfather and granddaughter. Why are you here? Aren't you a beast transformation ability user? Why are you here? Before Lin Chen could answer, Ouyang was already unhappy. I say, Jenner, how can you speak to your uncle like that? I've already taken Xiao as my disciple, so don't be rude to your uncle. Ouyang degree? Ha, just like that he became my uncle? We are about the same age, and calling him uncle upon meeting is really embarrassing. Ouyang also noticed that the two seemed to know each other. What's wrong, Xiao? You two know each other? Lin Chen nodded. Classmates. Ouyang's eyes lit up. That's great. Xiao, you must take good care of your niece in class. This girl has a stubborn temper. Don't worry, master, I will take good care of my niece Qian. Ouyang gritted her teeth in frustration but dared not show it in front of her grandpa. Ouyang shot a displeased glance at Ouyang. Why is this girl so ungrateful? Hurry up and call him uncle. Although Ouyang was reluctant, seeing Ouyang's serious face, she still gritted her teeth and called out, Uncle. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. My dear niece is so obedient. Don't be upset. Shin Taichong, the grandson of Shin Zun, is still my disciple, so calling him uncle doesn't change the generation. Ouyang hadn't expected this relationship either. And to be honest, it really didn't change the generation. Ouyang never imagined that she would come to call her grandpa for a meal and end up with an extra uncle. Moreover, wasn't Lin Chen a beast transformation user? Why would he be taken as a disciple by grandpa? It seemed that Lin Chen must have misreported his awakening system. When competing with instructor Chin, she hadn't seen him use beast transformation, probably fearing that the space system would attract too much attention. Although Ouyang wanted to continue teaching Lin Chen for a while, he couldn't go against his granddaughter and had to obediently go eat. Xiao Qiu, I have some matters to attend to in the next few days and will be going out. I will come back when school officially starts and then I will teach you again. Okay, master. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. He had originally thought to take advantage of these 2 days off to ask Ouyang for advice, but it turned out Ouyang had matters to attend to. However, there was no rush, there would be plenty of time in the future. After bidding farewell to Ouyang and Lu Zhen, Lin Chen returned to the dormitory. Xiugu, why are you so slow? It's been so long, why are you just back? The food is cold. Hearing Zhang San's words, Lin Chen indeed felt hungry. Looking at the lunch that Zhang San brought, which included braised pork, potato chicken pieces, and sorry, it was quite a feast. Not bothering too much, he picked up the rice and started eating. Xiugu, do you have any plans for the next couple of days off? No plans, just staying in the dorm. How about coming with me to Dingsheng Group? My second brother is at the branch in Mo-du. Lin Chen thought for a moment. His master was busy these days and had no time to teach him. Since he had nothing else to do, he might as well go along. It would be a good opportunity to see just how impressive the top 3 ranked Dingsheng Group really was. Sure, sounds good. Then you eat first, and when you're done, we'll go together. In the evening, we can treat my second brother to a meal. That sounds great. What about the other friends? What about Jinjin and the others? The big sister's mother is in Mo-du, so she went to see her. The others didn't want to go. Lin Chen, asterisk? What? My mother-in-law is in Mo-du? Why didn't Jinjin mention it? Zhang San looked at Lin Chen speechlessly. Since you brought up your mother-in-law, why not confess to the big sister instead of talking about these useless things? After finishing their meal, Lin Chen and Zhang San left Mo-du Lingwu. Since Zhang San's luxury cars were all in P City, they could only take a taxi. The traffic in Mo-du was terrible, and it happened to be rush hour. By the time they arrived at Dingsheng Group, the sun had already set. Zhang San took Lin Chen to the Mo-du branch of Dingsheng Group. They hadn't even entered when they were stopped by security. What are you doing? Do you know where this is? Of course, it's the Mo-du branch of Dingsheng Group. I'm here to see my second brother. The security guard looked a bit intimidated. Could he be the brother of some high-ranking executive? Who is your brother? I'll call to confirm. My brother is Zhang. Lin Chen, Sigma? By the way, could your father have given you a more casual name? The security guard's expression changed. Are you messing with me? Who doesn't know that our Zhang Zeng's brother is a cute little chubby guy? Look at you, you're as skinny as a monkey. How could you be our third young master? Oh my, Xiugu, was I really that cute when I was chubby? This security brother really knows how to talk. Lin Chen, here's a look for you to ponder. Zhang San had no choice but to hand his ID to the security guard. This is my ID, now do you believe me? The security guard took the ID, looked at the chubby guy on it, then looked at Zhang San. He immediately raised his baton. Speak. What have you done to our third young master? Has he been kidnapped by you? How much ransom do you want? Just don't hurt our third young master. Zhang San, equals? What kind of bizarre logic is this? Do I really look that different? Snatching his ID back from the security guard, he glanced at the chubby guy on it. To be honest, he really didn't look like him at all. Helpless, Zhang San could only pick up the phone, find Zhang Er's number, and dial it. Soon, the call was connected. Hello, Ergo, it's me. I'm downstairs at your company, and the security guard won't let me in. Oh, come on, brother, they're just doing their job. Why would you fire them? I think this kid is good. Let him be the head of security. Okay, fine, I'll hand the phone to him. After Zhang San finished speaking, he handed the phone to the security guard. The security guard looked puzzled. What was going on? Hello, I'm telling you, if you dare to harm the third young master, my Daju will definitely not let you go. On the other end of the line, Zhang Er was completely confused. Hello, I'm Zhang Er, my brother is downstairs, let him in. Oh my, don't say you sound quite like Zhang Zong, but my Daju won't be fooled, Zhang Er? Dazuzi noticed that no one was speaking on the other end of the phone and couldn't help but feel smug. Gotcha. You thought you could escape my keen eyes. At that moment, the phone at the security booth rang. Don't hang up, let me answer this call. Hello, this is the security room of Dingsheng Group. Who is this? I said the one downstairs is my brother. Let him in. Oh come on, you little rascal, you've got some skills to call the security booth. Let me tell you, you can't fool me. The phone on the other end slammed down. Hee, I knew it was a scammer. Zhang San and Lin Chen looked at Dazuzi, both stunned. Is this what they call being single-minded and stubborn? Don't you dare leave, or I won't be polite. Just so you know, I can fight. 5 minutes later, a handsome young man who looked about 25 or 26 walked into the security booth. With a dark expression, it was Zhang Er. Before he could say anything, Dazuzi spoke first. Zhang Zong, this person is impersonating your brother. I've detained them here. Zhang San hurriedly greeted Zhang Er. Ergo, I'm right here. Zhang Air, Sigma, degree. I finally understand why the security wouldn't let you in. I can't believe you're my brother. Zhang Air, question, a monkey under a tree, a monkey riding on a tree, how many monkeys are there? Zhang San, answer, 2 monkeys. Zhang Air, question, what is our elder brother's name? Zhang San, answer, Zhang Jiechi. Zhang Air, correct answer. San D. Zhang San, Air Gu. Lin. Chen, 3, Pua. What kind of bizarre code is this? And what's your elder brother's name? Zhang Jiechi? Shouldn't it be Zhang E? If not, Zhang Do would work too. Your elder brother must be the real deal, right? You two must have been adopted. Zhang Air pointed at Dazuzi. From today on, you are the security captain. Dazuzi looked bewildered. Is this skinny monkey really the third son of our Dingsheng group? No way. Watching Zhang Air lead the two into the company building, Dazuzi was still puzzled. Can someone tell me why this is happening? Under Zhang Air's guidance, the two arrived at the Dingsheng Group's Shanghai headquarters. As soon as they entered the door, Lin Chen was stunned by the sight before him. Dingsheng Group truly deserves its place among the top 3 companies in the country. In the precious land of the Magic City, not only does it own such a large building, but the entire building is also lavishly decorated. Zhang Air took the two into the elevator and pressed the button for the 58th floor. It seems Zhang Air's office is on the 58th floor. 30 seconds later, the three arrived at the 58th floor. As soon as they exited the elevator, Lin Chen was amazed by the scene before him. The entire 58th floor had no staff, filled with many antique shelves, and the shelves were packed with all kinds of cultural relics and antiques, with at least 1,000 pieces in sight. By the way, Erge, I haven't introduced you yet. This is Lin Chen, my Chiu Gu. He's always looking out for me at school. Zhang Air came over and shook Lin Chen's hand. So you are Lin Chen, I've heard a lot about you. Lin Chen? What? Have you heard? This must be the first time you've heard my name. Businessmen are indeed slick. Chiu-gu, this is my Erge. Besides managing the company, he loves to tinker with these things. I can tell. Anyone who isn't blind can see that. How could he not like them if he has so many piled up? Lin Chen, since you are Zhang San's brother, you are my brother too. I'm a few years older than you, so if you don't mind, you can call me Erge like San Air. Then I'll gladly accept, Ergu. Ah, great, I like your straightforwardness, brother. What do you think of my treasures? Zhang Air was most proud of this collection, and now that a guest had finally arrived, he had to show it off. Not bad, although most of them are fakes, overall it's pretty good. Zhang Air, Sigma, what did you say? Most of them are fakes? How is that possible? I spent a fortune on these and even invited a master to authenticate them. There can't be any fakes. Second brother, if you don't believe me, feel free to pick a few for me to authenticate. Zhang Air was a bit angry. He could accept the challenge but not let anyone speak ill of his treasures. Alright, I'll show you what real appraisal looks like. You're still young, and I really don't believe your eye is sharper than those experts. Saying this, he handed Lin Chen a pair of gloves. Lin Chen took them and put them on, gesturing for Zhang Air to proceed. Today, I'll let you see what true treasure appraisal is. He had already received feedback from the appraisals, although there were quite a few genuine items in the room, only 1 in 10 was real. Zhang Air directly handed Lin Chen a uniquely shaped high-footed bull. Yuan blue and white cloud dragon pattern high-footed bull. This piece has a flared mouth, deep belly, and a high ring foot with 3 raised string patterns resembling bamboo joints. The rim is decorated with blue and white floral patterns, and the inner wall features 2 dragons in dark floral prints, while the outer wall is painted with a swimming dragon in blue and white, complemented by flame patterns. The blue and white color is lush and vibrant, with smooth and powerful lines, making it a rare gem among Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain, and if it's genuine, this piece is conservatively estimated to be worth at least 20 million. I didn't expect you to have some skills, but what do you mean by if this is genuine? Alright, I bought it for 25 million. Lin Chen, Sigma, degree? What a prodigal. Second brother, don't be anxious, let me finish. You can't say this is a fake, it can only be called a replica. This is a Qing imitation. The designs from the Yuan dynasty were specially crafted, and the materials used were all pure imports. The layers and spots of this imported material are very unique, while yours, although finely made, is not made from imported materials. The price for this Qing imitation is about 100,000. Zhang Air was completely stunned. He didn't know whether what Lin Chen said was true or not, but it sounded quite convincing. However, the gap was just too large. 25 million for a 100,000 imitation. No, I need to test him further to see if he really knows or is just fooling me. Saying this, he handed Lin Chen a white jade guanyin. Take a look at this. Lin Chen took it. How much did second brother spend on this? Zhang Air, this one was cheap, 2.5 million. Lin Chen, asterisk? Look at how he says it, 2.5 million, and it's cheap. The Bodhisattva has a full face, high cheekbones, holding a nectar bottle, which conforms to the characteristics of Tang Dynasty official statues. The clothing patterns are intricately carved and smooth, the craftsmanship is simple and clear, polished to a smooth finish, and the jade is crystal clear. At first glance, there seems to be no problem, but that's precisely the biggest problem. So where is the problem? Do you trust me, second brother? Zhang Er? I don't trust you at all. But to discern authenticity, he still nodded. I trust you. Do you have a lighter, second brother? No. Are you going to smoke? Although a bit confused, he still took out a lighter and handed it over. Lin Chen lit it and directly held it to the white jade guanyin. Zhang Er, don't. That's. Before Zhang Er could finish, he smelled a sour odor and the color of the burned area changed. Lin Chen returned the lighter and the guanyin to Zhang Er. Zhang Er, I can't believe it. So, my yuan blue and white is also fake. I don't believe it. Brother, let's continue the appraisal. Lin Chen had no objections. After all, he was just idle and it was quite nice to provoke the landlord's foolish son a bit. What about this? I bought it from abroad for 1.2 million. 15 bucks. Can't go higher, the most I'll give you is 18. And this? I spent 3.2 million on it. This one is real, just overpriced, around 300,000. In the end, Zhang Er had Lin Chen appraise all his exhibits, only to find that there were less than 100 genuine items among them. Zhang Er felt he was on the verge of depression. Zhang San hurried over to comfort him. Gu, don't be sad, it's just a bit of money, right? As long as it's a problem that can be solved with money, it's not a problem. San it's not that I'm upset about the money, it feels like you invested heavily in finding a wife. Thinking she's a pure maiden, only for her to tell you on the wedding night that she used to be a brothel worker. It's like you painstakingly raised your children, only for your wife to tell you none of them are yours. Do you understand that feeling? Zhang San, if you weren't my brother, I'd beat you up, you know that? Who does that to their brother? Lin Chen? Listening to these rich people talk makes me want to hit them. A bit of money. Can't you just not give me any? After half an hour of depression, Zhang Er finally calmed down. Have you two eaten yet? Zhang San chuckled. Not yet. Aren't we planning to feast on you? Let's go. Time to eat. Why go out? Just have them bring it over. Saying that, he directly picked up the phone. Hello. Get me the most luxurious set meal from your hotel. Deliver it here, and send your best chef along. I have a kitchen, and some hot dishes need to be stir-fried fresh. Zhang San, looks like I still have a small mindset. The meal was a joyous occasion for the guests. Zhang Er sat alone drinking in silence, still not having emerged from the gloom of realizing most of his treasures were fakes. Lin Chen, there's an auction tomorrow afternoon. Come with me to hunt for some treasures, and I'll give you a commission. Gu, why are you being so polite? Please give me a higher commission. Money isn't a problem, as long as you help me out this time. I need to get some new things to make up for my losses. Lin Chen, men, it should be like this. It's so late today, just stay at the company. There are plenty of rooms on the 57th floor. Lin Chen, equals? The building of my own family is just so extravagant, with kitchens and bedrooms fully equipped. After a hearty meal, the three took the elevator to the 57th floor. Lin Chen was once again shocked. The decor here was no less than that of some five-star hotels. The three chatted for a while before heading to their respective rooms to rest. The next day, when he woke up, it was already past 10. Since there was nothing planned for the morning, Zhang Er didn't disturb them. Although it was already past 10, Lin Chen still felt a bit reluctant to get up. 9527, awaken today's skill. Skill extraction in progress, please wait. Congratulations, host, you have obtained B-level skill. X-ray vision. Lin Chen jumped straight out of bed. Wow. X-ray vision. My dream. Would you like to learn it now? Immediately, right now. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill X-ray vision. X-ray vision can see the essence of things more clearly. Ha. X-ray vision is actually just a B-level skill? This is totally SSS level, okay? As soon as he acquired the skill, Lin Chen immediately began to try it out. The scene in the room instantly looked different to Lin Chen. He could clearly see the stems of the flowers in the vase, the internal organs of the fish in the aquarium, and even the steel bars within the walls were visible to him. While Lin Chen was still immersed in his new skill, Zhang San pushed the door and walked in. Lin Chen instinctively turned to look. Halfway through the turn, he regretted it a bit. Am I still using X-ray vision? What if I see something I shouldn't? Will I get warts? Although he wanted to turn back, the command from his brain to turn was still in execution. The moment he saw Zhang San, Lin Chen froze. Lin Chen? Oh, my god. What did I just see? Why can I see through his clothes? I can even see through his skin. Clearly seeing his skeletal muscles. This is like a human X-ray machine. This is completely different from what I imagined. This is not the kind of X-ray vision I wanted. Zhang San looked a bit confused. What's wrong, Gu? Why are you dazed so early in the morning? Lin Chen had a face full of despair. I'm thinking of dropping out and finding a new job. Gu, have you lost your mind? What kind of nonsense are you thinking about? But I'm really curious, what job do you want to find? I want to go to the border and become a body scanner. Everything those drug traffickers have will be exposed under my eyes. No drug can escape my gaze, even if they swallow it. Zhang San Omega? Why is Gu acting so weird this early in the morning? Are you sleepwalking? He placed a set of clothes on Lin Chen's bed. Gu, this is the outfit you need to wear for the Auction this afternoon. Hurry up and get up for breakfast. After saying that, he turned and left. After Zhang San went out, Lin Chen got up and took a shower, feeling a bit better. Forget it, let's just pretend I didn't draw a skill. Today. After showering, he saw the shirt and suit that Zhang San had left by the bed. They looked quite nice, but Lin Chen didn't recognize the brand. After putting on the shirt and suit, he looked at the tie next to him. By the way, how do you use this thing? Forget it, I'll tie it like a red scarf. After getting dressed, he checked himself in the mirror. He still looked a bit handsome. Stepping out of the room, Zhang San was having breakfast, and Lin Chen's portion was set aside. Looking at the knife and fork beside him, Lin Chen had a conflicted expression. Rich people think about these fancy things every day. He tried using the knife and fork but found he really couldn't manage it. He directly pulled out a pair of chopsticks from his storage pocket and started eating. Indeed, chopsticks are much easier to use. Zhang San looked at Lin Chen and didn't know what to say. A suit worth hundreds of thousands and a tie worth thousands were worn by Lin Chen in a way that made him look like a gang leader with a red scarf. After finishing breakfast, Zhang San couldn't bear to watch any longer. He helped Lin Chen straighten the collar of his shirt and tied the tie properly for him, feeling much better afterward. The two of them then found themselves with nothing to do. After discussing, they decided to play some games. They teamed up to play a few rounds of PUBG, and once again, Zhang San was defeated by Lin Chen's amazing gaming talent. I can tolerate you dying once after landing, but why do you keep dying every time? The system is taking care of you, you're only facing bots. But you still couldn't kill a bot, even after running out of bullets. Are you a clown sent by monkeys? It's one thing to be bad, but you especially love to play. Every time you die, you make me commit suicide to join you in the next round. My mentality is breaking. Finally, they made it to noon. Zhang Er finally finished all the work he had on hand. He rushed over in a hurry and directly grabbed Lin Chen. Lin Chen, let's go, we're going to the auction. Zhang San had never found his second brother so adorable before. He stuffed his phone into his pocket, swearing in his heart, if I play games with you again, I will. Forget it, let's not make any rash vows at this time. What if I end up regretting it one day? The three quickly arrived downstairs, and Zhang Er directly tossed a set of car keys to Zhang San. You drive yourself, Lin, brother, come with me. Zhang San helplessly accepted the car keys. After all, who is still your real brother? Lin Chen had no objections, he was fine with whatever. Soon, a Bugatti Veyron and a Ferrari Enzo drove away from the Dingsheng group. 20 minutes later, the three arrived at a clubhouse. In front of the clubhouse stood a row of bodyguards dressed in suits and wearing sunglasses, each equipped with an earpiece, exuding a fierce aura. Lin Chen even sensed a faint aura of spiritual energy from a few of them. The Zhang brothers tossed their car keys to the bodyguards, and the three entered the clubhouse. A bodyguard led them directly into the hall. The hall was at least 300 to 400 square meters, decorated in an ancient and elegant style, with 10 rows of redwood chairs arranged horizontally, each with a tea table. In the center was a marble platform covered with red velvet. Many people were already seated in the hall, most of them older, with few young people like the three. Many clearly recognized Zhang Er and smiled, nodding at him as he arrived. Zhang Er responded to each of them, and at that moment the auction's host hurried over to greet them. He led the three to the front row to sit down. From then on, they just had to wait for the auction to begin. As soon as they sat down, a waitress in a qipao brought them some tea. Since the auction hadn't started yet, the three began to chat casually, with Zhang Er enthusiastically introducing Lin Chen to the people around them. Lin Chen was a bit confused, but he understood one thing in the end: everyone attending this auction was wealthy. The number of people in the hall gradually increased, and Lin Chen unexpectedly spotted Qin Jinjin. Qin Jinjin was in a white gown, the satin long dress gently wrapping around her delicate figure, flowing to the ground like water waves. The strapless gown was adorned with small pearl flowers, scattered elegantly across the dress, exuding grace and nobility. Beside her was a woman who was equally stunning, though the wrinkles that showed inadvertently revealed her age. It was none other than Qin Jinjin's mother, Wen Shirhan. Lin Chen stood up and waved at Qin Jinjin. She noticed him too, her eyes showing a hint of surprise. She hadn't expected to run into Lin Chen here. Wen Shirhan also saw Lin Chen waving at them. Jinjin, do you know him? Mom, this is Lin Chen, the one I often mention to you. He's my classmate now. Oh, then let's go sit together. I want to know what makes this guy able to defeat my precious daughter multiple times. When Shirhan led Qin Jinjin to sit next to the three, Zhang Er and Zhang San quickly stood up upon seeing Wen Shirhan. The Qin and Zhang families had a long-standing friendship. Although the Qin family wasn't as powerful as the Zhang family, they were not to be underestimated. Auntie, you came too. It's Zhang Er. Of course, you can't miss such an auction. And who is this? Auntie, I'm Zhang San. Really, boys change a lot. I almost didn't recognize you. The last time I saw you, you were just a little chubby. Zhang Er, isn't that right? The last time I saw him, he was also a little chubby. Zhang San awkwardly scratched his head. At this moment, when Shirhan was looking at Lin Chen with great curiosity. Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed under her gaze. Why is she looking at me like that? Is this what they call a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law? Did Qin Jinjin tell her about us? You must be Lin Chen, right? My daughter often mentions you, not many people can make her talk about them so frequently. Really? Auntie, if you hadn't said that, I would have thought you were Jinjin's sister. Although Wen Shihan knew Lin Chen was flattering her, a smile still appeared on her face. This kid is quite to my taste. At this moment, the organizers saw that most people had arrived, and a middle-aged man in a dark blue robe walked up to the marble stage. He cleared his throat. The audience instantly fell silent. Hello everyone, I am Li Jinyu, the owner of Tianbao Pavilion, and I have been invited to host this auction. I am grateful for your presence. Before we begin the auction, there are a few things I need to say. Although all these antique items have been authenticated, there may still be some replicas that can easily be mistaken for genuine ones. I remind everyone to keep their eyes sharp. The rules of the antique trade should be well understood. Silver in goods must be clear, and mistakes in love will not be pursued. Without further ado, I declare this auction officially open. Please welcome the first item of the day. Lin Chen couldn't help but curl his lip. What you mean is that there are replicas among them, right? But it has nothing to do with me. I just need to ensure that Zhang Er doesn't buy any fakes. As Li Jianyu's voice fell, a woman in a cheapo walked over carrying a wooden box. Li Jianyu took the box and pulled out a porcelain bowl. Songqing by Glazed Plum Blossom Bowl, a product of Hudian Kiln, in perfect condition, with a starting price of 2 million. Each bid must not be less than 100,000. Interested parties may come up to inspect the item. Zhang Er's eyes began to shine. Lin brother, let's go take a look together. Lin Chen was truly defeated by Zhang Er. This is just the first item, and you're already so anxious? Seeing Zhang Er's eagerness, Lin Chen could only walk up with him. After circling the bowl to observe, Lin Chen had a good idea in his mind. Back at the audience, Zhang Er looked at Lin Chen. Lin brother, what do you think? Is it genuine? Lin Chen nodded slightly. It's genuine, and the price is reasonable, but if it exceeds 5 million, don't bid, it's not worth it. After all interested parties had finished inspecting, Li Jinyu spoke again. Friends who are interested may place their bids. I bid 5 million. Zhang Er immediately called out. Lin Chen, _. My scalp is tingling from the show. Now I understand what it means to be truly wealthy and willful. Other interested parties were also intimidated by Zhang Er. Is there anyone who bids like this? How can we compete with you? Besides, it doesn't seem worth offending the second young master of the Zhang family over this item. For a moment, no one made a bid. Li Jinyu was also a bit stunned. Seeing no bids, he ultimately struck the auction hammer. Congratulations to young Master Zhang for winning the first item for 5 million. Next, we have the second item of the day, a bronze Jew from the Yinshang dynasty with a starting price of 300,000, and each bid must not be less than 20,000. Zhang Er was clearly interested again. Lin Chen took a distant glance and patted Zhang Er. Fake. Zhang Er immediately lost interest. Zhang Er didn't buy it, but someone called out a bid, and it was eventually won by an elderly man for 600,000. The auction continued, and Lin Chen could see that Zhang Er was interested in every auction item. Once again, he felt what it meant to be wealthy and willful. The quality of the auction house was quite good. At least half of the items were genuine. When Shihan also called out a few times, if it was genuine, Lin Chen would stop her from encouraging Zhang Er. If it was a fake, then let Qin Jinjin stop when Shihan from calling out bids. Zhang Er was the most decisive. As long as it was genuine, he would directly bid the highest price Lin Chen had given. If someone else followed, he would simply stop bidding. After all, further bidding would exceed the item's intrinsic value. If it weren't for everyone knowing Zhang Er's character, this group would suspect he was a plan hired by the auction house. At first, everyone gave way to Zhang Er, as they still had to give some face to the Zhang family. Later, however, people became anxious and began to raise their bids frantically. This made the host, Li Jinyu, smile from ear to ear. Before long, the auction came to an end. However, no one left. Li Jinyu also knew what everyone was waiting for. As the saying goes, one cut brings poverty, one cut brings wealth, one cut leads to heaven, and one cut leads to hell. This is the truest portrayal of the jade gambling industry. Some have lost their fortunes because of it, while others have become overnight millionaires. Of course, this is just speaking of ordinary people. For those present, this money is trivial. Next, please move to the hall next door, where we have prepared numerous jade rough stones for you. All rough stones are clearly priced, and we will no longer use the auction format. You can try your luck. Lin Chen? Second brother, will there still be jade gambling after the auction? Yes, there will. Then why didn't you tell me? I'm not interested in jade gambling, so I didn't mention it. What's wrong? Brother Lin, are you interested in jade gambling? I'm interested. I'm really very interested. How could I not be interested after awakening my hard-earned perspective? Since Brother Lin is interested, let's go take a look. I'll cover all the expenses as a way to thank you, Brother Lin. Lin Chen?